the season, and they did it in a hard-fought comeback fashion. Down 20, they rally to get the win with an incredible second half.
Oh, baby! Bonte's parking. Wow! I want to start right here. This roller coaster of a season, Golden State Warriors basketball. Every time you think the dynasty is dead and buried, boom, out the casket, like Wolverine, like Superman, like The Undertaker. Here comes Steph Curry. Unfreaking believable. Steph Curry's the greatest Warrior of all time. I know, the Wilt Chamberlain numbers, all that. None of us even saw Wilt play. I'm not trying to diminish him. I have tremendous respect. There were like 8 teams in the league at the time. And I'm not diluting. I'm just saying, like, Steph Curry is one of the greatest players the game has ever seen. He's already number one, I think, in most beloved athletes of Bay Area history. And right now, I'm ready to say this, Monte, as you walk into the studio right now. I mean this with all my heart. There might have been more winning. There might have been more statistical excellence. There has been no higher than highs than the Golden State Warrior dynasty, lower than lows of the Golden State Warrior dynasty, times that you're ready to stick a fork right through the heart. Every single time I think they're dead, they resurrect themselves. They have the most joy I've ever seen playing basketball. They're the most frustrating team at times in terms of turning it over and lackadaisicalness. I traded and signed Draymond Green 15 times in that game. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to hug him. I wanted to chest bump him. Jordan Poole, are you kidding me? Bonte Hill walking in, take the mic, let's go.
Let's reset this bad boy. Let's reset this bad boy. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, baby. What a win last night. What a win. And you set the tone perfectly, Shasky. You did.
It's just incredible.
You did. The roller coaster. At halftime live, I was about as depressed as can be. You're down 20 to the Pelicans.
And
you couldn't even break a press.
I thought Ed Malloy was going to throw Draymond out 7 times.
They couldn't even break the 1-2-2 press. They turned it over on one. They had to call a timeout on the other one.
Incredible.
14 turnovers. Draymond's ready to fight everybody. You had Bob Myers had to come down and calm this guy down because he wouldn't listen to Steve Kerr. And look, we're going to get into everything that happened in the second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. And everybody, and I get it. Everybody's saying that Draymond Green lit a fire. You hear the team after the game.
Steph Curry's the greatest player ever.
But here's the thing, Shasky. Draymond Green lit a fire for the Pelicans. They would have done an 8-0 run after he went psycho.
Well, he got pulled out of the game.
Well, he had to get pulled out of the game. He was running psycho.
Did you
it was
see
just
him
a matter of time before he got tossed.
It was insane.
He talked to the Pelicans, bitch. He talked to the courtside fans. He talked trash to Steve Kerr. He's talking trash to an assistant. Nobody could contain this guy. Bob Myers, and you better sign him right. Joe Lacob, you see how important Bob Myers is?
How many GMs in the history of the game are talking to one of their players like, all right, you've made your point, which is apparently the report, correct?
Right.
So Draymond's losing his mind, and Bob Myers says what to him, B?
He just basically told him, hey, I need you to get back in the huddle. They will follow your lead because he was losing his mind. Look at the way he pulled up his zip up and put on the warm. He was running hot. He's going at it with assistant coach. And I'm like, all right, here we go. And the Pelicans said, oh, yeah, Draymond, you want to talk? Well, we're no punks. And they go on an 8-0 run. And they're up dub. And I'm thinking, oh, boy, the Warriors going to have to pass the sticks. And they go into the half down 17. And to me, what lit that fire was when CJ body bumped DiVincenzo. Now, the Warriors came out on fire there.
Yes.
But let's not mistake it all. Because we always call it, look, I get Draymond Green is the fire and everything, but the heart and soul of this damn culture, the organization, the top 10 player in this, ever. There would never be another Steph Curry because I got to tell you, Shasky, watching that game from the tunnel, especially in the second half, the look Steph Curry had.
Determination.
I've only seen it 3 times in NBA history, or 4 times. LeBron James Game 6 in Boston when he was a member of the Miami Heat.
Okay.
Michael Jordan all through those runs with the Chicago Bulls and Kobe Bryant.
It's a decade. Keep going.
And then Kobe Bryant, the Mamba.
I'm kind of with you.
Steph Curry had a look in his eyes saying, I will lead us, and you guys follow. And Jordan Poole followed. DiVincenzo followed.
Kuminga.
Jonathan Kuminga came of age in that game.
Yes.
And Draymond Green ended up having a great game.
Yeah.
Had a great, fantastic second half. Whatever happened at halftime with them, well, we need to do it again because he's running everybody psycho. Hey, you put it perfectly on Twitter. It was the full Draymond Green experience.
It was everything.
It was everything. But let's not mistake it. Let's not mistake it. All the headlines are going to Draymond Green, and he deserves some love. This is about Stephen Curry. 39, 8, and 8. The third quarter flurry. The second half alone, he had 22, 6, and 5. Now, a lot of dudes would go home with 22, 6, and 5 and say, oh, damn, I had a great game. He did that in the second half.
I know.
He did that in the second half, so I need Radio Debater to call me because he was chirping about Stephen Curry yesterday, saying, well, Steph Curry, so... No, these guys need to elevate their game to catch up to Stephen Curry. You don't tell great players to calm down and stand back. This is why Stephen Curry is this Michael Jordan. This is his Steph Curry era. Everybody needs to raise their game up. And you know what, Shasky? Jordan Poole raised his game up in the fourth quarter.
Was it not his best defensive game that you've ever seen?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Off ball, on ball, boxing out, all the little things, B. And
everything.
And I think the first half he fell a few times. Second half, the only time he fell was when he was putting it in the cup on a sick Euro step layup.
The Euro step was nasty.
How about there was a sequence where it felt like they were scrambling and Steph Curry just kept relocating, and boom, JP hits him. And then at the end of the game, Steph Curry in the corner, dribble, left hand hook pass all the way to Clay, who was kind of quiet, and he hits a huge three at the end. That was just unbelievable. It was the full experience of the Warriors. B, I know the Niners had one of the greatest dynasties of all time.
Right.
I feel like there's more joy watching this team because when they have one of those flurries, one of those avalanches, if you will, it's like, wow. Like you're on the edge of your seat for however many straight minutes. When it's bad, it's bad.
It's bad.
You're
really
ready
bad.
to trade everyone. You're ready to end the dynasty.
Right.
I'm resetting the whole thing just around Steph Curry. Everything is just insane with this team.
It is insane. But look, and everybody's going to say, well, Draymond was a team high plus minus 26. Watch the damn basketball game, folks. Watch the game. The Warriors went on that run in the third quarter. They pulled Draymond out for a little bit, and Curry goes on a flurry where they picked on Jonas Valanciunas and put him in every high ball screen and said, all right, get out on Stephen Curry. And he could not do it.
No.
And they played Jonas Valanciunas off the floor.
Yes.
So where he was no factor in the fourth quarter, when he came in with 6 straight double-doubles, didn't have one last night, just 11-9 as the Warriors D'd up there. Again, Draymond Green was unbelievable in the second half. The second quarter cannot happen. Any other referee would have tossed his ass. He was that close to being tossed. I mean, Brandon Ingram, he body checked him. All right? He body checked him.
There was a lot going on in the
There was a lot going on. And Brandon Ingram's no punk. All right?
He's a great player.
He's a great player. Yeah. He's special. They got a lot of special talent.
He's very, very
good.
unique.
But he's also no punk. He's not going to take anybody's stuff. All right? But he did get mentally rattled in that second half. But he's still in possession.
He did get mentally rattled.
Draymond Green just...
He's out of his mind.
Herb Jones, at that point, he's out of control. All right? And, of course, he gets up, and you see the memes yesterday when Draymond Green gets up from an offensive foul. He's like Hulk Hogan with the leg drop. Everybody's getting kicked and everything, and Herb Jones didn't want to take it. And next thing you know, you got another scrub.
It's one thing to be fiery and yell at guys to lock in. This is where I was frustrated with Draymond, and I think this is fair. If you didn't feel this way, then you're tripping. You cannot put yourself in a position to get thrown out of that game, given how important it was. And that was my number one thing. All the shenanigans aside, you just can't be, if you're going to be a leader on this team and you're going to try to help will guys to where they need to go, which is in championship mode. That's the kind of game you had to win. I was so afraid he was going to get thrown out. He was walking that tightrope the entire time. And I get it. You got to take some of the good with some of the bad. I wish we could minimize some of the bad.
I mean, but look.
It was incredible.
The Pelicans go on an 8-0 run after that situation. I'm thinking, dear
How
God.
about when JK gets subbed in for him and he's got to like walk over. Draymond's still on the floor after all of this skirmish and he's like face guarding whoever it was. And Kuminga comes in, has to like tap him on the shoulder like, yeah, I'm coming in for you. It reminded me of Major League when Roger Dorn is getting subbed out and he's looking over at the dial. He's going, no, I want to run.
I want to run. But then
Draymond stood on
he's
the
still
corner.
on the court. He's chirping at these guys.
I've never
and
seen
then CJ McCollum hit a shot and looked over at Draymond Green. But Draymond's chirping at Kerr.
Kept the camera on him.
They're not stupid. That's entertainment. This is borderline WWE. He's screaming at everyone.
He said it in postgame. He's like, I've never seen someone scream at guys.
Scream at the Pelicans. Scream at Willie Green. Scream at Brandon Ingram. Send it to folks sitting courtside. Scream at Steve Kerr. Scream at the assistant coaches. One of 15 assistant coaches on the Golden State Warriors staff. Scream at his players. And then Bob Myers had to come down from his seat, which is about 6 rows up. Come down. Hey, Draymond, I need you in that huddle because they will follow.
Well, he said something to the effect of, you've said enough. This is the paraphrasing. You've said enough. Now go out and play, which is what I was saying. Like
he was like, you made your point.
Yes,
you may have been right, but now it's
exactly.
time to go play.
Yes.
And you know what? The Pelicans went to go play. They go on an 8-0 run. Now, the Warriors hit a 3 before halftime. They're down 17. And the arena is dead. Chase Center is completely dead.
Yes.
I go to the halftime set, and Festus is even down. He can lie all he wants on a post-game show, but he was down. And I'm sitting there thinking, how in the biggest game of the season?
That's what I was
in the
thinking.
season full of highs and lows,
I know.
you have the lowest of the lows in the first half. And then you followed up with the highs and the highs in the second half, where you go to 74-46 blitz. All right? 74-46 blitz. Let me tell you, Shasky, I got that Cisco WebEx hits done so quickly because of that 8-0 run. I said, oh, we got action now. Because Dante DiVincenzo woke up. And this is why you got to play him. And you can't play him out of the rotation just because GP2's out. You had to figure out a way to play these guys. And credit to Steve Kerr because, listen, Steph Curry's the leader of this organization and the team. He's the statue guy. He's changed everything.
Yes.
But we'll get back to Steph Curry just 1 second.
He was so good.
I thought Steve Kerr showed a lot of trust in Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
Because Jonathan Kuminga picked up 2 early fouls.
Totally
and
agree.
usually you see that. And okay, Jonathan Kuminga, who hadn't played more than 16 minutes a night the last 2 games against the Sixers and T-Wolves, he showed trust in Kuminga. And next thing you know, Kuminga ends up playing 31 minutes. He goes 5 of 5. He knew where to be defensively. He finished at the rim. He had some sick. You want an alley-oop? How about that alley-oop there in the fourth quarter?
Really sick.
I don't know how he got that.
How about JP and him double teaming Brandon Ingram at half court? Like that was like seeing the young players emerge like that. There was a point, I think the telecast said 17 straight points were either Jordan Poole or Kuminga in the late third, early fourth. It was, you're 100% correct. I love seeing every minute.
I love to see the trust. But I love to see
moments.
Yeah, he had moments. He couldn't play the terrible foul in the first quarter with the Pelicans in the quarter on a 16-2 run. 16-2 run, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, they averaged 10 made threes a game. They had 5 in the first quarter alone. I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh.
Have you heard any of the Tim Roy sound during the Draymond stuff?
No, I have not. Can I hear it? Because I didn't hear any of the broadcasts.
Spadoni.
All right.
Tim Roy was in his bag.
Yep. There it is. Yep. The way they're calling it, it was upgraded to a flagrant 1. Draymond applauds Ed Malloy. He's very close to getting kicked out here.
Yeah.
They're going to shoot 2 and get the ball. Nothing for Ingram for the shove. Nothing for Ingram for the 2-hand shove on Draymond. After the whistle was blown. Nothing for that. That's not fair. Sorry. DiVincenzo drives. Throws over to Draymond. He'll drive in hard. Goes up. It's an offensive foul on Draymond. And now Herbert Jones gets involved with Draymond because he stepped on him. And now Ingram wants a piece of somebody. I just don't agree with the offensive foul part of it. And these two teams are in a real heated state right now. And again, this goes back to my theory, Tom, and that's why I think we need to really look at this as a league. These guys with all the cameras and everybody filming everything from their phones, they call everything now. And there's no feel or flow to this game.
No.
And they get graded on every call.
Yep.
So he's going, I might get docked on that. I'm going to call that. Instead of, okay, you're taking a 3-quarter shot. Get off the court.
So you had all that situation. Tim Roy's in his bag right there. I thought Steve Kerr made the right move of pulling Draymond Green off the floor at that situation because he was running hot. Let me tell you,
Did
Shasky,
you contemplate? Because I said it in the group that I think he should maybe go to the locker room for a minute. He was so on edge.
He was on edge.
I
But
was
you know
afraid
what?
he was going to get thrown out of that game.
For him to be able to compartmentalize what happened there late in the second quarter and come back in the second half and play his ass off, and they got to have a game. Let's face it, folks. That was a got to have a game to stay in the box there. And right now, we all scoreboard watch with Minnesota down in the Valley of the Sun where Kevin Durant makes his return, and we all root for Phoenix to hope that Minnesota loses here, and all of a sudden, you're back in the driver's seat to be in the top 6 because Kenny Caraway up there, ESPN 1320. Don't think I didn't catch on Willard or Dibs talk about Sacramento saying that you would steamroll the Golden State Warriors in the first round. You got something coming. You're a little too cocky right now, Sacramento, and you got to wait on your playoff berth. But Draymond Green in the second half, 9 assists. His 10th game with over 10-plus assists this season. He had 13. But the 9 assists in the second half, 2 points. And let me tell you, in the third quarter, he came out chirping again. I'm thinking, oh, God.
Well, he was clapping in everyone's faces. Well, and here's the thing, like, it was great. They needed to be woken up. I agree with that. No one's denying it. He definitely lit a fire under them, and he definitely woke them up. But here's the problem. You wake up this morning, he's got 17 texts now.
Well,
one more. And then if they look at that other play, I'm worried that they're going to look at that other play and they're going to add on something, and now he misses an important game down the stretch.
Well, maybe he misses the Spurs game. And I think you could beat the Spurs without Draymond Green. If you can't beat the Spurs without Draymond Green, then what the hell are you playing for? All right? If you can't beat the Spurs without Draymond Green, if that does happen,
I'm just saying,
then you know what? You don't deserve to make the playoffs.
I agree, but can we also meet in the middle?
Fired up, Shasky. That game,
no, I know, but can we also meet in the middle? Like, Dre, dude, you're a leader. I need you to just be careful putting yourself in those positions. You know the league is going to look at every little thing that he does. Am I wrong?
No doubt. Of course they are. But if the league would have done something, they would have done something last night. All right? They would have done something last night. The league wants Draymond Green. The league, listen,
I know they
pushes that line. He pushes that line so much. I don't know if you can rescind that one. There's a lot going on there.
But Draymond Green,
Draymond Green was asked if C.J. McCollum said anything to him.
Yeah, he started talking about the foul. But I got a lot of respect for C.J. He's a guy who's been good in this league a long time. But that's my type of situation. I enjoy that, so I appreciate him. It's good.
I appreciate him. It's good.
Is Draymond Green the greatest trash talker in the last 10 years in sports? I'm dead serious.
I'm just going to say in basketball because I'd have to think about football. There's been a lot of great trash talkers in football.
I know there has.
Josh Norman, Richard Sherman.
Fred Warner?
I go Richard Sherman.
Well, Fred Warner at a podium is one way. Fred Warner on the field is another way. Yeah, so I guess maybe Sherman's up there.
Earl Thomas.
I put Sherman ahead of Earl Thomas.
But Earl Thomas above.
I mean, it's a short list.
Josh Norman.
Yeah, Josh Norman's a good one.
Steve Smith.
But Steve Smith is yes.
All right.
Steve is on the Draymond level in terms of Hall of Famers.
Stephon Diggs is starting to talk that talk.
Yeah, he's pretty. Yeah.
Tyreek Hill's starting to talk that talk.
But are any of them better than Dre? Dre was insane last night.
He was insane. But so was Stephen Curry. And let's not get it twisted.
No doubt.
Let's not get it twisted about Stephen Curry. All right, you had a lot of unsung heroes. Klay Thompson with a big 3, timely shots in the second half. Jordan Poole. His second half was spectacular.
He was awesome.
He finished with 21 points.
I loved seeing this synergy when he got fouled. Draymond came over, lifted him up, slapped him on the butt, and then when JP went on a little flurry, Steph Curry came over and chest bumped him, and it felt like to me they were the most united that they've been. It's hard to but I'm it just felt that way last night.
15 points in the second half for JP. It was a pool party. Kevon Looney, 8 rebounds off the bench, 6 offensive rebounds. He had a possession where he grabbed 2 and made sure to find Stephen Curry. He just battled his ass off. Told us on the postgame, said, man, I'm tired. I had guarded Embiid, Gobert, Naz Reid, Karl-Anthony Towns, and now Jonas Valanciunas. And then you got Jokic on Sunday. Give Loon all the fit aid in the world. Give him a break. The guy is balling his ass off, and he's laboring. But you know what? It is what it is. It's go time, folks. Let's go to Jordan in Union City. Jordan, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Man, what a win last night.
Oh, my God.
Incredible.
Oh, my God.
Is there any moment, too, did y'all also think that when Draymond was having his moment that you were going to hear the glass break and Stone Cold was going to come out of nowhere?
It was wild. It was a wild
that's what it felt like. But, no, real quick, I just want to shout out the 3 unsung heroes for me because we've talked about it all year, about how people's minutes and rotations have been changing. I mean, Dante DiVincenzo, you talked about how he played 11 seconds in the fourth quarter one night, and he sets the tempo with a putback dunk and then getting in CJ's face in the second half. Kevon Looney in the starting lineup, out of the starting lineup, the big offensive boards he had in the second half. And then think about the DMPs that Kuminga has been having on and off, this whole season. And he had a huge, especially the second half, and that alley-oop that he had. I mean, that really got Chase Center going.
It was sick.
So I mean, they're just all been ready to go the whole season, no matter what the minutes have looked like, not looked like. So, and they all came up huge last night.
Hey, you see, that's a great call, Jordan. You see the minutes last night. GP2 only played 9 minutes. He went back to DiVincenzo for 22. Yeah. DiVincenzo in that third quarter, 8-point outburst. It didn't get into the face of CJ McCollum after CJ tried to punk him.
He hit him from behind.
CJ, you're done. Your time is done. All right.
Well, it felt very Portland-like that second half, didn't it?
He's been there before. CJ knows all about losing to the Golden State Warriors. He knows all about third quarter flurries. Again, a 74-46 blitz in the second half, and all of a sudden we got action again. We're a half away from being all doom and gloom, talking all Giants, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, dear God, this is not going to be pretty. But all of a sudden, Steph Curry happened. All of a sudden, Draymond Green goes crazy. Jordan Poole wakes up in the nick of time. Kevon, I'm so fired up today, folks. 888-957-9570. We got a couple days off, and I need them. I need them after last night. I'm exhausted, Shasky. They didn't play with my emotions so damn much.
Well, we've got a big Odyssey meeting today at 12 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be a lot. I'm fired up. The only thing I'm tired of is going to Starbucks when you do an online order. You go to the Starbucks and you have to wait 10 minutes.
You know what I'm suggesting? A little steam room for you and I today.
For how long? 30 minutes?
Yeah, 5.
All right. All right. That segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. What up, Matthew? Got to see you the other day in the suite. Matthew of Freedman's Appliance, your trusted name since 1922. Visit Freedman'sAppliance.com today. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Richard Rhea, 9:20. Are we sure we want to talk Giants baseball today? Because it's going to be a hot show. All right, Shatsky's mic off. He may say push it tomorrow.
I'm the baseball guy, and I'm saying push it tomorrow.
There you go. All right. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank? Full service banking, no compromises. More Golden State Warriors. Line them up. What's your big takeaway from last night? 888-957-9570. More coming up on the roast.
UCSF Sports Medicine.
big guy Nan. Now wants to drive on him, takes a middle, leaves it for Kuminga, out to Draymond, back to Poole, relocation three, yes! He doubles the Warrior advantage, 104-98, and they're jumping in the aisles here at Chase Center.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Whoo, JP was a pool party in the fourth quarter. That hero step was nasty. He was finishing at the basket. Chase Center was buzzing as we take you through a Warriors Wednesday on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Jordan Poole, 21 points, 8 of 15 from the floor. 3 ball, 2 of 6, but he got to the free throw line 4 times. 5 rebounds, and his team started getting rebounding, especially in that second half. I mean, they were all crashing the glass there. JP, good to see him go along for the ride with Steph and Curry. As Steph and Curry had the big third quarter, JP set the tone in that fourth.
Can I ask you about Chase Center?
Yes.
You have been to more games of anyone I know at Chase Center.
Outside of John Dickinson.
Okay,
Yeah,
my
maybe.
bad. Okay,
Yeah.
outside of JD.
I give him this love.
And then Oracle as well. Like, I look at you've probably been to, what, 1,000+
It's been a lot of
NBA games?
Home games, 41 a season.
Probably close, right?
It's been a while. It's probably 500.
It got so loud in that fourth quarter in that venue. And I think I even underrated. Like, I was very worried, even though I love San Francisco and I'm a native and all that stuff.
You were worried you had to become Levi's, huh?
Well, I just worried that it would become not antiseptic, but it wouldn't be as ruckus. It wouldn't be as wild. It wouldn't be as crazy. And I gotta say, because I was there for that Bucks game on a Saturday night, it's as loud a venue as I can ever think of, and it's just, I'm kind of blown away at how poppin' it gets, and it changes the flip. It switches almost instantly.
Well, it wasn't the fourth quarter. It was the third quarter.
Okay.
And no, not to say it was loud in the fourth quarter. Not the.
But am I tripping? It's hella loud. That's the only way I can describe it.
Third quarter, and this is why I never worried about Chase Center being loud. If the team is good, these fans will come. And they will be loud. Do people forget Oracle Park during the Giants run in the playoffs?
It was insane.
It gets insane
when
here.
The towels
it's a madhouse.
are waving.
It's a very underrated home field advantage in the baseball playoffs,
yeah, I agree
the baseball postseason. So that's loud. What the Niners did, and I'm not trying to come down that road, but they moved 45 minutes south to a place that nobody ever goes to in the Bay Area. All right? Now, it does get loud at Levi's Stadium. It does.
It does. I would say that Cowboy game was pretty loud.
But just coming across the bay for 7 miles, you're indoors, you're on the water, it's still right here in the heart of the Bay Area, in the heart of the city. And the one underrated thing about San Francisco, Coach K said it last year. People around the world are now saying it. San Francisco and the Bay Area is a underrated hotbed for basketball. We love our hoops. We do. We really do. And there's a lot of rich history here. Going back to Wilt Chamberlain, going back to Rick Barry. By the way, happy birthday to Rick Barry. Yesterday turned 79 years old. Maybe he'll be at the Final Four watching his Hurricanes down in Houston, Texas. As Sam Lutman and the real Miami Hurricane doesn't want to go to the Final Four for some reason.
Lutman Larinaga?
Yeah, doesn't want to go to Houston. I don't know why. Go see them.
Because it costs money to go to Houston. That's something your boy doesn't have.
You got baller. You live in Walnut
He was
Creek,
in a kayak last week. We'll get to that.
Yeah. He's got money. He's loaded. He's going on all these.
My family's got money. I don't got that.
He's going on all these dates on Hinge and stuff, wasting his money becoming BFFs with these girls.
What's Hinge?
Hinge, the dating site.
Oh, I didn't know what that. I didn't know what that was.
I didn't see it.
But no, Chase Center, in that third quarter when Curry started cooking, because they were down 11.
Yeah,
they're down 11 midway through the third quarter. Steve Kerr made some subs. And Steph Curry just started running the high ball screen, and he got Jonas Valanciunas. Valanciunas will not step up.
They
Curry
picked
just
him
started
apart.
He started letting it fly.
Yeah.
And that crowd, it turned into a frenzy, especially when they picked Brandon Ingram at half court right before the end of the third quarter.
Sick.
GP2 and JP. JP goes in for the dunk, and it became insane in there. So the home court advantage, it may not have reached Oracle levels yet, but it is getting closer and closer and closer. There's no drop-off between there's been no drop-off. Do we not remember the postseason from last year? 11-1?
No, I know, but Oracle had a mystique about it that was well-earned, and it felt like, I don't know, it felt like a very unique atmosphere. And I thought, I'm just saying, like, I was skeptical that it could translate. That's all. And I think it takes a long time. Like, part of what makes Levi's very lucky is that it's been around 10 years. the last couple of years, they've hosted a lot of playoff games. How you gain all of that reputation is through the playoffs. And so, yes, Chase having that run last year is very special. That's why I hope they get another one this year. But like Oracle had 5 straight years of incredible dynastic runs in the playoffs. And I feel like that's where it's really, it became one of the more magical places in sports.
All right, let's take them to school real quick before we hit the break and get back to the phone lines. 888-957-9570. Line them up to talk about this game last night. What a game. The win of the year for the Golden State Warriors. As it is time for taking them to school. How about Steph and Curry getting a loose ball leading to a Klay Thompson 3?
Ingram has come all the way out, but Kuminga denies him. McCollum's tied up. Back cut inside by Murphy. Dropped the ball. Curry comes up with it. Curry hightails it across half court. Curry drifting left corner, finds Thompson. Fires away. 3-ball. Left corner pocket. Chase Center is rocking for the first time tonight. It's a 9-point lead for the Pelicans, and Willie Green wants a timeout.
It just snowballed for the Pelicans. And if your business is looking for a sponsor, or if your business is looking to sponsor taking them to school, why wouldn't you want to sponsor that great segment when you get to hear the great Tim Roy at their every single Warriors game? DM us at Morning Roast 95.7 on Twitter. DM us at Morning Roast 957. Let's get to Tyler in the city real quick before we hit the break. Tyler, what is happening? What a win last night.
Bruh, y'all got to calm down, Bonte, man. That's why Festus was on you at halftime, bro. Yeah, you come on, man. We got.
Hey, Tyler. Tyler, let me take you behind the scenes. Festus was down 2 at the half. Don't let him trick you. Do not let him trick you.
Bonte, you know you was nervous. Y'all was nervous yesterday. Y'all wanted a legacy game from Draymond Green, and that's exactly what you got. Draymond was out there firing them boys up last night. Everyone on the timeline was trying to roast Draymond, and that's the heart of a champion, man. We got Steph, we got Klay, we got Draymond. There's always going to be a chance, and we're never going to be in doubt.
All true. Tyler. All true, but keep it real. You were like, yo, Dre, don't get thrown out of this game.
I wasn't worried about Draymond getting thrown out the game. Come on, man. How bad was the team looking in the first quarter? Like,
oh, no,
Draymond
it was
knew that we needed to
horrible.
Something else. How many times have we seen
Well,
Draymond?
Tyler, Draymond gets the technical. Everything happens. And he gets calmed down on the bench, and the Pelicans go on an 8-0 run. So it wasn't all good after that. They went up 20 after that.
That still started the fire at halftime for them to lock in. Steph Curry literally said after the game that Draymond Green was the one that fired us up, and that's exactly what that we've had in the past for the championship run, and that's exactly what we're going to need going into these playoffs. And we got lame Sacramento Kings fans calling in talking about they about to backhand us in the playoffs.
Yeah, what was up?
They do not know their place. I'm riding with Steph, Klay, and Dre until the wheels fall off.
All right, can we pull Tyler? Good call. Can we get that Kenny Caraway sound? Hey, Bloodman, I asked you yesterday. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but we talked over the phone yesterday. I want the Kenny Caraway sound.
Oh, we got it.
We got
Yeah,
it.
So
shout out Mark Randy for
Kenny
pointing.
is.
We'll do it on the other side. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. People know who Kenny Caraway is. I am K Diddy on Twitter. ESPN 1320, D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, sister station Odyssey, of course. We know all about that. We'll come out. We'll bring that sound back on the other side. People forgot who the champs were. And if you forgot who the champs were, just put on the second half last night against the Pelicans. Those are the champs. 74-46 in the second half after being down 63-46.
Feels like the win of the year.
It does. It is the win of the year.
It is? You think it is?
Hell yeah, it is. And now we got 5 to go.
It felt very much like that Rockets playoff game or that the Blazers playoff game was like a tale of two halves.
It was unbelievable.
Remember that game where Curry went crazy against the Rockets?
Yes, that was a microcosm of the whole damn season. It was a roller coaster.
Well, Joe Noni said, first half, the Road Warriors. Second half, the home Warriors.
I did hear that.
It was good.
And so, in Festus is Eli, I should give him a call.
Why is that?
Because he was worried as hell at halftime, too. He was down in the ups as well. Everybody was. Chase Center, you, me, Fezzi, everybody. Everybody.
I would have loved to have polled just every single Warrior fan during the time where Draymond's screaming and yelling on the sidelines. Everyone's like, dude, don't get tossed out of this game. Just don't. I know you're going to lock in once you go back out there. Just don't get tossed.
He was lucky he didn't. But he did.
I'm happy.
And the Warriors roll with the win, and now they jump back up to the 6th spot, half game up on the Minnesota Timberwolves. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your thoughts on the Dubs win? What was the key to the comeback? Was it Draymond Green lighting the fire there in the end of the second half? Was it Dante DiVincenzo with the tip dunk over 2 Pelicans early in the third quarter? Give us your takeaway. 888-957-9570. We'll love to hear from Dub Nation. Hell, Dub Nation probably still sleep after that one because we're all exhausted. But we're happy as hell as the Warriors come back against the Pelly Pels and cover the spread. That's what's coming up on the roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Day-Day!
Curry down the lane, underhand floater, no good. Got his own rebound, no look to Poole. Fires away, 3-ball, left corner. Curry with the offensive rebound.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph Curry, 39-8. I love Steph Curry, man. We are so blessed to have this guy. He's one of one. There'll never, ever be anybody like him ever again. And I'm telling you, the look he had in his eyes yesterday, and he mentioned after the game we'll play the sound, but he said he's having fun right now because it is playoff basketball. The intensity has been ratcheted up. The Sixers game, the T-Wolves game, last night. The playoffs have already started for the Golden State Warriors, man. We're going to be exhausted. No matter how long this run lasts, it could end in June, it could end in May, hell, it could end in mid-April. We have no idea. But just enjoy Stephen Curry, man. He's 35 years old, as this is a Warriors Wednesday. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. And the segment is sponsored also. Wow, a lot of sponsorship, man. Money coming in to Odyssey, huh? Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shasky, what's up?
They showed some graphics last night. I forget what the exacts were, but it was like averaging 29, 7 and 7, or 29, 6 and 6, or 29, 8 and 8, whatever it was at a certain age. The only guys that have done it, LeBron James, back-to-back years, and Steph Curry at 35. And like just to see like, you know, take a step back. Even if you're the biggest Warrior fan, LeBron James is one of the all-time greatest athletes ever in the history of anything.
Yes.
Right?
No doubt.
Right? And whether you think he's number one basketball player, number two, like whatever.
You have to give him his props.
You'll throw him in the hat, right?
Yep.
The fact that Steph Curry is right there with him during the LeBron era on all these things in terms of longevity, winning, you know, excellence, sustained excellence, record-breakingness. Like the dude is just... I'm watching him last night, and I'm like, he's the best I've ever seen.
You can make the argument that since 2014-15, this has been the Steph Curry era.
Yes.
This has been his decade. This has been his league. This has been his time. LeBron's got 2 rings. One of them's the bubble ring, so I'm going to shave off half of it, and he could have that little Mickey Mouse gumball machine ring.
That's not fair.
The pandemic.
Hardest championship in history, according to Steve Kerr, by the way, your head coach.
It's the LeBron James of championships.
It was so
just like
hard to be away from your family.
Steve Kerr said it, Bonte. You disagree with him?
Oh, yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
He doesn't know about winning championships.
Yeah, well, I will tell Steve Kerr to his face that you're wrong. That's not the hardest championship ever. I haven't heard of T.J. Warren since that bubble championship.
Oh, God, he was awesome in that bubble.
I mean, there was dudes
Tyler
lighting
Hero
up.
was shooting lights out on and off Instagram.
Anthony Davis turned into Larry Bird from the three-point line during the bubble.
He did.
I mean, come on,
Jamal
man.
Murray was incredible.
Oh, so anyway, let's get to the calls here.
But Steph Curry, that third quarter, he hit that last 3 after, I think it was Looney. Somebody got a couple of second chance opportunities. It kept getting squirked around, and boom, Curry hits that last one. And I'm just like, this guy's unreal. Like, he's unbelievable. He could be quiet, and then all of a sudden, explosion. Just unbelievable. He's the greatest watch in sports. The way I look at Mahomes and Ohtani, it's the same way I look at Steph Curry. I'm just amazed every single time he's on the court.
I mean, the second half alone, he had 22, 6, and 5. 5 of 10 from the three-point line, 8 of 14 from the floor. Now, a lot of dudes go home. 22, 6, and 5. Those are all-star numbers.
Yes.
He did that in the second half alone. The second half alone.
I know.
Like, he just goes off, and you can feel it. And look, 9 points in the fourth quarter. You want to say he's not clutch? Look at the second half again. I mean, the second... I got no more superlatives for this guy.
How about the left-handed shovel pass to Clay at the end? And Clay,
to seal it. To seal it.
That was like a video game.
After C.J. McCollum popped him in the head.
It was incredible.
Curry bumped him and looked at him like, get off me, C.J., little chump. Because C.J.'s always talking, always chirping. Remember Kevin Durant told C.J., don't worry about what's happening at the top. Remember that?
No, I don't. I don't remember that.
I was like, you don't worry about what's going on at the top. The Blazers aren't getting up there at the top.
That felt like it reminded me of the Blazers because that second half was all Warriors. And every time the Warriors face the Blazers in the playoffs, it's all Warriors every second half.
All right, let's go to Lamont in Richmond. Lamont, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. How you feeling this morning, Lamont?
Great win.
Hey, I'm feeling good. Hey, I just wanted to pipe up about what you guys were talking about earlier about being nervous at halftime. My guys, don't be nervous. It's like watching Joe Montana. Knew that they were going to come back.
No, I did not know that. I did not. I'm not going to lie to you. I did not know they were going to come back.
He is like Joe Montana, though. I'm with you there.
Yes, I'll give you that.
Yeah, They're incredible. They're incredible. Next time, take a gummy.
Well, no, I can't because I got to do television.
My guy.
You want me to lose my job, Lamont?
No, no. I love you guys.
Nah.
Hey, I'm one of the million. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, thank you for
Anytime,
listening.
Lamont. Appreciate you, man.
What's
Appreciate
the
you.
deal on gummies?
What do you mean?
I've never really been a gummy guy. Like I had brownies and all that stuff back in the day.
They hit you hard.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So like, are they?
They're edibles.
Well, I get that. I'm aware of that. But like, is it like one little tiny gummy?
Oh, it depends. You can get all kind of gummies.
Oh, do we have an expert in the
Oh,
building?
well, I mean, I just have partaken a couple times,
I
maybe
have.
before a wedding that I didn't want to be at, but you know, it's
No,
great. Yeah.
but there's all type of gummies. You get the apple rings, you get gummy bears, you get like gummy little orange slices, gummy watermelons, and all the type of different gummies.
All the candies you can think of,
Right.
just gummy form. Yeah.
So I know Odyssey won't accept it, but I'm willing to accept free donations on some gummies if you have recommendations. Hit my DMs.
Free gummies.
Or no, I mean, just point me in the right direction.
Mr. I go to
Free
Restoration
advice.
Hardware
Free advice.
twice in a week,
Free
and
advice.
I want something
Time
free.
out.
Twice in a week.
Time out.
Oof. Big money, Shasky.
We went to Restoration Hardware and we were looking at the one in whatever it is, Corte Madera, and we didn't eat there. We looked around and I felt I was wearing the same sweats that you have on right now. And I was like, yeah, they're going to look at me a certain
No,
way.
I would have sat down there. I don't care how people look
Yeah,
at
but
me.
you're Bonte Hill. You're the
No,
king.
no.
They'd
But
have been
you're
like,
Joe
sir,
Shasky.
come right this
No,
way.
you're
Been
Joe
like,
Shasky the
Goodfellas.
Butcher. You do a morning show. And you could get away with that.
And then the other Restoration Hardware was that was my wife had planned for white.
Shasky, I could wear a suit. People
That was
look
because
at me
she
crazy.
did really well at work, and I was trying to, it was a celebration.
Shasky, I could go anywhere. I could wear a suit. I could wear a jersey.
I know. Doors
They're
just
going to
open up.
look at me crazy all the time. Skin color. They're going to always do a double take. What the hell is he doing here? No matter if I'm on TV or not, or on the radio. Shasky, you can get away whatever you want to, man. I'm telling you.
Who are you most happy with of the non-Steph Curry guys yesterday?
What a
Was it
segue.
JP? Like honestly, JP
He wanted
playing.
to duck off of that one.
I did. JP playing his best defense. I think it was the best defensive game of his career, even if it was only a couple of quarters of intense defense. Or was it Jonathan Kuminga bouncing back after early foul trouble?
Well, they all play their roles. They're all playing their roles. Kuminga, I thought this is where I'm going to give Steve Kerr. I'm going to give Steve Kerr his flowers, and I'm going to give him some respect because I've been hard on Steve Kerr this year. He's a great coach who I don't think has had a great year. But yesterday showed growth in himself as a coach, that he's trusting Jonathan Kuminga more. It was growth that Jonathan Kuminga grew. He picked up 2 early fouls as he gets to start for Kevon Looney. A blatant switch where Kerr's like, all right, I'm going to go a little smaller, and I want Kuminga to match up on Brandon Ingram. Well, he gets 2 quick fouls. Because Brandon Ingram was a special player. He's clever. He did his work. He did his scouting report.
He's more than clever.
The last time out, March 3rd, when Kuminga played against Brandon Ingram, he had Brandon Ingram in Alcatraz.
Yes.
I mean, he locked him up. He had him in handcuffs as he went 6-16. So Ingram made the adjustment like a great player does.
Yes.
But Kerr trusting Kuminga to say, okay, you're going to get another shot to prove yourself. And this guy didn't play more than 15 minutes and 45 seconds the last 2 games. And he plays over 31 minutes yesterday. He only takes 5 shots, but he knew his role. Getting to the basket, slashing. And the Warriors are starting to view Kuminga like they do GP2.
Yes.
Play that dunker roll, pick up 94 feet.
Oh, that dunk was so
Give
sick.
everybody hell on defense.
Let me ask you about the Brandon Ingram thing. He's not Kevin Durant. I'm not comparing him, but like in terms of his body type and the way his half-court game can be, it's more resembles Kevin Durant than a lot of other guys in the league. That felt like a microcosm of how they might want to defend Kevin Durant going forward. Like they threw Anthony Lamb on him for a little bit to give him some physicality. They threw GP2 on him to get that kind of like full court pressure. They threw Kuminga on him. Doesn't that felt like that to me felt like a microcosm of how they might go about going up against Kevin Durant?
Oh, no doubt. And you have to go at Kevin Durant like
but
that.
with a variety of bodies.
You have to. You can't just leave somebody on Kevin Durant all night long. They're going to get cooked for 50. You could throw 4 bodies on Kevin Durant. You still may get cooked for 50.
Exactly.
But you have to show
But
them
you make 'em
multiple
work.
bodies. You make them work.
Yeah.
You be physical with them. So Steve Kerr trusting Kuminga, I thought was huge for the next 5 games. And what that does for Kuminga's confidence to know, okay, I picked up early foul trouble, yet I still got my 31 minutes. I still was able to get to the basket. I still was able to dunk on people. And I love that 5-man lineup of Steph, Clay, Jordan Poole, Kuminga, and Draymond Green. I love that lineup.
Yeah, I do too.
They finally figured out. Now, it's been a struggle with Kuminga and Draymond Green in the front court.
Yeah.
But they figured it out yesterday in that 4th quarter. I thought that was a big development for the Warriors moving forward. And by the way, we were discussing yesterday the lineups. And Shasky, I always tell you, I like the one big lineup.
I know, and I'm with you.
I like with Looney. Looney and Draymond play very well together, and you're going to have them play together a lot this season.
Overlap.
But I like it when they're split up.
I'm with you.
Because now you have one of those bigs, whether it's Looney or Draymond, and you put the shooters around.
Well, how many easy layups did they get in the second half after they hit a couple of threes? Because guys are coming flying out, and it was tic-tac-toe. I mean, it was unbelievable. The Draymond charge where he threw it to Kuminga for the dunk was so... the referee was going to call that no matter what happened. Some of these, like the first half, yes, officiating was bad. The Warriors did nothing right in the first half, it felt like. They turned the ball over. They had horrific half-court offense. They were stopping nobody on defense. They were fouling. They were late on their help defense. Like, it was as bad as it could be. And I'm thinking to myself, biggest game of the year, and this is how you show up at home?
Well, they were down 17. They commit 14 turnovers.
Down 17.
And they commit 14 turnovers. However, the Pelicans didn't take advantage of the turnovers. They only scored 11 points off those 14 turnovers.
But they had fast break points. It was like, 18,
it was 20 to 2 in the first half.
20-2. Okay,
but,
so that
but the points off turnovers.
Okay, interesting.
The points off turnovers, Warriors commit 14. Again, think about that, Shasky.
Yeah.
The Pelicans commit 10. The Warriors score 11 off those 10 turnovers.
Yeah.
They were even in points off turnovers at halftime.
That's incredible.
Pelicans should have been up 25. It's actually disappointing they were only up 17 if you're on the New Orleans side. I bet you if we had Antonio Daniels on today, he said the same thing. Fast break points. Now think about the second half when it comes to fast break points. 20-2 in the first half. Warriors in the second half, 10-2. So they kind of flipped it there, and they only allow 2 fast break points. Obviously, they scored 46, and they couldn't get out and run because the Warriors were scoring basket after basket.
You referenced Steve Kerr having faith in Jonathan Kuminga and, kind of letting him play through some of the foul trouble. I thought the biggest moment of the game was when he yanked out Draymond Green, because if Draymond stays in that game and doesn't cool off just a little, I think it doesn't get better. Even though the other team went on a run.
They went on an 8-0 run after that.
But I think they were going to lose Draymond in that game. It felt like to me. That's what it felt like to me. And people could say, Joe, he knows how to rein it in. No, he doesn't. Like, I love the guy. We all love the guy. And yes, he has to play with that fire and that passion. But there's nights where he crosses the line, and it felt like he was on the edge of crossing that line. And Kerr yanking him, even though they went on a little run there, I actually thought that was the best part of the game. Like, because it cooled him down just enough to where he locked himself in after.
Bob Myers did a hell of a job.
And maybe I'm putting too much on it. But that's what my feeling was.
Yeah, Bob Myers did a hell of a... And Steve Kerr, credit to him for getting Draymond Green out of there. And Draymond did not want to lead that game. He was cursing out Steve. He was cursing out Willie Green. He was cursing out the Pelicans. He cursed out the assistant coach. He was cursing out the assistant coach.
He was yelling at everyone.
He was
yelling at everyone.
Like you said yesterday on Twitter, the full Draymond Green experience. Let's go to Antonio.
I got a few shout-outs in the postgame.
Yeah, see who loves you. You always call me a hater.
What?
We know who the hater of the show is. I'm just teasing.
Who you winking to?
Spadoni. I got to look back. I can't look back like you. Because when I look back, I look out the window. So I got a little wink. I can't see Lutman's big-ass head. Antonio in Oakland, what's happening?
Yeah, that was a hell of a win last night. See, Steph Curry, he is Jerry Rice for sure, man. Like, record breaker. It's unbelievable every time I watch him. And, the Splash Trio, freaking loved it, man. And that made up for the last game. And, man, Draymond Green, he definitely got the team fired up. It was a collective effort. Kevon Looney looked like Dennis Rodman. And, LeBron James, bubble ring. I'm with you, Bonte.
All right, there it is. Antonio in Oakland. Good to hear from you guys. You are listening to 95.7 Game, KGMZ, FM, and H21 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite. 95.7 Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. By the way, I say good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. Drive safely. It was raining out there when I was on the roadways. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Strippers, baby. I know it was dead during 7 to 10, but I'm sure some people will celebrate afterwards. Good morning to you, baby daddies, baby mamas, firemen, cops, everybody, ushers, security guards at Chase Center, everybody out there busting their hump on a Wednesday morning. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. Alex in Atlanta, the unofficial statistician of the Morning Roast. Alex, first of all, before you start your phone call, I need you to DM me on Twitter. I need to follow you back because I was looking for you for some numbers that you spit out the other day on our show. So, Alex in Atlanta, go ahead. Make sure you DM me after you get off the line because I need your information.
Well, now that you mentioned it, I did want to give you guys a stat this morning that was my big takeaway from the game last night. You know, you and Chris Mullen, you like to talk about opponents and their three-point shooting whenever they play the Warriors.
That gets Mully so excited.
Big takeaway for me last night was that in the second half, the Warriors only allowed the Pelicans to make 2 3-pointers. The Pelicans only had 12 for the whole game.
Wow.
The Warriors improved to 28-7 when they allowed 12 or fewer 3-pointers from their opponent during a game. Wow. So there you go.
You're amazing, Alex. Please follow me back.
But I think my big takeaway from last night, gentlemen, was the improvement on the perimeter defense in the second half. Again, limiting that 3-point shooting, but also defending while not fouling. The Pelicans this year averaged 24 3-throw attempts per game. The Warriors held them to 14. And it was everybody. It wasn't just, the usual suspects playing good defense. Jordan Poole, I thought, had the best defensive game of his career last night, especially on the perimeter.
Yes.
He wasn't losing his defensive assignment. He wasn't fouling. He didn't look lost out there. So I have to give him his flowers for that. And I have to give Steve Kerr his flowers. I've been critical of Steve pretty much all year. And I have to say that the second half adjustments he made, getting the team to be more stable, getting to play defense with more confidence, have to give him credit where credit is due for that. Great win overall last night, guys. I was up till 3 a.m, and my voice is kind of hoarse still this morning from yelling at the TV all night. So thank you guys for the call.
Anytime.
Have a great show.
DM me, Alex. Make sure
Alex
you DM
the florist.
me. Alex the florist. Look,
just handing flowers out everywhere.
He's on point. 3-13 from the 3-point line.
Like
the
a
Pelicans.
Bachelor episode.
23% from the 3-point line in the second half. They scored just 46 points. 18-42 overall. Warriors out rebounded 24-16 in that second half. The assist numbers, Warriors 21 assists and only 5 turnovers. 5 turnovers in the second half. That's what helped them win the game. Warriors roll there in the second half, and they get a much-needed win. They're 17-2 in their last 19 at home. All right, so they protect their home floor pretty damn well. 31-8 overall. All right, let's get to business here. Kenny Caraway. And the streets are always talking. The streets are always letting them know what's happening around the station. Even when we're napping, on the way to Chase Center. I was actually talking to Sam Lubman. Had no idea Kenny Caraway was on the airways in 95.7 The Game. When did Kenny Caraway start cheating on us and going on the afternoon show with Willard the Divs? That's okay. That's okay, Kenny. We'll call D-Lo next time, buddy.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I love you, Kenny. You know I do. But, Kenny, and I knew this was going to happen.
What?
I knew King fans, it was just a matter of time before they start taking shots at the Warriors. That's why I don't want a first-round series between the Warriors and Kings, because friendships will be broken. Relationships will be harmed. But it's got to happen. They need to be humbled, especially after Kenny Caraway said this on Willard the Dibs.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as the 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. D-Lo and KC 12-4 at Sacramento. Said they will backhand the Warriors in the first round. Backhand.
Is that slapping their butts on their way to, going fishing?
That's basically what Tommy Pham did to Jock Peterson. That's what that is.
Jock Peterson might be at first base opening day.
Great.
If you're looking
look at Festus, he was worried at halftime. They just showed it on TV.
If you're looking for baseball content this morning, because we're not going to get into it because there's so much Warrior stuff, Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, new episode came out.
And there's a new co-host on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys.
Technically he's running the mothership and I am running wing.
Sam Ludman.
Yes.
He's getting his shine.
That's my deal.
Yes.
Wait, that was Guru's dibs?
That was Guru doing dibs doing Marv Albert.
Wait.
Yes, that's my dibs.
Wait, do that again?
Yes, that's my dibs.
I mean, Guru. God, I love that man.
So Kenny Caraway, folks, is talking that talk up in Sacramento. They've yet to light the beam up. They've yet to clinch their playoff spot. They've got to wait another day. But, I mean, the arrogance coming from Sacramento after not being in the playoffs for 16 years.
So now that's where we're at. We win one game after everyone's heads are going to explode in the first half, and we're picking our opponent. Is that what we're doing?
Oh, Draymond Green said it. We didn't play it, but he said logistically we want to play Sacramento.
Well, yes, he was talking about travel and all, and that makes total sense.
But listen,
I just want to get into the top 6.
Let's be real.
I do want to avoid Phoenix, though.
Let's be real. Minnesota, the Lakers, the Clippers, the Warriors, OKC.
Okay.
Everybody wants Sacramento in the first round. We're licking their chops for them. We all want Sacramento. I know I do.
Really?
They need to be humbled.
You think everybody's lining up to take them?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I don't like playing with the basketball gods like that.
Well, you know what?
I watched the Warriors have that happen to them with the 2007 We Believe Mavs. The Mavs laid down because they wanted the Warriors.
Well, the Warriors aren't laying down.
I know. I'm just saying.
They just want to get to the playoffs and say, oh, Sacramento? Okay, cool.
Just saying.
Cool. But especially after that.
If we win, by the way, are we going to do like the Mutombo? Is Draymond going to drop on the ground and like shake the ball because the 6 seed Warriors beat the number 3 seed Kings?
We'll shake their hands and be like, hey, there's levels to this. Good season, Sacramento. Little cute bean. That was cute.
You made it a hot line. I made it a hot song.
Oh, look at you pulling out the Jay-Z.
Come on.
Look at you pulling out the Jay-Z.
With the tech on the dresser?
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going real old school here.
Ooh. I'm telling you. Just, your little cute gimmicks with the Defensive Player of the Year.
Line, by the way.
Defensive Player of the Year chain that they always give out at the end of the game. They're cute. It's a cute story in Sacramento. It is cute. That's what I'll say about that. So, Kitty Caraway. Backhanding the Warriors? Really? You want this smoke?
It's delivery of the game time.
Delivery of the game.
All right. The delivery of the game is brought to you by Kirby. They're your driveway mechanic. You can check them out at Kirby. CURBEE.com. And today's delivery comes with the help of Kevon Looney, whose dominance on the glass offensively helped deliver this Steph Curry 3.
Poole to Curry. Curry dribbles. Takes another 3 left wing. This one's no good. Looney offensive rebound out to Lamb. Skipped it up top to Poole. Takes a dribble to his left. Takes the jumper. It's no good. Looney with the rebound. Out to Curry. Right side 3. Good!
And that right there is your delivery of the game. It's brought to you by Kirby. And if you don't know what Kirby is, they're a driveway mechanic. It's a delivery service where they bring the mechanic to you. Think of what you do when you have food. You use the app to order food and it gets delivered to your door. Well, hey, if you need your tires changed or you need an oil check or whatever it is, the mechanic will come to you. It's Kirby. CURBEE.com.
I love that. Love that. Love Kirby. Love Kirby. I need a new oil change as well. I may be calling them very, very soon. All right, we'll get back into the Golden State Warriors. What's your big takeaway from last night? A lot to pick through. Did you think Draymond Green, did you agree with him going crazy like that? What was your feelings about Draymond Green in real time? I'm very eager to hear from Dub Nation because my feelings was, sure, you got to cool it. You can't have that happen. You're the leader of this team, right? Well, actually, Steph Curry's the leader of this team. Draymond is the heartbeat. No doubt about that. He's the fire. But let's not get it mistaken. This is Steph Curry's organization. Steph is that dude. 39, 8, and 8. He was special last night.
We're watching the greatest Barry athlete ever, right?
Ever.
We are. Like, we're watching it.
Hands down.
Why are we afraid to say it?
Hands down. Who's afraid to say it?
No, I feel like out of respect to Bonds and Rice.
No, Steph Curry's the greatest athlete.
I know, but I'm saying, like, I do think we feel like we're diminishing those other guys. I don't think you are at all.
They're great players.
No, they're
it just speaks to how great Steph Curry is.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not even putting down anyone else. I'm elevating Steph.
No.
I think he's the best.
All right. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont Bank? Full service banking, no compromises. More Warriors talk.
Mom, Dad, sis.
Mo, Mike, what's happening? What's your thoughts about Draymond Green in real time in the second quarter?
Here we go.
Oh man, I loved it. You know, everybody can't lead the same. And also y'all gotta stop separating Steph, leadership, and they're a team, brother. You feel me? So Steph carried him in the third. Draymond got him riled up. And you know what? He hit checked him. That deserves a flagrant one. Seriously, a little bump when you go into the hole, that deserves all of that. It's either the league has to get something like, y'all got to get the rules better with flagrant ones and twos, because what C.J. McCollum did, that should have been tossed out the game.
That I agree with.
Necessary.
Yeah.
And you did it on purpose, and you did too much. What Draymond did was nothing. Again, I said this last week. When a player, like when that happened, why were 2 technical fouls assessed?
Oh, that's the most...
Brandon Ingram came up to Draymond. Draymond said, "Get the hell up out my face, bro. Yeah. I'm not here for all that." Why is he getting a technical foul?
Well, it may get rescinded.
Reputation?
Yeah, reputation. And it may get rescinded.
The double tech, though, is the most useless punishment of all time.
Well, here's what Draymond Green said about getting the technical.
What's your thoughts on that? Do you think it should get rescinded?
Do I think so?
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree.
But if it doesn't, are you concerned at all about picking up another and facing a suspension before the season ends?
No, I've been suspended once. And so it is what it is. I got to play with the same intensity that I try to play with each and every time I step on the court, and can't worry about that. And for me, if I'm going to change my intensity level, then why be out there? I may as well sit out the game if I'm going to go out there timid and worry about getting another tech. But like I said, I expect that one to get rescinded. I mean, I'm not sure. Like, should I let him kiss me? That's how close he got to my face, or put my arms out to protect my space. So I do expect it to get rescinded.
So that was Nat Fluential who asked that question. Nat's out here from the East Coast doing a great job covering the Golden State Warriors. So it's like, yeah, I think it should be rescinded. And Draymond was like, yeah, especially after what happened with Luka Doncic. You saw the NBA rescind his technical foul.
I have no idea what should be rescinded. I don't know what a technical is anymore. I don't know. No. I'm done trying to figure out what the league and the referees have determined are flagrants and what aren't. So I don't know. But it is from the maker of I don't get out of bed in March. He did get out of bed, and I heard you reference that in the post-game show yesterday. To get up for a March 28th game, Draymond in the second half?
Oh, well, they were like, they were saying March Madness, but I had to throw in. It was like, well, Draymond actually said he doesn't get up for games. He doesn't get out of bed for games in March.
Also from the maker of I get texts when I want to get texts.
Exactly. So.
I mean, Draymond, I'm telling you, man, the guy, he's the Yogi Berra of this era, where the things that come out of his mouth make no sense, but they're hilarious.
No,
and
that's
somehow
not
we've
fair.
turned them into like narrative building, myth building.
Yogi Berra says some things. It's just he was intentionally trying to be funny. I don't even want to compare them to.
I get texts when I want to get texts. That's a Yogi Berra-ism. It's pretty close.
Yogi-ism?
Yeah, like no.
Yogi-ism?
I'm just saying for the modern game, nobody's giving you this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, he's one of a kind. But look, But here's the thing: Draymond did what he did, and Draymond Green had an excellent second half.
Amazing.
But it's overshadowing what Steph Curry did last night.
What? Okay.
It's overshadowing what Steph Curry did last night, all because you still got to get buckets.
Yes.
And you were still down 17 at the half. And Stephen Curry, who at the age of 35, we just took a radio debater yesterday. Try to come on here with his plus-minus two-man games and two-man combinations. Like, dude, it's 5-on-5 basketball. It's not 2-on-2. This ain't arch rivals on Sega Genesis, okay? It's 5-on-5 NBA basketball. Stephen Curry went out there and literally had a look in his eye offensively and just went ham on the New Orleans Pelicans. All right? So let's not get it twisted. Draymond Green, yeah, he lit a fire, but the organization, the statue guy, the guy who helped this franchise rise from the dead and turn the Warriors into the most valued franchise in North America, it's Stephen Curry and what he did last night. So don't get it twisted.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Steph is still that guy.
Well, he's the liquid, the cup, the straw, everything.
This team goes as far as Steph Curry goes.
I agree with you.
39, 8, and 8. 8 threes last night. And you had to have every one of them.
Well, and I think lost in the sauce of Draymond and even Steph, to me, moving forward, the thing that I'm most encouraged with is the great game, second half, defense specifically for Jordan Poole. That was awesome. If he had a block shot on a layup. He came over and was a help shot blocker on another play. He was doubling appropriately, like waiting for the right time to send the double team. If he gives that kind of awareness defensively, where he's just make a couple plays. No one's saying that you got to be, Joe Dumars in your prime. Just make a couple plays here, and he did, and it fueled everything. And then his offense is always going to be there. The offense is going to come. And then the other guy, Jonathan Kuminga, if you tell me that I get that version of Kuminga and JP moving forward, they're lethal.
Yeah, but look, man,
because you need other guys to step up.
You need all.
Because I expect Steph
others.
Curry to step up.
You need all those others. But there's been rhetoric about Stephen Curry's come back and you got to play differently. And the teams it's got to adjust to Stephen Curry. Should he adjust to the other? Look at it again. Steph Curry's the lead dog. Steph Curry's the dude. What he does is help elevate others around him, and everybody followed. Jordan Poole played great yesterday in that second half. He was awesome. Klay Thompson stepped his game up. Kevon Looney did what he does, which is grab rebound after rebound.
Yeah, he was
and
awesome.
He plays any type of role. Coming off the bench, starting, does not matter. Does not matter. Jonathan Kuminga grew up in that second half. I thought DiVincenzo had a great third quarter. He stepped up. Gary Payton II had his moments.
Yeah, he did.
But it's all revolving around Steph and Curry. It all does, man, and we cannot get lost in the sauce there. It's this 35-year-old who has just been out of Davidson, small school, who continues to just do amazing things. I mean, Steph Curry, dude, he's the guy. We go as Steph Curry goes. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
And that's the truth here. Here's what Steph Curry had to say about his role in the trash talking between Draymond and the Pelicans.
I'm not a big talker in the sense of getting in there, but you show your presence and get engaged on just the flow of the game at that point and understanding what the task at hand was on the back end of all the trash talking and the fire. So I like to be in there and just feel that energy.
And then here's what Steph had to say about the confidence about them coming back and winning in any situation.
It's part of our DNA and who we are. And if you're looking at this game, we obviously know we have to play better. We keep saying that, and we know we can. But the fact that we can come back from whatever it was, 20-point lead, and win by 11, just play with that fire. It's there. And until it's proven otherwise, we rely on that. And hopefully it'll give us a chance to do something special this year.
Yeah, and they may have a chance to do something special. We'll see. Steve Kerr, before the game, he discussed that Andrew Wiggins is now working out on his own. And there's a hope that at some point he could come back.
Is that your interpretation of what he said, or did that part come out of
pregame show? His pregame presser, he basically said, well, he didn't say he's going to come back.
No.
But he's saying the hope is that he comes back, but that there has been dialogue in terms of him working out on his own.
Okay.
We still have to get in basketball shape if he does come back. I'm hoping he comes back. Because if you get Andrew Wiggins back.
Oh, man.
Now all of a sudden your bench looks like Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Dante DiVincenzo, Gary Payton II. You could dust off JaMychal Green when you need him. You could dust off Anthony Lamb when you need him. You could dust off Moses Moody when you need him. Now all of a sudden you're deep again. All of a sudden everything is connected. And all of a sudden they got Andrew Wiggins picking up full court against John Morant or Brandon Ingram or Kevin Durant. So we hope and pray that Andrew Wiggins is doing okay, but I miss him on that basketball court. Dub Nation misses Andrew Wiggins.
Absolutely, they miss him.
I miss that smile, ear to ear. You got to realize how happy he was to be here last season, playing in the postseason, and being a factor. His Game 5 was legendary. And you can make the argument that Dub Nation loves Wiggins a lot more than Kevin Durant. A lot more than they ever loved Kevin Durant, which is asinine. It's not fair to KD, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
He smiled so much last year. I miss his smile. So I hope Andrew Wiggins is doing okay, and I hope he does come back. Because if he does come back, now we're back in the business of talking championships.
Well, and he's another guy who can guard a guy like Brandon Ingram, Kevin Durant for stretches of time, right? We were talking about all the different bodies you could throw on him. Wiggins, Kuminga, DiVincenzo, GP2, maybe you're throwing Anthony Lamb. The other thing is when you watch a game like yesterday, Anthony Lamb, although he can do some nice things, it did feel like some of the moments were a little too big for him, and that's okay.
Somewhat.
I'm not looking for him to carry this team.
No. If you're counting on Anthony Lamb to carry the team, then he's not going to go nowhere. You're not going to do anything.
Agreed.
You're not going to go very far. But that didn't let him play hard. I have no problem with that.
No, he was
played
scrapping. I
hard.
thought he got a bad whistle on the and one on Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram initiated contact and he didn't even touch him.
Right. No doubt. 888-957-9570. Do you believe that Draymond Green flipped that game with that second quarter scrub there? 3:44 left in the second quarter. When you get the double text, you get the flagrant, you get him stepping over Herb Jones going crazy, Pelicans bitch getting off, they're going crazy, and then they go on an 8-0 run. But Draymond Green said CJ McCollum started talking, which is, you would think after all these years, getting swept by the Warriors in the conference finals in 2019, losing in 5 games in 2016, losing again in 28. Like, they've lost over and over. Portland, they've been sunned so much by the Golden State Warriors, specifically C.J. McCollum, who, by the way, threw up brick after brick after brick after brick in the second half. I saw him pull up on the baseline from the tunnel, and he short-rimmed it. I was like, damn, C.J., come on, man.
He never gets criticism for being a very poor defender.
No doubt.
Like, never.
6 of 17 yesterday. 17 shots to score 15 points, and he did not get to the free throw line.
What do you think was said at halftime in that locker room? Because Steve Kerr in the postgame, I hope we have the sound, he had said something to the effect of, he loves when Draymond yells at him, or something to that effect. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, like, did the team itself come together? Was it the coaches? Was it everybody? Was it Draymond? Like, I would love to be a fly on the wall.
Here it is right here.
Okay.
I'm liking it because I've seen this movie before. We need his fire. We need his fire. We're you know this. You've been watching us for a long time. We do some crazy stuff out there. We get sideways. We get too casual with the ball, and without Draymond's fire, his energy, his competitiveness, this thing doesn't tie together. But he ties the skill together. We have so much skill with our with our perimeter players, Steph and Clay, what they do, JP. But it has to be ignited through competitiveness and energy and ultimately execution, because those things often go together. And you saw the execution in the second half was totally different.
So there you have it. There you have it. Also, here's what Kerr also added about changing from the first half to the second half.
It's just insane.
It's really, Steve Kerr says something. He said something the other day, said, this is fun. I'm having a lot of fun down the stretch here. Well, Steve, we're all having heart attacks.
Yeah, you look like
we're
you're ready to
stressed the hell out.
chop a clipboard.
Yes.
Yesterday, his face was blood red, and all they kept saying on the TNT broadcast, look how red Steve Kerr is. It's like, yeah, the team, he's furious at the effort level and the execution. Like, do you blame him?
That's fun. We all need medication after the game. I'm driving home thinking, I'm tired.
What does Mullen think of this? Because he's seen everything on an NBA floor. This team, I could write the script of yesterday's game, and I would tell you that I wouldn't believe it.
I just remember Mully midway through the second quarter. He goes, I'll be in that back room watching the second half. You know where I'll be? I got to watch this game. I got to watch this. And then I couldn't find him. So then I just went to the tunnel for the second half. I'm sitting there moving like I was George Seifert. I felt like George Seifert. Remember George Seifert always had his little quirks?
Well, he had the face.
Yeah. When Steph Curry was pulling up, I would lean back a little bit to see if it goes in. When Kuminga had that alley-oop, I was like, oh, there you go, Joe Shasky. There's your alley-oop. You've been waiting on alley-oops? There you go.
Have I not been?
I mean, come on.
But
we
doesn't
all love
it
a good alley-oop.
electrify the offense when they do it?
I mean, at that point, it was the avalanche had hit the Pelicans. They were done.
Kuminga,
they were done.
When Kuminga dunks, I don't know. I feel some kind of way. Like, I feel like I get the Holy Spirit in me. I jump up off the couch and I'm like, let's go. Like he the power, the size, the speed, the ferocity, the ferociousness that he throws him down with. I just love it.
And then here's what Steve Kerr said about the old guys.
These guys, they still got it. They're champions for a reason. It's harder now than it was before because of the decade-long run and the energy that it takes. But at their core, these guys are champions, and it's going to come out.
When Draymond was doing all that stuff in the second quarter, I'm like, dude, you can't do this. You're a leader. Like, that was my big thing. Like, I can't get you thrown out of this game. Like, I get it. You want to fire everyone up. I'm with that. I'm with that. The amount of people that were coming at me on social media saying that, like, no, this is what's going to spark the team. And it did sparking the team. In real time, there were a lot of people that agree with me, like, hey, just don't get yourself thrown out here. It felt like, to me, he was teetering on the edge. And it felt like the team was teetering on the edge. And credit to them for being able to galvanize it and use it in a positive fashion and channel that energy. But boy, I felt like it could have gone in the other direction, and I'm wrong. But I in real time, I was petrified he was going to get thrown out of that game. We were going to look at this one as one of those woulda, coulda, shoulda moments.
Yeah, I thought he lost his composure, and I thought, is this how it's going to end?
Really? You were that?
I was close to saying that at halftime. I was just like, 14 turnovers. You lose a Minnesota game in the way that you lost that game. You're down big. The Pelicans came out in the first quarter, just punched them in the mouth. They ended the first quarter on a 16-2 run. They were controlling the pace. They were getting any shot that they wanted. They were getting out on a break. They were stifling the Warriors' offense. It just was nasty. There was no energy in the building. I just thought, man, down 17 to a tough Pelicans team. Let's remember, they won 5 in a row going into that game last night.
Yeah.
They were rolling. I mean, they just steamrolled the Clippers back on March 25th and beat them by 21 down at Crypto.com Arena. So it's not that I doubted the Warriors coming back. I was like, it's ugly right now.
It was terrible.
And by the way, one thing we didn't mention yesterday, the Pelicans had the best defense when it comes to opponents' three-point percentage.
I didn't know that.
They play really well when it comes to limiting three-point shots. So anybody saying, hey, it was never in doubt, I think you're lying. With the way the season has gone, the roller coaster, the up and down nature, and in real time, watching Draymond Green doing what he's done, it was just like, damn, this is how it's like. Not saying that the dynasty was going to crumble, but you're down 17 to the Pelicans.
That's what I'm saying, in a must-win game.
In a must-win game.
I know Dan Dibley has issues with like what's a must. If that's not a must-win game, I don't know what is.
Gotta have it,
right?
Gotta have it game.
I mean, considering the standings, considering the tiebreaker implications, everything that that goes into that, they had to have, and for them to come out and they played so bad. There wasn't one element of their game in the first half that was good.
Yeah, and look, I get it. This team has come back many, many times. They have over and over and over again. But it was dead in that half. And so for people to say, oh, Bonte, you were nervous. I wasn't the only one. Festus Ezeli at halftime was like, oh, man. He was down. We're all down. The building was as dead as it could get. I've never heard Chase Sitter that quiet at halftime during the basketball game.
Really?
I swear to God.
Wow.
Look how many. Go look at the beginning of their third quarter. Look how many people took their time to get back to their seats.
Yeah.
It's just like, I'm down 17.
I'll tell you this, though. After the game, Gatehouse was lit.
Oh, it was a party.
It was lit.
It was a party.
It was
lit. And it started in the beginning of the third quarter right away. 8-0 run, and that's when I said, oh, we got action. I said, oh, okay. They got a little life in them. And DiVincenzo woke up just in time.
Oh, did you see after the game, Gary Payton Sr. Is that what we're calling him?
Talking to...
or is it Gary Payton the first?
Gary Payton Sr.
Okay, sorry. I
Gary Payton the second, Gary Payton Sr.
Sorry, I want to be respectful. I always screw it up, and I apologize. He was talking to Draymond Green. What do you think he said to him? Those are like two of the greatest trash talkers of all time.
I'm surprised nobody asked him about that after the game. Maybe we'll ask Anthony Slater at 8 o'clock. Joining us in 15 minutes, our 95.7 The Game Insider. I mean, it's two of the greatest trash talkers in NBA history.
Right.
So maybe you tell him to keep his composure. This is why you lead. Keep on these guys. You're the heartbeat. Yada, yada, yada.
Every time I see Gary Payton, I think of the Michael Jordan just destroying him in The Last Dance, and I feel so bad because I'm like, so many young people are going to view that and laugh at Gary Payton, and they have no idea how badass he was on the court.
That's exactly what I thought too, Shaq. I was literally saying verbatim that line, the glove. I had no problem with the glove.
And
the glove?
But like, I'm being real. Like, yeah, Jordan didn't have a problem. Everyone else in the league did. Like, the glove was one of the great perimeter defenders for over a decade. One of the sickest players I've ever seen in my life.
He made him not a shut down, Jordan. He made him work harder than normal, right? Like, come on.
Bro. It wouldn't have made a difference.
Like, exactly.
I know, but,
like,
but Gary
guys,
Payton was sick.
Like the Iguodala stopping LeBron thing. It's the same thing. I was like, you don't stop LeBron. You can try to limit him, but you're never stopping these guys.
That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing with Steph Curry. Like, Dellavedova stopped Steph Curry. Did he? Or did he punch him in the groin? Like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, still got his numbers, and he was hobbled.
Gary Payton was nice. Very nice. Hall of Famer. But it's Michael Jordan. By the way, NBA TV yesterday was showing Michael Jordan's game where he dropped the double nickel at the Garden wearing number 45. How about that?
I didn't love the 45 for Jordan.
I didn't either. I had to sneeze.
You okay?
Yeah, no, I was hoping you fill some time. You're always talking, and one time you go quiet, I got to sneeze.
He did
now
leave
we got dead air.
There.
Damn. The one time he doesn't want to talk. We get dead air.
Sorry.
You can't stop the guy from talking half the time.
Not bad.
All right, man. 888-957-8957.
What a roller coaster.
I'm telling you. Yeah, I couldn't find the Tubs, couldn't find the sneeze button. For people to say, oh, why are you nervous? Why are you doubting this team? This season has been, it's just been up and down, down and up. Every time you think you're figuring out the team, it's just been, I'm stressed out. I'm exhausted.
If you're not, Draymond was stressed out. Why do you think he went crazy?
Draymond went crazy yesterday. It was just like the Boston series last year, the finals. What game was it? It was game 2 and game 5.
Yeah.
Where he just basically was deranged.
Yeah, but I also said in both of those games, I think for right now, they need him on the bench. No, I'm serious.
Well, game 2 against Dallas, he got into foul trouble, and it was probably the best thing to happen for the Golden State Warriors because he was losing his mind then.
Exactly. And so that's why I know that they went on a run, but to me, cooling down Draymond for just even a split second was the difference in the game because I think you would have lost him for the entire game.
You would have. But you brought him back in the second half. And he comes back in and balls
And they
out.
were locked in.
And they were all locked in
He had a
defensively.
sick little one-handed pass to Curry where Curry was playing along the three-point line and they hedged and jumped, and over-pursued like he was going to shoot a three and he went back door. And it just Draymond facilitating yesterday and then him, dancing down the court as they're winning. It was the full Dre experience.
How about Bob Myers, though? I don't think we've ever seen a GM be as close to a team like Bob Myers. Having a pulse for his team.
Oh,
him coming down, because Draymond Green, again, Bully said this. He was talking to the Pelicans, the Warriors, some coaches, their coaches, players, folks eating popcorn in the first row. Anybody who was in the, and then he's yelling at an assistant, and Bob Myers had to come down from his seat.
Yeah, could you imagine Daryl Morey doing that?
No.
Could you imagine Farhan Zaidi doing that?
No. Oh, God, no.
Let me talk to Brandon Crawford. He's a little too excited.
You got to be kidding me.
Could you? I could see John Lynch doing it.
Yeah,
I could see John Lynch doing it. And if you ask me, I think John Lynch has to feel the sideline energy in the final 5 minutes because he wants to put on pads.
He does.
And hit someone.
No doubt.
And that's kind of why I love him.
But Bob Myers comes down there and is like, hey, Dre, get back in that huddle, man.
Yeah, you made your point.
You made your point. Let's move on. Let's go win this basketball game.
And this is why Bob's the adult in the room for a variety of, and I don't mean that like Bonte that Draymond's being quote unquote childish, but every now and then you need a cooler head to prevail.
Right.
And we've talked about this ad nauseum. Who's the one checking Draymond's emotions? If he's checking everybody else, you still need one other person. That's why we all love David West, when he was on the team. 'Cause it felt like he was that calming influence on the team. To have Bob be that, I'll take it.
And don't sleep on S. Sean Livingston.
Good call.
And Sean, I read it Sean Livingston yesterday. We got to get this thing going. Here's Curry on Bob.
Is that what he said?
On how much Bob Myers means to the team.
It's just another example of it, yeah. Because whether it's in front of 19,000 on the bench or whether it's a phone call or a text or a conversation or whatever it is, there's a lot of trust in his perspective. And you don't see him come down that often. So it's not like something that's frequent. It's just timely. And again, that's something that Draymond responds to because he trusts, his point of view. And I don't know whatever he said in that moment, but it does go a long way, whether it's in the locker room, practice, off the court, outside the arena, whatever it is, we respond to what he says.
So how can you let Bob Myers walk out that door? He
You
means
can't.
that much.
You can't.
He means that much to this organization. And then go down there and talk to Draymond Green to calm him down. And then and the Pelicans go on an 8-0 run. It was just like, oh, God, down 20. Down 20 at home.
Especially the way that quarter
The way
ended.
that it was just like, oh God.
I wanted to just get to the halftime.
Again, they couldn't break the press in the first half.
I know.
This team was all out of sorts.
How about JP coming down and just falling? And no one was there. He just fell. And I'm like, JP, what is going on? How do you keep falling? No one is even near you.
Considering how amped up I was for that game, I was done at halftime.
Oh, you were ready to wave the white flag?
Not quite.
I was like, the first 3 minutes are going to tell me everything I need to know about this year's team.
I just, 14 turnovers. Fast break points, 20-2. I mean, let's look at the first half numbers because it was truly a tale of two halves. You get outscored 63-46. The Pelicans had 20 fast break points in year 2. Second chance points, 9-2 Pelicans. Their biggest lead was 20. All right? You hit 6 threes. They hit 9 threes. They averaged 10 a game.
I know.
All right? They were 24-48, shot 50% from the floor, 64% from the three-point line. Rebounding numbers, 25-17 Pelicans advantage. Offensive rebounds, 8-3 Pelicans advantage. I mean, they were just rolling. Brandon Ingram, 16 points. They got to the free throw line 7 times. The Warriors turned the ball over 14 times, but then I looked at that and I said, you know what? They only scored 11 points off those 14 turnovers. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope. And like you, the first 3 minutes was going to tell you everything. And the first 3 minutes, the Warriors going to 8-0 run. And quickly, Willie Green, former Warriors, just said, all right, we got to stop. Timeout. 4-on-5. You guys show Jordan Poole 0 love. You just missed the first 2 hours.
We praised him for an hour and a half.
You just missed the first. People just come in here. I don't even know why I read that for the Comcast Business Text line, but you just got an idiot like that from the 405 says, you feel it. You wouldn't want to slip Jordan Poole for 4 hours?
I literally said Jordan Poole played the best defensive game of his career.
15 points. Hands down. Two-way player.
Multiple blocks. He was stealing. He was helping on defense. He was so engaged.
Finishing at the rim.
I thought the moment at the end of the third quarter with JP, Curry, and Kuminga all stepping through. At one point, TNT put the grab on 17 straight points with Kuminga or Jordan Poole.
Every highlight I've rejoined today, by the way, are all Jordan Poole highlights.
You got an
By the way,
idiot
he also
again.
smiled like I hadn't seen him smile in a long time.
He had a lot of fun
That
out
felt really
there.
good.
Well, he did tell us on the postgame show last Friday, Playoff P is activated. Or Playoff JP is activated.
Playoff JP?
Playoff JP has been activated.
What was it? What was playoff Paul George? What did he call
Playoff P. That's a joke.
I mean, come on.
That's a joke.
JP has as much playoff experience as him.
So 415, you just hating just to hate. Come on, man. Don't be a buzzkill. I'm going to read your text. I'm going to call the haters out.
In the
That's
words
what
of
I'm gonna start
Jay-Z, as I go Jay-Z all morning, do you listen to music or do you just skim through it?
With that said, it's time for the injury report. The idiot. I'm saying 405. What a dumb. You paid. You sent that text off and thought you were doing something.
I loved when Curry came over after Jordan Poole had the dunk, and he came over and he like chest slammed him, and the two of them were high-fiving. That was awesome.
And Steph Curry gave a lot of love to everybody. JP, Looney, Jonathan Kuminga, DiVincenzo. This was a great team win. And let's talk about it with Anthony Slater coming up at 8 o'clock. Injury report. Oh, forgot about the Giants. Season opener tomorrow. Opening day in the Bronx. And in case you forgot, they will be without 3 of their outfielders. Austin Slater starting the season on the IL with the hamstring strain. Luis Gonzalez expected to miss a few months after undergoing surgery to correct discomfort in his back. Oh, and Mitch Henniger, who's not suited up since March 4th, will also open the season on the IL. Of those 3, Henniger is expected to be the one to return first, with the home opener not out of the question.
Oh.
Great. Great.
Bryce Johnson.
Injury report.
Yes.
I'm telling you right now.
J.D. Davis.
I care less about opening day right now.
I know.
I care less.
We'll get to that when we need to.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a little taste
Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys.
Yes, a new episode came out today. Find it wherever you find podcasts.
That's where you get your baseball talk today. Because it ain't happening on a roast. We're talking Dubs. Anthony Slater. 8 o'clock. 5 minutes. Our 95.7 The Game Insider. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Again, slates on the roast.
Oh, that's a foul!
Does your
Oh, hey there. Oh, baby. What a night at Chase Center last night as the Warriors rallied from a 20-point deficit. And we say good morning to everybody out there getting after graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody getting to work. Drive safely on those roadways. It is wet and it's nasty. And we know how Bay Area drivers get down in the rain. It is not funny. Drivers have gotten worse and worse and worse by the week. Drive safely, folks. Look for your blind spots there. Hello there, everybody. Or hey there. So everybody get out there graveyard shift.
So next week when the Masters is here, because the Masters is coming up, I think in 2 weeks, we should do the Masters music with you. Oh, hey there.
Oh, hey there.
Now give me the drop.
There. Oh, hey there. Hello, friends. Oh, man.
Instead of hello, friends.
Oh, buddy. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
All what a game last night.
Let's get to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider, who's, I know, praying for a Sacramento Warriors playoff series in the first round, something we'll touch on in a second. But Slates, good morning. I saw you at halftime, and obviously I was down in the dumpster, down 17. I'm thinking, the lowest first half of the season. 14 turnovers. It couldn't be the press. They turned it over on the press. They had to call a timeout because they couldn't end ball to bound against a press. And all of a sudden that flip switch. But when you watch the game, because I'm having a hard time with this one. And Draymond Green was very important in that second half. And you were sitting there in the press where Steph Curry and Steve Curry, and everybody said Draymond Green lit that fire. But the Pelicans went on an 8-0 run after that. And then they come out in the third quarter, they go on an 8-0 run, but I thought it was DiVincenzo showing some fire, Stephen Curry, obviously. What was your big takeaway from the Draymond Green situation there late in the second quarter?
Well, I agree that he upped their focus and their intensity, and he raised the stakes of the game. The arena felt different after all that. And they were dead. I think he correctly diagnosed that they were in need of a jolt of life. Now, it was very risky. What if one of the referees during all of that decided, you know what, that's enough. Second technical, you're gone. Which could have happened, right?
Right.
And so then he misses the rest of the game. They lose, right? If he's not in that second half, they lose. He's suspended the next game. It feels like the season might be, cooked. Like, it was kind of on the razor's edge a little bit. But they didn't eject him. I think his tactic worked. I really do. I know what you're saying. They did go on a quick run, but I can imagine the locker room at halftime. I don't know exactly what was said, but I just think he, kind of grabbed the entire team, coaching staff, right? He was yelling at their coaches, like pretty much every one of them during the game, and kind of jolted them awake. He was a plus 26. I think you mentioned that. So I do think he did have the emotional impact that he intended last night, but man, he really was wobbling on the edge where that could have, dipped into a disastrous zone.
I think a lot. I'll tell you what I was feeling in real time. I was like, do not get tossed out of this game. Like this game is too important. I'm pissed that the Warriors didn't have the kind of focus and energy level that they needed in what I deemed to be a must-win game. And then B, can't have our leader getting tossed out of a game that's must-win. And then obviously the ramifications of that down the line. So I'm with you on that. And do you think any of this stuff will get reviewed by the NBA and either rescinded or them adding anything to Draymond's technical list? Because, like you said, he could miss a game. That would be crucial.
Yeah, I don't think they'll add anything. Now, do they rescind something? I would say no, but I would have definitely said no on Luka Doncic the other day. Right. And suddenly he's playing in the Pacers game. I think there were a lot of people within the Warriors that were scratching their head, including Draymond, about that one. So I'm not ruling it out, I guess, but since he didn't pick up an auto one-game suspension, I assume the league probably won't rescind it. The strange part, it's not good for Draymond to miss any of the remaining 5 games, but if there's a game he can miss and you feel pretty comfortable about them still being able to win, it's against the Spurs in Chase Center. On Friday, after 2 days off, but entering Friday night. So, but no, I wouldn't expect any type of addition.
Obviously, Steph Curry was spectacular last night. We'll get to him in a second. 39 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. The second half, he had 22, 6, and 5. A lot of people will go home there and be like, oh, those are all-star numbers, and they are. He was spectacular, but I thought Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga grew up. And where I'm getting at, Anthony, is that Kuminga picks up 2 early fouls. He's a non-factor really in that first half. But Kerr showing trust in him more so than I think at any point this season. and Kuminga ends up playing 31 minutes and being a factor in that lineup with Kuminga, Poole, Curry, Clay, and Draymond really played well in that fourth quarter. I thought it was a growth moment for both those guys, Steve Kerr and JK. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like, it was kind of risky to start him. It always just feels risky when they pull Looney out of the starting lineup because you're like, he's proven it. Like it's just so strange how the go-to move is always to bench like their steadiest force. But got him on Ingram. I think sometimes when he gets delivered those type of high-profile assignments, he like mentally locks in. I like the way he played offensively. He plays 31 minutes, only takes 5 shots. They're 5 good shots, 1-3. Some cutting dunks. Can you even remember the ball like sticking in his hands on offense last night, even on one possession where it was one of those like, he's hesitant out there. And I do think that's at times what gets him pulled from the game because I think Steve Kerr just likes the flow. It's why he likes Lamb. Lamb just makes quick decisions. And then I just think he found good lineups to fit him in. I mean, he's a power forward. The lineup, a trio of him, Draymond and Lamb, Kuminga, Draymond, and Lamb. I put it in my article, but I think there's some like plus 77 and 114 minutes together this season. It just really fits. I don't, for various reasons, but I did feel more trust in Kuminga last night, but also like, man, they need unless Andrew Wiggins miraculously shows up at some point, he needs to play 30-something minutes in playoff series because they just need his athleticism and just the skill set that nobody else has without Wiggins here.
You think Wiggins is coming back? Because Steve Kerr spoke on that. I know you got to ask a question. He just missed his 20th straight game yesterday. Do you think the Warriors are now becoming more hopeful that he's coming back?
I mean, I've sensed cautious optimism for a little bit now, but he's not here. There's 2 weeks left, and I definitely. How it's not one of those situations where they know that for sure that he's coming back or he's not coming back and they're just not telling us. I sense they don't really know either. It's genuine. Hopefully, it's a genuine. I'm hopeful from them, and I don't know. That it's strange to me that it's what day are we at now? Day 45 or something like that.
That's crazy.
We'll see. I mean, we know what the stakes are. We know where the calendar is. The clock is ticking. I do kind of get a sense there needs to be some sort of declaration either way, right? Can't be sitting here with 2 days before the playoffs still not knowing. I mean, but maybe that's how it goes. I mean, they're clearly giving him his space and allowing him to decide when he wants to come back.
Was that JP's best defensive effort last night in the second half?
Ever?
I'm serious. Yeah. I mean, he had multiple blocks. He was helping on defense at perfectly timed spots. It felt like he was staying in front of his guys. I don't know. We don't have a lot to choose from here when it comes to great defensive efforts. I'm just asking the question out loud.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's hard. I can't say that for sure, right? Because just thinking back on all the games, I mean, I think he was actually pretty decent in the playoffs last year. But yeah, I mean, he the last 3 games. Well, I didn't even go back to the end of the road trip, really, since he had a really bad Atlanta game, and then from Memphis on, so the last 5 or 6 games, I think he's just been attentive, focused, more physical than usual, and it's bled over to the offensive end. He's attacking the rim with more decisiveness, and I just like how he's playing. You forget hey, this is best defensive game in a long time last night. I just think this is his best stretch of games this season.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Our Warriors insider here on 95.7 The Game. Slates, Stephen Curry. I've run out of superlatives to describe this guy. And you saw what he did in that second half. I mean, he had a look in his eye that I've only seen from LeBron James in Game 6 against Boston, who was a member of the Miami Heat, Kobe, Michael Jordan. And he spoke on it after the game saying he's having a lot of fun right now because it feels like the playoffs have already started for the Golden State Warriors. I mean, it's really incredible that he's doing this at the age of 35, and I try not to take it for granted. What about you? And what did you see last night in this performance against New Orleans Pelicans?
Yeah, I think he did not play well in the Minnesota game, and it was I think under discussed a little bit, right? Yeah. He went 8 of 23 in that game. I know one of the possessions that some of the people behind the scenes were mentioning that they thought really kind of flipped the game was that 3-on-1 layup that he kind of missed.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was part of one of the turnovers late. He wasn't, he didn't take the pool, 2-for-1 deep three, and he didn't have the Draymond turnover. But he didn't play that well.
2 fouls early. Remember, he was out of his rhythm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was a little frustrated by that. I mean, he understands what every game means, what that Minnesota loss still could mean. And then when and he just detonated, and he's capable of doing that. And when he mentions having fun, not only it did feel like a playoff atmosphere last night, but it's got to be fun to just be capable of that at the age of 35. He's just what he can do on the court is insane, and you saw it last night. It was unguardable stuff, and you could just see how deflating some of the shots he makes are for the Pelicans, like a young team that feels like they're about to win 5 straight, feels like they're about to take firmer control of their playoff destiny, and then Steph Curry just hits a bunch of shots, and they're just dragging their heads back to the benches. Draymond's yelling at them.
So, Anthony, I'm curious your position on this, because you obviously saw the team at Oracle when they were rocking and rolling, and I kind of kicked this to Bonte earlier. I went to the Bucks game a couple Saturdays ago, and I was just blown away at how loud the venue got at the most important times of the game. Obviously, the fourth quarter, overtime, it was unbelievable. I was so worried about replicating Oracle's feel, the Oakland Arena's feel in San Francisco. I feel like they've done a pretty damn good job replicating the atmosphere. What's your just overall opinions now that we're almost a couple of seasons in of high-level basketball at Chase Center?
Yeah, I don't think it replicates Oracle because there was an authenticity to Oracle, and it's interesting. I was having the same conversation the other day. I watched that Kings game the other day where they were trying to clinch with Brad Miller, and I was talking to Brad Miller, and bear with me here, but about the difference between Arco and Golden One. And it's kind of similar to me where it's people just love that barn that was Arco and what it could get to in Golden One. It's more upscale, all that, but it's gotten hyped up. And I do think Golden One's similar where you don't feel the fact that you're in Oracle and there's just something cramped in there and just the history of it. That's gone and can never be duplicated. But I was a little bit like you. I don't know, fearful might not be the right
Skeptical.
word. But, kind of, believing that there was going to be a staleness at Chase Center. And, the theater boxes, the second level suites, the bunker suites that split up the first level, which I've never seen in arenas. I just thought that was going to have a real impact on the atmosphere, and sometimes it does. Sometimes, fans aren't in those bunker suite seats until there's, 6 minutes left in the third quarter. And it's not a great look, right? There's still some of that, but it does get juiced up. And, a lot of that is the team, the great fan base, they bring it to life. But it's been impressive.
No doubt. And what do you think about a potential series between the Kings and the Warriors? Draymond Green said logistically it would make sense. All the travel they had last year with Denver and Memphis and Dallas and, of course, the Boston. That flight was 6.5 hours. It was rough for everybody involved in that one when it comes to that flight. But then, a lot of people, it seems like they want Sacramento in the first round. What do you make of a Warriors-Kings first-round series? Because Sacramento folks are starting to get a little arrogant about that one.
Yeah. I would say it's kind of a preferred situation for the Warriors because it means they escape the play-in, which is objective number one. Just don't be in 7 through 10. So you check that box if you're in 6. And then the question becomes, do you want Phoenix in a 4-5 with Kevin Durant coming back tonight?
Yeah, I'm kind of good on that.
Yeah.
Pass.
Or do you want, yeah, exactly. Or do you want a Kings team that is not playing particularly great right now? They did lose that home game to the Timberwolves the other day. They got blown out by the Celtics. They're dangerous. That's in my opinion kind of a toss-up series. But it's a more appealing match. It's clearly a more appealing matchup from a travel perspective, which Draymond said, and just basketball perspective, I think. But I would say this I don't believe is going to happen, but I think the option that could also appeal to them is if they could get in a 4-5 with the Clippers. That would require the Clippers winning right now. But is Paul George going to be back in the first round? That's a pretty bad knee injury.
Yeah.
And that might be a decent looking matchup, but that's hard to see happen because I think they would hop the Clippers to get into the 4-5. I don't think Phoenix is balling.
Yeah, that would be insane to play in the first playoff game in Sacramento in 16 years, and it's the Golden State Warriors. Golden One would be on fire. I mean, that'd be just electric. The first ever NorCal series since the Kings moved from Kansas City, and of course the Warriors since they've been in Oakland. So, I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun. Don't forget Norman Powell, I think, has been out for the Clippers as well for a while. He had the same injury as Steph Curry with the shoulder. So, anyway, Anthony Slater, good job as always. We'll be watching Suns and T-Wolves tonight, and if the T-Wolves will lose, Warriors will have that 6th spot all by themselves as they have lost the tiebreaker to Minnesota so far before we end the season. Anthony, good stuff as always, man. We'll see you Friday.
All right, fellas.
Anytime. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider here on 95.7 The Game, of course, and we like to keep him on the morning roast, but he goes on all the shows.
He feels like that Draymond Green galvanized the team, and yes, it was threading the needle, walking the tightrope, pick the analogy you want to use, but it ended up working.
Ended up working. I mean, look, you could honestly, I don't care what fired them up. The fact that the guy fired up and came back from a 17-point deficit, because what we watched in the first 21 minutes of the first half was just nasty.
It felt like we were going to have a funeral over the next couple of weeks.
It was nasty basketball.
A sports funeral.
I mean, it was
bad.
It was awful.
Yeah. I also think the DiVincenzo play that you referenced earlier, the more and more I think about it, I think you're right. That play where it felt like he got pushed from behind.
CJ McCollum just tried to punk him.
Yeah, and then like DiVincenzo fell to the ground face first, got up, and then the entire team got in there, especially early in the third quarter. That felt like it was setting the tone.
You know what it felt like? And bear with me here.
Yeah.
And I don't want people to cringe or anything like that, but it felt like going to the playground, and you see the one white boy on the floor, and people try to punk him.
Gotcha.
We've all seen that before. The weakling on the court, you think he's a weakling. It felt like CJ wanted to try to punk on oh, wait, there's Draymond, there's Steph, there's Kuminga, there's Clay. Well, I've already had smoke with the big three. I'm not going to mess with Kuminga because he looks, Kuminga's about that life. I'm going to go pick on DiVincenzo and try to punk him. And DiVincenzo, played in Philly for Villanova. He's tough, all right? But DiVincenzo, the guy is a baller.
As an Italian, I'm offended.
I mean, so he tried to punk DiVincenzo, and DiVincenzo got up in his face. Was like, "Get off me!"
Yeah,
and I think that even galvanized the team even more. So to see that fire from DiVincenzo, who hasn't been part of the Warriors championship runs, this is his first season with the club, to see him go at CJ McCollum and not back down from him, I love that. That's what I think. And then of course Steph Curry goes off. So if you believe Draymond Green lit a fire with this team, Steve Kerr said it, Steph Curry said it. Go be it. I'm just happy they came back. And it came back in that fashion. But a question for everybody out there, 888-957-9570. I guess with Draymond Green doing what he did in the second quarter and firing up the team and barking at everybody, whether it's Pelican coaches, Warrior coaches, players, fans in the front row, second row, third row, what does Draymond Green mean to this organization? Have we underrated what he's meant to this organization over the last decade? What does Draymond Green mean to you as a fan? And what does he mean to the Golden State Warriors organization?
I mean, that's a loaded question, right? There's the outward fire and passion, and then there's the backing up of what a lot of people consider the soft guys in Steph Curry, right? Like people, I think, have this impression of him. And so you have Draymond as an enforcer, as a big brother in many senses. And then you also have him as the glue guy or the dirty work guy. You have him as one of the great defensive players. Like he's probably the most Swiss Army knife player in Warrior history. In terms of this versatility, and depending on what the team needs on a given night, he can try to fill and stopgap those things. He's a great facilitator. I mean, the two-man game between him and Steph Curry, it's as good as any other. Like Stockton and Malone is the one everyone goes to, right?
Curry and Draymond special.
Curry and Draymond, like when the entire, and here's the thing, Stockton and Malone, at least Stockton was, kind of a threat offensively to some degree. Everyone knows he's trying to get it to Steph Curry, and somehow he finds the shovel, the backdoor passes. He uses himself as an on-ball screener. Like their little two-man game, it's almost impossible to replicate. I can't even think of anyone who has a similar two-man game between Steph and Dre.
Yep.
Is there anyone
in the league right now?
Just in the history of the game, in terms of like the way they do it so far away.
Well, it's very unique.
That's what I'm saying.
Because Draymond Green is not your prototypical shooter.
No, it's not
He's
like
not
throw
be
it
the
into the post,
But the screens he sets, rolling off the basket, rolling to the basket, he's able to play 4-on-3. A lot of times when they run that pick and roll with Steph and Curry and the teams blitz Steph Curry, of course, why wouldn't you blitz Steph Curry? He's the greatest shooter in the world in the history of the NBA. And you see Draymond Green now be able to play 4-on-3. Remember all those alley-oops, either Andrew Bogut or Zaza or JaVale McGee. It's a very unique two-man game. I don't think we've seen this type of two-man game before. Usually you see a two-man game, one guy could pick and pop, one guy could go to the basket and score. A lot of teams, sometimes I just wonder why teams play the Warriors they do. Why do they play Draymond Green the way that they do?
Well, so they had the coach for the New Orleans Pelicans. I thought this was, when you do hear those like wired for sound or whatever I don't know, ESPN calls it one thing and TNT calls it something else. They got into the huddle, and I'm paraphrasing, but the coach basically said, if you're the guy guarding Draymond or Kuminga, we are not allowing them to drive. We are sagging off them. We will give them every outside shot that they have. You're the helper, right? And in this situation, they were helping so much. Draymond took a hard dribble. Then they came out to force, and boom, he shovel passes to Steph Curry. It's just, I think it's easy for people to say, well, don't even guard him. And then you give him a wide open layup into the lane, and then you're forced to honor him a little.
Or
and that's what I think, the most impressive thing for Draymond is when he doesn't really have a reliable outside shot.
No, he doesn't.
What's his go-to offensive shot?
No, he doesn't have a go-to offensive shot. Well, he shot a mid-range jumper yesterday. I think it was the first quarter. And he hit the rim to the left. I mean, it wasn't even close. And he was wide open for 15 feet. So his go-to offensive shot doesn't have one. But he'll finish a layup, sometimes ugly.
That's what I'm saying.
He'll sometimes hit the floater. He'll hit the wing three at times. But he's not your threat. But when he does get open and he's coming downhill with a 4-on-3, he does throw a nice alley-oop. He does throw a nice bounce pass, and he sets up the bigs. You see Looney and Draymond Green work well together once Draymond Green is rolling downhill. By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday.
Him and Kuminga are starting to develop it, too.
By the way, it's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Also, the Garlic Fries, the Baseball Guys podcast is all the way back. Joe Shasky, Sam Lutman getting some airtime. Look at Sam Lutman. Oh, I had to see him take off the headphones
the
there.
Giants may not have called anyone up to the majors of significance. We called up our top prospect.
Oh, look at that. We're going to need it. We're going to need it. Going to need it this year.
We're going to need a taxi squad, too, to help fill some of the content hours.
Do not call me. Joe Shasky and Sam Lutman bring you all you need to know about this Giant season twice a week. Yeah. New episodes are now available wherever you listen to podcasts. Let's go to Schlet Rock down in South City. Schlet Rock, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, Looney, dude, was giving me goosebumps last night. They had a new nickname for him. Kevon Windex Looney. He was on the glass, and he was cleaning up. Second and third shots he gave the Warriors was just unbelievable last night. Blue collar man. He's just a blue collar worker. Don't need him to make points, but if he does, that's icing on the cake. Looney Windex, Kevon Looney. That's his new nickname.
Kevon,
you guys.
Kevon Windex Looney, because he cleans up the glass.
Have you ever seen My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
You know what? I have not seen that movie.
It's a really good movie. But
I heard it was okay.
Well,
I mean,
so my brother
I've tried to watch it.
My brother went to school with a lot of Greek Orthodox kids because he went to a Greek Orthodox school for a brief period of time, and so it was an endearing movie to me.
Who's the star in that movie?
I forget, but Windex is the star of that movie because one of the fathers uses Windex for everything.
Joey Fatone's the brother in that. That's like the only guy I know that's in that movie.
He is in that, huh?
Shout out NSYNC.
Wasn't that a good movie back in the day?
Yeah, like 23 years ago.
Yeah, well, maybe more. We're old.
Man.
You know?
510, Bonte getting excited for Giants on Post Game Live was the most TV Bonte thing I've ever seen. I'm excited for them to get drilled at Yankee Stadium to humble everybody because everybody's gassing up their 18-10 September. Oh, they won 81 games last year. Okay, sure. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Boz Discount Furniture. We're talking all dubs today, baby. Mac Drew will get you in Oakland, 888-957-9570. What does Draymond Green really mean to this organization? Was he the reason why the Warriors turned it around yesterday against the Pelicans? Or was it Steph? Was it Paul? Was it Kevon? Windex Looney? I really like that. Loon Dog, Windex Looney. Slut Rock coming through on the Morning Roast. We'll be back.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture. Here to let you know that my Bobapedic mattresses offer the comfort and quality of an...
10 seconds to go. Ingram dribbles midcourt, stolen away. Poole gets the steal and a dunk. Peyton and Poole combined for the turnover. It's a 4-point game and Chase is going crazy.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Larry June. Heard he's got some new music coming out. He's always coming out with some new music. What a game for the Golden State Warriors. Jonte DiVincenzo woke up in the third quarter. Big third quarter for him. Jonathan Kuminga with a big fourth quarter, playing 8 minutes and 14 seconds. 8 points, 3 or 3 from the floor. Solid defense. Stephen Curry, of course, leading the way. Jordan Poole got going in that fourth quarter as well. Offensively, plays solid defense. Overall, a good night for the Golden State Warriors. They outscored the Pelicans 74-46 in the second half. And a lot of people are pointing to Draymond Green's moment in the second quarter where he body checks Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram didn't like it. Gets into Draymond's face. Ed Malloy calls a double tech on him. Upgrades the play to a flagrant foul. Draymond Green's not happy. Ensuing possession, Draymond Green charges Herb Jones. They called a charge on the floor. Draymond Green has some theatrics afterwards. Herb Jones didn't like that. More scrums, more trash talk, more talking. Draymond Green was irate. He's talking to the Pelicans on the floor. He's talking to the Pelicans coaches. He's talking to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr had to yank him because he said he had, what was he? He said excessive, no. What did he use after the game? Excessive energy? What did he say? Was it excessive energy? Something like that.
I don't know.
Well, you watched the whole presser.
I did, but I don't remember that part. I remember they said, "Do you like? What do you feel when Draymond is screaming and yelling at you?" And he said, "Oh, I love it." And I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Here it is. Here's Steve Kerr. Here's what he said. He said Draymond willed us to a victory. They'll play the next cut.
Yeah.
Draymond willed us to victory tonight. I mean, just his intensity, his frustration early with the way we were playing, mad at the world, yelling at everybody, their bench, our bench, me. And frankly, we all deserved it. You know, like that first half was as poor a half as we've played all year, and we weren't engaged. And that's what makes Draymond special. It's not just the amazing basketball IQ and defense and playmaking, but it's just his sheer will. And he was the key tonight.
All right, how he reacts when Draymond Green is going berserk at everybody.
Yeah. I'm liking it because I've seen this movie before. We need his fire. We need his fire. We're you know this. You've been watching us for a long time. We do some crazy stuff out there. We get sideways. We get too casual with the ball, and without Draymond's fire, his energy, his competitiveness, this thing doesn't tie together. But he ties the skill together. We have so much skill with our with our perimeter players, Steph and Clay, what they do, JP. But it has to be ignited through competitiveness and energy and ultimately execution, because those things often go together. And you saw the execution in the second half was totally different.
Yeah, I think he said excessive energy later in the game. It was just excessive energy, which is why I pulled him out of the basketball game. And then that's when you need the Bob Myers to come down from his seats, say, "Hey, Dre, chill. You were right. You made your point."
Have you ever seen that?
No.
In sports?
Oh, but Draymond's a very unique player.
Yeah, I know. Like the only thing, like everyone's gonna go J.R. Ryder's mom. You know what I mean? When J.R. Ryder's mom came onto the floor, that was totally different. That they're not on equal footing. I've never seen the GM have to hey man, relax, we got this. Like we got where you're coming from.
And the Pelicans going an 8-0 run to go up 20. I'm thinking, oh gosh, this is disaster. This is an absolute disaster. Everybody's going to be traded the next day. Blow it up. Joe Lacob's going to be bad. The tone. I was already thinking about this show. The tone at halftime thinking, gosh, I really don't want to go to work tomorrow. Everybody's going to want it. Everybody fired. It's the end of the dynasty. It's going to be a funeral. You're going to be freaking out. I'm like, damn.
Well, let me ask you this
5 games left.
People roll their eyes on this stuff, but I think this is fair to ask yourself this morning. Let's say they lost a close one at the end. They did fight back. Draymond helped fight back. Would we be glorifying all the antics similarly, even though it did galvanize them and brought them back into it?
Folks will make the argument that you could say those antics lost the game.
Okay.
If it was a close loss to Pelicans.
Because, I know that, Slater and even Steve Kerr have now said it. My bigger takeaway, and I've said this, Evan and I were arguing in the green room in between shows as they're getting ready for Steiny and Guru. And he's like, oh, Draymond, he willed them. And I'm like, yeah, and Steph Curry's amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to take away. Both can be true simultaneously. But I don't think that Steph Curry needs Draymond Green to yell at him to get motivated. He's one of the all-time greatest players ever, and if he doesn't have his own self-fire, like he wouldn't be Steph Curry.
Right.
Now, maybe some of the ancillary guys, Kuminga and Jordan Poole and DiVincenzo, maybe they did need to be woken up a little. I don't know. I would love to hear them talk at the podium and express that. That's up to themselves, but that doesn't excuse crazy behavior, because had Drake been kicked out of that game, I think it would have been totally different.
It would have been tough to win that basketball game.
And I'm glad he didn't.
Right, because JaMychal Green didn't play a second last night.
He didn't?
Kerr didn't play him 1 second. DNP for JaMychal Green. So he rolled Looney. He rolled Draymond.
I didn't even trip off that. Moody got in and JMG didn't. Huh. Because Moody had first half minutes and then obviously the late crunch time stuff.
Yeah, he turned it over on the press.
Yeah.
And then they had to call the timeout on another situation with the press. Yeah, JaMychal Green didn't play 1 second yesterday.
I didn't even trip off that.
Let's go to the calls. Ambry in Oakland. Ambry, what's happening? You're on the road.
Hey, Ambry.
What's good, y'all? This is my first time calling.
Thank you.
Thanks, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
I just wanted to talk about Draymond. When he was getting hyped, I was getting hyped. But I felt like the team wasn't behind him, bro. I was talking heck of smack. Like, man, this team's some suckers. I need to be on the court with him, man. I was heck of mad. But once they rallied back, bro, I was juiced, man. I remember, Bonte, you was talking about, I wanted to see that fire from Draymond, that's yelling. You got it last night, bro. See the results, man.
Well, as I said to the Slater, great call, Ambry. Nice job on your first try. Great use
Thanks
of the
for
word.
tapping in.
Great use of the word hecka. Very underrated word in the Bay Area, hecka. You got to be a real Bay cat to know what hecka means.
That's a Fillmore Mike slang.
No, that's
I've heard
Bay
him say.
Area
I know,
slang.
but I'm saying he'll come on these airways and say it all the time.
Hecka, we all use that.
It's the PG version of hella.
Yeah.
But we respect it.
Right.
Young Benjamin says it.
Does he?
Hecka.
No, not really.
No,
not really.
You should have just gone with the lie. Made Benjamin look cooler.
He doesn't need my help to be cool. He's got the hair. He's got the flow. He's got the eyes.
He's got swag up until he puts that Laker jersey on. Then it's like
It makes me more swagalicious. You kidding me? Come on.
It's like, ugh, the Lakers. Play the Bulls tonight, huh?
Huge game.
Pat
Huge.
Bev again.
Caruso revenge game?
Caruso and Pat Bev.
Whew.
Too small?
You need to worry about Levine. He cooked him last game.
Mac Drew,
Just
Oakland.
clear the court and go one-on-one Reeves versus Caruso.
No, go Reeves versus Pat Bev.
For the hearts of Laker fans.
Reeves versus Pat Bev. By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Kirby, your
It's like
driveway
Jordan versus
mechanic.
LeBron.
Your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Mac Drew, Oakland, what's happening?
What up, Max Drew?
Hey, what's going on? So listen, first time caller, long time listener. I love you guys' show. Listen to you every morning.
Thank you,
roast.
Mac Drew.
I just
Appreciate
want to
you.
give a main shout out to Loon the Goon. Loon is really putting in the work and doing what he got to do. So that's all I want to say. Thank you, and keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah,
appreciate that. Loon came by the post game set yesterday. I was like, man, you're putting in work, man. He goes, yeah, I'm tired. Embiid. I was like, man, you got to get some bigs recently. It's like, yeah, Embiid Friday.
Holding back Draymond.
Holding back Draymond. Gobert. Nas Reed, Nas Reed's
Nas Reed is a freak.
Nas Reed's putting on a show. You see what he did to Sacramento the other day.
Yes. I'm aware.
AJ McDaniels dunking all over Sabonis.
Yeah.
Like the beam. Rudy Gobert, Nas Reed, Karl Anthony Towns, and then last night, Jonas Valanciunas. And he'll get a little break Friday night against San Antonio. And then it's on to Denver to take on the Joker, Nikola Jokic.
I don't know what this got really loud here in the studio. Sorry. You probably haven't watched this show. Valanciunas has the exact same haircut as Ragnar Lothbrok in season 1 of Vikings.
Oh, I haven't watched
ponytail, shaved on the sides with the huge beard. It's a look. You got to be a tough dude to be able to pull that look off.
He's been tough against the Warriors.
I know,
He's
that's
been tough
my
on
point.
the Warriors.
He's a load.
Going one-on-one with Draymond Green.
How about those two in the third quarter? The back down situation when they were backing, we haven't even laughed at it. No. Draymond was like chesting him. It reminded me of two old uncles in the backyard going at it.
I'm not
was
gonna lie.
Wild.
I honestly, and the reason why I couldn't go to bed because Draymond Green was so hilarious yesterday.
He was hilarious.
And all the antics. I had to pull up the Boston game again, where he basically chop blocked the player and it got up. Remember the play I showed you?
Yes.
Against the Boston Celtics. When he goes psycho and he gets deranged on the floor, and he brings out that sack of nasty in him.
So funny.
It's just like This guy's just unbelievable.
TNT kept the camera on him on the sideline, and he was screaming at. I'm assuming it was CJ McCollum after McCollum hit the three, just screaming at him.
Honestly,
and I'm like, get the camera off him, TNT.
Steph Curry's so good. We think he's going to retire as a Warrior. You never know what may happen, but we think he's going to be a lifetime Warrior.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson. We hope the same for him. Although he's making $43 million next year, we'll see what the extension looks like the year after. Or how much money he's going to want. But Draymond Green, are we ready as Warrior fans to live a basketball life without Draymond Green? Are you really ready for that?
He's played more seasons in a local uniform than Ronnie Lott did.
Yep.
He's played more seasons in a local uniform than Will Clark did. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, some of the guys that we revere as all-time, quote-unquote, heartbeat legends in these parts, I mean, Draymond has played longer and won more than almost every single one of them.
Honestly, are you ready to live a life without Draymond Green in a Warrior uniform?
He is the
much as
he's a family member.
Right.
I love him and hate him simultaneously at times because of the craziness.
Don't you want him part of your family?
But he's my guy, you know?
Like, so think about this player option. We've been back and forth. The fan base has been back and forth.
I traded him and re-signed him within the fabric of the second and third quarter 10 times last night.
I mean, we put him in 3-team trades.
Did you not?
Yes. And it was funny. Ben Simmons was shut down for the season yesterday by the Brooklyn Nets, and he had a horrific season.
What, he played like 6 minutes?
He averaged 6 points a game, 6 rebounds. It's just awful.
Yeah, I was wrong on that one.
And 2 off seasons ago, we had him in a 3-team deal where we took a lot of calls, and we basically drove Draymond Green to the airport and said bye-bye. And he sat down with Kevin Durant and said, yeah, Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, and we said bye-bye again. And then we said bye-bye again to trading camp, and we said bye-bye about 1,500 times this season when it comes to Draymond Green. But he's having a spectacular season. When you just look at his game.
But that's who he is. Like,
that's who he is.
That's part of it. It's got, in a different way, it's very Jimmy Garoppolo-esque, where there are some people that are cemented in their opinions,
right,
and it's maddeningly frustrating, but you kind of love it. You kind of love it. You kind of hate it. Does that make sense? Like, you can't live with him. You can't live without him.
I don't know if I'm ready for a life without Draymond Green. He's so important to this team.
But does he want to stay here?
I think he does.
I don't know.
He helped build this thing.
Well, then why doesn't he just come out and opt in?
Got to have leverage, right? As a player, that's what you gain. That's what you work for, is to have leverage. And when you see that money go to other players, you're going to sit back and wait. And oh, by the way, you're represented by Clutch Sports. Clutch Sports is saying, hey, chill. Relax. You don't need to. You can opt out, maybe get your money.
Chris Haynes and Draymond were chopping it up really well after that game last night.
Can you play me Chris Haynes' first question had me rolling, and all I kept thinking of was Guru, because every time Chris Haynes gets put on the court, Guru hits me up with a text. So this is right after the game, TNT. I switched over briefly, and Fitz and Kalena had Steph Curry, but I wanted to hear Draymond Green.
Draymond, you did it defensively, you did it playmaking-wise, you did it some other ways too, but ultimately, what was the deciding factor in how you guys were able to come back and get this win?
We started playing with some heart and intensity. That first quarter and a half, they punked us. And we were down 20. It take a real one to talk when you down 20. And I was able to get my guys going, and then they started doing what they do, and I can do what I do.
What got you going? You were going at them in that second quarter. What got you to that level?
Foul BI. It's a good hard foul, and CJ started talking. You know, you don't start talking, play the game, and just enjoy what y'all were doing. They were playing a good game, and he started talking, and that's my type of game. I like that. That's what I do. I grew up in Saginaw, Michigan. That's how we play. And so once they wanted to go there, I enjoyed that.
It reminded me of like a WWE interview where like the guy, what was one of those guys? Come on.
Mean Gene Okerlund.
Yeah. Mean Gene Okerlund.
Tony Schiavone.
Like winking into the wrestler, like lean into this
or
bad
the coach,
boy.
Jonathan Coachman.
It was so chef's kiss. God, Draymond was great. Great. He was great in that post game. Just absolutely great.
Let's go to D in Oakland. D, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how you guys doing? This is my first time listening on the radio. I watch you a lot on TV.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, D. Say hi to Joe Shasky, my partner in crime. You got to say hi to the Butcher Boy.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm not see, look, I usually take my son to school at this time, and he wanted to listen to other stuff. And I was like, no, I didn't get to see the Warriors into the game. I had to listen to it on the radio. I want to listen to the commentary. So that's how I turned it on you guys and got caught in for today.
Let's go.
So I'm sorry. Hi, guys.
Hi, D.
Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah. Hey there.
So My first one is our nickname for Kevon is Lunatic. When he starts to go crazy, we call him Lunatic.
Ooh.
I used to work on him as a massage therapist back in the day, so I think that's how he got a little bit better about 6 years ago. Wink, wink. My second point is Draymond is the floor general. You do not get rid of your floor general. You make your floor general happy. You let him do what he do. He does get a little bit crazy at times where he's going to get kicked out. I don't like that. But everything else, you need your floor general. Yeah. Nobody can run the court and see what he can see from the bench. He told, I'm losing my mind, Kuminga the previous game, if you do this and you do this, you got a wide open dunk. Draymond on the bench. Kuminga had a wide open dunk. He said, I told you. Listen to me. It's method to his madness.
Can I ask you a question? I agree with that. There is at times a method to the madness. Did you at least briefly think, he might be getting kicked out of this game? Because I thought that way.
Absolutely. I wanted to call him on the phone if I had his number and say, Draymond, please, we need you the next game. Exactly. Calm down. Get it together.
Great
how long you been a Warrior fan? You've been a Warrior fan
and told him you better calm it down. That's that mama in us for our basketball player boys. I got a 12-year-old. He's been playing since he was 2.
Oh, what
team
does he play on?
Every Warriors player when he was 2 years old. So I know how that intensity is for them.
What team did he play for?
What team does he play for?
My son currently plays for AAU Team Arsenal. They're ranked 4th in the country.
We're out of Oakland?
Wow.
Out of Oakland.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, D.
All right.
They play at OGP. OGP is the main house for Team Arsenal.
Yeah, okay.
You know OGP?
Yes, I do. I'm aware. Yeah. Simply Basketball is one of these Instagram pages that I follow that kind of does the gamut of local youth and high school sports. And so, yeah, I actually am aware of that. It's pretty cool.
D, you fired up. D,
Please
that was a
again.
hell of a call, D.
Yeah.
Keep listening to us.
I love
Is your
that.
son happy listening to us?
I used to hoop at Tech. I used to play at Tech.
Oh, well, shout out
I'll tell you
Oakland
how
Tech.
long ago. I'm not going to age myself. But
all good.
I used
Don't
to
do
play
that.
at Tech. I was just at the playoff games when they played everybody before they went to the championships and everything. I'm a hooper for life.
There you go. You sound like a hooper, D.
I got kicked out. Listen, I got kicked out of the game by the referee because I called him soft, and I asked him who raised him in his NBA. His reffing career, and so I kind of got in trouble because I don't like when I don't like the call. I don't like the call. If it's not fair, it's not fair.
No wonder
Even
you
for
love
the other
Draymond.
team.
D, keep listening.
Yeah.
Is your son impressed with the show? Is he locked in now?
Oh my. Yeah, he was like, Mom, how come you never turned into this? I said, because you won't let me. So now we have a radio station show to watch on the way to school in the morning.
Well, let me ask you the greatest question, but as you know, because this is amazing. Have you ever let your son beat you in basketball? Because it sounds like you would not let him beat you in the backyard.
2 things. Our court is in the front on the street where everybody can see. I let him shine as long as nobody's around.
D, this might be the call
The
of the year.
greatest call of
D,
all time.
D,
Call
you're amazing.
frequently, please.
Thanks for calling. Thanks for
Thank
watching
you,
the
D.
post-game shows
Shout
on
out your
NBC
son.
Sports Bay Area. Thanks for listening. We got a new listener. What's your son's name? Shout out your son.
His name is Drayden Thomas, and his coach named him Doo-Wop because of his shot. It's so sweet.
Doo-Wop? Oh, my God, D, you're on fire. This is unbelievable.
You might need to be a freak.
I didn't want to do the
Watch
show
out
no
for
more.
him in a couple of years. Watch out for him.
I'm already
Doo-Wop. Doo-Wop. Doobie Award,
Hey,
D.
Sam,
Doobie Award nominee.
book him.
She's going straight into the Doobie Award for it right now.
Sam, book him for 4 years from now for the high school sports podcast.
The Prep Rally Sports Podcast. Email us at hss@957thegame.com. Doo-Wop and D. Doo-Wop and D right in Oakland listening to the Morning Roast.
I love
Damn,
it. She
what
goes,
a
I
call.
wish I had Draymond Green's cell phone number so I could call him and tell him, back off. That was so good.
You know she's that mom that said is about that life at the games early, coaching them up.
Great text from the 510 because it's a good point. There are times where I do believe Draymond is the general. But if he's the general, then what does that make Steph Curry? That's a great question.
Yeah, I know. What does that make Steph
I don't
Curry?
know.
What does that make
obviously,
Steph
they
Curry?
need each other. I don't
They
know.
do.
Is he the president?
What a game last night.
Commander-in-chief?
I swear to God, that first half.
It was
at halftime,
insane.
I'm sitting there watching. They really came out and played
It was a
out that
bipolar
flat.
game.
63-40. And they were lucky to be down 17.
That
Let's
was
be honest.
vintage Warrior avalanche, though.
No, it was. Third quarter Warriors were back. But it happened later in the third quarter.
Yes.
Because they went on an 8-0 run, and it felt like the Pelicans had stabilized the game. They were able to weather the storm. They're still up 11 midway through the third quarter. And then Steph Curry basically played Jonas Valanciunas off the floor because Jonas, he wasn't necessarily in drop coverage off that pick and roll, but he just knew that if I step up, he's going to blow right by me. And Steph just with that release is so fast. Boom, boom, boom. He hit you with an avalanche, a barrage of threes. And then you go into the third quarter like, oh, the Pelicans are in trouble. They're in trouble.
Well,
like Bernie Mac said on Players Club, trouble.
I think it was 101-107, I believe, and Steph hit the big dagger three, and it felt like, oh my God, all the feels. Well, and then he whipped that pass to Klay Thompson. That final one, that's one of those highlights when we look back at Steph and Dre's career. Right. They're going to show that left-handed scoop pass all the way as the shot clock's coming down. And Klay took, like a 50-footer?
Yeah.
And I knew it was going in. Like, I literally knew it was going in.
The Comcast Business Text line, 443. What are the chances that the ref who pissed off D was Dan Dibley? I give it a 50% chance. The Warriors outscore.
I was expecting Draymond to turn to Chris Haynes and go, Mean Gene.
What a night it changed. I'm telling you, dude, I was thrilled, I was amped up, but I was also exhausted. This team put all... They stress you out, man, if you're a fan. 74-46 barrage
so
in the
you're
third quarter.
Ben Affleck in that, or is it Affleck? Affleck in that where he's standing outside smoking the cigarette, looking completely exhausted.
I needed a cigarette. I didn't like the meme. Your boy,
yes.
He's got the cigarette with smokes in. That's how I felt to the post-game show. If Fezzi's calling me, I'll say, you were ready to book your flight to Cancun.
Why was he doing that?
He's a stick. But I was like, Fezzi, I felt your energy at halftime. You thought I was a rat, too.
You gave him a Bunker Hill. I looked into the whites of your eyes. I knew where you stood, buddy.
Championship DNA. We weren't talking that talk at halftime. The Warriors outscored the Pelicans 74-46 in the second half. Completely flipped the game. Fourth quarter, 35-20. Wow, the defense showed up there. Luke Man and Vallejo. Luke Man, what is happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, fellas? Good morning. Good morning. What a win last night. Them Pelicans didn't know what hit them in the second half. I do have a question for you guys, though. What had you more hyped? When Dante blessed two of them Pelicans or when Kuminga baptized Herbert Jones on the alley-oop?
It was Kuminga for me.
know, because both those plays had me high.
Well, it was good to see DDV wake up. You're like, oh, I forgot he had that in him. Because in Villanova, he was dunking left and right. I was like, I forgot DiVincenzo has sneaky hops.
Oh, he's always had the sneaky hops.
He's got hops.
He's a Delaware
He's
boy.
not even sneaky. He does have hops.
Yeah, he does.
But when Kuminga grabbed that alley-oop, because from my vantage point,
bro, that was
I couldn't
so
even
sick.
see him. I just saw a dude grab the ball and dunk it. And it was Kuminga, and he falls on the floor. And I jumped up and go, oh!
Draymond was celebrating halfway down the court, and Kuminga's still in the air. It was so sick.
He was so high off the ground.
It was ridiculous.
Defy gravity, man.
I'm telling you, they're the greatest show. Like, I know the Niners have had all the winning in the 80s and 90s, and we look back at that dynasty a certain way. This is the most joy. When they're joyful, it's the most joy. When they're down, it's the most turmoil. When there's drama, it's the most dramatic. Like, everything about this dynastic run for the Warriors has been extra on top of extra.
And there's been so much drama this season, including Andrew Wiggins, who missed his 20th straight game. Again, we hope Andrew Wiggins is doing well. We pray for him and whatever's going on. But there was an update on Andrew Wiggins from Steve Kerr in the pregame presser. I believe I forgot who asked him the question, but here's the Wiggins update from Steve Kerr in the pregame presser.
Do you have any timeline on Andrew Wiggins yet?
No. Yeah, I mean, he's been working out every day. Not, beyond that, once he's back, then our training staff will be able to, get with him and see where he is. But I know he's been training on his own.
So he's been training on his own, which is a good sign. Training on his own. Now, he still has to get in basketball shape. If he does come back, Warriors trainers will get after him and evaluate him and see where he's at conditioning-wise, where he's at physically. But there is dialogue, which is good. And I'm remaining hopeful because, man, if you could get Andrew Wiggins back, you go from a team that, okay, maybe they could make a little noise in the playoffs to saying, you know what, there's a chance they could play in June with Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, and you're going to need his size, athleticism, defense, scoring. Like, everything he brings to the table is what you're going to need as a team. from listening to that, I didn't get the sense that, he just started working out. It sounded, maybe I'm inferring. It felt like he's been working out the entire time. That's the way I interpreted it, but could I be wrong?
I took it that maybe he's ramped up his workouts.
Okay, so then maybe I misheard it.
Yeah, I don't. How can you?
I don't know.
We don't know what it means.
I'm inferring.
We don't know what it means.
Yeah, I'm assuming.
I'm not going to assume. I'm not going to assume anything. The fact that he's working out now is a good sign. I wouldn't assume that he's been working out for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks or 5 weeks. Who knows? But the fact that he is working out is a good sign. And maybe Wiggins is itching to get back on the basketball court. Good sign. Here's what Steph Curry had to say about Wiggins after the game.
We'd love to have him and hope that does happen because we want to be whole. And I'm sure he wants to be a part of this. But when he walks through the door, it'll be when it's right time for him. That's kind of the expectation at this point. So nothing's really changed from my standpoint on that.
Are you talking to him much?
Not that consistently, no. It's more space.
We had Anthony Slater on at the top of the hour, and you can check that interview out on YouTube. Where
Odyssey.
Yeah, on the Odyssey app, sorry. He said that he thinks that they should, that the Warriors, and this is his, opinion, should either, definitively say one way or the other whether he's coming back or not coming back, just for them and for everyone else. And that way, maybe some of the questions die down or whatever.
Well, maybe they know it in-house.
Okay.
Maybe in-house they know the deal. And for us, look.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it matters one way or the other.
Right.
Like if he came back to them, if they said he's not coming back, but if he came to them for whatever reason 3 weeks from now, you're not inviting him back onto the team?
Yeah, no, of course.
Of course you are. That's what I'm saying. Of course you are.
Right. So in-house, maybe they know the deal.
Is there a point of no return?
No.
In terms of a date? I'm talking about a date.
No, you can't do that.
No, I'm just asking.
No, say hypothetically.
I don't think so either.
Hypotheticals. If they made the Western Conference Finals and Wiggins like, hey, I'm coming back. Sure, the Warriors welcome. Well, come on back.
Exactly.
Come on back.
Exactly.
We're not closing the door on you.
Yeah,
And by the way, he's under contract for the next 4 years, so you're not going to close that door on Andrew Wiggins at all.
I'm just asking the questions out loud. I'm sure some people are assuming.
No, of course. I'm sure a lot of fans want to know what's happening. When I get asked every day about it. We're going to get to the Chase Center. I want to play this before we read the league. Actually, let me read the legal first. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game, and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Jamal Crawford is an absolute television star.
Yeah, I really like him.
I love Jay Crossover. Really cool dude. I didn't tell you, man. He hooked me up with a couple pair of shoes one time.
Really?
Like, he's a really good dude. He was like, oh, man, what size you wear? Blah, blah, blah. I got you. And he was like, I wore those things into the ground. But Jay Crawford is really good on TNT. Yeah, I had to drop that. Here's what Crawford had to say about you.
T-Mac, Lefko.
Candace Parker.
Channing Frye.
Channing Frye
was
and
Candace Parker's doing the NCAA tournament.
Channing Frye was trying to come for one of the other chairs, like Channing. Dog, pick and choose your spots.
Well,
I do love Jamal Crawford, though. He's really
Crawford's
good. And McGrady's gotten better.
He's gotten better, but Crawford is really good.
Yeah.
And you were talking about Chase Center, and you didn't know if they could replicate the crowd noise at Oracle Park, or they could recreate that home court advantage. Where here's what Jamal Crawford had to say about the Chase Center atmosphere.
It's not only an avalanche. The DJ sneak dissing, he's playing songs from Oakland. Like, it's a lot going on over there. And the players know this. Like, okay, get stupid. And here comes 3 more threes. Get stupid. And the players like, what's going on here? It's an avalanche. They're playing mental. They're playing chess, especially at the Chase Center. They get special out there, and their threes are worth more than just threes. It feels like a 10-point shot because it's that demoralizing.
He's right about that. Those threes are worth more than just 3. He is so right about
the
that.
Curry flurry felt like a 40-point explosion, and it was like 3 threes in a row.
You just see the Pelicans, it's like, oh, the shoulder starts slumping. The crowd's loud. And he's right. DJ D Sharp knows what hit the play at the right time. And it becomes a party.
A lot of Jacka now.
He plays a lot of he mixes it up.
The Jack!
No, he mixes it up.
No, I know. But I'm saying he really plays classic songs.
Oh, he plays classic. You hear the game, recognized game at halftime. But he's right about that. They're sneak dissing with the music. So the music gets to you. The crowd's on top of you. Everybody's cooking. Everybody's big head bouncing. Curry's popping around, hitting threes left and right. And it just destroys you because a lot of these kids, like Brandon Ingram, he watched Steph Curry when he was in college at Duke and in high school. You know, Trey Murphy III, he's watched Steph Curry his whole life. He's really legit.
Trey Murphy III is really very good.
Herb Jones shadowing.
So right about that.
I mean, he's legit.
We're all over this.
League pass. Herb Jones is a good defender. And these kids see Steph Curry and we're just like, I saw this in 2K. I saw this in
2K.
I saw that. Like, I was using Steph Curry in 2K. Like, and Willie Green sitting there was like, I was in practice watching this guy every single day. Collins is on the bench. Terry Collins is on the bench. He goes, oh, God, again.
Speaking of 2K, and I don't mean to be this guy, but I'm going to be this guy. I know that they've got these different jerseys, the women empowerment jerseys. I feel like I haven't seen their regular uniforms all year. Is it just me? Am I the only one? Like, I get you wear them a certain amount of times throughout the year. Like, is the now like City Edition it feels like to me you've worn that more than any other uniform this year.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of over that jersey right now. And I'm a big jersey guy. Like, I played MLB The Show, and I was like, I'm Pirates versus the Reds, and I went through all the old school uniforms, and like I love all that. I'm sorry, like I'm done with the flower jersey. I want to go back to either the cities or maybe the old school 80s Warriors ones or the 90s Warriors ones. Like anyone, like I'm done with that jersey.
Well,
we've played it enough.
I'm not going to lie, though. Those jerseys look better and better when they win. They look better and better when they're rolling. They look better and better when those threes are hitting.
But if you don't wear your normal uniforms, like their color scheme is blue and yellow.
Nobody wears their normal uniform anymore in the NBA. Nobody.
I don't know.
Did you watch the T-Wolves? They had some uniforms that look like the Denver Nuggets throwback uniforms back in the day.
To me, like it's not a problem. It's just like wear the Warrior jerseys. That's all I'm saying.
It's also marketing, and those flower jerseys are selling like hotcakes. Everybody's rocking that gear, whether it's the flower hat, the flower jacket. A lot of people rock that gear.
I'm not saying they don't.
So
I'm not saying they don't.
You want to showcase all your uniforms. I get it. Not my favorite uniform in the world. I love the ones with the thunder on the side.
Yeah, I like
black
those
uniforms
ones.
last
Yes.
year. I also love the San Francisco or the Warriors across their chest.
I agree.
From last year, the
blue
Blues.
ones. Yes, I agree with that.
You know, a lot of people were kind of done with these uniforms, including Suzette in Oakland. Suzette, what's your issue with the uniforms?
I'm so done with those uniforms. When my husband saw the black warm-up jackets, he goes, they're wearing those jerseys again. I'm like, oh, no. I think they're bad luck this year. I really do. I'm done with them. We need something else.
Well, Suzette, it wasn't bad luck yesterday, was it?
She's gone.
Wasn't bad luck yesterday.
All I'm saying is this: like, if you're gonna the Niners have alternate jerseys, right? Because the ones that they normally wear are their modern jerseys, and they wear them predominantly, right? Right now, it feels like to me, and I don't have the data to back it up, but it feels like the predominant jersey they've worn this year is the alternate, which would make it not alternative. I believe it would make it more standard.
Well, I believe it's the last time they're wearing it, and you have to do it. It's Women's Power this month. You're honoring woman, so you know what?
Is that what it was? Okay,
yes,
but they've worn it all year.
Yeah, well,
I just want to see the blue jerseys or the white ones or whatever. I want to see their more standardized ones. Plus, like they brought those.
You don't like the standardized ones, though. You told me
no, but they're better. Like the navy blue ones, the Michigan-looking ones, the Cal. I don't like those either. Like, can we just go? You have a great collection. It's the same thing I said about the Giants City Edition. You have a collection of incredible uniforms. The cable car, the California State with the star on it. That one's awesome. With the basketball, the Warrior Run TMC ones are awesome. I want to see those. Any of them, even the more current ones. The We Believe, the town jerseys. Go to any of those. I don't know. It's just my little thing.
For me, I have more issue with the court than the uniform.
It's an eyesore.
The court to me gives me a bigger issue. It's a bigger issue.
If the jersey has to be worn untucked, to me it's not.
But you know what? When it is tucked in, I'm not mad at the uniform. I don't think it's as bad as what people say. The court to me is the bigger problem.
Okay, the gray.
I'm not a big fan of the court.
Yeah.
But the uniform, whatever. It's not bad.
I wish they would bring back the town with the tree. That one was really cool.
Yeah,
like in terms of a darker black, I think it was slate, charcoal. I don't know what the shade was. I know I get on my weird thing on the jerseys. I apologize. Just my particular
No, I'm a big
opinion.
uniform guy. I I love uniforms. Uniforms matter to me, but I get why they wear these uniforms. And, you're putting a lot of investment into these uniforms. You want to showcase them. A lot of people wear those uniforms to chase them.
No, I know. But it's
surprised.
also a lot of the gear that they're selling is when you go into the Warriors shop, it's all that.
It's all the gear.
Yeah.
And I love it. I wish they did bring back the uniforms from last year, but, I guess that's an NBA.
Well, that's the other thing. I guess it's one and done every year when it comes to those city editions.
So we've got some tiebreaker situations here that I want to get into. 888-957-9570. Who we need to root for today if you're a Warrior fan. Now, obviously, we have a lot of Warrior fans listening. You need Phoenix to beat Minnesota. Because if Minnesota wins, they'll move back into the 6th seed if they win. And the Clippers win. So basically, if you're the Golden State Warriors, you need the T-Wolves to lose tonight to be in that 6th spot. Because right now, the Warriors don't have the tiebreaker against the Phoenix Suns. They don't have the tiebreaker against the LA Clippers. And they don't have the tiebreaker against the LA Lakers. And right now, they don't have the tiebreaker against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But that can change because both these teams split their 4 games this year, 2-2. Right now, the reason why Minnesota has the edge is because they have a better conference record than the Golden State Warriors. Now, Minnesota still plays the Pelicans. They still play the LA Lakers. They still play the Spurs. And I believe they have one more Western Conference game. They have a game in Brooklyn, which is going to be another huge game. So you need Minnesota to lose tonight. You need Minnesota to lose. If you're a Warrior fan, root for Minnesota to lose tonight so you can stay in that 6th spot and stay out of the play-in. That's how you got to root. You got to root for Kevin Durant and Devin Booker against the T-Wolves tonight. And that right there, you start there, you're back in the 6th spot. Now, do you want 5? Do you want 4? I personally would rather avoid the Phoenix Suns, although you could make the argument that Kevin Durant's coming back today and maybe he doesn't have his rhythm and it's going to take him some time to build that chemistry with Booker and Chris Paul. But I'd rather not take those chances.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant is a cold-blooded killer.
6 to me feels good.
Yes.
Just stay in the 6. You avoid the play-in. You avoid Phoenix. That feels good.
But if Minnesota and the Warriors were to tie at the end of the season, it's going to come down to conference record. And whoever has the better conference record will get that tiebreaker. So we're now scoreboard watching here with 5 games left.
It feels fun.
It is fun. I'm having a lot of fun. The last month of the NBA season has been a lot of fun. Jose and San Lorenzo. Jose, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Jose, going once, going twice.
Sold.
He gone. All right. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. What's coming up on the game? All right, we're a little early. We got to hear what JJ Redick had to say about a potential Warriors-Kings matchup. Now, I'm going to play this, and I want people to think about this. 888-957-9570. Kenny Caraway joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday and had this to say about a potential Warriors-Kings series in the first round.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as the 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
And now you got to hear why JJ Redick believes the Warriors do not want the Kings in the first round, that they need to avoid that purple smoke. They need to avoid the beam. Listen to JJ Redick on the other side here on the Morning Roast. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Mom, Dad, Sis?
Here we go again.
Why are you in a suit? Picture, if you will, a world with the best network imaginable. I'm talking about the Xfinity 10G network. Go on. Mom, remember how your reality shows wouldn't load with all of us online? Now you can binge.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Moses? 888-957-9570. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up at about 9:49. Your final thoughts, 888-957-9570. We're going to get into the 49ers and the quarterback situation. Little Giants baseball. We push Rich Aurelia back to tomorrow when the Giants open the season at Yankee Stadium against the Pinstripes. The Yankees.
Baseball.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of that. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast now out with Sam Lubman and, of course, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. CURBEE.com. It's going to be a long day for us here. We're not leaving this building until about 1:30. We have an all-staff meeting here. That'll be interesting. We'll try to get some sleep in between. Yeah, I know. Damn it. After a long night, Pelicans, Warriors. So when I look at
would like to go get some lunch in between now and then.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
I've got to do all those like trainings and stuff online.
So what's funny is I did a bunch, Brain Shark or whatever it's called. I did them, and it's saying that I didn't complete the module. I'm not doing it again. I've done it 3 times. And I sent it to Matt, and I said, tell tech or IT or whatever, I've done this already 3 times, and for whatever reason, it won't load at the end.
Apparently, I have to do 6 of them. I just keep getting alerts for it, so. Pelicans last 6 games.
Not 6, not 7.
Excuse me, last 7 games for the Pelicans. Oh, Pelicans, what am I doing? Look at the Minnesota Timberwolves. T-Wolves. Oh, we're going to get to J.J. Redick's sound in just a second. You got to hear what J.J. Redick said about the Warriors in the potential Kings-Warriors series. But Minnesota, at Phoenix tonight. You want Phoenix to win that basketball game. That's an ESPN game as well. We'll watch snowfall, then we'll watch Phoenix and the T-Wolves. Shasky will be watching snowfall or spring training baseball, or he'll be watching some highlights. I'll be watching T-Wolves and Suns.
Mandalorian, actually.
Oh, Mandalorian, yeah. Shasky will be watching no basketball tonight.
And Bad Batch.
Yeah, there you go. So he will not be watching Suns T-Wolves. I'll be watching Suns T-Wolves. And then Lakers T-Wolves Friday night. Then they play Portland. It's a gimme game Sunday. They're going to blow out the Blazers. Blazers are trying to win. Then they go to Brooklyn Tuesday. Brooklyn trying to stay in that top 6 in the Eastern Conference. So that'd be a tough game at Barclays Center for the T-Wolves. That'd be an interesting game. Then they go to San Antonio Saturday night. That's a gimme game. And then they end the season against the Pelly Pels in Minnesota on Sunday. So ideally you want the T-Wolves to go 4-2, and you need the Warriors to basically almost win out.
If the lottery balls go in their favor, it's like I'm talking about San Antonio for just a quick second, and they get Victor Wembanyama. It feels to me like Popovich is the luckiest man ever.
Tim Duncan.
I mean, Duncan, that when Boston should have had him, and then you get Victor Wembanyama to come save you and give you a life raft. I don't know.
Where do you think the Warriors have to go the rest of the way to get that 6th seed? 5 games left.
3-2?
I think they have to go 4-1.
You think it has to be that?
Yeah, I think they have to.
Do they have it in them?
They had it in them in the second half last night. Now we know what they've looked like on the road.
This is why they can ill afford to lose Draymond for a game. I don't care if it is the Spurs.
Yeah, they could be. If they can't be San Antonio, if not Draymond Green, then we got bigger issues. All right, J.J. Redick on First Take today.
We got bigger issues. We've had big issues all year.
J.J. Redick basically saying that the Warriors don't want any smoke with the Sacramento Kings.
And there's this talk about them wanting the 6th seed, and I get why, right? You're avoiding Phoenix in the first round. You're avoiding Denver, who's been the best team in the West all season, in the second round. But that SAC matchup, to me, besides the storylines, right? The geographical proximity, Mike Brown coaching under Steve Kerr, Sacramento having their first playoff berth since 2006. That's going to be a tough matchup for the Warriors. You don't have home court advantage. You've been the worst road team all season long. You can't defend threes on the road. Sacramento is 5th in made threes, 7th in attempts, 8th in three-point percentage. They are a really good three-point shooting team. And then the other thing on top of that, Golden State's not good at the point of attack. De'Aaron Fox will be able to break down their defense and create havoc and get shooters open. I don't love that matchup for the Warriors. I get why they want it, and I get why that potential second-round matchup against Memphis makes sense because they have their number. But I'd be weary of that potential first-round matchup against the Sacramento Kings.
So, and you know how Kenny Caraway feels about that matchup, Shasky, real quick.
The matchups are a good look for the Kings. They're a good look. And if we play the Warriors as the 6th seed, I'll tell you right now, we'll backhand the Warriors. I don't want to play the Warriors just because I have a healthy respect and fear for Steph Curry. I don't want to deal with him in the playoffs. I really don't. But if it comes to that, we backhand the Warriors. Because the Warriors don't do nothing on the road. They definitely don't play defense on the road. The Warriors too small. Sabonis would eat all series long.
Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320 on with Willard or Dibs yesterday.
I've done 2 Jay-Z lines today. I'm going to do a third one. We don't believe you. You need more people.
That's good.
I mean, come on. But first off, the De'Aaron Fox point was a valid one.
I needed to take over, beat. I needed what? With the Jay-Z takeover. When he opened the Blueprint one.
It's the best.
It is the best. That album is top 5 album all time.
Yeah, it's like me with the text line. I'll give you half a bar.
Yeah.
Won't even give you a full song. Give you half a bar. Then I'll block you. No, but the De'Aaron Fox point is a good one for JJ Redick in terms of breaking down the defense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. What are we doing when it comes to these offensive and defensive metrics from the regular season? I get it. It's data. Hasn't this team of any team proven that the regular season to this team is the most irrelevant thing on the they have to get there. But once they get to the playoffs, take your stats and throw them in the garbage. Like the Atlanta Hawks for years. We're a great regular season team.
Great.
And then the playoffs came and none of those stats meant anything.
Nothing.
All right? And so the Warriors, conversely, are the other side of the pendulum. Okay, just get to the playoffs. All the statistics of what their metrics are here, there, and there. Look me in the eye. I would say this to JJ, look me in the eye. You're taking the Warriors in at least one of those first 2 road games.
You would think so.
No, I know so, because this is a team that has won how many consecutive road games in terms of one of the games on the road in how many series, Monte?
Yeah, 29 straight.
29 straight. So you're gonna take the I've done nothing ever except for this 1 year in the regular season Sacramento Kings, and they're gonna hold serve at home? Come on.
408.
And that's not disrespectful. That's looking at one of the all-time greatest dynasties in American sports and saying, yeah, I think they've earned a little benefit of the doubt when it comes to playoffs.
408 saying that Comcast Business Text Line, that would be the first NBA 7-game homestand if the Warriors play the Kings in the first round. Now, you had some home games. Remember Chicago played Indiana in a series with Derrick Rose when he was in his prime. Those nothing but Bulls fans in Indianapolis because it's a short drive from Chicago down to Indianapolis.
So Roy Hibbert Pacers?
I don't know if it was the Roy Hibbert Pacers. Maybe
wasn't it? Could I be wrong?
No, but was Roy Hibbert still there?
Remember, he was the LeBron stopper one year. For one game.
Was he really?
That's what he called himself.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it didn't work out for him too well. 888-957-9570. Who should want to avoid the other more? Warriors avoid the Kings, or should the Kings try to avoid the Warriors? 888-957-9570.
Are the Warriors good enough to avoid anyone?
Well, they just got to get in.
Yeah, that's what
And as Draymond Green said on the Draymond Green podcast the other day, we're not afraid of nobody. We really don't care who we play in the first round. Should the Kings want to avoid the Warriors in the first round? 888-957-9570. Let's go to May Money in Oakland. May Money, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Hey there.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
We got you, May Money. We got you. All
right, cool. I just wanted to say, first of all, I am no expert in basketball. Honestly, I learned... I got into basketball because I was bartending back in the day, when the Warriors were winning, and it was just money falling everywhere, and Klay Thompson is my boo, and it's just such a good vibe, getting to know basketball through the Warriors. So I just got to put that out there. The thing that I'm complaining about, with this season, is the incoherent. It seems like the team is not together. I'm a professional swimmer, and I know what it's like to be an individual sports person. I'm not used to being on a team sport, but I know what it's like to work with a team, and it just didn't seem like they're together. That was the sloppiest game I've ever seen. It just seemed like nobody had their head in the game. Where's the focus? Where is the anything? It was just so messy. And so I just want these Warriors to I feel like they're in their head too much. everybody. It's just they all up in their head. Like, get your life together and come and play the game of basketball, the game that you love, and put the intensity into the game. Like, it just seems so sloppy this year. I don't know what it is.
Made money. Let me ask you.
I don't know if you.
2 quick questions. I'm going to ask you 2 quick questions. First one, what did you think of Draymond Green last night?
Okay. Oh, so frustrating. So frustrating. Honestly, I love Draymond. I love the heart, and I know where he's coming from, but he's at this point kind of detrimental to the team. Like, we need you, and at points, like, we needed him to be who Draymond is, but at a lot of other points he was taking away and kind of being selfish, if I have to be real with you. You know what I'm saying?
Can I be real with you? Did you know that Bonte is a radio host in real life, and on television he's also a bartender?
Oh, hey there.
Yeah, he be blending into the couch, bro.
What?
What's that mean?
What does that mean?
The other day, you was wearing a whole blue thing, and it was blending into the couch on TV. I couldn't even see you, bro.
The blue suit?
Yeah, you was wearing a blue suit that blended in with the couch.
What am I supposed to do? Am I not supposed to wear a blue suit?
Apparently, you look like you were blending into the chair.
All right. Well, that's a good observation. I'll keep a note of it to tell him to change the color of the chair.
She pulled out the chopper on you.
Oh, hey there.
Klay Thompson's her boo. She was making big money when the Warriors were running things. She was bartending.
I'm in a good mood today.
D and Money May bringing the fire today.
Bringing the fire.
D brought the fire. D brought the fire. Money May was, she almost got ran in the first 5 seconds, but, we're in a good mood. Oh, hey there. We're in a good mood. We're chilling.
We can always hear you.
We can always hear you. FYI, we can always hear you.
You know what, though? You did look so saucy yesterday. You look like you were a member of the...
coat?
I thought you were part of the... what's the name of the family? The D'Amelio family? What's the family in Sopranos?
What about it? Just a guy on...
Family. Which family? There's a million.
Yeah, there's a million families. What about
the
the Colombo family on... you don't watch The Godfather.
I know Colombo.
But you don't watch The Godfather of Harlem.
No, I don't. But I know Colombo, who was solving, murders and crimes. Yeah. And you knew Colombo was going to get it just right. You did not look like Colombo.
I look like Bumpy Johnson a little bit.
Well, you had a Johnny Sack feel to you.
DeMeo.
Yeah, DeMeo. Thank you. I needed you to be smoking a heater.
Yeah, I wanted to. It was raining, so I had to bring out the peacoat. It was
you
a
look
peacoat
great.
type of day.
Yeah,
Mob
you did
figure.
not blend in with the
couch yesterday.
I'd never heard that.
I've never heard that either. They're light blue seats. We all wear dark blue suits. Oh boy, where are we going here? 888-957-957. D had to call it a day.
We're going to the playoffs, Monte. We're going to Sacramento.
We're going to Sacramento.
I don't know if you're aware of this.
You want Sacramento? I want. You know what? I do want Sacramento because Kyle Draper, who hosts pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports California.
So
for
he
the
does
Sacramento
your
Kings.
job, but for the Kings.
For the Kings.
Okay.
He also does
Bizarro
play-by-play
Bonte.
with Mark Jones is off. Now, Fitz never takes a day off. Mark Jones has ESPN duties, so Kyle Draper will call the games as well. And I told you a couple weeks ago, looked at me, said, y'all getting blown out by the Grizzlies, man? What's happening? And they were beating the Wizards by 25 points.
Oh, wow.
And Draper goes, he looks at Kenny Thomas and my boy Cassine. What up, Cassine? Cassine hasn't said anything because his Blazers stink. They haven't been relevant since January. Kyle Draper goes, we need the big studio. About time we need the big studio. And I go, when you guys stop hanging Summer League championship banners, then maybe we'll think about letting you use the big studio when we have a day off. So King fans, and I told you what they did. You saw what they did on my car. They put the piece of paper and wrote "Light the Beam." Put them on windshield wiper. So they've been getting cockier and cockier and cockier. Casey and D-Lo talking that smack up there at ESPN 1320. They're talking about "Light the Beam." There's levels to this. Okay. We're going to see in a couple weeks. You do not want to go to St. Warriors. Do not want the Warriors. Oscar Stockton, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on?
Nothing much, man. This last hour's been off the rails, man. Ever since we moved back to a 4-hour show, the last hour's just been wacky.
Well, it's because we have a late waking crowd. That's what we do. We're either hungover, we're high, or we're running on fumes. I like this crowd, this 9 o'clock crowd. Last call?
Oscar, what's happening? Call back, Oscar.
I think he blended in with the clouds.
Oh, hey there. Where's our man Bob in Boston? How high is he right now after that win? Cole in Pleasant Hill. Cole, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, love being on the roast. Thanks for taking my call. I think the Kings need to be concerned about playing the Warriors. Kind of feels like one of those situations where, with the Warriors in San Antonio years ago, we just couldn't win out there. Well, I think the Warriors got the Kings number wherever they play. And if we're going to play in Sacramento, we're taking over. I'm not concerned with it at all. And I want to make mention yesterday about Bob Myers coming down and talking to Draymond. I thought that was so powerful to see yesterday, and just it made me happy. It made me see that the guys above. I mean, Bob's always been a big part of the team, but to have him come down, tell Draymond, you need to get back in there, lead by example. Like I called in a couple weeks ago, I want to see that example, and maybe it's not maybe the cheerleader's not the guy who's actually on the court, but someone from above. So hats off to Bob Myers for doing that. That made me really happy to see. Proud of the guys. I think we got to take four the next 5
at least, right?
Maybe lock it up. Maybe lock it up now. Get Draymond that last tech. Let him sit out the last game, and then restart that counter. So. Thanks for taking my call.
Should we stop the game like we did with Steph Curry when he broke the 3-point record when Draymond gets that next tech? Like all the confetti comes down.
I mean, Draymond Green, Stephen Curry. It was a full experience, man. It's a full Draymond Green. I can't get over that second quarter when he just unraveled. Well, apparently he didn't unravel. He got his team fired up. But Curry had to take him out.
Yeah.
Had to take him out. I was like, yo, chill. Draymond was barking. Did you see the footage on NBC Sports Bay Area? He's barking at the assistant coach.
I watched.
And then Bob Myers had to come down. I was like, hey, Trey, you made your point. And the way he pulled up the zipper, I almost broke the zipper. Draymond's wild. But you know what? We can't live without the guy.
No.
I'm not ready to move on from Draymond Green. I swear to God, I'm not.
So somebody just texted in something that I have to read on your behalf. As I was talking about your big khaki coat. From the 408, Vontae's coat was so big it looked like he was sitting on top of Shasky to sneak him into the game for free.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
That is so amazing. What a shot.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
You're a good sport, man.
Unbelievable.
I love you.
Unbelievable.
By the way, our callers are the best. I'm getting texts to my cell phone who are saying, your callers, there are no other in the country. I guarantee people in the Midwest are like, this is such a great show.
This is the only place you could probably call where you could be high on the air. Hell, you might be off something more than weed. Who knows?
Philly gets all the love for sports radio. No. I'm telling you, our audience is better.
I want to shout out my guy, Will Thompson. Big time Sacramento King fan. And I feel his nervous energy here. I feel the Kings and Warriors should avoid each other so they can meet in the second or conference finals. Yeah, well, it's probably not going to happen.
Go to church.
Yeah, because there's no guarantee if you play Minnesota Sacramento King fans that you're getting by Minnesota. They beat you 3 out of 4. So think about the Warrior. If you're a Warrior fan this week, you have to root for Phoenix tonight against Minnesota.
Chris Paul.
Friday, you have to root for Chris Paul and Kevin Durant.
Root for Chris Paul.
Yes. Friday, when the Lakers visit Minnesota, you have to root for LeBron James and Anthony Davis to beat Minnesota.
Go Clutch.
Go Lakers.
I hope Chris Haynes is sitting side.
Monte Hill, #1 Austin Reeves fan on Friday.
Oh, I'm going to be like the guy in the GIF.
He
the
needs
Laker
that
fan.
foul call.
The guy with the chain.
What?
Lakers.
Oh, it's an all-time GIF.
It's an all-time GIF.
Just type Lakers into any GIF, and he's like the first guy.
He's the first guy.
I don't even really do GIFs, so you're gonna have to.
I've been on a GIF hype.
Yeah. Is it GIF or GIF?
GIF. I think it's
GIF.
Okay.
It's GIF.
GIF. Like a
Vontae,
GIF?
you be bringing it to the couch, bro. What? This is wild. Money Mays, an all-time favorite. D in Oakland. Doo-wop. I mean, I'd love to name Doo-wop.
Doo-wop because he's the sugar?
I would love to be nicknamed Doo-wop. And then, by the way, Schleprock, we want to give him credit. Schleprock earned today with the all-time nickname, Kevon Windex Looney, because all he does is clean up the glass. That was an all-timer. The roasters, man, out in full effect. Let's go.
Oh, so someone's here saying Karl Malone has 332, Barkley has 329, Rasheed Wallace 317 in terms of technicals all time.
Where's Draymond Green?
I don't know. He's got to be creeping up on this list.
Somebody Google Draymond Green all-time text. Let's go to, full lines here before we get to Xfinity Fast 5. Let's go back to Oscar and Stockton. We'll give him another shot here. Oscar, what is happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I was going to say, man, one thing, if we do play the Kings, there's a lot of things out here in this valley. I've been out here for a long time. So Kings is lightweight, the Warriors B team. We all know that. So besides the point, last night, the Warriors, the first half, Draymond Green, yeah, he do get on some people's nerves, but last night we needed Draymond to be like that because the Warriors was getting bunked. And anyway, it wasn't his fault. Ingram, I don't know who gave him a tough guy stamp, but he the one who wanted to start the mess last night. So the only thing Draymond could do was stand his ground. And, you know, and like I say, the Warriors, before the season is over with, like I called earlier, the Warriors are going to finish 4th, not 6th. Everybody stop panicking. We're going to be ready, and the Wiggins will be back. Guarantee you that. He'll be back next week. So, go Warriors, baby. And Bonte, I like that blue suit, man. That's Bay Area style. That's Warriors blue.
I'm feeling that, too.
All right, there you go. Thank
He
you
be
for that.
running into the couch, bro.
That is great. I can't wait.
I used to say that about my high school self when I'd be smoking too much.
I be blending it. He be blending it to the.
You know
couch,
what I'm talking
bro.
about? Where you're just like,
Yeah,
then
no,
your neck
that's
hurts.
what she meant.
There's that PSA commercial way back when. She's like, what has she been doing? She's like melting the couch. She just, ever since she started smoking marijuana, all she does is lay on the couch.
Man.
It's an all-timer.
It's so good, man. That was Money May. I'll never forget Money May. I'll never forget Tish either in Hercules.
What up, Tish?
Long time no talk. How you doing?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm literally sitting here in my car cracking up. These lady callers this morning have been hilarious.
They've been on fire.
Is Robin to call in?
Oh, boy.
We haven't heard Robin today.
Well, you know what's funny?
Bonte,
I got a DM for Robin on Facebook, and she was like, Bonte, let's just admit it. This team just isn't good. And I was in the second quarter, and I didn't hear from her. I haven't heard from her since.
Hey,
so there you go.
We all felt that way.
We all felt that way. Whether you work on television or analyst. Hell, Steph Curry probably thought that's man. We just may not be that good this year. All right, go ahead, Tish.
let me tell you something. I was watching the game, and I had to go out and sit in my car and listen to the game. That's how crazy I was going after that first half. But our boys pulled through. Bonte, when I come to the games, I always look in, and you don't blend into the couch. You good in that little booth. I never stop and wave because I'm trying to get home to the way out to Hercules. But I see y'all all the time when I come to the games, and you look great. I still love that take by that young lady.
Yeah, it was great. It's an all-time take. Tish, if you get there early, come by, say hi. I would love to meet you at the gatehouse. Wave in post-game. If you got to run, just give me a quick wave. I may be on air, but I'll give you a little wink or something. I would love to meet you.
Let me make my point. I met you once. I came down when you and Steiny.
Oh, yeah, at Old Ship. Old Ship, that's right. Yeah, way back in the day, old BS&G days.
There's rumors that they're going to dedicate one of the stools to Steiny.
Oh.
But listen, this is why I called the Kings. I've been to many of those games because sometimes I work in Sacramento, sometimes I work in the city because I work for the state. Okay. And my point is, it feels like a home game when you're at the Kings. There's blue jerseys everywhere, even in the lower bowl.
Wow.
So I feel like it's a toss-up if we play the Kings. And it would be good energy because, of course, our guy Mike Brown is there.
Yeah.
Mike Brown, I think, should be Coach of the Year. But I don't think Mike Brown is diminished in any way if he gets beat by the Warriors because he helped build the Warriors also.
Yeah.
So I would love to see that because there's no flying back and forth across the country. Our guys will be fresh. They'll be on a bus. Maybe they'll sleep in their own beds. Who knows? But many of us can get up there to see the games too.
That's a good point.
So that's what I'm hoping for.
That's a good point. Hey, Tish, great call. Hope to see you at the Gatehouse. Great call there. We got Xfinity Fast 5 coming up, 888-957-9570. Your final thoughts on the day in sports. If you want to get a quick Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, Brock Purdy take, go ahead because it's there all season. Told you guys, as soon as Sam Darnold sign, brace yourself because Darnold will get an opportunity to start at quarterback. He will. Whether you like it or not, it's just the way the Shanahan's roll. It's just the way it is with the 49ers. All right, Sid in Oakland. Sid, what's happening? What's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, hear me out real quick. I know you guys got to get out here. It's raining outside. Definitely be safe. Okay, real quick. Last night, Draymond was the strength and the cancer of the team. Okay, Steve Kerr dealing with Draymond. I know he probably drinks a bottle of wine every day after the game. This guy, he did a good job with the distractions and things, but I mean, the cursing. You guys were reading what he was saying. He was cursing the whole team out, right? So I'm looking at it like this. Draymond has to realize that as much as he's helping with that, the refs bailed him out. Like, in any other game, he would have been kicked out.
I know.
So he got to really pay attention to that.
It's true.
Going into the playoffs. And get it. And last but not least, Sacramento is out of their mind if they think they're going to beat you guys in the first round series. They will get swept. I call it 4-0. Every game they will probably take the lead, but once again, like what Curry did last night, he would do every night to Sacramento. Have a good day, man.
No doubt. Have a good day. Good call there. Let's get to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Rob?
What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, look, man. Y'all better be careful of them Kings. I think it'll be a great matchup. I'm not saying the Kings win, but win a couple games.
Wait. Y'all better be careful. Aren't you a Warrior fan, Rob?
Man, look, man, no. I just support the Warriors because I'm in the Bay Area. My favorite player is Chris Webber. I was going to Kings games in 01, 02 when we was popping. 2001, look, I'm going to tell you like this. Kings fans, you know, there's a lot of real fans. They got real fans. I remember when the Kings was popping, we used to come to Golden State, have more fans than the Warriors did. You know, to me, a vast majority of Warrior fans are just old Laker fans, you know what I'm saying, or old Kings fans. So, look, man, the Warriors going to beat them, but it's going to be a hell of a show. And you gotta get up to that stadium, man. It's popping up.
Oh, I love Golden One. I love Golden One.
Man, that time that you're talking about, what was that, about 5 months in the early 2000s when the Kings were bigger than the Warriors?
No, they were.
I'm teasing.
They were.
I can't believe that Rob is Sacramento.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Now you think you know a guy.
Now it all makes sense with the slander of Steph and Curry. Now it all makes sense from Rob and San Bruno.
I can't wait to see Rob for OTAs and camp. He's going to be there. Oh, everything.
He's going to be fired up. Oh, man. 888-957-9570. About 10 minutes left in the show. Draymond Green was wild yesterday, and this is what started him off. What's got him fired up after he hip checked Brandon Ingram there late in the second quarter.
Yeah, he started talking about the foul. But I got a lot of respect for CJ. He's a guy who's been good in this league a long time, but, you know, it's my type of situation. I enjoy that, so I appreciate him. It's good.
Did it feel like a playoff game, Draymond Green?
It did, and as it should. You know, there's two teams fighting for positioning, possibly being in a tiebreaker situation, and you got to take care of home court. We gave one away last game, me in particular, and, you know, got to do something to get that back. Can't lose 2 in a row at home, especially at this point in the year, understanding our circumstances. So it definitely felt like a playoff game as it should have.
It did.
It did. And he said they looked dead and they needed some energy.
We looked dead those first 18 minutes of the game. We had to find some energy somewhere, and I knew, you know, it just wasn't going to come, you know, especially losing the game like we lost the game last game, like that can carry over, and I felt like it did. So just knew we had to do something and do it fast before the game got out of control. And, you know, they hit a couple shots there at the end of the half to increase their lead, but it didn't feel real. You know, it felt like, oh, they hit a couple, we turned the ball over a couple times, they hit a couple shots in transition, but right before that, CJ had a wide open layup and he missed it. I had one of his shots and he missed it. And so you could just feel that, you know, they were out of sorts. Yet we turned the ball over a couple times, gave them stuff in transition, and they boosted their lead. But, you know, coming into the half, I knew we had them right where we needed to have them. And, you know, we came out a minute 16 seconds in on an 8-0 run. And, you know, that was huge, and it turned the game for us.
I mean they were down 17.
We had them right where we wanted them. Hey, guys,
they were down 17.
Here's the game plan going into the game. We're going to look horrific for almost 2 full quarters. I want to get down 20. Then I really want to start playing.
Yeah, then we have them.
What is this, like dad versus son in the backyard?
We got them right where we want them, down 17.
I love Dre, but some of the stuff that he says,
but you know what?
I think he believes it.
But you know what? How can you not believe it? They came back from 17 down, 20 down. Going an 8-0 run in the third quarter, and Curry believed it. They had that confidence. That's one thing we underrate. They're 4-time champs. Of course. What comes with that is a confidence that you're never out of a basketball game because of the firepower that they have. Steph Curry can go crazy. Klay Thompson can go. But to
say we had him right where we wanted him, that seems like a stretch. I love Dre. I would follow up and be like, Dre, you know what? Really? You had him down 17 was exactly how you wanted it? Come on. I'd rather be up 17.
Yeah, we all would. But this team,
it's just funny,
has proved time and time again that we at times continue to doubt them. Fezzi and I were down in the dumps at half. I sit down for it. Down 17. What a disastrous first half. They can't beat the press. I mean, it was they couldn't beat the press. They turned the ball over once out of a timeout.
Yes.
The Pelicans come in with a 2-2-1, 2-1-2 press, whatever the hell it was. And Moody turns it over.
Immediately.
And then later on, Khabib got to call a timeout because he couldn't get the ball in.
Ingram was cooking them.
Ingram is a special player. And they doubled him hard at the top of they doubled him hard in that second half. He was getting rid of the ball. They took the ball out of his hands. Terry Murphy was quiet. CJ McCollum is, you know what? He's had better days. I think the better days are behind him.
We've seen him 6th, 7th man.
Dude, yeah, he's not that guy anymore.
Was he ever that guy? He
was always second.
It always felt like he was a charity selection on all these
it'd be all NBA teams or something like that. Has he even made all NBA? I gotta look that up.
I mean, like if you, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm asking sincerely. Like if you were just going around the league at any point, was he a top 25 player in the league?
Right now,
no.
The old Warriors are trusted, but this season, the Warriors are 3 games over 500.
I know.
They've won 9 road games. The core is the same, but they're older. And Steph Curry's still playing at MVP level. There's no doubt. Klay Thompson's had one of the best offensive seasons of his career.
Mm-hmm.
He just made a career high in terms of single-season threes. He's in the lead when it comes to three-pointers this season.
Did you see the numbers?
Yes.
It was 278.
278.
The next closest guy was like 15 or 20 down from him.
No, Buddy Hield is 7 behind him.
Oh, I thought he was 20 down.
No, Buddy Hield had the lead going into the last game against Minnesota. So Buddy Hield is 7 behind.
The most of his career?
Yes.
We haven't talked enough about it. His return has been better than we anticipated.
I have mentioned that. We underrated it. Just a year.
No, I'm talking about dramatically.
I know. I tried to tell you that, but you weren't listening because, you know.
Well, early on, it was ugly looking.
Yeah, you were on that hype.
Well, no, it was. No, it's called assessing in real time what's going on. It's not slander. It's assessment.
I have no idea. Can't tell you. I didn't see it. Nope.
Oh. So Brian Windhorst earlier today.
Windy.
Or Armando.
Was this a check?
Yeah, Windy. Checkbook. Brian Windhorst this morning on ESPN talk about the Sacramento Kings. The Kings are the mark. The Kings are stuck in the number 3 seed. That's where they're going to finish. The Kings are the mark. All of these teams are going for the number 6 seed. They smell weakness. They smell weakness, not only because they're not a good defensive team, ... but because they haven't been to the playoffs in 17 years. The Warriors want the number 6 seed. I think the Warriors, the T-Wolves, the Lakers, all these teams want the Clippers. They all want the 6 seed. They all want Sacramento. Damn. Sacramento, in a way, as a Sacramento King fan, you got to feel like, you know what? Bring it on. Recount it out. That fan base is going to be so fired up for that first game at Golden One Center.
I throw this to you, and you tell me what you think. Doesn't it feel like this year's Kings
could be that We Believe team?
The George Karl Nuggets when the Warriors beat them.
I thought you were going to go to Warriors with Mark Jackson.
No, but that's a good one. I was going to go like the year that the Nuggets had a really good year, and everyone was like, yeah, but. And then I remember when the Warriors played them, everyone was like, the Warriors have no chance. I'm like, really? Like the Iggy Nuggets are going to beat us? Really? Remember that team? Iggy would start off well. He'd sit down, and the legs would get tired.
Yeah, they were food.
They were.
They were food.
Warriors beat them in 6 that year?
Yep. 6 games.
And they were the 3 seed, and the Warriors were the 6 seed?
Yep.
I believe.
Is that
correct?
That is very correct.
Okay, and then the next year it was 2-7, Clippers, Warriors. Or was it 4-5?
It was 2-7.
2-7.
Talking about the early 2000s Kings memories, did you see Peja Stojakovic's son last night? The McDonald's All-American game? Andre Stojakovic? Kid's legit.
What's his name?
Andre Stojakovic.
Yeah, he's legit. How did Bronny Jr. do?
He looked great. His three ball was going last night.
Where's he going to college?
Skip, or he's saying he's a better shooter than his dad, by the way.
I mean, Skip, Jesus. What?
Mark Graves. That is so lame, Bonte. Teams want the number 16 because they don't want the play-in. Well, they don't want the play-in.
Well, yeah.
But they also see the Sacramento Kings saying, okay, Denver, Phoenix, Memphis, Clippers. Yeah, we want Sacramento.
Yeah, matchups do matter. When you get to this point in the season, you don't do this in February. You know, we got to do some final thoughts here for Fast Five.
Yeah. Let's go. All right, we're going to go around the room first, get everybody's final thoughts. Shasky, you start us off.
All right, first, my final thoughts are Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga had coming-of-age type games yesterday. The two young guys are going to be featured prominently in the playoffs. I thought it was Jordan Poole's best defensive game of the year, and I thought that Jonathan Kuminga just provided that much-needed athleticism, and that dunk, that felt different.
It did feel
and
different.
I love seeing the two players kind of fly under the radar and have big impact.
Kings and Warriors are headed on a collision course, folks. I'm so excited for it. I can't wait. I might have to go up to Golden One and Chase for this. I probably can't get tickets or anything or a pass, but I'll try.
Lubin.
I'm officially on the start Jonathan Kuminga train. If Wiggins isn't going to come back, put Wiggins in the starting lineup. I want to see Kuminga get more run, makes him better for this year, makes him better for next year, makes him better for the Warriors' future.
Oh, hey there. I like that. My final takeaway is Kevon Looney is a beast. Most improved NBA player. Let's push that award. NBA's most improved player. He was special. Sleprock said it. Really? Kevon Windex Looney.
I like that.
Because he cleans up the glass. Love that. Also, I found out that
He be blending into the couch, bro.
I blended to the couch. Oh, hey there. It's just my face, and then it's just blue.
So instead of Tally, you're Couchy?
Couchy.
Hi, guys. It's me, Monte Couchy.
Chris on YouTube. Kings first round, Grizz second round, all the way back to the Western Conference Finals. Oh, another second round matchup between the Grizz and Warriors. Wow. 650 Comcast business text line. Poole has been great these last 3 games. Where are the haters now? And then KC up in Sacramento, ESPN 1320. We more like the Warriors against the Nuggets that season. We are the Warriors from that season. Okay? All right, Kenny.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
Okay, Kenny.
Rockefeller, the game. You passed the test.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
We're going to go record the high school pod with
Jesse Fopper,
former USF pitcher, Marin Catholic guy, and also a former San Francisco Giant who's coaching at Marin Catholic right now.
Marin Catholic manager. There you go. And then we have an all-staff meeting. And then we probably have some other things to do. So we're probably not leaving until 1:30. Your boy's cooked.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. And you have more right to be exhausted. But I stuck around with you.
You did. Yeah, you don't have a right to be exhausted. I do.
I mean, I was tired watching you, waiting every breath for my name to be dropped.
Well, actually, you didn't watch us because you missed some of the things that we said. You missed some of the pressers. So you maybe just had the TV on to help us get ratings, but you weren't really listening.
I have a meter.
Bye-bye, everybody.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild
I was thinking about what I was going to say to start. I can't really come up with anything except, man, what a game last night. All kinds of stuff going on. Warriors rally from 20 down. They win the game. It was a big one that they had to have. They were bad in the first half, great in the second half. Draymond Green stealing the show from Steph Curry in a way. Poole, tremendous. Bob Myers coming down from the stands. Technicals and flagrants.
Wow.
I mean, it had everything, Goo.
I'll tell you this. I need your help and the listeners' help. Before I get out of here, or we get out of here at 2:15, I'll ask Willard and Dibbs when we see him, just help me get everything out. Because there's so much going through my dome, Steiny. Like, I've known you for 5 years, might be 6 long years. I've never seen Draymond like that. Take the good, the bad, the ugly. Steiny, it was like, I hate wrestling, but that was real wrestling. And it worked out because they needed it. But Dre, that post-game interview you did with Chris Haynes, I shed a thug tear. Because he explained who he is, what makes him tick, and you're right. Down 20, Steiny, I thought it was Saran. I thought they lost. It was residue from Minnesota, the collapse. But Draymond, if we were at a bar right now, this one's on me, baby. You earned that one last night. Steiny, he was everything. Was there. There was some bad.
He was a lot of things, but he wasn't everything because Steph Curry was something.
So was Poole. So
exactly.
was Kuminga. The Warriors are turning into the greatest NBA jigsaw puzzle. It's not about who's the hero of the game. Curry was outstanding. So was Dre from a mental standpoint. Bob Myers played the part. Kerr allowing Dre to be Dre. Poole, Kuminga. Steiny, this is what about Dante? The dunk. Right after halftime, I got to slow down, but they're becoming something that, hey, Steiny, it's your time to shine for a little bit. Pass the baton to Curry. Okay, Clay, you hit a couple big shots. It ain't got to just be one somebody.
No, it's going to be a team effort.
No, there we go.
I mean, it has to be.
Yep.
There's just
strength in
no
numbers.
doubt about it. When I was watching Draymond Green last night and then thinking about him today, and I've been feeling like this for years, believe it or not, with Draymond.
Tell me.
I mean, he's got 7 of these a year, basically, or stuff like this where he becomes polarizing. And when we talk about it, and we talk about whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we think of Draymond Green. It doesn't matter what we think about his actions. It doesn't matter if we think he's acting like a fool. It doesn't matter if we think he's helping the team or hurting the team.
Why?
Because he's going to do it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because we have no,
he's got the license to do it.
Well, he not only has the license to do it, it's his makeup. It's who he is. So, a lot of times we'd come in here today and say, I don't know, Draymond stepping over it doesn't matter if he stepped over the line or not anymore. It really doesn't. It just, all that matters is what happens after Draymond is Draymond. And last night it was obvious that they needed Draymond Green to jumpstart that team.
And boy, did he do it, Matthew Steinmetz. And then after telling New Orleans, you're not built like that, and C.J. McCollum, who of all people, all the ass whoopings he's taken from the Warriors over the years with Portland, you should know better. And I don't know what he said to Dante, but the team didn't like it. But just listening to a maestro, because that's who Draymond is. And what did you text on the thread, Steiny? I thought it was profound in the sense that Dre didn't say it was the playoff seeding or the offs. It was they start talking. This is how we do it in Saginaw. So I will never, ever question Draymond again, because it's not about right or wrong. They were down 20 because they were sluggish. And to hear him say the team had his back, and maybe it's not everybody's cup of tea. Steiny, I was in my living room with the wife and little Daryl. I was uncomfortable. I didn't know how to put it in words. Now, there's a raccoon. Should he have gotten ran? then what would that have gotten you? But is that a hater? Is that slander? Those are thoughts that went through my head, Matthew. Like, the refs deserve an award for not running them. Because what if he got ran? Then you're out Friday against, well, you Spadoni and Evan I can play against the Spurs, but what if he would have got ran?
Then he would miss San Antonio, but they'd still win. I think he has to miss San Antonio, right? If that
no, he needs two more.
But he got one the other night after his 16th, I thought.
What, when? No, I thought he was at David Craig. I thought he was at 17.
Well, then, yeah, that would have been 18 if he.
Ooh.
Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong.
I didn't think he got one after.
One more?
Yeah.
One more.
One to play with. But incredible by Draymond. I'm sorry.
But I mean,
from an emotional standpoint, I'm sorry.
You even brought it up saying, I was questioning. And I guess what I'm saying is, why would we even question what he does? Because he's going to do it.
But this was over the edge, man.
Okay. So
Myers came out and
so what? So, honestly, it was over the top. But so what? He gets to do that.
Right.
He gets to be Barkley on TV and say what he wants. Draymond gets to act like that to fire up his team. And you know what? And here's what came to my mind last night is over the years, everybody has given me grief because when people say to me, Steiny, Steph doesn't get calls, admit it. Admit it. And I say, I don't think he does. No, I don't think he gets targeted negatively. But I'll tell you what.
Where are you going?
I'll tell you what. One thing I think we can all agree on is when Draymond Green is playing with a flagrant foul or a technical foul, he gets away with murder.
Oh, wow.
Now, that is noticeable to me.
Right.
That is noticeable to me. So I'll make a deal with Warrior fans.
Damn.
I'll make a deal with you. I'll meet you halfway that maybe Steph doesn't get some calls here and there. You just meet me halfway and acknowledge that Draymond Green gets away with more than any other player in the entire league. And it's unbelievable the way.
Well, he got 17 techs, Donnie.
Right, and he could have 34.
Oh, right.
I mean, first of all,
that's pretty good.
The bump on Ingram is a technical foul. There's no doubt about it. It was a non-basketball play. He hip-checked him. He wanted to send a message.
Yeah.
Fine. That's a T. No big deal. The charge, could they have gotten him for the kick in the head? Are you kidding?
Oh, the kick. Yeah, because my son was like, Daddy was getting up.
Okay.
What are you doing? You're a Draymond hater. He was getting up. But, wow, it wasn't just me because I thought, could that be interpreted as?
Absolutely. It could have been. The other thing, and then, then he gets to just walk around the arena like a madman, essentially. And the refs just don't want to do it because they know that.
What do they know?
They know what it means, that he'll be suspended.
The ramifications.
Yes, and they don't want to be that guy.
Well, I'm going to call, and that's what makes Draymond who he is, a Hall of Famer in that sense, because it's the Rodney Dangerfield. It's respect. Because
I think it's fright. It's not respect.
Well, I'll tell you about fright. The Pelicans puckered up. They tried to talk and get out of their lane, per se, and it backfired. And I don't know, maybe the Minnesota game really was, a dark cloud, but the Warriors, Draymond told Chris Haynes, we were getting punked. And he was telling the truth, and I just wonder, had he not done that, Dre, from an emotional standpoint, are we talking about a Warrior loss and them in the 8th seed? That's the gift and the curse, man.
Steiny, Draymond got a flagrant one against Ingram. No, I know. He got that's a flagrant one on that play. When you don't make a play on the ball, it's a flagrant one.
Yeah, no doubt.
Then he got a technical for getting into it with Ingram at the other end of the floor. So he was playing that game with one flagrant and one technical.
Well, hold on now. I love you to death. That would be two techs. Then he would be
flagrant one's not a technical.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Separate.
Okay, gotcha.
Something
out,
separate. So my point is that it was a fine line. There's a fine line there between Draymond being the difference in a win and a loss and Draymond getting kicked out of that game. There are circumstances that could have led to that. Mm-hmm. They didn't, and so he comes out as the straw that stirs the drink, and the Warriors win a game that they had to have. They absolutely had to have it. Here's one thing I was thinking about in the first half of that game, and I can even say,
and won it going away.
All the games is, everybody's talking about last year and this year, and they did it last year, so they can do it this year, and that might be the case. What I want to know is, so here's the thing that I question. Last year in the regular season, the Warriors looked like a championship team at various points of the season.
Right.
I thought 18-2. Obviously, then there was a point when they struggled, but then they got it back. And the one thing is, like, they've never really resembled a championship team this year for an extended stretch. And that's the one thing where, you look at this season, they've had a lot of adversity. Is the adversity going to be the reason they don't do it? They don't get it done? Or will the Warriors be able to overcome all the adversity that they've had this season? To me, that's like, if they win it all, then they will have overcome just some unbelievable adversity. If they don't win it all, I think we're going to be able to look back and say it was just too much stuff going on.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not mad at that, but I will say this to that notion, Steiny. They still have what I deem the final exam, and that is the playoffs, to answer that bell about, what if we look like champs at the All-Star break and then we fell off? That could be a possibility. There's seasons like that, but they still have the opportunity to show that medal. And last night they did. Jordan Poole, Steiny, 81 points in the last 3 games. I love it. Jonathan Kuminga at different sectors of the game. It's a lot of everybody. It's not just, they're not a one-trick pony. Now, if you're telling me they got to go to this level to come from down 20, I don't think Draymond can go there. Nor should he want to, nor should the team want to get down. But this is going to be exciting. Buckle up. But Kevon Looney, my gosh. I mean, I don't have to tell you, basketball is a game of rhythm. Do you know how many times last night, Steiny, the ball splatted off the rim from a missed 3 from a Golden State Warrior, and there he is to get them another possession? No, shoot it again. I don't got to tell people how important offensive rebounding is. It's another opportunity to maximize a possession and to add to your point total. And for Looney, forget BET. They got this thing called Unsung, and it's, old singer. Who? Looney's Unsung BET. They do this thing, it's called Unsung, and it's old singers and bands. Looney is unsung, Steiny, because it's when he gets the rims. It's when he gets these offensive boards to kick it back out. Like, I hope we see him tomorrow. I really do. And there was a lady, I forget her name, that called Shasky and Bonte this morning for the first time. She called him lunatic. I like it. I ain't stealing it, but she went lunatic. Spadoni, I don't know if you remember.
In Oakland.
Oh, D in Oakland. She called him lunatic. He's a machine, Steiny. And you know how important offensive rebounding is. Rodman's in the Hall of Fame because of all the rebounding. But, dude, the Warriors missed, and there's old Mr. Reliable. We cannot forget him last night. 8 offensive rebounds. It's going to buckle up.
888-957-9570 is the number. I was talking to JD earlier today and said,
what's up with the podcast?
What about it?
Can we get an episode?
We just did one this morning.
Okay. There you go.
So, I was asking him about, a game like last night. Does it mean anything in the big picture? And for me, it kind of doesn't. Because I know they have this in them. And, isn't last night kind of a microcosm of the whole year? They were terrible in the first half. They were great in the second half. So, can they win it? I think they have a chance to win it, much of a chance to win it today as they did yesterday.
All right. I agree.
I don't know that it's more.
Yeah, I totally agree.
The only reason I would say it might be more is because I detected some optimism on Wiggins last night. Now, maybe I'm wrong.
Wow.
Maybe I'm wrong.
So you're saying there's a chance.
But Kerr saying that Wiggins has been working out. Kerr saying that he used the phrase at one point, once he gets back. Now, Steph Curry talked about Wiggins too, and he didn't sound as optimistic, but we'll get into some of that sound. But I thought last night, after hearing everybody talk and after having Wiggins be asked about, I went,
And yesterday you did say on our show, I don't care if he comes back. Like, there is no allotted now. Like, just get back and we can go.
If Wiggins is ready to come back, Game 5 of the first round of the playoffs, then he's ready then.
Man, who has that in their back pocket? No other team.
Well, Phoenix has Durant coming back.
After that, then Warriors will be the only ones standing with something in their pocket to look forward to, hopefully.
Clippers will have something in their pocket.
You're right.
Paul George.
Yeah.
Malik in Oakland. Get us started, Malik. How you doing, man?
How you guys doing? I want to go a little bit left with it a little bit, but I want to ask you guys. I want you guys' opinion. I was wondering why the Warriors didn't pick up DeMarcus Cousins. And I know somebody that I used to play with at the Y a little while ago, and he was telling me that DeMarcus Cousins and Draymond Green personalities somewhat clash in the locker room because they both have dominant personalities, and Draymond Green kind of like bows down the Cousin a little bit. Not saying that he cowers to him, and I was like, man, why y'all won't pick up Cousin? You know what I'm saying? We can use him in the playoffs. And he was telling me the Warriors didn't get him because of his personality.
I don't think it was that.
And he has an article out. There's an article out. I want to say NBA.com.
Malik, I love you.
Cousins is perplexed
Malik,
why he's not in the NBA.
Why are we doing now that? You would talk about the non sequitur of non sequitur.
But at least he was listening.
The Golden State Warriors just had a crazy roller coaster win last night.
Down 20.
And DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah.
No.
There you go. Tell him low.
DeMarcus Cousins. Yeah, I don't see him as a big topic today.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Cousins at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Tom. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. What's up, Tom? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru, man. Hey, I love your show, man. I love
Thank you.
I know.
The passion, man. You guys just bring it, man, okay?
Thank you.
What a game. It was like the tale of two stories, man. I got to say, DiVincenzo, that dunk over those two trees, one guy in back, one guy in front, and he just took it to the rim, man. Incredible. JP, man, I got to give the man some, I hate all those haters. Best defensive game last night, and he scored 81 points in 3 games.
Yep.
Get off this man's back.
Thank you.
But one thing last night that hit me, man, I had a revelation.
Give it to me.
Okay, man, we are a dynasty. We have been giving up the ball in games where 20, 25 turnovers, and we can still win the game. What I decided last night, we cannot do that no more.
Right.
We are older. We cannot come back from those games. When we're on the road and we give it up 20, 25 times, we lose. I would like to talk to Steve Kerr, or you guys talk to Steve Kerr. This is what I'd like to say. Let's make it fun for the last 5 games. If you got 4 turnovers in one game, on the 5th turnover, whoever turns it over is a $500 penalty. And the penalty will be accumulated, and it goes to a food bank.
All right. Okay.
Good cause.
Philmo Mike weighing in. Philmo. Come on. Philmo Mike here. Steiny, you out of pocket. Draymond Green gets reputation texts. Philmo with a grow up. With the grow up. Completely unneeded. Grow up.
Philmo. I thought you had Mike on the phone. He texting?
He texting. He don't want this live. Okay. He don't want this live.
He called the morning.
I know he did. Please. Draymond Green, I'll say, Draymond Green, it's funny. I think Draymond Green's got the longest leash in the NBA. What do you think?
I do.
Okay.
And
that's all.
Regardless if you agree with this latter part, he's earned it. In a sense, he's earned it. Last night, that was like Russell Crowe in Gladiator. He could not be controlled. And what about when he got the offensive foul after the drama popped off? He just kind of got up, but the team needed that. And this is why you always look at me crazy sometimes when I talk to you about the 2 Memphis games on the road here recently that bother me, because not just the result that, those games culminated in L's, the fact that I felt like the players didn't have his back when we knew it was personal. But last night, Dre talked about, I was demonstrative. I was amped up, and my teammates had my back. And it was bigger than the result. But that's what I'm talking about when you talk about teams, Donnie. This team right now, last night, they're getting contributions from a lot, and that's what it's going to take.
Question is, can they get those contributions from a lot of guys consistently? Is that what they're going to need, or are they just going to need a handful of guys to be consistent, and then the supporting cast, every once in a while, each guy is kind of chipping in? Here's what we got going today on 95.7 The Game. At 11 o'clock, about a half hour, we have Jason Timpf. He's the host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. We've had him on before. Really enjoy his analysis. At noon, we've got a Hall of Famer. That's right. We got a Hall of Famer at noon. George Karl. George Karl. He only coached in 22 postseasons. He's only won over 1,000 games. So we've got George Karl at noon. And then at 12:30, talk a little baseball. We got the Major League Baseball season starting
tomorrow,
out.
baby.
And we're going to have Keith McPherson. He's a nighttime radio host on WFAN 660. He's a Yankee guy.
Oh, so he's loving life right now.
He's getting ready for opening day weekend in New York. 888-957-9570 is the number. First segment, we tried to touch on everything. Oh, Kuminga. Kuminga got the start.
Yeah. Where'd you hear that from?
You wanted him to start at 3. He started at power forward.
Now, if I had something that was Nerf or soft or spongy, I'd throw it at you. I didn't put that's you. Oh. I didn't put no number on it. I just said, can he get in there and start because of his size? That's all. I didn't put no number. So please don't diminish, her
what?
and I on the same page.
Well, what if Kuminga doesn't start next game? Are you going to get on Kerr?
No, not at all.
Oh,
but when I saw JK in there, I kind of hit myself on the shoulder. Yeah.
By the way, yesterday we were talking a little bit about what's fair criticism, what's not fair criticism. Jordan Poole used the word slander, and obviously he didn't mean the legal definition, but I guess he thinks some of the criticism has gone too far.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I got to say, I was very disappointed yesterday in Festus Ezeli, and I'm dead serious.
Oh.
And I'll tell you why on the other side, but Festus Ezeli was on 95.7 The Game yesterday, did an interview with Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, he was on the post-game show yesterday. And you want to talk, if we want to talk about slander, we want to talk about somebody being completely unfair. And I like Festus Ezeli.
Yeah.
But
does a good job.
He was completely out of line last night. I'll tell you, tell you what he did. I guarantee you it's not going to bother anybody as much as it does me and maybe the afternoon show. But to me, it's a classic indication of the disconnect between athletes, media, and then the alumni athletes who are sticking up for the players who are still playing now. Hey, we've got a big boy show tomorrow. We are coming to you live from the Chase Center. We'll be at Warriors practice. We'll certainly have Bob Myers. We'll probably get Steve Kerr. And we're hoping for all the big boys tomorrow from 10 to 2. We will be at Chase Center and really looking forward to it. The Golden State Warriors with one of their craziest wins of the season last night. And I'll tell you what, it shouldn't get lost on people that was kind of a must-win. Kind of a must-win. And they got it on 95.7 The Game.
jumper over CJ and knocked it down. A 3-ball for Curry. Comes back up the floor celebrating a little bit. Trying to get the crowd fired up. Willie Green has to call a timeout. The Golden State Warriors have a 10-point lead. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Golden State Warriors. That was a wild one. We'll just call it a wild one last night.
Baby.
Against the New Orleans Pelicans. And you know what? I was listening to the Morning Roast today, and Bonte said something that's kind of interesting. And I don't know if it matters or not, but I'll just throw it by you.
All right. Bonte, help me.
Draymond Green last night was a big part of the show.
Man.
For goodness sakes, he got a technical, he got a flagrant, and the general manager had to come down to the court to calm down Draymond Green. All right? We haven't even talked about Curry. We haven't even talked about the best player on the floor by far.
Right.
Because Draymond was the igniter of the whole thing.
But
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, what you think, B? Where was he going? Because
that's good. Where he was going, they won because of Curry last night.
No, they won because of everybody. But you can also score 39 in the L. What I'm saying is those 39 points meant so much because Draymond Green single-handedly, to me, changed the tone of that game. And Joe Lacob, if you're listening, hopefully we see you tomorrow. We won't see you tomorrow, Danny. But if we were, I would tell you how many general managers come down and have a relationship to be able to in the midst of a game, be able to talk to your player who's wearing his emotions on his sleeve. And I loved every bit of that, but I don't feel like Curry got lost. I feel like Curry's points mattered more.
They did.
Because Draymond turned the game around.
Right, but we're talking too much about Draymond.
Oh, okay, well.
We should be talking just as much about Steph Curry,
I'll tell you
who
what,
did it again
I ain't
last
mad at that,
night.
but Steiny, we got 4 hours. But for anybody out there to watch the game like we did and be emotionally invested, that was a scene. It was wild.
So I want to get to this, and I don't know if I'm going to spend.
Go ahead, because you went in.
Spend a lot of. I didn't go in. I'm not
in and out.
Not going to yell and scream.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that I was disappointed last night in Festus Ezeli on the post-game show.
Now I missed this in real time.
He was on Monday with Willard and Dibbs, and it was after Jordan Poole had struggled late in games.
All right.
And if you remember yesterday, Dibbs came in before our show and said, you got to start thinking about Jordan Poole in the fourth quarter of crunch time, whether to play him or not.
And I dismissed that, but go ahead.
Well, first of all, he hasn't played all the time in the fourth quarter in crunch time. So I guess if people want him out there all the time, that's fine. But anyway, Willard and Dibbs asked Festus Ezeli this question.
My partner here, Dibbs, has said that basically at the end of close games, if you're going to be a championship-type team, you have to at least hesitate to put Jordan Poole in the game. Is that opinion fair with regard? Can Jordan Poole play? Can he be a closer on this team?
All right, so Festus gave like a 3-minute answer on that on Monday. So last night I'm watching the post-game show.
All right.
And Festus Ezeli says,
what you got?
I got asked the question on the radio the other day, if Jordan Poole deserves to play the game in the fourth quarter. It was the stupidest question I've ever heard. That ain't cool, man. That ain't cool.
Yeah.
That is not a stupid question to ask what the circumstances are for Jordan Poole between when he plays in the fourth quarter and when he doesn't play in the fourth quarter. And here's the bottom line. You know what I had talking about yesterday? We never got around to it. I said, how many Warrior players should be guaranteed to play in crunch time, regardless of how they played the first 43 minutes? Who must be on the court for the Warriors the last 5 minutes of a game, even if up to that point they've been terrible?
Starting 5, I'm including Wiggins and Looney, and I'll throw Poole in there.
Well, that's 6 guys.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying those are 6 that are worthy of that.
I'm saying.
What you're saying? Right. Only 5 can be out there.
Well, if you're saying 6, then that means one guy's not going to play in crunch time.
Right, and we see Looney,
and it might be Poole.
Oh, no doubt.
Thanks.
Right, and it's all dependent on that game.
Thank you.
But I was just when Dibs came in here and told us that I was just like, whoa, wow, you guys are not sour. You're down on Poole to say like he's Elliot Ness. You just can't. He's untouchable. He can't go in there because you can't trust him. That's why I was
Jordan
like, whoa.
Poole did not finish the Dallas game. Jordan Poole does not finish every single game for the Golden State Warriors.
No doubt about it.
As far as I'm concerned, and I'd love to know what Warrior fans think of this, if Klay Thompson is having the worst game of his career, he's still going to probably be in there the last 5 minutes.
Doubt.
I got no problem with that.
He's earned it.
Ditto with Curry. Ditto with Draymond Green.
Yep.
I don't care how they've played up until the 5-minute mark of a game. I'm always going to put them in because that's just the way it should be.
They've earned it.
Okay. Is there anybody else on this team that has earned the right to play the last 5 minutes of a game, regardless of how they've played? To me, no.
Okay. And
there's nobody else that
I'm going to double back and take Poole off that list. Because we've seen it bad.
No, you just interpreted the question wrong, which is fine.
Yeah.
You basically said, give me the list of players who can be on the court. And that is more than 5 or 6. I get that. DiVincenzo can finish games. I'm just saying it doesn't automatically have to. That was just a cheap shot, and it was a low blow by Festus Ezeli.
Do you think I'm not making excuses for him, and I can't wait to get Willard and Dib's take on it, but do you think he got caught up in the emotion that was around the arena last night?
Yeah,
or do you think
he got caught up in the emotion because he played with these guys in the core? He was a teammate of some of the players who were in the core.
Well, not the one that we're talking about, Poole.
Right, but the point is,
I got you.
Festus is
slander.
Attached to the team.
Was that slander, Steiny?
Yes, absolutely. You give a 3-minute answer, and then the next day you say it was the stupidest question you've ever heard. That's just, I don't know. That ain't right.
I get you.
Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Oakland. Let's get us going now. Back to Draymond.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, Joe?
Hello?
Hey, buddy.
What's up? I'm talking about Draymond, but you know where Draymond comes from, right?
Saginaw.
Yeah, and I'm from Flint. So
Flint.
I know exactly what Draymond is talking about. When he gave that interview last night, I was like getting chill.
Man,
I got chill bumps off that one, goosebumps. It was like,
let me ask you,
man, he took me back.
Joe.
And it was like,
Joe, let me ask you. So I got as long as I got a guy from Flint, I got to ask you some. What's tough? Which city's tougher, Flint or Saginaw?
Well, Flint is much bigger, so it's tougher. But for the size of it, Saginaw is rougher than Detroit.
Okay, and have you ever seen the movie Roger and Me?
Yeah.
What'd you think of it?
I know the guy.
You know Michael Moore?
So, you know. Yeah.
Great movie, right?
Nothing new.
Unbelievable movie.
But he's the first white guy who would come with a conspiracy theory like that, you know, and Fahrenheit 9/11. So,
sure.
You know, but he's been in the hood, so.
You know what
and
time
the McDonald's
it is,
movie where they ate McDonald's for 30 straight days. Remember he did that, Doc?
Super.
Yeah.
Super
You know,
look it up.
But
go ahead, Joe. My bad.
His last good one was 9/11. Yeah. That's his last good one.
All right.
But what Draymond is talking about with Kenya Martin's daddy and back in Saginaw back in the 70s, they had just got that brand new arena, and it was like a lot of General Motors guys who would come and would pay you scalp ticket money just to see the high school ballers play.
Really?
Which was Kenya Martin's daddy, Mr. Roby. And there's some Robies that's in the NBA right now. But what I'm saying is like either you make it or you don't. In Saginaw, either you come out straight or you won't come out at all. You know.
Hey Joe, I don't think. Hey, thanks for the call, Joe. No, nobody. I don't think anybody doubts that Draymond ain't real. Like I mean, Listen, if crazy stuff comes, like, I don't want to get into, well, if it really was a this. The point is this is who Draymond is, and it has served him extremely well. He will not back down.
Can I be honest, though? Am I the only one that thought maybe he was teetering? My guy Hawk, we were texting. He's like, Draymond's out of control. And Steiny, I thought an ejection was imminent.
I did too.
I thought he was getting thrown out. So I can be honest and tell the Dub Nation that, oh my gosh, I was like, now they're going to be playing, trying to battle back without him. And then he gave that interview like the caller said, and Steiny, I said, I got chills. It was a meth. He let us inside his thought process, man. And he has and is the heart and soul. And what about Steph Curry saying when him and Draymond and B.I. got into it, Steph said, I don't do much talking, but I was over there to make my presence felt, basically to have his boys back, Steiny. So, Dre is everything, man. Now, you can't do that every game. We know that. But that, to me, put it all Minolta in focus because that's what it's going to take. He is the energy, and hopefully you don't got to resort to that because I don't know if that's going to get you, wins in the offs. But, man, he was on that line, and it felt like a real wrestling match, Steiny. He was everything.
Yeah, and the only thing I would say is, first of all, yes, Draymond is Draymond. And, yeah, he came from a tough place, and he is absolutely who he is.
Yeah.
And I get what the caller was saying. I think a game like last night, he didn't get thrown out. Why? I don't know. He flipped a coin, and he got heads last night. He could have easily gotten tails. I mean,
and then what are we talking about?
I'm watching that game thinking he probably should have gotten thrown out. But he didn't.
I'm not mad at you.
And he plays this game a lot, and we've seen him play it a lot. Sometimes he loses. Most of the times he wins. And last night was a clear-cut example of Draymond Green winning. Gideon in Oakland. What's up, Gideon? How you doing, man?
Hello.
Hey. Let's go. What's up, Gideon?
Well,
Kumar. Kumar is next. What's up, Kumar? How you doing, buddy?
Hey there. So I got to blow your mind for a second, Matt.
Do it.
Listen carefully here. Jordan Poole, according to StatMuse, has now scored a combined 42 points in his last 3 fourth quarters, which is the most in the league by a wide margin.
Okay.
So when I heard Festus say that, there's some context for that. I just gotta defend Jordan Poole. He's driven me mad too. The guy gets very desperate at times when he doesn't need to. He rushes, he loses the ball, but he has been money for the Warriors this season. Money time!
Yeah, I guess.
Let me give this one to you, Steiny.
That's completely irrelevant, though.
Yeah. Morale on YouTube. Steiny, could you please explain why he should have been thrown out yesterday? ? Because he's Draymond Green. No, because he was at the official's neck verbally after he got thrown out and off. So kudos for that to that crew yesterday, because for the greater good of the game, just yesterday and moving forward, they didn't take it personal. Now there's some refs, Steiny, that would have been like, "Oh, you trying to show me up? You're out of here." But I don't want to say I have a renewed, like, my appreciation for Dre has grown. I always called him the junkyard dog, but yesterday that team was dead, and he brought him back in a way that only the junkyard dogs can do, Steiny, and he didn't give a damn if he got thrown out or not. And Bob Myers, to me, how symbolic that was for them to have a conversation and dap it up. Like, man, what else can you ask for?
Yeah, and just getting back to Kumar, I mean, yeah, Poole's been great the last 3 games, and I think he's finished the last 3 games. I asked the question I'm asking Warrior fans is, outside of Draymond, Clay, and Steph Curry, is there anybody else on this team that must be in the last 5 minutes of a game, that they just have to be in regardless of how they're playing? It's a good question about Jordan Poole, because clearly how Jordan Poole is playing, isn't that going to determine whether he's in crunch time or not? So I'm done with that.
Yeah.
Even though I'm still upset about it. Festus is such a good guy. He's smart, well-spoken. I thought he really helped the Warriors, too, early in his career. And I feel bad because of the injury that he suffered, but I got my boy Dibley's back.
Damn it, Stoney. Supersize was Morgan Spurlock, not Michael Moore.
I know.
Why didn't you say?
Because
I thought it was Michael Moore-like.
Because you were talking over me and I couldn't hear.
Oh, wow.
Gideon in Oakland.
Look at you.
What's up, Gideon? How you doing, buddy? I'll tell you what.
It's the weather.
Night.
Yeah. What about you and Evan? What's going to be sunny the rest of the week? I told you it was raining all week.
What are you talking? This is where
I came into the lab yesterday. You and Evan talk about. Evan even went on the computer. It's going to be sunny tomorrow. I said, weathermen and women.
Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be raining cats and dogs like it is today. Those are facts.
When have I been playing golf during the week? The last few weeks. What day?
I hate that I don't know that.
It's
I don't
Wednesday.
know. Okay. But I don't.
Ask me if I'm playing golf today.
That has nothing to do with me telling you it was going to rain all week yesterday, and you sat there, turned around, and said, Guru, it's going to be sunny all week. I don't care about what day you play. Just own your mistake. You and Evan, you had Evan type it up, and you said it's going to be sunny all week. And what did I say?
What are you talking about?
My weatherman must have been really off, and now it's raining cats and dogs, and you don't want to take the L. Just take the L for saying to me, your partner, it's going to be sunny all week, Guru. Yesterday when I told you, my weatherman said it was going to rain all week. This ain't about what day you golf.
Okay.
Quit cooking the books.
See, now
Thursday.
This is unreal.
It is.
Were you even listening to the changeover yesterday? Dibley said, well, Steinmetz is going to be out of here at 2 tomorrow. And I said, no, actually, I'm not. I don't want to play in the rain tomorrow. I'm not playing golf because I knew it was going to rain.
Lord Jesus.
Thank you.
But did you say to me it was going to be sunny?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Evan heard you and I heard you.
I have
and that's
no
why he
idea.
went and dialed it up. Now you forgot it. That's fine. I'm not mad.
Yeah, you
but
are.
no, I'm not.
No, and it's
Take
a sign
the
of something
L.
bigger.
Now you want to go change over. I'm talking about 8:30. We had a conversation at 8:30. You told me I was crazy. Just like last night on TV, you text the thread who is on the TNT desk, and I tell you who it is. You don't know, obviously, which is fine. I tell you who it is. You tell me that ain't the right person. How the hell you don't know who it is, but you know who it ain't? So you got something with me when I say something, it ain't right. And I ended up being right. Jesus.
Adam and Pinole. What's going on, Adam?
I love you, man.
I can't stand you.
I love you.
What's up, Adam?
Just wanted to give a take on why I think Jordan Poole is important in the fourth quarter. I think he gives a different, different style of play. Because if Curry and Thompson are on just out there, all we're going to do is shoot threes. But if Poole's there, he can drive. He has a different type of speed. Just a different dynamic. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It'll depend. It'll depend on how he's playing.
No doubt.
Why'd I cancel golf today?
Only you know that.
Because it was going to rain.
Okay, hey, I'm not even saying you didn't say that in the changeover. All I'm talking about is our conversation in the green room where you said, Goo, it's not going to. Yeah, when I came in.
When? Today?
No, yesterday. And I said it's going to rain all week. Evan knows. Well, you had him go to the computer and he typed it up. And you basically said,
see, it's not going to rain all week.
Well, you told me, you told
today.
us that because I told you it was going to rain all week.
You're right.
Yeah,
I'm wrong.
All.
I'm wrong. There you go.
Now, you may have said that in the changeover.
I'm wrong. There you go.
You're wrong about Channing Frye, that's for sure.
Oh, my God.
It doesn't look like Channing Frye.
It's not about who it is.
And it wasn't about, you're wrong. I was like, I don't think that's who it is. I didn't look familiar to me.
So when did you decide to say, you know what, Guru, you're right?
I went back and looked. I don't see it, Bob. Rocky's in the city. What's going on, Rocky?
Hey, Stephen A. Goo, calm down, bro.
I'm good.
Seriously.
All right.
I'm gonna go Allen Iverson on you. The weather. What we talking about? The weather. Calm down, bro. It's good. I love you guys. Doing a great job.
Thank you.
Oh, that's it?
Oh, wow. Now, who would think I'm not calm?
Anybody who just listened the last minute?
Oh, my God.
Who was that evidence? No, that's just excitement.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
No, and that's one where I got to take.
You cook the book sometimes, and it gets to me.
No, and I got, and that's one where I got to take. See, this is where I'm different than Draymond Green. I'll look in the mirror after the show today and say, clearly there was something deeper that Goo got really mad about that I need to look at in myself.
Oh, wow.
No, I don't like to give in right now.
Yeah, no, and I'm not
in a
asking you to.
defensive mood.
Yeah. But that's
clearly,
why I threw in the Shannon
But clearly
Fry.
you have a much bigger problem with me than just me being a bad weather predictor. And again,
Jesus,
I will look at myself and try to get better. Tim and Martinez, what's up, Tim? How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm trying to drive in the rain. Yeah, we're talking about the weather. Yes, we are talking about the weather, but you guys are making me laugh so hard.
I'm
having
sorry.
trouble driving down 880 in the rain, surrounded by
Be
semis.
careful. Yeah.
You guys are killing. Hey, that game last night explained the whole thing. You had Steph go off. You had everybody do something from GP2 to the slam by Dante. I mean, that was an amazing game. I'm sitting there pulling my hair out, which I can't afford to do in the first half. And then the second half, I literally went into my little fridge and got one of those little miniature balls of champagne out and had a smoke and a drink going, this is unbelievable. Please get me Wiggins. And you just never know. You guys are killing me, man. Have a great day. Stay dry.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
And I'm going to say this about what you said about Poole. It's okay. And I don't think he's above that on how he's playing that game, if he's in or not. And outside of the made men, Stoney, I'm okay with that. I've never sold Jordan Poole more than that to say he's on the level to where if the turnovers or what have, like that's part of sports. You read, the coach reacts. It's about trust, and he's been on a heater.
We got to figure out where that came from.
No, stop.
No, we do.
Jesus. Hey, no. But I wasn't mad.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
But Donnie, I wasn't mad.
Yeah, you were. You know why?
It started yesterday.
Here's how I know you get mad. You ready? Evan, you got to look at this. Here's how I know when he gets mad.
Tell me.
He goes like this.
Oh, well, the Bobby Brown job.
You put your top teeth over your lip.
Oh, Stoney. But the way you slapped me yesterday when I said it's gonna rain, yeah, I go, it's gonna rain, and then I pictured my weatherman on my news.
Did you say
I was blaming him like he said it was gonna rain on, and you just went.
This is where I'm a big. This is where I'm a big
Evan
D.
went.
I'm a big D. Did you say it was going to rain all week?
Yeah.
Then you might be wrong.
Well,
you might still be wrong.
But today I'm good. I think. Yeah. That's pretty.
Let's go to commercial. Jason Timpf.
Yep.
Jason Timpf is on the other side. He's the host of a very popular podcast, Hoops Tonight, on the Volume Sports Network. We've had him on before. Really, really good stuff. Jason Timpf on the other side will also line up your calls. Put them in the queue. 888-957-9570.
How the hell you don't know who it is, but you know who it ain't? So you got something with me.
twice. Then they go play the Pelicans. That's going to be a really difficult game to win. Remember, Paul George is going to miss all these. Then they're going to play the Lakers in crypto, I should say, in a game that the Lakers are really going to want to win. And then they finish the season at Phoenix, which regardless of standings, Phoenix is going to treat that game like a tune-up game for the playoffs because they're trying to get reps with KD. So I think you're going to end up in that 5 seed against Phoenix. And that puts you against Denver in the second round, which is a tough one. I actually like their chances against Phoenix. I think you saw some stuff against the Pelicans last night. There's a huge disadvantage when it comes to length, with those tall, lanky types of players and their ability to navigate ball screens and off-ball screens. I think you saw that with the Pelicans as they kept losing shooters. So I actually like them because the Suns do not have a good perimeter defense, and so I think that the Warriors actually match up really well with them. But that Denver one's going to be tough between Jokic just leaning on Draymond and Kevon Looney all game. You saw Jonas Valanciunas have some success on the offensive glass last night just because he's bigger, you know what I mean? And then you have the Aaron Gordon element in terms of size and athleticism. They're just going to have a lot of physical disadvantages against Denver. I'd like them so much more in that matchup if they had Wiggins. And you know what's interesting? He plugged Kuminga into the starting lineup, and Kuminga's actually done an admirable job. But again, I would just feel better if he was coming off the bench in that type of role. And even at this point, if Wiggins did come back, he's such a rhythm player. He's got that line drive type of jump shot that he really has to dial in. It's hard to imagine him coming back and being the same type of player that he was last year when I thought he was the second best player on the team.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jason Timpf joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but did you watch the Warrior game last night?
Yeah, I just watched it this morning. I was skiing up in the mountains yesterday.
Okay.
I got to the whole game this morning.
All right, give me that raindrop. Whoop. So let me just ask you this, because there's two schools of thought out here in the Bay. I watched last night's game, and I'm coming out thinking, man, Draymond should have been thrown out last night. I mean, whether it was for the kick in the head that may have been incidental or may not have, to the rollover, to just everything, to the GM having to come. But there's a lot of people in the Bay that say that his reputation actually, hurts him, and he doesn't get any breaks from the official. You watch him from outside. Like, what's your impression on the way Draymond Green's officiated?
Well, I think you see this relatively often around the NBA where refs kind of grade on a curve based on your play style. Like, if you're the kind of defender that plays the entire game without being physical, and then suddenly you put your hand on the guy, I think you're more likely to be whistled than if you were being physical from the jump. And I think Draymond, I think that officials have almost kind of embraced the fact that he's going to play that way throughout a game, and I actually think he gets away with a lot more than most players do. But that I admire about him. I think Chris Paul was great at that when he was in his prime, where just like from the opening tip, he's just hacking the heck out of everybody, and it almost sets a tone to where the officials are like, they're just going to have to let some stuff go or there would be no flow to the game. As far as like big picture stuff, like suspensions and stuff, I'm sure he gets graded on the opposite type of curve. I mean, we saw that literally in the 2016 finals. His reputation works against him in those situations. But I actually think on the court, in the flow of games, he gets away with more than you'd probably expect given the type of contact.
Jason, help me out. Klay Thompson, we all know, got off to a bad start. The Barkley comments and Klay, to his credit, opened up, about the journey. Then they had a team meeting January and February. He was hot. And I'm trying to tell my partner when I come in here on a daily basis, I'm not a big analytics guy. But now when Klay goes up to shoot the ball, I just feel like it's going in, and I feel like once they get in the series, there's going to be shots that he can drain. Can you share with us, Jason, where you're currently at on Klay Thompson right now as a ball player?
I'm higher on Klay Thompson than I've ever been. I think that he's had such an incredibly impressive season from the standpoint of on-ball perimeter initiation, which is something that you never would have thought with Klay over the years. And especially in the stretches when Steph Curry was out, I enjoyed so much when I was covering this team just the type of surgical half-court stuff Klay Thompson was doing. And it's different. It's not 17 dribbles, setting up his man on a ball screen. It's all just weaponizing his shooting to draw multiple defenders and get that initial advantage so the team can capitalize on it. And then in addition to that, just incredible high-level shot making, which we've become accustomed to with Klay throughout his entire career. I actually think he's had an unbelievably impressive season. And you know what's funny is when I think about the Warriors and their playoff potential, everything to me just comes back to Wiggins. Because I'm actually more confident in Jordan Poole in a playoff run now than I was last year. I think he's shown a lot of growth this year. Just this last couple of games, after the nightmare few games he had before that shows a certain amount of resilience. And when he's on, he's just unbelievable. Steph Curry was actually going into last year's playoff having a really down year from a shooting perspective and coming off of an injury. That's not the case this year. Draymond Green was not the same physical presence that he was. Like last year, he was dealing with all those back issues. I'm actually more confident in the core of this group than I've ever been. The problem is, once again, because of the Andrew Wiggins loss, and now actually having Gary Payton back makes me more confident in the bench. I think Dante DiVincenzo has been amazing. It just, everything comes back to Wiggins. And again, one of the most underrated parts of that playoff run last year is the simple fact that he gave Luka Doncic hell for an entire series, and then he gave Jason Tatum hell for an entire series. That's a huge part of why they have the trophy, and not having him just fundamentally changes the calculus of the team.
Jason Timpf joining us on 95.7 The Game, the host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. I'm gonna put you on the spot, and I have to do it even without knowing about Wiggins. Who are you picking to come out of the West?
So, it's funny. I've wanted to pick so many different teams. Like, I've wanted to jump on the Lakers if they could put it together, but obviously there's nothing there yet. Maybe they figure it out in the last couple of weeks with LeBron, but that's a long shot. I've wanted to put my faith behind the Warriors, obviously, but without Andrew Wiggins, it's that huge question mark. And so as a result, every team in the conference has all these question marks, and I end up just coming back to Denver from the simple standpoint that in terms of their consistency and continuity, their identity as a basketball team, it's more well-established and more dependable right now than any of the other teams. So as much as I hate to pick Denver because I don't really believe in that archetype of team as a championship contender, for instance, throughout NBA history, especially recently, we know you need outstanding rim protection and front court defense to win a title. All you got to do is go back through the last 20, 25 champions, look at their front courts defensively, look who's protecting the rim. So many things point me away from Denver, but there's nobody that has earned that confidence other than them in the conference. And so it's really hard for me to go any other way. I do not trust Memphis in their half-court offense. I do not think they're going to be able to score when things slow down. I think we've seen that enough times this season and into last season in the postseason. So I think it's there for the taking for anybody, but if I had to pick right now, I'm going with Denver.
Jason, I know we just met. I need you to have my back. I'm going to ask you a question. The one answer you cannot say is, I don't care. We had Jeff Van Gundy on last week. I asked him who his MVP was. He gave us reasons, but he said he didn't care. Who is Jason Timp's MVP?
Okay, I'm going to give you an MVP, but can I also say I don't care?
Oh, my goodness. Go ahead, you did.
It's just here's the thing, man. The voting pool, the group of voters has turned me off from MVP entirely. I hate the process. I hate the kind of stuff that they consider. They overcomplicate such a simple topic to me. I've always thought of MVP as a 3-part process. Who's the best player in the league? Who's the best player on the best team? And who's the most valuable player to their team? And Giannis wins 2 of those resoundingly. I think he's by far the best player in the league, and he's obviously the best player on the best team. Yeah, Jokic is probably a little bit more valuable to his team, but at the end of the day, I think it's as clear-cut a Giannis MVP season. If you hear down the stretch of the season, you've seen Embiid and his team's success kind of start to fall apart a little bit, which is not entirely his fault. It's just the reality of the way the case works. And Jokic, legit let his foot off the gas for the last month of the season. That's going to hurt anybody's MVP case. Meanwhile, Giannis is peaking. The team looks better. I think he's just a better basketball player. I thought way too often over the years we've overthought that award and gotten away from what it should be, which is just who's the best player in the league. And to me, if I had to vote, I'd be voting for Giannis.
Jason, one of my good friends that we work with, Joseph Spadoni's a big Laker fan. He's listening right now. How serious a threat are the Lakers now that LeBron is back?
They're dead serious if LeBron can get if LeBron and Anthony Davis can maintain some semblance of MVP level play. I mean, here's the thing that's tricky. LeBron actually came back the other day, and I thought he looked fine, especially coming back from being out for a month, and he's generally a rhythm player too. But then you get Anthony Davis, who spent half the game being guarded by Derrick Jones Jr., taking 8 shots, and so they just can't They're right on the precipice of putting something real together. There's a fundamental, kind of archetype to what they are as a team. Massive front court with LeBron and AD, tons of half-court shot creation with LeBron and all those skilled guards. They've got wings that they can throw at people defensively in Jared Vanderbilt and Troy Brown Jr. and a little bit of Rui Hachimura. They've got a lot of stuff, but once again, I can't, jump on that bandwagon until I see it materialize into something. And yes, they've been good since the trade deadline. I think they're 12-7. Since the trade deadline. And look, I think they're going to go into Chicago tonight and win. So, I'm not saying it's off the table, but, if I'm going to actually believe in what a team is capable of, go win some games, man. Go out and beat Chicago. Go out and beat Minnesota. And I think if they win those next 2 games, then all of a sudden we can start to evaluate them as a team that's got a real chance, because at that point they'll have the basically the pole position to get the 6th seed. And if they can get the 6th seed, you take out some of that matchup stuff to catch a tough matchup in the first round. You take out the play-in tournament. So I'm not ready to jump on that bandwagon yet, but I do believe in the fundamental construct of the team if they can put everything together.
Jason, great stuff as always, man. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys. See you next time.
All right. That's Jason Timpf, host of Hoops Tonight on the Volume Sports Network. Jason Timpf. And now we have George Karl coming up at noon.
The coach.
Hall of Famer. 888-957-9570. if you want to jump into the conversation, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. I got a theory that I want to put out there.
All right.
About the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. Want to know what people think about it. To me, this year's been so disjointed that, at least for the first round of the playoffs, I'm thinking that the teams that have been most together this year are all going to win the first round. So that would be Denver,
all right,
Sacramento, and Memphis, who looks like they're getting it back, and they've obviously had a little struggle in the middle, but they've been a good team start to finish if you exclude that. So what I'm getting at is I'm looking at all the other teams in the West. Phoenix, they're jumbled. I'll say jumbled when I mean the lineups. The Warriors, they're jumbled. Wiggins, is he going to come back? It's game to game. It's game to game with Phoenix. It's game to game with the Warriors. Lakers. I mean, the Lakers have been in and out all year.
Yeah.
The Clippers, they've been in and out all year. No continuity. The Mavericks, no continuity. What I'm getting at is I wonder if we're going to see the teams that had the most continuity during the whole season prove that kind of in the first round. Like, I do think, my theory is that I don't know who Sacramento's playing.
Right now, it's the Warriors.
But I feel like Sacramento is going to win their first round series because they've essentially not had a lot of injuries. They essentially have an established rotation now. They know their roles. They've had a year under their belt with Mike Brown. If they play a team like the Warriors, well, Wiggins has been out all year. He'll either be in or out. Peyton, they just got back late. The Warriors start different teams on different nights.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if the teams with continuity will have an edge over the teams that kind of are hoping to put it all together right before the playoffs.
No, I'm not mad at that. But with that said, Stoney, I don't know if you know this. So basically, you're not giving the road team a chance, because I will say this, nothing's easy, especially in the playoffs. But let's just say Denver were to hook up with the Lakers. That's going to be a bear to me, okay? And you're not saying it's going to be easy. What if Memphis has to play Minnesota? We saw them tangle last year. I mean, that's not going to be easy. So Sacramento could be playing the Golden State Warriors. That's what I personally want, and our friend St. Jean. But Stoney, this is going to be harder, a first round for the top contenders. I just think it's going to be more difficult than any year in the past because of what you talked about, the West being basically, I'm calling it jumbled, because I don't like the Lakers are dangerous. So is Minnesota, and so are the Warriors. I can't wait.
Marvin's in San Francisco. Hey, Marvin, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Hey, I love the discussion this morning.
Thank you.
Can I say a couple of things about Jordan Poole?
Sure.
What the problem with him is?
Yeah.
Remember last year, he was masked. His off nights were masked by Wiggins' contributions. So if Wiggins comes back, we didn't talk about Jordan Poole making mistakes because Wiggins was making incredible plays and he was scoring and so on and so forth. So I think that if Wiggins is able to come back at any time in the playoffs, it's huge for the Warriors. Jordan Poole's problem is really simple. He needs to give up the ball earlier in his possession. He's not a point guard. He doesn't have the ability to dribble when pressure hits him unexpectedly. He's really good with his hands when he's attacking because he knows what he wants to do. But when he gets hit, and this is what happens, the ball's flying out of his hands at midcourt. He's not a good decision maker, and he makes bad passes because his guy's covered and the guy isn't being coached to go to the ball. So they're getting a lot of passes picked off at the wrong time. But the other night, I thought Curry set him up looking like he was going to backdoor cut, and then he didn't, and Poole was trying to lead him. So under pressure with 30 seconds to go, you got to wait till the pass is open, and so his decision-making and I think his mid-court ball handling skills are deficient, and that's what his problem is. So if he gives the ball up and then gets it back like Curry does, he's really hard to stop.
You know what?
That's what offensive contributions are. That's my take.
That's a good one, too. That's a good one. And I think,
man,
and all the talk about Jordan Poole, over the last several weeks, one thing we haven't acknowledged that we've got to acknowledge, I think, is he's gotten a lot better off the ball. I mean, he is starting to move.
They were talking about it last night.
Yep. He's starting to know.
Pass it and go set up because it's coming right back. But to his point, Steiny, until Steph Curry and Clay are out of here, which is no time soon, he'll always be in this role. Being the point.
Which is what?
Being the point guard.
Well, I think he's always going to have a role. He's going to be both, kind of like Curry. I mean, I know Curry's a 1, and when there's no other point guard a lot of times on the floor with him, but we know he's not altogether a point guard. And I think they want Poole to play in a similar fashion to Curry. I kind of agree. Poole's not the kind of guy you're going to run a lot of screen and roll with, but I think he's got the ability to move off the ball, and I think we're starting to see the start of that. It's a good call by Marvin.
Yeah. Real quick, Kim Johnson on YouTube tells me, I said the Warriors are going to be dangerous. She's like, are they really? I'm like, I mean, man, I'm not telling you they're going to beat any team, but I know whatever team they hook up with, Kim, they are going to have to stop two of the most lethal shooters, along with Poole, Kuminga, Draymond Green. Like, this ain't going to be easy, whoever plays the Warriors. I'm not wishing that on no team.
Somebody's saying...
I want a sack, though. I want that, Steiny.
I know I'm a little... this is not a super... Somebody was saying they don't believe... somebody's saying, the Kings don't play... It's not necessarily... Again, it's a theory. It's a theory.
No, you broke it down.
If you want to say it's a Dallas prediction, go ahead. I don't care. I'm down.
I don't get
I'm down on so many people right now. I can't even tell you.
Well, I'm not one of them.
Yeah. My point is, it's just a theory. I understand the Kings aren't a good defensive team. I just want to test out my theory this year that maybe the teams who have had the most continuity during the regular season, because there haven't been a lot of them in the West, I wonder if those teams are going to have an advantage in the first round. If SAC plays the Warriors, for example, if Denver plays the Lakers, for example, if Memphis plays, let's say, the Clippers, for example. And all those teams have had guys in and out and in and out and in and out. And I wonder if...
Interesting.
And
there's 5 games left, Steiny.
Yes, there are. Yes.
San Antonio at Denver Sunday. That I feel like, I know you're going to laugh, that's a statement game. I feel like the Warriors can go in there if they can get a win. And I wouldn't be shocked at Denver. That's Sunday, 5:30 game.
Hold on. Why would... Please tell me the only reason you're saying that is because Denver might not care.
Oh, I didn't even look at it. No, I'm just saying Denver's number 1, so the Warriors, you could look at it that way, would care more, but just kind of a reminder like, yeah, we might hook up in first round, or I might see you guys off. You had a great year just like you laid out, but now, I didn't even think Denver wouldn't take this game seriously, but I just feel like the Warriors, that's a game that you'll get up for. But at every turn this year, Matt, I have been let down when I felt that way. Memphis twice. Portland. I've been let down every time I feel like I got the Warrior gauge they're about to go send a message.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. When you're a Warrior fan and you're watching last night's game, do you look at the first half and say, we can't win it? Or do you look at the second half and say, see, we can win it? I mean, last night was such two just distinctly different halves. Oof. I don't know. I'm asking you what you think at 888-957-9570. And once again, we got a great show brewing tomorrow from Chase Center. You're going to want to listen from 10 to 2 tomorrow. We are going to be at Warriors practice at Chase Center. We're coming to you live, 10 to 2. We'll have all the big boys, and that's tomorrow. You don't want to miss it on 95.7 The Game.
Dante DiVincenzo flew in between Ingram and Valanciunas and slammed it down with a right hand.
Well, that should give you some energy.
My
that was big
goodness.
time.
Hey, it's Dante
My
DiVincenzo.
goodness.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thank you. That's Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, that play energized the Warriors. I don't think there's any doubt about it. A couple texts I want to read. And 650, I appreciate the courtesy. Steiny isn't taking playoff experience into consideration. Sac has 0 playoff experience. They are prime candidates to be knocked out in the first round, whoever they play. You're right. I'm not taking into account experience. That is correct. I'm saying I wonder if this year the teams that have been together all year, because there are a lot of the teams heading into the playoffs have been a mishmash and a hodgepodge all year. Mm-hmm. Phoenix, Warriors, Lakers, Clippers, Mavericks. Meanwhile, there's a couple teams, 3 maybe, that have been pretty steady and solid from start to finish. And yes, one of them is the Sacramento Kings, who don't have a lot of experience. But that's kind of my point. I wonder if those 3 teams that I think have been together all year, Sac, Denver, Memphis, are going to win in the first round.
No doubt. And you know what bothers me so much, Donnie, because I love Fitz, but when I'm up north, I got to get the national broadcast. And I don't know if you heard Stan Van Gundy, but he was calling the Warriors unprofessional. Yeah. He wasn't feeling anything, but I wanted to hear him after the game like, hey, Stan, I know you didn't agree with everything because we kind of didn't know where it was going, but damn it, at the end, the Warriors win this game by 11. Stan, do you there's a method to the madness. You think he would change that, or he was just because he was? If he thought he was hot,
you can be unprofessional.
Yeah, he was turned off.
Still
That's
win the
word.
game.
Yeah,
that's how good they can be.
Gosh,
I would never use the word unprofessional.
Okay, I'm being real.
He's a head coach in the NBA.
Love her Pepsi. Hey, have you seen? I mean this. Have you seen Dre go there like he did last night? I haven't, Matt. I've seen him get close, but last night, Bob Myers came out of his seats. It was incredible. He was involved with everything.
That was. I don't know if
that was the first for me.
It was an all timer.
Yeah,
how about that? Draymond, that was an all timer.
That's better than what I was
night.
trying to convey.
It was an all timer.
It was an all timer. And CJ McCollum, you know better. You don't poke the bear.
Yes, you do.
He's from Saginaw. I hope we get him tomorrow, Steiny. I hope we get him tomorrow.
I'm a bear poker.
Well, we know you live by the bear, but yeah, you are the bear. But except with Willard. But it was special. And it was borderline crazy at the same time.
You know what?
If he got ran, the phones would be broke. The lines. People would be, oh my gosh. Am I the only one going to say what everybody's thinking?
What?
That had they lost that game and he got ran,
well, we heard that
he would be public enemy number 1.
We heard that at 5:30 on Joe Spadoni's show.
Spadone, driving in the rain.
Clearly, Guru was up very early this morning listening to Spadone borrowing material.
Well, you know what?
Mm-hmm. He said,
I do too.
Did you hear what Spadone said?
No, I didn't. Not
Spadone
today.
said, "Do you realize how close we are to just
see Spadone? Great minds think alike." I got to say something to you.
Oh boy.
So. It was an 80-mile ride to work this morning.
Okay.
And I was really Harrison Ford, Han Solo, Steiny. It was scary.
Oh.
And I think I went off on the weather thing because I was driving.
I'm not excited.
In that rain.
It was my fault.
I'm trying but I'm trying to.
I was wrong.
It wasn't all you, Steiny. I'm telling you, that's so I was yelling at the drive. If that makes it. But you did tell me it's going to be sunny.
There you go.
Like sunny delight. It's going to be sunny. And that's why I think I was subconsciously mad that you told me it was going to be sunny.
Evan, do not jump in right now.
Evan,
do not jump in.
Evan,
I'm willing to clarify something. I'm willing to move forward right now. Don't jump in. Okay.
This isn't about the weather.
Oh, okay.
Did you just call Han Solo Woody Harrelson?
No, I said Harrison Ford.
Apologies.
Yeah.
I don't know if you did.
Oh, see, Spadoni, that hurts too. I said Harrison Ford, guy. But the fact that y'all think I could have said Woody says it all.
George Carl coming up at noon.
What you going to ask him?
Well,
what do you think he thinks about Draymond? Like get ready.
Believe it or not, and maybe this is where I fail. George Karl back in the day brought something up that I'd always thought about but never articulated.
Ooh.
And he said one of the things about the Warriors that made them so hard to deal with back in the day, at their peak, and I completely agree with it, was that no team was better in a scramble situation than the Warriors. And for all the bad shots the Warriors may take, when a ball comes off long, or when a ball came off long, let's say 5 years ago, if the Warriors get that ball, they're going to get a 3. They are going to get a 3 because they have you in a situation where nobody's got their man, and the Warriors just exploited it. He called those kind of plays scramble plays, and he's like, you just can't account for them, but yet they happen too often in a game, and you can't control it. And I just want to know if because I've always thought that was a big, big, big part of the Warriors. Yeah. Their fact that when they get an offensive rebound, they are just
what
brutal.
About, okay, I love that point, but what about last night?
If they're getting slower and older, they're not going to be able to get those long rebounds. Those plays are going to come down a little, and maybe that's the margin.
So, am I by myself watching that game last night when Looney got those crucial offensive rebounds? I'm like, they're going to make a 3 after missing one.
They did, didn't they?
Yeah, 3 or 4 that. So
but those aren't even the plays I'm talking about.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's still a second opportunity. Yeah. And Curry's right. Oh, I missed one, huh? Y'all ain't gonna secure the board. Wop wop. Hey guys, I heard my voice back there. I said Harrison Ford, right?
Yes, you did.
All right. Now, see, that's the beauty of what we do.
No, it's not.
They would have rained down from hell had I messed up and said Woody Harrelson.
No.
They could have jumped in and said, "Goo, you're good."
No, I mean,
and I'm up here like I'm in a court here and waiting for the verdict.
You've often said something that the tape,
I am. I'm like the challenges.
Right.
I'm like 1 in 9 when you go to the tape. Hey, I owe you $20 too, and I'm gonna get it. The Lakers ain't finishing 4th.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll hold that 80.
Maybe I'll call that one off, too, because LeBron got hurt. Mm-hmm. Vince in San Jose. Hey, Vince, how you doing, my man?
Hey, I am doing excellent. Great show today, guys. I'm loving it, man.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wow.
So I had a couple questions. My first question, the Warriors are getting ready for a matchup with the Spurs on Friday. And if they win that game, which, I'm not going to jinx anything, but when they win that game, there'll be 4 games above 500. Now, is there any optimism moving forward? Like, if the Warriors can just keep this crud together, keep it moving, heck, we could be a 5th seed. I just want to know from your point, Stoney, from your point, Guru, is there any optimism moving forward? My second question is, do you guys think last night's win was the biggest win of the year? I mean, it certainly has to be in that discussion. Thank you, fellas.
Two things.
Because I'm going to go ahead.
Well, he wants to talk optimism, and there's nobody better to talk that than I am. So he wants to know if take any optimism away from last night's game. Of course. To me, believe it or not, and maybe I shouldn't even go here, but to me, the biggest point of optimism last night was almost less the win than feels like something might be trending for Wiggins. I don't,
Wow, it's interesting. Now, go ahead.
Here you go.
Tell us why you say that.
Take a listen. This is what Steve Kerr said last night.
Do you have any timeline on Andrew Wiggins yet?
No. Yeah, I mean, he's been working out every day. Beyond that, once he's back, then our training staff will be able to, get with him and see where he is. But I know he's been training on his own.
Interesting. Once he's back.
That was said.
Now, compare that with
the chef.
With Steph Curry said. Listen to Steph on Wiggins' apps. Which one is it here, Evan? Is it the confidence they have? Oh, no, it's this one. Never mind. Here we go.
We'd love to have him and hope that does happen because we want to be whole, and I'm sure he wants to be a part of this. But when when he walks through the door will be when it's right time for him. That's kind of the expectation at this point. So nothing's really changed from my standpoint on that.
Are you talking to him much?
Not that consistently, no. More space.
So what? Oh, where are you going here? I'd like go
chef.
He's got to play. He's got a job.
Yeah, to be a leader.
And I'm going to tell you
Keep
this.
everybody in the fold.
You know I'm Jim Carrey. You're saying there's a chance. I don't like, because you told me, cool, Wiggins comes back, he comes back. So I've kind of mastered the art of not expecting Wiggins.
Actually, you haven't mastered that at all.
When was the last time I mentioned
you
that?
dwell on that.
Oh, my God.
Because in your mind, if Wiggins doesn't come back, then this team's got an excuse.
Oh, no.
So.
No. I'm going to put a couple rats on the table. If Wiggins doesn't come back, I'm going to get concerned if he ever comes back. Okay, I'll leave that there. And also, Steiny, the season's over next Sunday night. So I just feel like if you were ready to be back, you would be on the bird. You know, we would see you sooner than later.
I don't look at it that way. I'm looking at it as first of all, here's the one thing. Okay, we don't know what's going on with Wiggins.
Right.
But I'm sorry, I believe at this point there's got to be some, it's got to be partly mental.
Okay.
All right, there's got to be something going on. And
focus.
I mean, let's say, well, first of all, I'll just leave it here.
Yeah.
The fact that he's working out is a good sign. The fact he's working out is a very good sign to me, because I can just tell you from my experience, when I don't want to work out, I almost can't work out.
Oh, see, we're opposite.
When your mentals aren't right for some people, and me is definitely, I cannot put on a pair of sneakers and go for a run. I cannot.
Wow.
I cannot work out when I'm debilitated mentally. So the fact that he's working out, that's a good sign. Maybe, and you know what? Maybe he just started working out a week ago, which to me would be a great sign.
But
because that would mean,
I'm sounding negative.
to me, if he's working out, why is he working out? Even if it's not to come back and play, right. That's a sign of getting healthier or being healthy
mentally. Because I deal with stress the other way.
I think that's a good sign.
I'll tell you this, Donnie. Go ahead. I couldn't. Somebody else can. I'm the other way. When I'm dealing with something, I go take it out on the gym, the weights, or go run. I have to do that, or I'll drive myself crazy thinking about what's on my mind. But I feel like, and I know you play D3, you can work out all you want. And this is where I'm not being negative, Dead Nation. There's no substitute for NBA game shakes, Donnie. No. So you can work. You know what I mean? So
plays
are we talking game one or
first
okay? All right.
I mean, he's not going to come back probably and play 35 minutes.
Okay.
But if he were to come back in the next couple weeks and you make a run, he'll be fine by the Western Conference Finals, right?
Who do you want?
What do you mean?
Like St. Jean wants Sac and the Warriors. Do you have a preference?
I don't care.
Honestly, but whoever they take. Like, would you like to see Memphis Golden State first round?
Well, I've
been thinking about this.
I got to process everything. Yeah. Would I like? I don't want to get into this, but what happens. You know what I mean? Right. Like, I don't have a preference. If the Warriors play Sac, it's going to be epic.
Okay. All
right? Yeah. But I'm also looking at it, you know what? Warriors get Memphis in the first round. Good. Let's get that going right away.
Because that'll be, it won't be NorCal, but it'll be epic.
The same with Phoenix. I don't care if they get Phoenix in the first round.
Oh, my goodness. I don't want that pack. So, I told you I don't want that pack.
Yeah,
Durant is
any one of those three is going to be great, I think. We're going to be exciting, I think. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got George Karl coming up in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And
you know where he's living at these days?
Who?
Coach Karl. I don't know. I'm asking. Utah, Idaho.
I don't think he'd be in either of those states.
That's Phil Jackson.
He's
Smoking a peace
Montana.
pot. Yeah, look, in my world, that's the same
very
thing.
different. Very
Don't
different.
sleep on Montana. A lot of people moving there.
I know. You
My
know
aunt
why?
lives up there. She
Wow.
built her own cabin in the woods. It's very
You know
beautiful.
why? Taxes.
Shout out Bozeman.
I can't
Gas
stand-
prices.
You know what? I can't-
Crime.
I actually can't
I
stand
want to go somewhere where there's no crime.
Wait till you get to heaven, bro, because that's about the only
Vancouver, I hear, is pretty safe.
place. Well, it is, but yeah. It's because they have sane gun laws. We can't go down this road.
Oh, good. Yeah. Somebody come snatch us out of the seats.
It's also a really nice place to live.
Where?
Beautiful scenery.
Where?
Montana.
Oh,
Montana.
You could deer hunt up there. Get you a good help.
It's encouraged.
Taxes.
The other day we
Taxes.
were talking about Judge.
stand
You guys
that.
were like, he ain't coming here because a millionaire worried about California.
Well, that's what I mean.
If you're getting that much money,
I gave Bobby
taxes.
Sir grief about this too when he got traded here. It's not taxes. Shut up, please. Shut up, Bobby.
That is like-
I said, shut up.
But thank
He's
you,
like, dude,
Stoney.
I'm telling you, the taxes. Shut up.
Please. Live in our world for 24
Just hit the
hours.
pipe, Bobby. I love you. You're my guy because you're from Scranton, but come on now. That's all I'm saying.
Please. I was teaching my kids, my two sons, about money, and I said, you got to, true story, you got to be like Steiny. Your dad treated paydays like they were Christmas and, payday eve. You got to live to where you don't even know when it's payday. That's when you're winning. Because I'm like a crackhead. It's payday my whole life. So I'm trying to teach my sons, don't be just, it's payday. That means you're winning. You know what I mean? Because I'll be like, it's payday tomorrow.
No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is, I guess, for you.
Yeah, for me, a day early.
We never did get to the bottom of that. 925 says Danville is one of the safest / lowest crime rate cities in America.
Just preach.
Carlos and... Well, okay, it's Danville. Let me guess. I'm going to take a shot at something here. I'll bet crime's low in Black Hawk.
But you get it.
I think it might be.
That's why if I was Curry, that's where I'd be living. Yeah. E40's out there. Merton Hanks, Peyton, the first.
Vancouver has the highest property crime rate in North America.
I'm about
that
to,
ain't 3-1. You got to prove that to me.
Yeah, I'm about to.
I need sources.
Come on. Drake's out there doing stick-ups.
I got to have sources. George Karl joining us after the break. Former coach of the Nuggets. Former coach. Let's see if we can do this. Former coach of the Nuggets.
Sonics.
Former coach of the Sonics. Former coach of the Warriors.
Good call.
Former coach of...
Clippers.
Was he?
I think he had a stint with the Clippers.
Did he? Sacramento.
Sonics.
Sonics.
I said Sonics.
We got 4. Sonics, Kings,
Nuggets.
Warriors, Nuggets.
So no Clippers.
I don't know. I'm not.
I'm about to look now.
And I don't want to be wrong.
If doing radio,
I think we're missing a team.
I think
we're missing a team. Do you know?
I ain't.
Are you looking it up?
JD would have this already.
Well, but you're not JD, and neither am
I
I.
appreciate that. That's
So,
my dog.
are you getting George Karl up there? All right. So just
There's a few more teams.
a few more.
A few more.
Oh shoot! I see 917 got one. You're right.
Who was it?
The Bucks.
Oh man.
The Bucks. Is it so 6 teams?
I am seeing. Yes, 6.
Hold on. Warriors. Just give me the
How'd that get
Give me the
George
Bing.
Kittle?
Can you please give me the Bing?
Oh,
Warriors. Nuggets. Kings.
Yep.
Bucks.
Them 2 more.
Well, we had the one already, and now I can't remember it.
You said
Milwaukee.
Sonics. You said Sonics.
So there's one more?
Uno más.
One more? He's coached for 6 teams.
I believe his first team.
Charlotte?
Nope.
George Karl's first team.
Age 33 is when he was the head coach.
He went to the...
It was,
I thought
after, after he coached the Montana, shout out Montana, Golden Nuggets, Steiny.
I thought his first stint was with the Dubs.
Well, he was an assistant coach. Yeah.
Mike Brown was a head coach here.
Cleveland?
What year was that?
Great call.
1984.
All right.
No,
well,
I was still in high
I'm
school.
going to tell him we got 5 of 6.
I
And
remember
I'll
it well.
ask him
Man.
what team he thinks we forgot. So Cleveland was his first job.
84.
That's what it's saying.
So he was Warriors assistant, went to Cleveland, head coach, came back to the Warriors as a head coach.
Yep.
I might be wrong
He
there.
coached Washburn, Steiny.
You know that story, right?
I know. The town got him.
All right. There was a couple other things I wanted to...
NC State. That's where Washburn was from.
Okay.
Little knowledge.
Yeah, and a little train of thought loss.
Oh, that's what I took to you.
Let's see. 20 down the Warriors were, and they win last night's game.
Man.
I mean, I don't look at I know they have that in them. I mean, it's just, to me, we just got to get this thing into the postseason.
Okay. And not be in the play-in. Operation Avoid.
I don't care about the play-in.
That would be a disaster, Steiny.
What I care about
That's
is...
a Game 7 automatically.
I don't care. I just want to get to that point. Because I'm starting to think, and I'll ask Warrior fans this, and we can talk about it after George Karl. Is there anything that can happen outside of Wiggins returning? Is there anything that can happen on the court that's going to change your optimism level or pessimism level with this team? In other words, I'm watching last night's game, and it's kind of it's hard to explain. To me, whether they won or lost, and even Minnesota, okay, they won one, they lost one. But to me, it was more about just the 2 games and each of the 4 quarters. And how many good quarters did they play? 4 out of 8, maybe. I don't know. And so I look at that game and say, they still haven't shown they can put together full games.
And okay.
So when are we going to find that out? Not till the postseason.
And that's all I've been saying. So do I sound like the Grim Reaper here? That you cannot have your biggest win of the season the game after you had the worst loss of the season?
Well, Goo, I'm going to disagree with you. Remember, on second thought yesterday, I said, you know what? You were right. That was the worst loss of the year.
Yeah.
To me, there's no doubt this was the biggest win of the year. No, I mean, it's not even, to me, it's not even
Regardless,
close.
take Draymond off the table. It's just the win.
If they lost last night under any circumstances, they'd be in, I don't want to say a world of hurt, but now
they would have been the
looking,
8th seed right now.
They'd be looking straight in the face of the play-in games. Now, they still have a leg up to be 6 or higher. All right, we got George Karl on the other side, and it's all sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. I'm 1 for 1 against Draymond Green in basketball knowledge.
I don't care.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, change of plans. George Carl, 1230. George Carl, 1230. Which means the phone lines are open at 888-957-9570. Warriors win 120-109 last night. They came back from 20 down. And, yeah, I think so, Goo. I think it was their worst loss of the season Sunday.
All right.
I think it was their at least their most important win last night. If you look at the standings and you give the Pelicans a win and the Warriors a loss last night,
they win that tiebreaker.
They are in they are in trouble in terms of being in the top 6.
Okay.
So the win, two reasons for optimism. One is the murmurs about Wiggins, to me, and then 2 is from a practical standings point of view, you won a game last night that you absolutely had to have. Had to, and they did.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, because I keep going to my buddy Hawk, man, Steiny. It wasn't just him, it was Twitter, because nobody knew the outcome as Draymond was doing his stuff until, they came back. We had a whole halftime, but I was reading social media. Do you think Dre lost any fans last night before the game ended? Let's put the right on the table. Do you think everybody in Dub Nation was on board, or do you think they thought he might have been overboard?
Who the F cares?
Oh, man. People do. It's a thought I had, because social media was, he's overboard, yada, yada, yada. But then when he had that one-on-one with your boy Chris Haynes, Snotty,
I don't care.
That's when I was like, I do care.
What's the question again?
Do you think he lost some fans?
I don't care.
Now I'm making a little fun, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Like, this is kind of what I mean. Like, honestly, who cares? Who cares if there's a Warrior fan out there that Draymond Green lost last night? Like, who cares? What would it, he's probably lost people over the course of his 10-year career, and then there's people that are still in his corner. And there's some that, like me, that are kind of like, I'm in and I'm out, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. So, like,
the good with the bad.
Like, if, let's just say Mark Willard comes in today and says, you know what, I'm done with Draymond. What does it mean? Just that he doesn't like Draymond. I don't think it's going to affect Draymond.
Well, no,
so,
come on now.
Like, I think we're at the point where a lot of Warrior fans kind of are over Draymond, but he doesn't care. It's not going to impact the way he plays. And so, like, that's kind of what I was talking about earlier with Draymond. I'm like, what?
Nicole D is on YouTube, I'll forever ride with Dre.
Yeah, exactly. Some people will, some people won't. And that's why, we can talk about, I don't know, it's weird. I kind of feel like, well, Draymond was a big story last night. Yes, he was. But what are we going to say about him? He did what he does 8 times a year. Maybe that's a little exaggeration. Some people think it's too much. Some people don't. Some people ride with him. Some people don't. Last night it worked. Sometimes it doesn't.
He said they were getting punked.
It's just like that's the way it is with Draymond. There's almost no sense in saying, he was wrong. Yeah. Okay, he's wrong. But guess what? They let him do it. So we got to live with it.
And I'm going here because you talked about, Goo, we ain't talking about how fabulous Steph was. The whole team, Looney with the offensive rebounds. To Dre's point, Sonny, why do you think they came out after a monumental loss a couple nights ago? Why were they flat?
Well,
like
Kerr
that can't happen in the offs.
No, I'm just saying, Kerr said they weren't flat. Oh. He said he liked the energy they came out with, believe it or not.
That I did not hear. Damn.
Yeah. If we can find that, we'll play it.
I didn't hear Coach say that one.
In the meantime, let's go to AJ in Belmont. Hey, AJ, how you doing, man?
I'm back. I'm good. Thanks for asking, Stanley. Sure. I appreciate you.
All right.
Goo, I got to spit back at you, man.
Okay.
And this is 2 days in a row, right? So I'm curious. Do you think he lost? Are you lost as a fan?
Well, hold on. Let's back up because I think you called yesterday with the same energy and then you hung up and you didn't explain what you thought I was trying to convey. So let's start with yesterday real quick. What had you confused or baffled yesterday that I said?
You mentioned that Jordan, and I'm not sure if you meant Michael or Paul, would not have made it in the NBA that didn't have social media. Who were you referring to?
I was referring to Jordan and his off-the-field activities, like the gambling or whatnot. Like, I didn't say he wouldn't have been Jordan, who, by the way, is my favorite player of all time. I'm just saying his business would have been in the streets with the camera phone. And you hung up before I could try to tell you that's what I meant.
Dan, he wouldn't have made it? You think social media would have eaten Michael Jordan up, or you don't think he's strong enough mentally to handle today's athlete has
I
to deal
didn't
with?
say that. It was all predicated on his activities would have went viral. So he still would have been a shark on the court. My point is, in public opinion, if you care for that, people might not have viewed him like the angel he was, because we would see him do things like we get to see this generation athlete.
So while I don't necessarily disagree with you, I do disagree with the fact that you think, because you just randomly said it, that he wouldn't have made it. And I strongly, for you to say that he's one of your favorites, you should listen back.
All right. What about today? Okay, what about today? What you got for me today?
Yeah, so are you lost as a Draymond fan? Did we lose you with his antics, or are you just, my God, this Haynes interview set me over the top?
It was a reminder of just why they give this guy the license to be who he is. Mid-game, I was texting left and right, like, and then when it was over, I said, oh, man, I bowed down and saluted Draymond Green. That's why they don't check him. Kerr told us to our face. He said, I know what I have in this man. And Steiny, you talk about the biggest win of the night, and I know I'm not saying it was all Dre. He set it up for those 39 Curry points to matter.
Here's Steve Kerr on Draymond Green.
I'm liking it because I've seen this movie before. We need his fire. We need his fire. We're you know this. You've been watching us for a long time. We do some crazy stuff out there. We get sideways. We get too casual with the ball. And without Draymond's fire, his energy, his competitiveness, this thing doesn't tie together. But he ties the skill together. We have so much skill with our with our perimeter players, Steph and Clay, what they do, JP. But it has to be ignited through competitiveness and energy and ultimately execution, because those things often go together. And you saw the execution in the second half was totally different.
Yeah, that's Steve Kerr talking about Draymond Green. The one thing that I gathered from that, and maybe I'm reading into it too much, a lot of times when Draymond does stuff, Steve Kerr will say that can't happen, or he knows he shouldn't have done that. I almost feel like Steve Kerr in that soundbite was almost giving Draymond Green permission to kind of wreck shop. Like,
he's got a license.
He does.
Class B.
But I almost get the sense that Kerr for the first time is saying, even if you go over the edge, we have to have something.
Well, we did this when the Jordan Poole thing happened, Stoney. Everybody thought a suspension was coming. And the Warriors were consistent. They didn't suspend Dre. Now, I'm not saying they liked what he went and did to a teammate, but at the end of the day, they did not suspend him. And that's just basically he did get suspended for one game with the KD situation, and then he went on the podcast to tell the business, okay? But they didn't suspend him. They've been consistent with, okay, Goo, you and your neighbors might think he's over the edge, but we know what we got. And last night, hearing him with Haynes and at the podium in the presser, he knew what was up. His team was getting punked, and he called basically the New Orleans Pelican fake thugs, fake gangsters. You're not built like that. And Steiny, as I saw the Pelican players fumble the ball and just look discombobulated, you could tell Draymond had gotten in their head.
It sure seemed that way. 925, Draymond has lived by the sword, died by the sword. You take the good with the bad. Yeah, and you got to. I mean, if you're not willing to do that, you may as well move off him. And the Warriors have just look. They've made it clear that they're willing to live with Draymond's good and bad.
Okay.
I mean, we've seen that. We've got to acknowledge the Warriors have been consistent in, for lack of a better, letting Draymond do whatever he wants.
I just said that.
So, I mean,
yeah,
you can't
don't
do
look at
anything
it that
now.
way. Yeah.
No, I think they do actually. I think
But they know he runs so hot and he's emotional that they allow him to. They don't care what other people are thinking. The organization, and to that, I appreciate Steiny.
Yeah, I think he's got some guys on the team rolling their eyes at him. At this point.
Okay. Well, that's just like what you said. I totally agree with you with the fans. But Dre don't care.
No, he doesn't.
And sometimes in this world, Steiny, we do stuff for PC. You want to do it politically correct. We'll slap Steiny on the hand so it'll look like we laid the law down, for the other the other part of the team or whatnot. But they don't roll like that. Now, what I am concerned with is that first half down a dub. What if that's against another team that's not talking crap? Then where do you go to? Or is that just an ass whooping and you lose the game outright? Like, what if McCollum wouldn't have set Dre off? Does that game still play out with that intensity? That is a thought I have. We'll find out.
408, you guys keep saying Draymond has a license to do what he does. It's completely stupid to think that when just a year ago you both were begging Myers to trade him for Ben Simmons. Remember that?
Never. I didn't want Ben Simmons nowhere near. Thank you.
You're a freaking idiot.
Get him, Steiny. Come on now.
I did want Ben Simmons.
I did.
But not for Draymond Green.
Oh, okay. I didn't want him.
I said I actually don't have a problem bringing Simmons and Draymond Green.
Oh, Benny.
Together. Because they both could pass. You know what, dude?
Yeah, don't even let it get you.
I may need a day off.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll take tomorrow off.
I don't care.
You played that?
I didn't play it.
Yeah, he read my mind.
Payday Thursday.
Man, we have a good show, man.
What?
And tomorrow we going to be in the lab.
Go tell everybody what tomorrow's. Go up.
Steiny and Guru and Evan and Spadoni live from the Chase Center. Now, you looked up. What is it? Well, Spadoni, he might be with us. Or he might be here, but we'll be there 10 to 2.
That's right, 10 to 2 from Chase Center tomorrow.
And got a little action after, Steiny. Can't tell him that.
Go ahead and talk. I got a call.
We got a little company function we might fall into after.
Oh.
May ask Curry to come. If we see him, what's happening?
Steiny, no, I didn't. No, Lev. No. And you know what? Listen, I'm going to get hit over this anyway. Lev saying, Steiny, you're my guy, but you said Simmons for Draymond. No, I didn't.
I'll let y'all
Give
handle
me
that.
all the grief in the world. Like this one you can say, Drew down, Simmons and Green would never work together, LOL. Well, I'd like to get into a discussion about their compatibility, but it's not the time or place. Yeah. But I'll accept that those guys would have trouble playing together. I cannot accept that I wanted Ben Simmons for Draymond Green. In fact, I'm still open to a Ben Simmons.
He's not playing.
I know, but I'm talking about when he gets healthy, if he ever gets healthy. I believe the Warriors, and I'm serious, like their quote-unquote culture, he could have, maybe you get him here and he does his best. Let's not talk about Ben Simmons. Austin's in Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, buddy?
From San Jose, brothers.
Oh, what's up, hey?
San Jose, how you guys doing?
What's up,
doing,
baby?
buddy?
Talk to us.
Hey, Steiny, poking a little fun at you, man. Are you going to have the guts tomorrow to ask your boy Dre about the extension and whether he's going to stick with the Golden State
Oh, my
Warriors?
God, yes.
He's won 4 championships.
Yes.
You got to ask.
Absolutely.
You may not get an answer. Please ask him. Guru, you chime in, too, because I think it's relevant. I mean, after last night's performance by Dre, that was unbelievable. I mean, yes, everybody that talks about getting rid of Dre, and you better bring somebody back. Tell me who you're bringing back to the Warriors.
Yeah,
that's going to replace that.
Austin.
I want to hear that. And then last night, Guru, they were getting punked. I mean, listen, I don't play, you guys don't play, but you could tell that there was something going on the court with the Pelicans, and they were doing some stuff that Dre said, "Nah, you're not getting away with that here." So I loved it, man. But please tell me who they're going to replace Dre with, guys. I'm listening.
Hey, Austin, before you go, how much of you thought Dre was going to get ran? Be honest with us. I thought it was going to happen.
Thanks, Austin.
And Austin, I'm still playing.
Well, I think he was addressing that to you. Who they're going to get for Draymond? Because remember, I was like, we had to decide. Remember, saying, so Goo, you think the Warriors can win without Draymond?
Yeah,
and
but
you
I
said,
can't read the chessboard like
but
that.
You said yeah, and I was like, oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Well, who do they get back?
I can't give you that answer right now. I'm not going to sit up here and perp like I got a list. I'm just telling you.
After last
Joe Lacob knows he's either gonna be a part or he's not, and they probably got their eyes or their chessboard mapped out to where, okay, we would try to do this. And to Austin's point, and you're pretty much right. Whoever, maybe it ain't Dre. It's a lesser. Maybe it's I don't know, but Steiny, if Dre says night, well, and they decide that this relationship has come to an end,
right?
They got to do something, and that something I do not know,
right?
But it would be critical.
And what Austin and I am saying is, who's that player?
Okay. Right.
And here's the other thing:
you saying they don't exist?
They might not.
Yeah,
they might not. The one thing I will say, and listen, Draymond Green. I mean, if there's ever a game, here's what I would say: if there's ever a game that showed. They go nowhere without Draymond Green.
Damn.
I mean, last night was the test case. That was the test case.
But they
need Draymond Green. Plain and simple. They don't have Draymond Green last night, they lose.
But when you say that, you're telling me now, moving forward, when, again, there's nobody talking on the court, like Austin pointed out, can you go to that place? I'm asking you.
I don't know. We'll see. But whether he goes there or not, we'll put up with it. And I don't mean that facetiously. We will. Berkeley. Larry's in Berkeley. Hey, Larry, how you doing, buddy?
Man. Hey, thanks for taking my call. You guys are awesome. Thanks. Listen, can you help remind me about what happens with the technical fouls for everybody, including Draymond, when the playoffs start? Reset?
Everything resets. Oh. Everything resets once the regular season's over.
And so how many technicals does he get before he's suspended?
You know what? I got to be clear on this. They go by, I think, the point system at that point, where a flagrant is 1 point and a technical is 1 point. And if you get 7 in the playoffs, 7 total points, then you get suspended for a game.
Okay, so it's a point system. And then one last thing: do the referees is it a restart for them when the playoffs start? Or are they going to treat Draymond the same way they have during the season?
I mean, thanks for. Yeah. I mean, they'll try to do what they always do, which is whatever they do.
He's got the black card on that, Steiny, because
what?
The American Express black card.
Oh,
he's got it because they don't throw him out.
Be careful.
Yeah, they don't throw him out. Well, I can say it, but yeah, they don't throw him out. Now, help me out about that. Every 2 technicals he gets after the suspension he just served would equate to another game suspended, right? In the regular season.
I'll go look at that during the break.
Because I think it's 2.
But it's
he got 1 last night.
Definitely a reset.
Yes, Steiny, you were correct about the point system in the playoffs. Flagrant 1 is 1, technical is 1, flagrant 2 is 2 points after you get to 6.
Oh, 6.
Looks like it.
All right.
Now, what about the suspension in the regular season?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
no, he's got 2 to miss another regular season game.
Yeah, that only applies to the regular season.
Well, now he's got 1 more.
Right, but he doesn't care about the regular season. He said that, right?
No, but if you look at his history, he always gets on the cusp. But he just did it this year. How can I say that? He did.
Steve's in Concord. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the call. To me, yesterday's game was a true microcosm of how the entire Warrior season has gone so far. Draymond doing his own thing. The first half was basically how the Warriors play on the road. in the second half is how the Warriors play at home. If you even look at Steve Kerr, at some point during the game, he was even shaking his head. I don't even think he has a real true pulse of what's going on from game to game, even half to half of what's going on with this team.
No, I don't think he knows. And you know what? And he said the other day, no, I think last night he called what's happening. Oh, it's mad fun.
Oh,
and let me tell you something. And this is where, like,
I was like, "Whoa, who is that over there?"
You know what?
He did say that.
Here's the thing.
And I got something for you and Coach Carl.
Here's the thing about Steve Kerr, and this may bother you. He is having fun. Steve Kerr's having a lot of fun.
Because it's new.
He doesn't care if they win or not.
Oh, no, stop.
He's going to try. You know what? Steve Kerr's going to put in his best effort, then the chips fall. He can only do what he can do.
Well, that's every human that leaves out the house.
No, but what I'm saying, like what I'm saying is, if the Warriors lose in the playoffs, like Steve Kerr doesn't go into hiding.
No. In fact,
Steve Kerr's
no doubt.
Steve Kerr's
I know what you're saying.
Chill. But I think everybody's like that.
Yeah.
And maybe you heard something different last night, but he got into the playoffs.
He's almost
later,
earned that. Yeah.
But Draymond Green, when he was asked why'd you get so wound up, it wasn't because, well, we're playing for the 6th seed. Because anytime you hear these guys talking about the seed, they're like, what are we, 5 or 6? Or I don't know, it's a tiebreaker, this, that.
I can't shake the sack and the travel thing that you pointed out to me.
Matt's in Jacksonville. Oh, what's up, Matt?
Florida?
I would assume.
Hey, East Coast Warriors fans, we have a rough life out here.
Nice.
Wow.
You're up late.
We got to stay up late. We got to stay up late is what we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I was kind of going on exactly what you're saying, and maybe you just said it, and I kind of, maybe I'm a little late. But I remember the Warriors, even just last season, weren't they complaining about how the regular season was boring? They wanted a little more exciting. So in my head, I kind of thought this was they were doing this on purpose to make the season exciting, and now almost it feels like they've kind of maybe let it go a little too long, or maybe it kind of got away from them. So y'all remember hearing them talk about that a lot?
Oh yeah,
Michael Green.
Yeah, and Matt, I think thanks for the call. I think the plan this year was pretty straightforward. That in order to get them over the hump of a long, arduous regular season, they were going to lean more heavily on the young players. Unfortunately,
one of those young players is gone.
Unfortunately, the young players didn't do what Kerr and the organization wanted to the point where they could get on the floor more. And the next thing you know, your most veteran players are playing a lot of minutes to try to win games because you have to. We'll see where it all ends up.
Yeah. So about last night, Stoney, I come from West Unseld, Bill Lambier, Oakley. I'm being honest, and I'm going to ask Coach when we bring Carl when we have him on. Those weren't two flagrant fouls to me. Those weren't two flagrant fouls.
Did Draymond Green make a play on the ball?
No.
Then it's a flagrant foul. Now they can redefine the flagrant foul.
Flagrant is
C.J. McCollum purposely.
That was a punk move.
Okay. But it's a punk move, but
both of them were kind of...
Don't ask George Karl that.
I'm going to ask, has the league gotten soft? Oh, we're going to upgrade it to a flagrant one.
It's funny. I heard Phil Mike on the call last night, or the call this morning with he said Draymond shouldn't have gotten a flagrant, but C.J. McCollum should have gotten thrown out.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Yeah.
But we're not partisan. Hey, what's coming up on the game? It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Hall of Famer George Karl on the other side.
Don't let us win a championship.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, let's go out to George Karl right now. George Karl, he is a Hall of Fame head coach. He's made 22 postseason appearances, and he's won over 1,000 games. He's in the Hall of Fame. George Karl, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. It's a great time to be a basketball fan.
Yes, it is. Let me ask you this to start. Okay, I'm sorry, George. That was actually my father calling me, but I cannot take the call. Let me ask you this: what you've seen the Warriors over the years, you've seen them at their best, and my question is, how much different are they now than, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago?
Oh, I don't want to be a critique of it. I'm a big fan of what they've done. You know, my last year of fun coaching when I was in Denver, when they beat us in when we call it Steph's coming out party. You know, and I've always enjoyed how they play. They play a lot like I like to play. They play very unselfishly. They play with the pass. They win games with their defense, and they got a great player that's very unselfish and very humble. In a lot of ways, you know, they stand for a lot of things that not only me, but many coaches like to have on their team and teach their players to be. The difference in my mind is Wiggins is not in the lineup. I just don't. I think they're capable of beating someone in the playoffs, but I'm not sure. I think they're capable of winning a championship without Wiggins getting back. You know, right now the way the West is laid out, you're going to have to beat 3 good basketball teams to get to the finals, and then you're going to probably play a Milwaukee Bucks team or a Celtic team that's going to be really hungry. So I can't put them as a top-level contender. But if Wiggins gets back and gets into the rhythm that he was playing like he played last year, and I don't even know. I mean, so much of the NBA this year is who's going to play and who isn't going to play.
Yeah.
And Wiggins in Golden State. Is Zion coming back in New Orleans? What's the Durant effect in Phoenix? Is Paul George going to get back in time to be a factor in playoffs? There's so many teams bunched up right now that it's very hard to predict, and it's exciting to watch. Every night there's 1 or 2 or even sometimes 3 games that have an impact on what's going to happen. Last night, you know, you had Oklahoma City stub their toe by losing to a low win team in Charlotte, even though Charlotte's been playing very, very well.
Coach, I'm kind of excited to ask you this question because I know you coached a lot of great players and you coached against a lot of great players, but Draymond Green, you know, there's so many times, Coach, I come in here and I'm mad at him. I'm like, he's going overboard. And then there's nights like last night to where I'm like, okay, there's a method to his madness. Have you coached guys like Draymond Green, and how unique is he, and how would you coach him?
Well, I think you got to let him have his wisdom of his freedom of being. You know, he's a very intense basketball player, and trying to control that is very, very difficult. I coached Gary Payton for many, many years, and Gary and I would fight so much about why does he have to act this way? Why does he got to do this? But if I tried to calm him down, he didn't play as well. And I have a feeling Draymond's the same way. You know, if you try to calm him down and make him maybe more responsible, or what I call smart tough rather than crazy tough. But I love him. I absolutely adore him as a player. You know, I don't know what Golden State's plan are, but I'll tell you what, if Golden State loses Draymond, I think they're going to take a step backwards.
Yeah, it's yeah. Sorry.
And today's game, the center is somewhat dying. The big man is not as prominent or as important as it once was. And that might come back, but to be honest with you, with the way the 3-ball is being made at a high level in the game today, I don't think it's coming back really soon.
Interesting. George Karl joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a Hall of Fame coach. Coached 6 NBA teams during his tenure, won over 1,000 games. You don't remember this, but about 5 years ago, we had you on, and we were talking about the Warriors, and you used a phrase called scramble plays, that one of the ways the Warriors can get you is off offensive rebounds that turn into scramble situations. We saw a little of that last night with Looney. Is there any way to not stop that, but work on it so that an offensive rebound doesn't lead to a scramble situation?
It's really difficult. I mean, the whole thing in basketball today is scramble and recovery. Most of the basketball plays run in the NBA, what they want to do is they want to create a defensive mistake or a defensive help and create the defense to get into scramble or what we call recovery, help and get back. And once you get a team in recovery, the two weaknesses have become the three-point line and offensive rebounding. And those two things are really open up when you overhelp or you make a defensive mistake and everybody's kind of trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And that's where the three ball opens up. That's what Golden State does as well as anyone who's ever played in the game of basketball. Right now they find the three in so many different ways. And having two of maybe the top 5 shooters of all time doesn't help. That, doesn't hurt you very much because those guys are just dynamite. And then they got some other guys that can get hot on you too. So I think right now they need Wiggins back in the lineup as a defensive guy. And I think then they would have that defensive team that they can put on the court. I know Iguodala is hurt, but I still think they can be really, really, really prominently a challenger to the championship if they get Wiggins back and get him back in rhythm. But it's going to be interesting. I mean, Golden State, I know that they have a couple really tough games coming up. They lost a tough game in New Orleans. They came back and won last night. I know they go to Denver, and I don't even know what Denver's going to do. Is Denver going to rest their players or they want to play their players? So you don't really know if that's going to be a really big game or is it going to be a game that Denver rests. So, I mean, it's kind of I wish I had at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I wish I knew what the lineups were going to be half the time.
Awesome stuff. Coach, let me ask you this. I need you to help me out because I'm always telling my partner, the Warriors got championship pedigree. They got that championship blood. Have you coached against that? And how much does that mean? Because when you look at this Warrior team last year, they were top seed. Right now, they're 6. So this is going to be different. But I'm just curious, to you, how much does that mean when you're coaching against a team that has, the past like the Golden State Warriors?
Well, a team that has already won the championship has a experience and a wisdom to win, how to win in playoffs. I know the fans might love the regular season. They might love all these young players that are looking like they're going to be really, really good players. But you don't win in the playoffs without experience and kind of being there before. And I think it starts with Coach Kerr. It starts with guys like Ron Adams. It started with Mike Brown, guys that have been there before, that know the experience of losing, but also know how to climb the mountain the second time and maybe get a win. Winning in the playoffs playoff basketball is the best basketball in the world. Regular season in NBA basketball is good, but it's not even close to what's going to happen here in about 3 weeks.
What's the biggest difference?
Intensity. I mean, we see in the NCAAs right now, everybody gets excited about all these young teams and all the reason we love watching the NCAA and the Final Four and all that stuff is they play with so much intensity. Well, then in the NBA, not only do we play with tremendous intensity, you have the best players in the world playing. You have the best coaches in the world playing. You have the best referees in the world sometimes playing. But in a sense, I mean, it's just great basketball. You play 7 games. You got to win 4. And I'll tell you what, winning 4 against a great team is a really difficult challenge. And it's all going to start here in about 3 weeks.
Let me. I won't hold you to this, Coach, but even in the East, you could pick a team in the East. Who's the most complete team? Who's the best team in George Karl's estimation right now heading into the playoffs?
Right now, I'd probably bet on the Milwaukee Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably bet because I think they're good at both ends of the court. Giannis is, he's one of the top 5 players in the game. Some people think he's the best player in the game. And they've had some guys that have not been stars in the playoffs before. Moving like Holiday right now, I think might be the MVP of the Milwaukee Bucks. I think he's a great both ends of the court. He's a great defender, and he's become a really good fourth quarter scorer. So I would say Milwaukee out of the East. The West is up for grabs. I mean, I love the Denver Nuggets. I root for the Denver Nuggets. But do I trust the Denver Nuggets? Some days I do, some days I don't.
That's great.
And so I think we just got to wait and see. My belief is, in most NBA seasons, the magic of winning in the playoffs comes with a big-time win early in the playoffs. So the magic coming up this year, I think, is yet to be determined, especially in the Western Conference.
George, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. We know you and Kobe with ties out here to the Bay, and we wish you both well, man.
I'm actually with Kobe. He has a playoff game tomorrow night in the G League against he's playing Capital City or something like that. And we're preparing right now. I'm watching G League basketball. It's been a lot of fun.
Nice. I was covering the team when he was here for a little bit. So good luck to him. Good luck to you, Coach.
Okay, guys. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
All right. That's George Karl.
Father and son. Get ready, Snotty. Yeah.
Oh, let me guess. You're going to watch that game.
I didn't go there. I didn't know it was being played.
You had it.
No, I ain't got that. You know I don't lie like that. Man, a lot of good stuff, Stoney.
What was the thing you thought was best?
Well, it's what I already knew, but the intensity. But I almost feel like I don't want to go here. But everybody's throwing eggs at the NBA regular season because of load management. But we don't talk about the intensity of the games are like night and day when we do watch. I'm a league pass guy. I'm watching. 49er Frankie, he's disgusted. It don't mean anything to the play. Him. See, man.
What if I tell you that
that's incredible? Like, I believe you believe that, like he does.
Maybe I shouldn't.
But what about last night?
What about
that? Was intensity on 1,000.
They play 82 games. There's intensity in about 10 regular season games. I can't stand it, and you brought it up, so now I'm gonna say it. It's become a joke, the regular season. And here's the other thing.
Wow, man.
And feel free to disagree with me and tell me to hit the pike at 888-957-9570 on the Comcast business text line. This play-in crap has made intensity lessen in the NBA. And I heard, who the heck was it yesterday? We had somebody on the air. Anyway, There's a lot of sentiment out there. Oh, this is great. Playing games, great. Look at everybody interested.
Yeah.
They're not interested. They're not interested. In fact, there are teams out there that look at the standings and say, we're 9. Okay, we're fine. Are the Atlanta Hawks, who are sitting in 9, are they playing with intensity now? Because we got to get up to 7. No. And here's the other thing about the Golden State Warriors, as far as I'm concerned. Now, they're a little different because they're defending champions. They're not scared of the play-in game. If they're 7, they're 7. Now, does it make it harder and all that stuff? Yes. But come on.
Wow, man.
The play-in crap. Oh, who's 11 right now?
11 is Dallas Mavericks in the West.
They're
and
playing
the
with their hair
in
on fire. Get out of here. No, they're not.
But that thing has just for Dallas, it could implode. So
Okay.
they won a game in Indiana. NBA had no guts and rescinded the technical that I saw Luka get, Steiny. But I feel like they're really trying to get in to prevent from what's going to happen, and like it's going to blow up, man. Especially if they don't even qualify for the play-in.
Yes.
You sound like Shasky, too. He hates the regular season.
They look to Dallas? Dallas, man, they're playing for something. They just lost to Charlotte back-to-back.
Yeah, that was gross.
And here's the other thing, and again, maybe you did. I think you disagree with me, but it's kind of it was kind of proven last night, as far as I'm concerned, is the intensity for last night's game. To me, didn't come out of the standings. It came out of what happened with C.J. McCollum. Now, I will say this.
I'm in denial with that one. That's what had me in there was the standings.
Please. The standings mean nothing.
Well, what made Minnesota such a big loss then?
Well, the standings are very real. I just don't think the players give a crap. They don't care. Let me tell you what, the Warriors, Draymond Green. Draymond Green. Now, this is what people give me. You don't know. You're right, I don't. But you know what? I do.
I'm hurt right now.
I do know. The reason Draymond Green or any Warriors going to pick up their play right now is not because of the standings. It's because, guess what? It's almost April. So we're gonna play hard, not to get the 6th seed, but because we got to play hard as we enter.
So you're saying they ain't scared of nothing?
They are not. Draymond Green's scared of us. If the Warriors finish 7th, yeah, Draymond Green's really worried that they can't win one home game out of 2.
Now,
I'm sorry.
I know
what happened 3 years ago? Well, they weren't this good 3 years ago.
Okay,
they didn't have Klay Thompson.
That's where I was going.
They didn't have Andrew Wiggins.
That's where I was going. But damn, Steiny, if you're right, man, and they ain't tripping, basically.
They're not. I don't think they're tripping at all.
You messing up my slate for tonight's game. Minnesota and Phoenix, like, if I'm tripping on it more than the players, like, it is what it is. We'll be there. We'll ball.
Like, what's really at stake for those two teams? What do you have the standings up right now? Because I don't have them.
Phoenix is number 4.
What's their record?
40-35.
Okay. And what's Minnesota?
39-37.
Okay.
They're 7th. Get this. Because of the game, the big game that they beat the Warriors, they go to 6. They leapfrog the Warriors with a win. I got to believe every player knows that. And Finch, your boy, is preaching that before they go out in the layup line.
I disagree. I don't think Chris Finch could tell you. I bet if I asked Finch,
I won't.
Hey, do you guys have the tiebreaker over the Warriors? He'd be like, I don't know.
You're cutting me right. Like,
sorry.
Evan, chime in. Do you believe there's any merit to what Steiny's saying? Because, he's on the phone. Yeah. I wouldn't order the league pass, Steiny, until playoffs. I mean, like.
Why don't you?
Because I believe.
Regular season does not matter. I hate to say it. Steiny believes the Warriors can win it all no matter the seeding. Yes, I actually do. I it's going to be hard. I don't think they're going to win it all. They could.
But they can help themselves if they treat these.
Help themselves. Yeah, they can help themselves.
Path of least resistance. Because you don't want Kevin Durant first round. I can't believe they do.
They don't care. Because they also know they can't impact games they're not playing.
Though, if Kevin Durant is coming back off an injury, wouldn't you want to face him earlier than later?
Yeah.
But haven't we seen him or guys like LeBron come back and look like they never were hurt? You know what I mean? It ain't like, Evan, to your point, KD, these guys are coming back and they're clutching at whatever was hurting. KD, before he got re-injured, looked like he had missed time, and so did Steph. LeBron, I mean, they lost, but he didn't look like he was hobbled.
The Phoenix Suns. How many games? Okay, you said they're 40-35. They got 7 games left.
Yep.
Like, Kevin Durant's coming back tonight. All they care about is let's get it together before the playoffs. Like, they're not really, we got to stay in 4.
If we drop to 6, I got to run this by JD.
I don't care. Kevin Durant. I just don't. I mean, do they? I'm not saying they don't care at all.
Yeah.
But I do not think it's much
You
motivation.
honestly don't believe Finch? No, Steiny, this is a
Finch
humongous standings game.
Let me tell you something.
No,
Let me tell you
that
something.
guy who's up all the time.
Anthony Edwards does not know that the T-Wolves have the tiebreaker over the Warriors. No chance. None.
I wish we could get him on the horn, Steiny.
Richmond Bob.
I feel like he's selling them short.
I'll tell you what. We can hold on, Richmond. Yeah. Tomorrow we are going to Chase Center, 10-2. We will have a little experiment. Some of the players when they come, I'm going to test them with where they are in the standings.
I got it.
And I'll bet you'll be surprised. That'll be fun.
Yep.
That'll be fun. Yep. What's going on, Richmond Bob?
Just want to say I couldn't agree with Steiny more. The Warriors are not worried going into the postseason. And Kevon Looney, most offensive rebounds in the NBA with only 23 minutes a game average. Come on. How efficient is he? Your guys' show is great. Peace.
Nice.
Yeah, Richmond Bob. Have we given Looney enough love?
Well, no, you'd rather...
No, I talked about his 8 offensive rebounds.
You'd rather talk about Kuminga.
Stop. But the highlights... I mean...
Is that stat true? Because that's big boy stuff.
23 minutes? He gets them. Last night, he's getting them back out.
Chucky in Oakland. How you doing, Chucky? What's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, man. I enjoy you guys' show, man.
Thank you.
Right on, Chuck.
Hey, Steiny, man, both of you guys know your stuff, man. That's why I tune in, man, and listen to you guys, man. You guys had good conversation.
Thank you.
But Steiny, come on, man. Okay. And you said you used to play ball. I think you said you played D3 ball. By you saying that the regular season games don't matter, when I hear you say that, that's telling me that the guys not playing for pride no more. They're not playing, for egos and that no more. They're not playing. What about 73-9? Chicago's 82-10. How can you say the regular season games don't matter and cats is trying to reach the mountaintop? You know what I mean? Come on.
I love it.
Playing ball at the park, man. You're playing for ego. You're playing for bragging rights. So how can you say that the regular season games don't matter?
I appreciate you, Chucky.
Yeah.
I appreciate you, Chucky.
He hit me in the cardiac
do me a favor,
muscle.
Chucky. Seriously. I want you to listen tomorrow. Because I am
You
going to
really believe more than not, more of them are not going to know.
Do you have tonight's schedule on hand?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. You know what? I'll tell you what. I want to go... We'll come back and get into this a little more. But
because I'm excited about tonight's slate.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got an hour left in the show. The Warriors' biggest win of the year last night, right? You want to jump in and talk about it? It's all you. 888-957-9570. And let me tell you, one more time, tomorrow we'll be at the Chase Center, 10-2. We're definitely going to have Bob Myers. We'll have Steve Kerr. We'll have a bunch of players. It's going to be great. Don't miss it.
Jesus.
There it is. Yep. The way they're calling it, it was upgraded to a flagrant 1. Draymond applauds Ed Malloy. He's very close to getting kicked out here.
Yeah.
They're going to shoot 2 and get the ball, and nothing for Ingram for the shove. Nothing for Ingram for the 2-hand shove on Draymond after the whistle had blown. Nothing for that. That's not fair. Sorry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You better be careful, Tim. That's Ed Malloy. Eddie, Philadelphia's finest.
You know him?
No.
I
saw him at an airport once, was going to go talk to him. And then said, but actually, that's right. I forgot about this story. Saw Ed Malloy. Where was I going? I was going back east, and he was on the same flight to like Philly. Who had a playoff game. No, I didn't. And I was going to go up and talk to him, but some other guy was talking his ear off for like a half hour before the flight. And then the guy who was talking his ear off called the show.
Hey, dude,
said,
that was me,
Steiny. That's right. I forgot about that.
I would have never thought of that. Hey, I got some bad news. A lot of people, you might take a good news. A lot of people are agreeing with you on the NBA regular season, but the real ones that are in denial, like me and my boy Everett, he just texted me, is Steiny drunk? Like, he wants no part.
Okay.
I know you're not drunk.
Okay.
He wants no part of the regular season to these guys mean nothing.
All right, Bay Area. All right, Bay Area. And where are the Warriors now? Hopefully they probably have the day off, so they're going to be listening. So I don't want to give them a heads up, but let me tell you something. Right now, when Klay Thompson sits down tomorrow, when Klay Thompson sits down tomorrow, and I say, "What's your guys' record?" You think he's going to get it right?
Pretty damn close, Donnie.
Well, pretty damn close is not getting it right.
But how about the seeding?
No.
Would you ask them that
I
too?
have 3 questions for him.
All right. They'll know 2 or 3.
Okay, what's your record? Does he get that right?
Yes.
Okay, how about...
I'm going to say no to the record. All right.
Well, then that proves it.
But what if they're off by 2 games?
That's too many.
All right, okay,
because
good.
2 games determine the difference between 4 and 11,
Give me the
apparently.
other 2. Give me the other 2.
What position are you in right now in the Western Conference standings?
That is the one to me. That's the one.
And then lastly, if the season were to end today, the regular season were to end today,
who would you play?
Who would you be playing?
Oh, Steiny, you're going to be shocked.
Keep
that. Keep that, Steiny.
We'll see.
You're going to be shocked, Jack.
We'll see. Sean's in Oakland. He disagrees with me. But he's gutless.
Sean, we needed you.
Gutless.
Hey, was that your dad that called?
It wasn't.
Oh, because normally...
It wasn't. It was an emergency call, like one of those.
Oh, yeah.
Next, let's go to who we got on the phone here? Hey, Sean, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Dynamite.
I've been watching the Warriors all year long, and I finally come to the conclusion that all good things come to an end.
Oh.
And I foresee that the Warriors are going to finish 5th in the West.
Okay.
End up playing Phoenix.
All right.
And I believe the Phoenix Suns are going to sweep them in the first round.
Could you imagine? Wow. Let's hope you're wrong.
I could imagine anything.
The last time they lost a series was to the Clippers. They've never lost.
They lost to the Toronto Raptors.
Talk to me.
They lost to the Memphis Grizzlies and Lakers in play-in games.
Yeah, but you said those weren't offs.
They aren't. But they were pretty big games. Maybe the Warriors didn't know they were big games.
Yeah.
Hell, they might not even have known that Memphis game was an elimination game.
You are right. Toronto is the one. My whole point is it's rare.
Yeah, I guess.
I cannot wait for you to fire those questions. Now, Bob will know. Myers, he'll know. I'll text him the answers. I'm playing.
Yeah, you probably would do something like that. Actually, no, you wouldn't. Well, actually, you would. You would, but it wouldn't be a big
Can I tell you something? Just random?
What if I were to just say no?
I'd still say it.
Of course.
I've never worked at a job that when you have a company meeting, some people are left out because they got to work. Like, we're having a meeting right now, our company. Everybody's in there, all the hosts. We're here. I'm happy to be here.
Right. It is a Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. See, this is where this is shtick. It's shtick.
Who came up with that word?
Because you don't really.
Oh, they're talking about our future, and they're in there. Why you think everybody's here early? The other
because
host.
There's a meeting.
So no part of you is just wondering what's being said or done?
No, not even a sliver.
That's the difference between me and you.
Could you imagine if we were doing the morning show, the roast, and had to stay till 12?
Well, you could go. Bonte went to lunch, came back.
Well, I'd go more than the lunch. Let me tell you that. Steiny, what does the P on your shirt stand for? Play in. That's pretty good. I like that. Princeton. Look, let's reset here. Let's be honest. Biggest win of the year last night. Why? Why was it the biggest win of the year? Here are my reasons. A, the way it happened. Everybody was despondent in the first half. Warriors were down big. But think about that game last night. You had Draymond being Draymond, and it all worked. You have Jordan Poole playing terrific again down the stretch. You have, and we didn't talk about this, how many points did the Pelicans score in the second half? 46.
Damn.
So that tells me that's a couple games now where their defense is noticeably improved. And then lastly, I felt like I felt an undertone of positivity with Wiggins. And maybe I may be reading too much into it, but here's what Steve Kerr said on Andrew Wiggins last night.
Do you have any timeline on Andrew Wiggins yet?
No. Yeah, I mean, he's been working out every day. Beyond that, once he's back, then our training staff will be able to, get with him and see where he is. But I know he's been training on his own.
So there you go.
Now,
what does it mean? I don't know, but who knows?
And I'm not being an ass here. What if I said you got to take that Wiggins off the table? Who would have been the honorable mention? What would have been the next thing that got you excited about last night? Like if you had to remove Wiggins, was there any? Because to me, I got one thing.
What?
That's how it's got to look when they play Denver, Sac, or whoever. They know they can do that. And to be honest, you didn't lose the most critical game of the series to Minnesota. You weren't down 20. You gave that away.
They were down 9 in the fourth quarter to Minnesota.
Yeah, down 11 to Philly.
So, it's got to be thrown into the equation.
Dude, Coach Carl has me thinking, let's go.
About what?
Let's cut the crap. Let's get these 5 in, and if you're right, these players ain't going to be ready. The furnace don't come on until the play. Let's go.
Colette and Clayton.
Our guy.
What's up, Colette? How you doing, man?
Good, my friends. Hopefully you guys are staying as dry as you possibly can. It's coming down pretty hard right now.
I know.
Man. Sick of it.
It's kind of splashing around like the Warriors did with their threes in that second half. But,
nice.
I'm going to give you a 4.
Let me tell you this right now. Is I think a lot's being made out of whether it's the biggest win of the year or not. Every win, when you're trying to stay out of the play-in, Friday's game will be the biggest win of the season, and then the next game and the next one will be the biggest win. It's right now they're trying to secure their seeding, but I get why everybody's looking at yesterday's game because they were right on us, a half game back. If we had lost, they would have overtaken us. But I get it. But I think we as fans and we as analysts evaluate the seeding and where they're going to fall a lot more than they do at this point because I think they're not scared to play whoever it is that gets put in front of them. Of course, they'd like at least one round of home court advantage, but I don't think they're sitting there worried about, are we going to play Sac? Are we going to play Phoenix? Or are we going to play them? I think this group is solid enough and has a solid enough core where they're like, bring on whoever it is and we'll figure out a way to beat them. Because until they're beat, they're still the defending champs, and I think they still have that mentality and that heart.
Colette, I've known you for some years, met you through Steiny. I'm going to give you a compliment. Your thought process to me is like John Dickinson. Now, you guys aren't perfect, but you're smart. And with everything you just said, I got to follow up and ask you this question. And I'm not being negative. What's your biggest concern about this team headed into the offs?
Are they going to be the team that we saw in the second half that takes care of the ball and gets more opportunities to get shots off because we know they're offensively skilled? Or are they going to be the one that constantly has the brain farts and throws the ball out of bounds without the other team forcing it? It's which team's going to show up. Yep. And, I'm banking on when it's crunch time and when it's time when the lights get the brightest and things go, they're going to be the team that takes care of the ball because they're going to shorten the bench and they're going to have their core out there more often and there's not going to be back-to-back. They're going to have more time to rest. And the other teams who have less experience than them are going to be the ones that are throwing the ball out of bounds. That's what I'm banking on.
Yeah. Thanks, Khaled.
Thanks.
Might happen.
Hey, I got to read this to you. Kind of just hit me, Sonny. 510. Hey, guys, is it my imagination or did the Warriors look small compared to New Orleans? No. And that's Wiggins comes into that. And also they look small against Minnesota, Steiny. Like, if I were to ask myself the question I just asked Khaled, that's what scares me. Like, is that finally going to catch up with the Golden State Warriors? They did look small. In Minnesota, they look small. So
they are small. They're tiny.
They're now.
Petite.
Wiggins helps that if he's back.
Minuscule. They are. Here goes my vocabulary.
Now you were flowing.
Miniature. They are
short,
undersized.
No, and my question to Khaled,
they weren't much bigger last year, were they? Except they just had Wiggins.
Well, they Otto Porter and Bielitsa, but Steiny, why doesn't he know how they're going to take care of the ball? A 4-time defending champ.
Look, this is where I feel like we go round and round and round. You watch the first half, you say this team can't win it. You watch the second half, and you go, I guess they have a shot. So they've been doing this for so long. That's why, one game doesn't impact my overall thought, believe it or not, because it's just another game where there's good and bad, and they just haven't put together a streak where you can say, I tell you what, they play like they did in December. They get that back, they're going to win it.
JP and Berkeley, they're small, but they're fast.
They're not fast, really. They have fast players, but they have slowed down a lot.
Poole, Wiggins was a fast one.
Poole and Kuminga.
I don't got Curry, Dre, and Clay in there.
No. They're not a fast team.
Diminutive.
Nice.
Well, I got it from the text line. The real Google.
Zach's in San Jose. What's going on, Zach? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Dynamite.
Hey.
So I know you guys know this, but I just have to bring it up. When Kerr started coaching, the big three, if they've played a full series, they've never lost a series. And so we go through this every year with them, or they've got injuries, they're not playing very intense. But when it all comes down to it, those big three, if they play the full series, which it looks like they're on track to do, they've never lost a series. So I don't understand. I'm not a homer saying they're going to win the whole thing, but you can't sit here and tell me that you're going to bet against that streak. So I just got to know what you guys think.
And that would go against, I wish
I'm
I
not
had
here to
that.
talk about the past.
Because of Toronto, that would qualify to where they weren't at full strength. But that is a fact, Donnie.
It's a fact. It is a fact. But it also, to me, is irrelevant right now. Right here, right now. That's all. But it doesn't mean I don't give them credit for their championship pedigree. You must. Listen, if the Warriors had no titles under their belt and this was their season,
oh my gosh,
we'd be laughing at anybody that said they might win a title.
But that makes total sense, though.
Well, but all I'm saying is, I'm not going to say they're going to win the title just because of championship pedigree. There's got to be more. Their championship pedigree is going to help. But they got to play a lot better.
What if they win these next five,
season.
Donnie? Would you still? And I
don't know. I got to see them.
You got Portland and San Antonio, so the next three. But what you just tried to educate us on. I got you.
The Golden State Warriors last year won 53 games. All right? So that means they were 48-29. Then they won their last 5 games to make 48-29. Won the last 5 games to go 53-29.
Damn.
At that point, I think you say, you know what? We won 5 in a row. Started at 8. But if they win 5 in a row going into the playoffs, I'm sorry. Like, that'll be good. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad.
Well, it'll mean nothing.
I don't think it'll mean anything to me.
No doubt. Especially you and Coach Carl saying it's a new season. It is a new season.
Blacksky. I don't get the need. I don't get the we need Wiggins to win it all narrative.
Wow.
I don't believe that. I think the Dubs can pull it off without him. They only have to win 1 game on the road in the playoffs.
And I love Black
series.
Steiny. That is wow.
Do you even know who he is?
No,
But you said you loved him.
I love him because he loves the show, but
he doesn't necessarily love the show.
Well, he listens. And that's what the most important.
I don't care about listener. You better like.
How can you disrespect? And that wasn't his intent. How could you just dismiss what Wiggins means to this team? That means you're loving hard, but you're not using your noggin.
Well,
you're not using your noggin if you say, and maybe they
I'm
go
stick
do
up
it
for you, Blacksky.
This will be greater than what we thought than last year because we already put that out there with Wiggins, but without him, and if they didn't get him back, oh my gosh.
Let's get back to Blacksky.
Yeah.
Well, he's also saying they're going to win every home game, it sounds like.
Oh,
and that's
take it to the bank. Yeah. Take it to the bank.
I don't know if you want to do that these days.
All I'm like, no, but I mean, all Blacksky's saying is, I think we can win. I think we can win it all without Wiggins, and the reason I think so is because I think we can go on the road and win a game each series.
But it's like how?
I disagree with him.
Okay, that's
how? Well, how did they do it last night? You make a ton of threes. I mean, look, I don't disagree with you, and I disagree with him. I don't think the Warriors can win it without Wiggins. George Karl doesn't think they can win it without Wiggins. Most people don't think they can win it without Wiggins. Okay. But Blacksky thinks we got a shot.
Yeah.
So
you got a shot.
Yeah. I mean, they need Wiggins. They're too small. Wiggins. That's kind of what I think too. Drew's in Oakland. What's going on, Drew? How you doing, buddy?
Mm-hmm. How you guys doing? Hey, my question to you is: name a championship team that didn't have a red ass. Okay, Draymond Green is essential to the Warriors. There's no replacement for the psychological pivot point that he fulfills. Just like you had Baumgartner on the Giants. Why didn't the Giants do anything when they won 107 games? It's not just because they weren't that good a team. They didn't have any kind of center. And I'm not talking about a center as far as someone who's 7 feet tall, right? There was no red ass.
So, Drew, you think that Goo's a little offline when he says, we can win it without Draymond?
I'm not talking about a center as far as someone who's...
I got to go. He's on a delay. He's a big Drew. He's a rookie out of Santa Clara. Got to know to turn that radio down in the background.
Shout out Broncos.
And unfortunately, because he had the radio up, I couldn't try to take a cheap shot at Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Well, I'll tell you who is.
Oh.
Sonny, it's getting rough at home. I'm watching a game with the wife, and she's turned into you. So I mean this.
Seriously.
I'm like, I do it for 4 hours. Lay off. I can't say a critique about they're not playing well. Then when they play well, you just did.
Exactly.
Like, stop it. I do that for 4 hours. You said they look old and slow.
How long you been with Mia?
20 years.
20 years,
dude,
Mia.
You
finally get my frustration.
I'm going to start going to the bar to watch the games, man. Stoddy, it was tiring.
Mia. You know what?
Good Lord.
You know what? I think
listening in?
One of the things that I've learned about you over the last several years, I think you need to respect Mia a little more.
Good God, Stoddy, it really bothered me. Like, man. Man.
Well, oh, gosh, that's funny. Warriors David is in Concord. What's up, Warrior David? How you doing? Warrior David.
Still weather.
So
Hey, what's
listen,
up? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. In baseball, which is about to start here, we haven't talked much about it. They have changed the pitching situation, so they're on a time clock.
Yes.
And what I'm here to say is that baseball is boring. Okay, I played for many years. I've coached for many more with my kids, and changing the pitch thing is one thing. It's one step, but it doesn't solve the problem that baseball is an unwatchable sport.
David,
pitch count.
David, question for you though.
That is so.
It's a point well taken.
Yeah. I'm watching.
Where'd that come from?
Oh, I don't know. I just needed to take a Warriors break for 30 seconds and then back to the Warriors after my call.
Fair enough.
No, I like that. We can take a little longer, Stoney.
Warriors David wanted us to get off the Warriors.
No doubt.
By the way, I'm
scared for baseball,
I'm
man.
not.
Well, because we're in a fantasy baseball league. But what he's saying is
there is no
they're
way.
selling themselves out.
Yeah.
And
no
the
chance.
kids aren't coming,
No
Steiny.
chance. Let me tell you something.
Hey, little Johnny Susan, pack up the wagon. Where you going to Coliseum? Where you going to Third North? We're going to watch the Giants. Why? Because they got a pitch clock.
Okay.
Get out of here. The bases are bigger.
Let me see.
I'm a
this
diehard.
headline.
I'm excited.
Where
Nobody
is
else
this
is coming.
headline I saw?
I'm worried about baseball. I swear.
not.
It's real. Why are you not?
Where's
You
that
said
headline?
you fell out of love with it.
I did.
Why?
She wooed me back.
Uh-oh.
A long time
Gosh,
ago.
there was a story on ESPN that said the pitch clock might be the biggest thing to happen to baseball ever. And you know what? There is no way that the pitch clock is going to hurt the sport of baseball. No chance. None. In fact,
bases
it may
loaded,
save
full
you.
count.
Good.
Steiny on the bump.
Good.
The buzzer went off.
Good.
Runner comes high. What? That's
Throw
what
the
we're
ball.
about to see.
Throw the ball.
See that?
Throw the ball or get off the mound.
I don't like that.
Oh, I
at
know,
all.
because you just like people, fixing
the
their
chain
cups
in. Yeah.
and doing something with their stirrups and taking their hat off and wiping their sweat. Oh, yeah, that's great.
I got to ask you about this.
Thank you.
Oh, remember
I
that
love
one?
it.
Who was that, Steiny?
I love it.
Who was that interview? That's currently going on 4 years.
Shoot, I'm going to find this thing. Yeah, I love the pitch clock. I love it.
Knock about an hour off every game?
Thank you. Thank you.
What do you got to do, E? Where you going?
Look, I mean, you won't be able
let's
to
just tell-
rewatch games, as many games. Now you can rewatch more.
What if golf said, you know what? We're going to 14 holes.
Okay.
Less time to drink.
Well,
but
interesting thing is Dan Dibley actually had an idea about instead of 2 9s, you make it 3 6s. So you can play 6 holes, 12 holes, or 18. So you're not far off the
PGA Tour would laugh at that. Or what's the commission?
They don't have a problem.
What's the commission for golf?
Tim Fincham, maybe?
I'm trying to. Yeah.
Who? Finchy?
Finchy?
There's only one Finchy. You know, it's fun. God, you know what, Mia? You and me are soulmates.
It was Steiny. It
She's right,
affected
dude.
me.
She's right. You know why?
No,
because here's what happened. He just said, "Who's the PGA guy?" I said, "I think it's Tim Fincham." So then, of course, Evan goes like Finchy, Chris Finch, the head coach of the Timberwolves. So I started to think about Chris Finch, the head coach of the Timberwolves, and I thought of you. And what I thought about was, for 4 months, you came in and said, "What's with your boy Finchy? Hey, they just can't win anything up in Minnesota. Steiny, they're not smart." Today I come in, Steiny, Minnesota's got action.
That's what it's about. That means I'm not one of these people trying to make it about me and my prognosis. It's that, hey.
So let me guess. So you're going to come in and say the Warriors played poorly in the first half.
You made some meatloaf. Oh, that's the nastiest meatloaf I ever had. I come back in 3 weeks. Wow. That's the best meatloaf. I did.
Yeah.
And I wasn't by myself. So I can't double back and give credit.
No, you can't.
That's called life.
No, you can't. You can't do
that's
that.
What
you can't make fun of a guy all year and a team and then
you
go,
have a gang.
They got
action. Have gang mentality.
That's not
like
right.
You're
though.
on our side, and no, you can't like anything else but what we do. That's gang life.
But if I'm Chris Finch, I'm like, I don't want your fandom. Don't you dare tell me what we're capable of, because you don't know, because you wrote us off.
So did you.
No, I did not.
A little bit.
I don't write a team off after 30 games. as Gary Radnish once said, the great, I've lived a little bit. Mm-hmm. All right, it's a Warriors Wednesday. Tomorrow, don't forget, we are at the Chase Center. And we're talking to all the big boys. And let me tell you something. What we're going to find out is that they have no idea where they stand in the standings. Mm-hmm. It's making me sick.
goes to Draymond. Right side to Curry. Off a screen by Kuminga. Shot no good. Jammed home! Dante DiVincenzo flew in between Ingram and Valanciunas and slammed it down with the right hand.
Well, that should give you some energy.
My
that was big
goodness.
time.
My goodness.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
I heard that one.
No wonder you didn't get any minutes last night.
night.
Kerr doesn't like when you disrespect the flagship, JMG.
I'm snitching right now. I know we got the boys coming up soon. Willard was talking about you yesterday. Your appearance on the video.
What video?
That we did about
okay,
your favorite baseball player.
Yeah, Bobby Mercer.
Because you had your bag on your shoulder.
Right, because I wanted to leave. Willard stuck it in me. You know what? It's funny that, and I was, by the way, I'm looking at this headline. This is exactly what baseball needs. Story by Jeff Passan.
I like
Very
Passan.
respected. Why the pitch clock is the biggest thing to happen in Major League Baseball since maybe ever.
So you're telling me the young people are coming?
I don't care. I'm
So-
coming.
No, that was my
I'm coming,
point.
baby. I'm coming.
I didn't need a pitch clock, but I'll take it. Whatever.
You know what? I was watching that second half last night.
Yeah.
Warriors can win it all. I think they might. I think they might win it all.
I hate when we bond.
No, seriously.
But to your credit, Steiny, you have never taken that off the table.
No. I said they couldn't, but now I'm saying they can.
Well, you just messed up us bonding because you always said, "Goo, I'm not telling you they can't win." I see how they could win it.
See, here it is.
You ain't betting against Steph, Steiny.
Here it is.
That's what
Oh,
you're
hell
really
no.
at.
I'm just going to change my mind after every win and loss.
It's called growth mentality.
No, it's called having no conviction.
That ain't mean
It's you know what it is.
Growth mindset.
You know what it
5-1.
is. It's not
4-1-5.
trusting your sports knowledge. Trust it, Goo. Trust your
That's
knowledge.
why they can win it.
Trust it.
And they just won it.
Right. But when they lose to the Spurs, then they can't. Yeah, it's just conviction is what I'm looking for. Consistency, conviction.
You do know TV shows and movies, TV shows specifically, there's a different theme to each show. You do know that, right?
Well, it depends. What kind?
Like MASH. You tune in, something's different. There's episodes to it.
Yeah, but there's a big theme of them being in the Army.
Well, okay, that was a bad one. Three's Company. You know what I mean, Steiny?
It's about
Each
Mr.
game
Roper's
is its
apartment.
own entity, man.
Right.
Your knowledge has no bear. Now, you can say, I've seen this, but your knowledge, all of our knowledge has nothing to do with
All
what's
right, well,
about to drop,
this?
pop off.
How
in the
about
arc.
this? How about less sweeping opinions after one game?
Well, the sweeping opinion about last night's game is Draymond and how demonstrative he was, a bull in the china shop.
Okay, so
that was part of it, but you said Curry's 39. I don't feel like that was getting buried. Poole, who's been on a fourth quarter bench, Kuminga getting 2 early fouls, Loon Dog, Lunatic. Man, this team, I'm telling you, Steiny, I just cannot go to bed thinking the Warriors don't know it's ramp-up time.
I didn't say that.
Oh, well.
See, now you're getting me mad like this guy says. Steiny, you don't have any joy doing this show when you're with Guru. That's not true at all.
What?
Some punk.
I didn't type it. Oh.
Some 415 punk. You're always so bothered and irked with Guru. Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm happy.
No, because we're
Bobby
we're
McFerrin.
different. We're different.
Don't worry. We are. I told you yesterday how we are, black and white.
And that wasn't that funny, but Evan laughed like crazy.
No, there were Spadoni laughing.
Well, Spadoni will laugh at everything.
I'm thinking about going up on stage.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like when Rudy Ortiz just grabbing the mic. We do it every day and do some comedy.
You'll shrivel in front of a crowd.
I got a video at the Pepper Tree where I went up for 30 minutes.
Good.
But the material was like Andrew Dice Clay. It was kind of raunchy. So I didn't want to get fired here. So I deleted it. I got jokes, Steiny.
Give me one. Just give me one.
Why don't cats and dogs have to use toilet paper?
I don't know.
It ain't a real. That's something I would go in on. Don't you ever think about it? Like if humans were like that.
This guy's crazy. This is just unbelievable.
Would you ask me some material?
No, okay. Tell me a joke right now.
Well, come on. I ain't got kids anymore.
Make me laugh right now. Any way you want.
One of the greatest programs ever.
I actually like that show.
Bring it back.
How about
Stoney,
this?
I don't have that type of humor. Yeah.
How about this? Make me laugh. Bobby Van. That's the host of the show. Make me laugh.
I was a little before my time when they used to just stare. Oh, my goodness. Bring it back.
That's
Evan has no idea
call
what
the
we're
Guru
talking
the cat. The cat. Because you could throw him from a 2-story window and he'll always land on his feet.
That is wild.
Something like that.
Don't know if I like that.
How much time we got before we take a break and then get the boys in here?
About 4 minutes.
Oh, 4?
Nah, 3.5.
3.5.
Hey, you said something to me you don't even know hit me in the
cardiac muscle.
That's so
Roger
cute. You guys
Goodell.
are finishing each other's sentences.
You thinking we could see 2 Thursday night games?
You know what? I'm sorry. I did not hear.
You came in about Goodell. You don't even know I was listening, but you were kind of talking to yourself. You're like, there's no way they care about player safety.
No,
the
they do.
NFL, if they're busting you out, if they had give me 2 Thursday games. NFL,
you're the worst kind of fan. You just suck and suck and suck. You never want to give back.
They get paid millions.
You never want to give back to the sport you enjoy so much.
I do my part. I watch.
These players
like you care.
What Guru's talking about, I do care, actually. I do care.
Well,
because
why
it
are they talking about playing 20 games?
Because they're greedy. The Roger Goodell is hey, guess what? Teams can now play as many as 2 Thursday night games a year. Used to be just 1. Only 1. See, the reason they say they can only play 1 is because they know that it's more dangerous than the other games. And they know that there's not enough recovery for the other games.
Yeah.
So the reason they limited it to 1 was because they know they really shouldn't be playing on Thursdays anyway. And what do? They stick it to you, and now they say, we might need you to go 2 Thursdays. But that's your boy, Roger Goodell. He makes a lot of money, so he can do anything he wants.
Dude, he's getting paid. Bankroll. Apparently my joke, a lot of people didn't like. They wasn't that funny.
It wasn't even a joke.
It was
on 95.7 The Game.
I'm with you, Guru.
is, but you know who it ain't. So you got something with me when I say something, it ain't right. And I ended up being right. Jesus.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's embarrassing.
Joined by Dibley and Willard.
Dibley.
After that, did you walk over to Guru and go, look, you've made your point,
Nice.
and you might have been
That's
right.
a 4.
But
I
you could
gotta
stay
give the
over here,
backstory,
and the changeover won't follow you, or you could come back to the changeover, and they'll follow you there.
Jesus. I've identified, I took it out on Steiny, but I came in yesterday, it's raining, and I say, Steiny, it's going to rain all week. Steiny slaps me, but Dumbo,
Man.
it's going to be sunny tomorrow. He don't remember this part. Evan was listening. Evan does this.
Microclimates.
Goes to the forecast, and then I'm driving in today like Harrison Ford like it's raining
Like
cats
Woody
and
Harrelson,
dogs. Right, Woody.
Han Solo.
No, I said Harrison
I heard
Ford,
that
but
was pretty
okay.
funny. The fact that they
So
all
I just brought it up. It's your
the fact that they all thought that you said Woody Harrelson is so perfect. So
It's Fedoni was like, I gotta go check. Then I hear my voice in the back, like the damage has been done.
So
But
done.
anyway, I took it out on him, Willard. The sun didn't come out today, and I'm sick of it.
No,
I love this man.
To put it bluntly, you're sick of it. Yeah. It's microclimates, exactly.
No, we moved to Seattle, and no one told us.
Exactly.
It'll be over someday.
So,
or not.
Where do you want to start here? Oh, Festus Ezeli.
Never heard of him.
Festus for the rest of us.
I didn't like that at all.
Well, we actually have a controversy. And maybe not a controversy. Maybe it's just two people whose memories don't work that well.
You topic blocked me is what happened.
No, we both.
It's my take.
Yeah.
And then you took my take and you asked the question.
How many
and
questions?
then on Twitter, you threw me under the bus.
Yes. How many
You got it both ways.
How many questions did you ask before I asked that one? I'm like, look.
Maybe one.
At a certain point.
I think you had the first 3, and then you said, all right,
you know
Dibs.
damn well it doesn't work
I'm going
that
to
way.
the iced coffee
it
now.
It doesn't work that way. Hang on. Let me
There it is. I didn't know you were going to get coffee. I could have used a little something.
Spur of the moment decision.
After that hour 15.
I looked for you. I went over to the lockers where you usually post up.
That was great.
I didn't see
yesterday.
you. I didn't see you. And so
I was at Subway getting a 6-inch.
Well, anyway.
Right.
Thank you. Go ahead and cut that. Go ahead and cut that, E.
We both think that we asked the question, but we also both think it's Dib's fault.
Isn't that the beauty of the show?
I asked the
Festus'
question.
fault.
Well, no, I
took a
asked.
cheap shot.
Oh,
That was it slander or?
Of course it was.
It wasn't
He didn't
slander.
say your
because
name.
it was true.
He didn't say your name.
And
Gutless,
I
that's
would
why.
appreciate it if he kept my name in his mouth. And I already
that would've
confronted the lead host, the king, on the morning
We
roast.
seen him today.
I already came at him earlier and said, "Dude,
Why were you laughing?
your horse laugh." I know TV Bonte.
Dibs are special.
TV Bonte's laughing, and so we had a moment earlier. But
Wait, do you have the sound?
Yeah.
Because there might be new people listening who don't know what you're talking
We
about.
do not have the sound
You don't?
of Festus sticking it to you.
Thank you.
We don't?
But
We don't have
stuck
the
it in
sound?
me.
Well,
We have the sound from the TV.
Nahegan had it,
Yeah.
but it's on his phone.
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
said
yeah.
Oh, good
Jeez.
Lord.
We do have the question.
This guy has
Yeah.
decided to watch Warrior games through his phone in his living room. If you notice
I
this,
have noticed
every
that.
night now, he puts his phone up to the screen,
He's going baldy on
starts
his
talking,
eye.
and then tells his two boys to get off the video games. I'm like, what?
Diz.
What?
Here,
I
hold
need
on.
to. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I did not Willard
The
threw you under the
following
bus.
exchange or question
All right.
is what Festus Ezeli said was I want to get this right,
All right.
stupidest question I've ever heard.
Stupidest question I've ever heard.
This question.
Yeah. My partner here, Dibs, has said that basically at the end of close games, if you're going to be a championship type team, you have to at least hesitate to put Jordan Poole in the game. Is that opinion fair with regard? Can Jordan Poole play? Can he be a closer on this team?
Mm-hmm. And then he gave a 3-minute
So it
answer.
wasn't. So it was
At least.
So it was
Okay.
me. Yeah. Well, Dibs, you said you asked the question.
Well, do me a favor, partner.
You inspired the question.
Just do me one favor.
You inspired the question.
Just do me one favor.
What's the favor?
Keep my name out your mouth.
Never.
Because
I'm actually
it's my
contractually
take.
obligated to say it
Yeah.
at least 3 times an hour.
That's a good
I
point.
mean, fine.
Good
We'll call
point.
the show Willard. There, done. Now
Willard
your
and
name's on my
Friends would be great, yeah.
Willard and his plucky sidekick.
Oh, there you have it. I didn't know your girlfriend was on the show all of a sudden.
Oh, now she's mad
Because she's
too.
plucky. Yeah,
She
we're all
hates that
mad.
word.
It's it's a classic case where you took my take and you phrased it in your question, and then later in the day he calls it a stupid question, and then you go on Twitter and say, "Well, it was really Dibs." I mean, it was inspired by Dibs.
It was. Do you want me to read the email?
I'll give it to me, Will.
Should I read
the email or the text?
Was it a text?
Oh, it's been text, it's been emails. You can read it all, Mark, because I stand behind it.
Yeah, Dan Dibley. Let's see. It was Monday, right? Where is it? Shoot,
Man,
this
darn
isn't
it.
That's it. No. So you guys talk. I'll look for it.
This is Stoddy awkward.
The bottom line is you straight said Jordan Poole cannot close.
Which
Jordan
I disagree with you.
Jordan Poole cannot be in the closing lineup.
If you want to look at the history of really big games, and it's a really big shoe, and the really big games, and the really big games they've had, Jordan Poole has not always been in the closing lineup.
Right. Well, no,
and
not
those
not
are facts.
always. But
right,
but that's picking the ones that you want, because it was the reason we talked about it so much was we came in on Monday and that was your take, and we, Guru, had been in the building on Friday night and watched Jordan Poole put what I thought was his best performance of the entire year. He was the leading scorer in both games. He scored 60 points. He gagged one time down the stretch in the final minute of that game against Minnesota. But I thought if you're going to look at the weekend coming in on Monday, it was not a day to say Jordan Poole couldn't close. So we had a discussion
coming off
about
a Sunday, I think you
so
can.
a discussion about it.
It was a bold take, and that's what I do. And you know what? What Festus said was the most milquetoast, garden variety, cliche-ridden bandwagon response you could ever get from any analyst ever. When Jordan Poole shoots like that and he plays like that, of course he can be in the finishing lineup. Well, yeah, the guy couldn't miss, and he was an unbelievable offensive force, Festus. So, yeah, when he plays like that and he scores like that, gee, Festus, you're right, and I'm wrong.
Well, but isn't that just the opposite of what you were saying on Monday?
No, it's exactly the exact thing that I said on Monday.
It's the exact opposite.
When he's bad, you can't finish with him.
Yeah.
Here's the question. Here's the question that I have.
You didn't say when he's bad.
We did this on the show. Name the Warriors, if any, who must be on the floor the last 5 minutes of a game, regardless of how they played the first 43 minutes. Give me the players on the team that must be on the floor the last 5 minutes, regardless of the first 43.
Can I include Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah, you can include anybody you want.
I mean, I don't know if we can, but
because the bottom line I'm getting to is Poole's not one of them.
Well, it's Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
And then,
but it sounded like your point was Poole can never be in there at the end.
It did sound like that.
Well, no matter if he was warmer, like that's how I was like, damn, that's a strong one.
Right. My point is, if you are in a situation where you are in need of defense, he can't be on the floor. If you're in need of offense and he's not on a heater, he can't be on the floor. When he's playing like he did last night and he's playing great and scoring
81
at will,
points in 3 games.
Yes, you can put him on the floor in those cases. But that was against New Orleans in a game in March, and much like Draymond, I don't even get out of bed for a game in March.
Wow.
Exactly.
Well, we got past that.
I haven't gotten past it with Festus.
I haven't even begun to get past it with Festus.
Yeah,
Did you call him back to get him back on? How do you guys fix it?
He apologizes or he's done.
I don't have to fix it. First and foremost, I do 20 hours. He does about 3 minutes, and he does 30 seconds at halftime. So I'm not worried about fixing it at all.
What'd you think of Draymond? It was incredible.
That is Draymond's entire world. First of all,
said the Draymond
Steiny's right.
experience.
Draymond should have been ejected. He scissor kicked the man in the face.
It caused an argument in my house.
Did he not scissor kick him in the face, Mark?
Two guys got tangled up.
Oh, two guys got tangled up. On the heels of him getting a flagrant and a tag.
I love you, man.
You are such a Draymond apologist. I don't understand it.
How so?
He scissor kicked him in the face.
You had two guys
my God,
who literally looked like a soft pretzel. I didn't say that I defended Draymond in the first half. His behavior was out of pocket.
He should have been ejected.
No,
it was incredible.
No doubt.
My deal is,
No
why
doubt.
do you go? Why are you so quick to eject? It's such the youth ref in you that wants to eject.
No.
What does that do? Why does he have to be thrown out of the game?
Because he committed back-to-back flagrant fouls.
The first one.
That's a flagrant.
The first one's a flagrant.
Right, that's a flagrant.
That's not a basketball play.
It has nothing to do with being kicked out of a game.
No. But the second one,
the first technical
he
shouldn't have been a
fouled.
technical.
Fine, you don't need to call a technical foul.
So why has he got to be ejected?
2 flagrants, you're gone. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Do I need to bring up the rule book again?
It's not a flagrant. It wasn't even a.
The second one,
it could have been.
He gets fouled and he falls on the player and he goes. He does the Michael Flatley. He does the Irish River dance on his face.
My wife and son said he was just trying to get up. They got tangled.
I don't know.
This guy.
I don't know what our obsession is with throwing players out. Why? What does it do?
I'm not obsessed.
I agree with you.
No.
You are. Why does he need to be thrown out?
When you commit 2 flagrant fouls within a 90-second span, well, they didn't determine a flagrant.
And I don't think it was. What should it have been? Why?
But you can certainly see a scenario where another ref might have called it.
He needs to be taken out, and he was. And he yelled at Steve Kerr for it, and Steve was right to take him out and give him 5 minutes.
I can't wait to ask Steve Kerr about that.
So, Mark, when he was yelling at his own staff
Yeah.
and his own coaches, do you consider that as a ref any of your business?
No.
None.
He was up, and Bob Myers coming out to talk. That was dope.
To me,
how are you going to replace that, Joe Lacob?
That's what I want to talk about today.
Come on, man.
We got 2 secrets in this organization. One of them is a secret for a reason, and that is Andrew Wiggins. But why we have just decided to move on from lame duck Bob Myers' contract.
No doubt, man.
It's March 29th.
Yeah, no doubt.
And the best GM in the sport. I'm so glad that Draymond spoke about this yesterday. It's not just about roster building. Yeah. I want to hear about, we drafted James Wiseman.
Yep.
This guy is so integral to this organization.
Yeah, preaching.
Why the hell is this situation sitting there like it is? If he wants to leave, then fine, we'll get to the summer and that'll work itself out. But if he doesn't, and I don't understand kind of why it is like it is, if he does want to stay, how can Joe Lacob justify where we're at? Yeah. I don't get it.
And
I do.
I don't have any sources, but I told Steiny I feel like Dre and Curry collectively, because Steph put says some loving things about him. They say those things for a reason, Willard. They're saying it because they know what time it is. And to say that Daryl Morey makes more than Bob Myers or he ain't the highest paid GM, what do you got to do to get that? And we don't know if that's what he's striving for. Dibs, what I do know is I don't believe the dude is done or tired of his job.
That's just a guess.
Yeah, that's all we do.
Well, if he goes elsewhere and works as president of
just
basketball
like Bruce
ops,
Bochy. Remember we said that?
Exactly.
Oh, he's tired. No, something went down, and now he's back in Texas.
Well, you know what went down. He got forced out. And if
totally
Bob takes a year off and goes elsewhere, then the same sentiment will exist. And, I wonder if that doesn't play into Draymond Green's future, because I've never seen Draymond Green defend anybody, including the opposing offensive player, as vociferously as he defends Bob Myers.
Not just that. Hold on. I take it a step further. Have you seen Draymond react to someone else's direction like that?
And then gave him a dab.
This man, that was as hot as Draymond gets.
I've never seen it
the whole night. Okay. And Bob walked over and went deep to the boop to the bop, and Draymond turned around and went the other direction and
slapped him 5 and went the other way.
That's crazy.
You can't replace
That's crazy. Man.
No doubt.
I mean, it's like Bob and Day-Day's mom.
And imagine had you not had that. I'm just saying.
Who knows where last night would have went.
It was like, I hate wrestling, but it was like the real wrestling. He was Junkyard Dog. Like he had the gym on edge. I was like, where's this going to end up?
I want to ask Steve Kerr how he has been able to sublimate his own ego to the point where you have a player come off the floor and basically shout in your face and scream at you and tell you how you're bad at your job and how you don't know what you're doing, and you just take it. How does Steve Kerr have that countenance and that confidence and that self-worth to where, and you look at what he does to the 3 assistants who are all standing there, and Draymond walks by basically saying, Larry, Curly, and Mo,
I
all
saw
you
it.
three mother fathers, you should have challenged it, and this and that, and this and that. And they stand there and they don't even make a move.
Well, what could they say? I mean, you're an assistant coach.
You'd be crazy to say something.
Man to man.
Yeah.
As a man. If anybody ever spoke to you in that fashion repeatedly,
Heat of battle,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you're
I'm sorry. There comes a point where enough is enough.
I hear you.
The disrespect is ridiculous.
But you're tucked. I don't disagree with you, but you're
Ridiculous.
tucked. You're tucked within a power structure.
Yeah.
Where there's not a damn thing you could do.
And
about
there
it.
you go.
Not a damn thing
No,
you
I
could
get,
do
and
about
that Draymond knows that, which makes it all the worst.
We had an all-staff meeting a half hour ago. What would you have done if the big boss just undressed you in there?
Well, it's different because she's the big boss and I'm Draymond Green. What if I would have gone up to the big boss and said, "Your meeting,
This is the NBA player.
A, B, C, D, and E."
The players are the bosses.
Well,
the players are the bosses.
It's a different. You can't make the same comparison.
If Dibbs is Sarah or Vinny, maybe he.
No, that's my point.
Thank you. That's a great point.
Plus you're talking about but you're talking about the assistants. You're tucked within a power structure where you've got none. Those assistant coaches are going to do what?
Right.
What are you going to say to him? You're going to instigate him further?
Which makes him all the more of a bully. And you can defend him all you want.
I'm not
what
gonna
about
defend
what he
that.
said danced on a
afterwards.
guy's face and didn't get run because
That's
everyone's
funny.
afraid of Draymond?
But what about after, Dibbs? He took. No, go ahead, Stein. He
I
took
think
you
it's
behind.
interesting the way, like, we know Steve Kerr is a red ass. We know that.
Yeah.
Remember when Jimmy Butler and Spoelstra just Butler did something disrespectful in the timeout, and Spoelstra just was like, boom. Yeah. I've never seen Kerr do anything like that, has he?
No, we read his lips one time saying,
that's where I was going.
I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond.
Not to his face, he didn't.
Nope.
And they had the famous locker room near brawl.
Kind of one-sided.
That may have happened or maybe didn't happen or whatever. But and that to me is the most fascinating part about Draymond Green, because Draymond gets a flagrant, he gets a tee, and then he goes rat-a-tat-tat on another guy's face, and he's basically forced to come out of the game.
Right?
So Draymond is so out of control, he's got to come out of the game, and he storms by Steve Kerr and all the rest of it. But it works because the team wakes up and they come back to win. So that to me is Draymond Green. It's the conundrum in a nutshell, because you hate that Draymond, but you need that Draymond.
And what he told Chris Haynes, guys, honestly, man, I got goosebumps. I told Steiny this. We were getting punked. Only he could call everybody out like that. Then they're not about that life, and Steiny pointed this out to me. You know, Dre didn't say I went off because it was about seeding or the playoffs. It was about because CJ was talking. But whatever that's called the epitome of poke the bear. And I honestly believe they lose that game had Dre not did what he did. So it's almost like, kudos, Dre. I'll never question you again because your own team does it. It's almost like
why would you ever question him? He's done this his whole career.
And I've come down this road, though. Like, I would never call Willard out in a meet. Like, that's just me. I would never, and I made a bad pass, but I'm looking at you.
Willard called me out on Twitter last night.
What about if the Warriors? What about if he got thrown out?
Calm down.
Oh, we've come down this road. They always have his back. And the biggest have his back is when he hit Jordan Poole, nothing happened.
Well, did they? Okay, they had his back.
There was a winner in
I
that.
get what you're saying, that they didn't punish him.
Right.
The players did not have his back. They had Jordan Poole's back. Did they not? With what they said. Remember?
Yeah.
Right, but the players had no authority.
He needs to earn our
but
trust
we thought
back.
Draymond might get suspended, right?
Yeah.
And they let it go.
Listen. This is not new. At halftime, we all wanted him gone.
It works.
And at the end of the game, we all
I love listening to that
God
man take
he's
us
there.
behind
well, like that,
the scenes.
So that's every fan, and I think that's something we can talk about today. There is everything Draymond Green calls for a trade-off. Always. And do you take the trade-off? The
trade-off what if they had lost that game?
The trade-off is you can call him dirty.
Yeah.
You could definitely call him an instigator. You can call him annoying. You can call him out of line.
He's a real one.
Good
Real
buddy.
ones talk when they're
Good-
I love that
Good
one.
buddy texted me at halftime yesterday and said Draymond's a child. Huge Warrior fan. Okay, so all of those labels, and then there's 4 rings. There's a dynasty.
There's no doubt.
So
it way outweighs what we perceive bad.
So isn't that the same thing the players are doing? I'm sure he drives them up a wall.
I hear you.
No?
I hear you.
Don't you guys think?
It was beautiful.
It drives them up a wall.
That was incredible.
Yeah, I said today, I think there's probably players on the team that roll their eyes at him at this point.
Bottom line, he got over on all the Pelicans. He called Brandon Ingram a kitty cat repeatedly. I was watching the TNT.
But they fell for it.
Apologies to Bobby Fitz. I was not watching the NBC Sports.
Your boy was mad. Van Gundy, that's not professional.
I had it on mute, quite frankly, but they kept cutting to Draymond, and you could read his lips, and he's like, Brandon, meow, meow. He was dropping P words on him.
Oh, my God.
And Brandon Ingram was basically like, you're right. Because, I mean, if somebody's calling me that, I don't care about the standing, whatever.
Too. I believe he did.
I mean, hands should have been thrown, quite frankly.
Right.
And then Draymond puts his feet on your teammate, and he goes, brrr, and rat-a-tat-tats on his face, and you do nothing?
That dude.
Draymond's right, bro.
I'll tell you what was the comic relief, though. The comic relief was Draymond going absolutely berserk. And Herb Jones, I think it was, just goes, hey, you're coming out.
He was pushing him. He was touching
just be quiet because somebody's coming in.
That was pretty good.
Jones,
We didn't say that
his
all
name
day.
is perfect because that's how he acts. Like he's like a little mini Kawhi.
It's
like some guys,
unbelievable.
and Draymond's the opposite.
He's an agitator.
It's one thing but not just
Looks
that.
like you're coming out.
You noticed this last night, and maybe this is why the team reacts to him the way they do. Draymond is one of those guys. There is nothing you can do. He will not take his foot off the gas.
I love it, man.
The more it's like you're going to get thrown out, you're going to get another
And maybe
team.
that's why
You're
they
gonna
got
get
4,
suspended.
Willard. It's why.
You're going to this, you're going to that. The whole arena hates you.
No
Even
doubt.
your fans hate you right now. And his response to that is to start calling everybody a kitty cat and scream
double
louder.
They won by 11.
No doubt.
Every time.
They won by 11.
They covered.
It's just
no
ridiculous.
doubt. I was like, what a bad bet, my neighbor. What a bad bet.
Hey, Dibs, I'm ready to meet some people halfway here. You know, there's sentiment out there among Curry and Warrior fans that Steph doesn't get any calls.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't get any calls.
At all.
Admit it, Steiny.
Willard is facts, but go ahead.
I'll tell you what, I'll meet you halfway, and I'll say, okay, Curry might not get the friendliest whistle. If you give me that Draymond Green gets away with murder when he plays with one technical or one flagrant.
Why do they? I'm asking you as a
believer.
why,
It's murder.
Dibs?
It's murder because he knows that they know that they don't want to run him out of the game.
Yep.
And that's the nature of the NBA, and this is where it's kind of a broken system because Draymond knows when you get that first tech, you've got a free
got some leeway.
Not only leeway, you've got the Willy Wonka. You got the golden ticket. You can basically do anything short of commit a felony on the court.
How?
Dude.
How? I'm like, oh my God,
Seriously.
they're going to run him. And I didn't want him.
No, they're not going to run him. And then he goes rat-a-tat-tat on Jones's face, and it's not a flagrant because he knows and they know.
Dre is
So
the best,
we put the
man.
headsets on, and New York is like, guys, we don't want to make Draymond mad. He's already got a flagrant.
Okay, all
so
right.
let's just say that it was incidental contact, even though his heel touched his face 7 different
It's not an
times.
argument in my house. Yeah.
Dude, ridiculous.
You're a Dre hater. No, I'm not. I'm just, the foot hit the foot. I don't know. They were
He's
tangled
the
up.
most brilliant agitator since Dennis Rodman, since
Respect
Rasheed
Dre.
Wallace.
Yeah.
He's one of the all-time
No
greats.
doubt. No doubt. With 4 rings, more than those guys.
Yeah,
You know what I
combined.
found out today? I've got something in common with Goo's wife.
Be careful.
He driving us both crazy.
Oh.
She watched the game with him. She watched the game
Oh,
with him
yeah,
last
Willard.
night.
Be careful.
Willard.
He's going nuts in the second half, apparently, and Mia goes, wait a minute, you were saying all first half they stunk.
I'm like, who
Now
have you
they're
been
great.
listening to this? I couldn't change my opinion.
I have my takes ready.
Oh,
You all
there's no
did.
doubt. Willard,
This
that's called
is
real life.
At halftime, this is the most frustrating.
What's wrong with the truth?
Yeah.
Basketball
What's
team
wrong with the
that
truth?
I've ever seen
I
in
saw
my
that,
whole
right.
life. They are so maddening. I've watched bad teams. I've watched teams underachieve. But I don't know what it is about this team that when it goes
Dude.
south, they are the most maddening.
It's just incredible, man.
There's a dynamic and people get so
Yeah.
angry.
Yeah.
And as soon as it's the whole year.
No doubt.
It's go back to what I said Sunday night, right? When you feel bad, you go
Man.
good. When you feel good, you go bad. The second you're ready to be like, I'm done with you jerks. I'm moving on in life, baby. I'm going to get my
They
own
bring
place.
it. Here you
I'm going to
go.
get my own car. I'm going to get my own bank account. And then here
46 points for the Pels in the second half.
And we knew a minute and a half into the third quarter.
They were done.
They were winning that game.
No doubt. He took their cornbread.
The second they went from 16 to 8 or whatever it is, I'm like,
couldn't hold on to a pass.
Yeah, you can get Steph on tomorrow. Ask Steph why he doesn't get any calls. Just ask him why he thinks, and also ask him if he feels like if he was a little bit more demonstrative, a la Draymond, a la Harden, a la Trey, a la Luka, might he get more calls? And also ask him where all these technical fouls came from. He's got more T's this year than his whole career. I got questions for him.
All right. Short interview.
Do me a favor and write him down.
I'll text you.
All right, Willard and
legal pad if possible.
Speaking of legal pads, can you do the legal?
It doesn't even matter anymore.
I think if you get it in under 215.
I thought it was 05. KGMZ, FM, HD1, this is San Francisco, whatever.
Don't let us win a championship.
I'm friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All that said, he's still not dirty. He's not.
Who, Draymond?
He's out of line.
Oh, he's definitely dirty.
He's not dirty. No,
he's actually. I don't know if he's on the Mount Rushmore of dirty players, but he's dirty.
He's not dirty.
When you go to the ground and you intentionally put your feet on another man's face repeatedly, that is dirty.
So we disagree with the intent there for sure. We disagree with the whole process, and that's fine. But this is the
intent was clear.
This is a quick aside. I've been there. There have been Twitter arguments I've been in since Memphis played the Golden State Warriors last year. And I said, you're not putting Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green in the same sentence.
Oh, and Dylan's dirtier.
Yeah, people are like, oh my gosh, they're the same exact player. And it's like, this is kind of what I'm talking about. You want to, he rat-a-tat-tat on his face. Fine. That is still not the same as a forearm shiver to someone in the air.
Agreed.
There is one thing and one thing only in basketball that I would consider dirty. It is taking liberties with the bones inside people's bodies.
Okay.
And Draymond doesn't do that.
Well, if I may.
He instigates at the highest level possible.
When LeBron James steps over you and his genitals are directly above Draymond's head.
Not a bone.
And Draymond punches into the groinal area of LeBron James, is that dirty?
No.
Okay.
Not
dirty.
To me, no. Not within the framework. Because
when you're playing basketball and Draymond Green flail kicks Steven Adams in the groin, is that dirty?
I have a faulty
when he
premise
picks
here.
up Michael Beasley.
Let me know when you're done.
At the tail end of a game that the Warriors are clearly going to lose, and he body slams Beasley into the court when there's no action even near him, is that dirty?
Your descriptions are tainted
They're not.
by your opinion.
No, I'll show you the video.
In my opinion.
I'll show you the video of all these.
I've seen them, Dibs.
Yeah.
I follow the Warriors pretty good over here.
So when he flail kicks Steven Adams and he says, oh, that's part of my natural shooting motion.
Didn't say that either.
That's what he said.
Great. And I'm not agreeing with that either.
And it's dirty.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
To me, dirty basketball is when you take liberties with other people's health. And I don't think Draymond does that.
So when Zaza intentionally goes under Kawhi Leonard and
again
on a closeout.
But you're using the word intent. And
I don't know exactly.
I don't know what the intent
dirty?
is there. Dirtier, yes. Yeah, that was to me, that's much closer to the line. Because you're like Jalen Rose to Kobe Bryant, dirty because you're taking liberties with health.
Right.
You're trying, you're potentially trying to knock people out of the games, the future games. That's just my definition. I don't necessarily see a lot of what Draymond does the way you do. I wouldn't have passed along those videos the way you do, which is fine. He is an unbelievable instigator. He is absolutely often out of line. I thought
across the line,
last night was one of those nights. I thought he was out of control. You could not calm his emotions down. But to me, that ends up being the question that we need to ask. And y'all can weigh in right away now. 888-957-9570. Like, to me, in the end, you have to decide, do you accept this or not? Do you accept it or not?
Oh, I accept it, but it's dirty.
Well,
I mean, his shoulder chuck of Brandon Ingram, that wasn't dirty. Now, was it a flagrant? Well, I guess it is nowadays.
I thought so.
I think that 5 years ago, 10 years ago,
probably
that's not a flagrant.
Probably not, but that's
for
life.
Me,
yeah, it evolves.
For me, that's not a flagrant. What that is just a good old-fashioned, I'm going to foul you shoulder to shoulder, chuck. Yes, it's a foul, but nowadays it's a flagrant. If they didn't call that a flagrant, they would have called the other one a flagrant, and that's where I have an issue.
I don't necessarily agree.
When he goes river dance on Jones's face.
I think well established now. You and I both see that play differently. But what I will tell you is that both of the fouls, forget the river dance, the foul
Michael
itself,
Flatley.
the offensive foul, Draymond Green on both fouls, the offensive foul on one end, the foul on Ingram on the other end, in both cases, completely removes the basketball from what he's trying to do.
He's out of control.
In both cases, he is like, I am mad, and you're getting a shoulder because I'm mad. Now, that is the definition of going over the line, in my opinion. And so if you even want to state, should have been 2 flagrants for that, I don't think the offensive foul was flagrant, but do I think it had some negative intent behind it? You're damn right I do. And so, I don't know. I think we all felt the same way the first half of the game. Draymond was over the line. He was out of line. It was affecting the team negatively. It was all of those emotions that you have as a fan. But then almost predictably, the second half goes the way it goes. So, what do you take to bed with you? Draymond good or Draymond bad?
Draymond good.
Okay.
Draymond lucky. Draymond good.
That's fine.
Draymond lucky that the situation in our league is such that they don't want to disqualify players for acts that are otherwise in a vacuum disqualifiable.
So then it's not luck. It's actually smart.
No, it's genius.
Right.
He's an absolute genius.
This is someone who, based on the description you're giving me, and I kind of agree with you,
yes,
is that Draymond is actually, in these angry moments, cognitively thinking,
he's brilliant.
I can do this now when I wouldn't have been able to do this 5 minutes ago because
Correct.
I've got one tech under the, and
he's
by
got
the way,
1-1.
Right. Although,
and he knows
it's a hell of a risk. Maybe not because the Spurs are the team that's coming in next, but he's now one tech away from yet another suspension.
Which is fine. It's
okay.
fine. And he's going to get another tech, and it'll probably be before the Portland game.
One would think.
And why
one
not?
Would think.
Why not? And if you're not going to play against Portland anyway.
Oh, miss the Denver game. It's going to be tiring up there with all that thin air.
Could be, right?
Could let's go. Punch a spur. Let's go.
I don't want people to think, well, the punch now carries more than just, the one game. So the punch is bad.
Get your money's worth. Let's go.
Well, if you punch a guy, you might miss 3 games.
I know.
But I don't want people to think that I'm saying that Draymond is not maybe the smartest player I've ever seen in my entire life, because he knows the rules better than even I know the rules, and I know the rules better than 99.9% of all of you people.
But these are unwritten rules that you're talking about. They're
but
not
he
written
knows
rules.
the rules. Yeah. He knows the rules, and he knows the unwritten rules. And the unwritten rules are you're not going to disqualify a player unless you absolutely have to. And the first flagrant that he got last night for the shoulder chuck was borderline. It was a foul. I didn't think that it was a flagrant.
I didn't argue it, though. Like, I wasn't offended by them upgrading it.
No, but if it was, let's just say it was Anthony Lamb who did that, that's common foul. I thought that became a flagrant and a tech because of what happened. Brandon Ingram comes back I'm Brandon Ingram. I'm really mad.
So this is the baby cradle of what you're talking about. Like, he gets extra room once he's got a tech, but you're insinuating that he's got less room to get the first tech.
Facts.
Because of reputation.
Absolute facts.
Okay.
And I'm just going to say that, honestly, as a guy who's watched the association for 50 years, understanding the way it works. Draymond Green.
You watched when you were 4?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
We were a basketball family.
Sorry to interrupt.
My brother, both my brothers were elite youth basketball players, so basketball was our world. Football was whatever. Football. We liked baseball, but basketball, growing up in Marin, a basketball community, we were a basketball family. So Draymond Green knows the way it works. He gets a flagrant, and he gets a tech, which I kind of agree with him. He didn't deserve a tech.
No.
Ingram came at him, and all he did was basically push Ingram's arm out of his face.
That's kind of how I feel even about the Herb Jones thing.
Well, that's different.
Here's what I mean.
And it was Cutler, I believe.
But the NBA has got to stop with these double techs when people start getting mad at each other. Just relax. Let them work it out. There's got to be some space between separating guys and then the double tech. Try to separate them. Get in between. Let the teammates do their thing. Everybody, quienes más macho, whose is longer. Let's all play these ridiculous games. Boys will be boys. If they go back at each other then, now you can double tap them. But this double tech because two guys got mad at each other, like, come on. This is an NBA basketball game. People are going to get, there's some emotions.
Right.
We're heading into the playoffs. Let guys get tangled up and untangle them. We don't need these double techs.
I see your point, and I don't disagree with it on the surface, but what they're trying to avoid is, and you know what they're trying to avoid.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid a fight.
An out-and-out fracas. Where hands are flying, and now you've got benches clearing. And by the way, we do have courtside availability for anybody who wants to get in. There isn't enough security to prevent people in the E40 seats. I'm not saying that 40 water would get involved, but somebody in those seats. And now we've got Malice in the Palace. That's what they're trying to avoid.
Totally.
But I'm with you in terms of like
it's a little quick yesterday. Yeah.
The double tap, I don't love it, but to me, I'm more offended by the flagrant that he got because, and I'll show you the video if you want to see it again. He charges into the player, and he had plenty of time to avoid the contact. And not only did he fall on him, but then he goes,
he didn't want to avoid the
and
contact.
He scissored his face.
He didn't want to avoid why would he want to avoid He's Draymond Green.
It's one thing to not avoid the contact.
Yeah.
It's another thing to go straight up scissor on a guy's nose.
It is Warrior Wednesday, y'all. It's brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. All right, so when you went to bed, was it Draymond good or was it Draymond bad? Do you make the trade-off, Warrior fans? Or do you just remember whatever the most recent was, like whatever happened in the second half? Or do you reject this? Across the board. We'll take your calls. Moose, the rest of you, get on in here. Stay where you are, 888-957-9570. Craig Carton in New York is going to scream about Aaron Judge. He's coming on in about 45 minutes. Lots of good stuff for you today on a Warrior Wednesday on Willard and Dibs.
I'm about ready to take the gloves off.
Pretty easy for me to take it away, seeing as the Warriors are just giving them out. Just turn over here, turn over there. But you know what? Something to be said for this group being a damn show. Not that we didn't already know that, but it's like clockwork. They fall down by 20 at home. They just yuck all over themselves in the first half of almost every game. And you're sitting there. What was the score at halftime? 63-46?
They were down 17.
Right?
I should have live bet that ass.
And you're like...
I was on a heater yesterday, too.
63-46. And I was thinking to myself, going, and you heard me on the show yesterday, I'm like, no more home losses. That's the key.
Yeah.
And I would have bet a healthy amount. They're not losing any more home games. And they're down 63-46, and you're like, there's just a weird emotion I don't know how I can describe. It's like, well, that's not the way the script was supposed to go.
No.
And not in a way of like, oh, I'm disappointed they're going to lose. It's almost more confusing. It's like, I reject this. But, God, they look awful.
Yeah.
And, my God, they're down by a lot of points. So I don't see how the hell they are going to follow the script. They're supposed to win. This isn't adding up. And then they played 1 minute in the second half. I'm like, oh, forgot.
Yeah.
They're winning this game.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it happened. DiVincenzo with a tip dunk.
Oh.
DiVincenzo with a restaurant quality back cut for a layup. Clay hits a three. Yeah, Jones answers with his own three-pointer. But after that, it's more DiVincenzo. It's Draymond Green. It's Clay from three. And even though they were still down by 11 at that point, it felt like the tide was turning.
Uncle Mo had a Warrior jersey on, celebrating women's empowerment. And I'm glad you brought up Dante because, he had the first, that driving backdoor layup was also an and one. And he had the first 5 points of the second half. And the very first one was that followed dunk, and it just lit the crowd up.
Yeah.
So you're still down 15.
15.
But it was like, like everybody was there. Everybody's locked in and engaged. So he deserves a big piece of the credit for this.
He does. And it's funny you say it the way you said it, because even though they did come out and Dante DiVincenzo, even though he had the first 5, that only cut it to 12. And they actually never took the lead in the third quarter.
Correct.
So even though it felt like, they came out of the locker room and they won the game in the first minute of the third quarter, they were down 9, they were down 11, they were down 8, they were down 10 with 3:47 to go in the quarter.
Right, but
they cut it to 9, they cut it to 8. It was back to 11 with 2 minutes to go, but I had the same feeling as you, though, Mark. Even though they were down 11, it felt like the Warriors had control of the game.
And wasn't it the end of the third quarter where you had the GP2 tip away that Jordan Poole grabbed and dunked? Weren't they down 4 right before the end of the third? That play? Because it was Warrior ball, and they were down 8. And it was like, okay, there's about 20 seconds left in the quarter.
Down 6 at that point.
Well, no, they scored. They scored to go down 6, and then there was the steal, and they go down 4, right?
Yes, correct.
I'm like, oh, this pup.
It's over.
It's over.
It's
over. They're down 4, going to the fourth quarter. I still remember the moment. Jude's getting out of the shower.
Yeah.
And I'm like yelling in the living room, and he's like, Dad, what's going on? I'm like, got it to 4, Jude. They're going to win.
Towel off.
You're right. They hadn't even gotten even yet. And I knew they were going to win the game.
Minute 52 to go. Ingram hits a free throw. They go down 11. And it's Curry from 28, Curry from 32, Curry from 27, and then the Poole play you're talking about. They score 12 points against, it was 4 points the other way from New Orleans, but it was Curry.
Oh, man.
And then the tip-away dunk for Poole. And they're still down 4, by the way, but it felt like they were in command.
What a complete bunch of nut jobs.
Totally,
Can we
right?
just talk about this for a second? What a complete bunch of mad scientists this team. Have you ever, and I guess maybe the answer is yes, I don't think this was like the ultimate moment or something, but have you ever been any more ticked off, turned off, frustrated than you were at halftime yesterday? That was a disgusting.
Well, pick any road game, and yes.
I guess, but this wasn't that.
True.
This is a home game with, every everything on the line.
Stakes.
To come out and play that way, I was truly, and you know me, brother, I don't get disgusted.
No, you don't get discouraged.
I was disgusted. I'm like, this is gross. I hate this basketball. This was awful to watch. This is just, I can't even wrap my head around some of the things that they're doing on this court. Draymond is out of control. Everybody's making bad decisions. I reject all of it. All of it. And then 1 minute later, you're like, oh, never mind.
They're back.
Everything's fine.
Dubcon 3 is what they do. That third quarter.
It's ridiculous.
Something about that third quarter. And,
Man.
I mean, you're right. The Draymond Green part of it was he was so out of control. And I think I said on our show thread, well, he's not going to play this whole game. I didn't think that he was going to last the game.
How could you in that moment? In the second quarter, it was like he's getting tossed. It looked like he wanted to get tossed.
Totally.
It was like, if the refs aren't here to yell at, then Kerr, I'm just going to yell at you. And hey, you assistant that no one even knows. Bleep you too. I thought he was going to head up into the stands and start yelling at people. Like, oh my gosh.
He was mad.
Totally. All right, 888-957-9570. Hey, Moose in San Jose. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Moose?
I'm actually sitting here eating some kebabs at my lunch break right now.
Rock on, man.
Nice.
So I wanted to call in. Dibbs, first of all, as the resident station ref, I'm not surprised that you're saying Draymond is a quote-unquote dirty player, but I do think that that's more of a depiction of like the league as a whole being, I hate to say it's soft, but we all know that this is a soft league. I mean, I don't want to make this about the double tech thing, but the double tech thing just alone tells you how it is. They're basically saying, hey, none of that here, guys. And what are you telling people? Hey, take the emotion out of the game. Running up and down on a court at 100 miles an hour. There's plenty of emotion in this game. I mean, it just makes absolutely no sense. And then when you use things like LeBron stepping over Draymond as an example of him being dirty, a guy gets baited into an act, and then his reaction is now called dirty. I think that's just. I don't think that's a great way to think about it. Everything that he's done has been within the manner of the game. Even the kicking of Steven Adams. He's going up for a layup.
Right.
His leg happens to retract out and hit a guy in a private area. In no way is he going out of his way to hurt somebody or challenging a player. The only thing I would say is the punch. The punch doesn't look good. And then when you see it on camera, it kind of paints the picture of what everybody thought Draymond may have been prior. But look, when it comes to basketball, he's about his game. There's a reason why he's got 4 rings. So whether they were going to lose that game by 20 or end up winning by 17, 16, whatever they did, the guy brought 4 rings to this team, and it doesn't matter which way it comes. The guy works hard for this team, and it's for basketball. It's not to show up a guy and show how tough he is. I've never once thought Draymond comes out to play basketball to show other people how tough he is. He comes out there to win a basketball game. If he's showing how tough he is in the middle of that, that's just because no one else is ready to take the heat.
Thanks, Moose. I appreciate the call.
Moose.
And I would disagree on just a couple points. The one about LeBron, yes, I understand that when you are stepped over in that fashion, LeBron basically intentionally put his genitals on Draymond's head. Now, how you react in that moment is defensible in many ways. Unfortunately, Draymond already had a bunch of flagrant points to where that cost him the ability to play. The Steven Adams one I disagree with because Draymond actually said after the game, this is what I do naturally in my shooting motion. Show me one other time after that Draymond has ever done that as a part of his shooting motion.
Look.
Basically, Mark, that was a situation where that is not a part of his shooting motion. And I would say to you, Moose, go and look at the Draymond Green tackling Beasley video. I have it up right now. The Warriors are losing to Houston. The game has been decided. Draymond's in the back court. The ball's in the front court. Draymond double wraps Beasley from behind, picks him up off the ground, and throws him to the floor. So if you want to talk about like what Draymond's done, we can all pick and choose our incidents. Draymond has done things in the past that are dirty.
Well,
facts.
No, not facts, because I disagree.
I'll show you this clip right here.
Right, but I disagree that it's dirty, so therefore it's not facts. By definition, it's an opinion, and that's fine. Again, I have a different definition of dirty. Dirty to me is seeking out injury. Seeking out or taking liberty with injury. That's my definition.
Sure.
You can disagree with that. That's great. Doesn't matter.
No, I'm kind of with you on that.
Yeah,
but when you punch a guy in the groin, that's not intentionally seeking out injury.
If you ask me if what he did to Jordan Poole in training camp was dirty, yeah, but that's not within the framework of an NBA game. I don't know what the hell was going on there. That was personal. is actually the word that I would use. I don't know what the hell was going on. I don't know what led to that exchange. I also don't want to get too deep into the weeds of like, what word do we want to use? Is it dirty? Is he an instigator? Draymond Green is somebody who is a complete and total live wire. Everybody's got one of these people in their lives. And sometimes it's about big things and sometimes it's about small. But it's about handling frustrating things that come your way. I got a buddy who for years we could not get through a round of golf without losing him. Can't do it. Could not get through a round without having an absolute tantrum because he couldn't handle hitting the ball the wrong way. Like he just couldn't do it.
I know that guy.
He's just total tantrum. Draymond Green, in an NBA sense, and maybe in all of the senses, that's who he is. I'm not saying that we have to just roundly accept it, but it's hard to reject it when you do see the results. Plus, don't you think it's genuine? Don't you think that that's who he is? Or do you think...
Oh, no, he's not a faker.
Or do you think he is like, all right, here's what I'm going to do on the next play. I'm going to actually try to shoot the ball and do something weird with my leg. So I hit I'm going to hit the big guy right in the you-know-what. Like, right, isn't it?
I'm looking at a still of it right now.
It's reactive,
if
right?
If you're out there at your desk, just Google dirtiest plays of Draymond's career. There are 26 things that pop up.
Great.
So... you could say that he's not dirty, your opinion. I could say that he is dirty,
sure.
My opinion. I'm just looking at all of these plays that are considered dirty,
right? But
it's hilarious.
But is it taking liberty with injury, or is it?
Well, it depends on what you consider to be injury.
Yeah,
kicking another man in the groin is not the same as smashing a player in the head as he's driving in for a dunk.
Correct.
I will agree with you.
Correct.
Both are likely to inflict some measure of injury. Now, is
pain.
Well, depending on the
By the way,
genital strength of the inflicted.
Well, how about, and I know you love this, how about if we go to the tail of the tape? How many people have missed games because of any of the dirty plays that you're watching?
Well, I'd have to look at all these incidents.
Steven Adams miss any games?
Steven Adams has iron nuts, Mark.
Okay.
You know that.
LeBron James miss a game?
No, because Draymond might have missed in his attempt to hit LeBron's genitalia.
Beasley miss a game?
I'm not sure if he did, but
Herb Jones playing tomorrow?
We'll have to wait and see. He could be load managed. Does that make it okay?
No.
You're making it seem like you're saying that that's okay.
No, I'm not. Again, that's a different question. This is about how we're labeling it, right?
Right.
That's my definition of dirty. I don't think that this guy, he's doing things within the framework of play that are totally pushing the line, maybe over the line. However, is he or is he not being rewarded for this behavior? If you're a parent, you know how this works, okay? You know how it works. If the kid talks back and you give him dessert anyway, you're rewarding the behavior, okay? Actually, here's a better example, because I remember this one from a handful of years ago.
See if it's on the list here. I'm going through the list, and this is hilarious.
You got a kid at Target, okay? You're there because you need cleaning supplies, but you got to bring the kid with you, and every parent knows, real dangerous to bring the kid with you to Target because that usually equals about $127.
It depends.
You better be careful.
Depends on the parent.
Kid ends up over at the toy aisle. Dad, can we get a couple of toy cars today? No, that's not what we're here for. Well, right then and there, you've made your decision. Today, the answer is no. Sometimes it should be yes, but today, the answer was no. Long story short, kids end up in a puddle on the ground crying and screaming and making a scene and embarrassing you in front of all of the other targeters.
Yeah.
What happens if I give them the car? You're rewarding poor behavior.
It's bad parenting.
So you don't give them the car. Draymond, does he get rewarded for this behavior? I would contend yes. The Warriors rallied back.
Right.
You point out that the refs won't throw him out of the game. They start tapping down what they're going to call. He's winning rings. He is being elevated. Hey, Draymond, you yell so much, you should have your own podcast. How about the Volume Sports Network builds its entire platform around you. He is rewarded for this behavior.
Yeah.
And then the next night we want him to stop. It's not going to happen.
I don't necessarily want him to stop. I'm just not going to gloss it over like some people and say, "Oh, that's just good hard basketball."
But that's what we're
doing.
doing.
Dirty is dirty. It's
But
not what
that's-
I'm doing.
but it is
I'm
what
calling
we're
it
doing.
out. I'm calling it out for what it is.
You
It's
want him off
dirty
the team?
play. No, I'm just simply pointing out that it's dirty play and that he's very lucky that he was not thrown out of the game for an act in a vacuum that was a flagrant foul. And they huddled about it. And I don't know what New York said or what they said to New York and Secaucus in terms of what the discussion was. But when you do what he did after he runs over a guy, fine. You run him over, offensive foul, it's basketball. But after the collision, he spills onto the player and intentionally wraps his legs, my opinion, wraps his legs around the player. And the player obviously felt that same way because he got up angry
He has a
because
name.
Draymond Green's feet.
His name's Herb.
It wasn't Herb.
Oh,
it was a
wasn't?
different player.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Was it?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I was looking
thought
at
thought it was Herb.
the game log.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
No, Draymond Green. I
did
think
he-
he ran over somebody else.
Who was it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, go ahead.
Point being,
Yeah.
in a vacuum, I think that's a flagrant foul, but because he already had a flagrant, they didn't throw him out of the game. So I'm just simply pointing out how lucky he is to not have been thrown out of the game. And I'm looking at this list, and this list is hilarious of all of the acts that he's committed. It's a flying drop kick to James Harden. It's a throat punch to a 19-year-old Dante Exum. It's another shot to the face of James Harden. It's a long list, Mark. It's more than just the ones that we've highlighted here.
No, I know. But again, if we're going to get caught up in the label, if we're going to get caught up into whether or not he gets positive reinforcement for this, because you keep saying he's lucky, but then you're also saying he approaches it purposefully this way. He knows once he's got a tech.
Oh, he's a genius.
So then it's not lucky.
He's a genius.
It's not lucky. It's
Well,
crazy like a fox.
He's lucky in that no player has really clapped back at him in the fashion I'm sure that some would want to clap back. Number 12 on the list is an eye gouge onto LeBron James in 2018. There's just so many on this list that are hilarious. It's like the greatest hits of dirty plays by Draymond Green. My words.
Your word.
Dirty plays.
Your word.
You don't think that he's dirty. I think that he's dirty.
That's fine. Zach in San Jose, next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Zach, what are you doing?
How you doing, guys? I'm just here at work, shuttle driving for Google up and down Shoreline past the sporting page.
Rock on, man. What do you think?
I'd have to probably agree with Dibs. I think dirty is dirty. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the way how hard Draymond plays, but dirty is dirty. I mean, sometimes it's intentional. Sometimes I think it's unintentional. Like when he went Rocky on LeBron James's testicular speed bag, that was a reaction. I kind of think that was unintentional. So. But when he wants to go Gregory Hines on the kid's face, yeah, that's intentional. So I do think he gets away with a lot of stuff. But that's my take on it. I just want to say I love the new time slot you guys are in. My nephew gets to hear listen to you guys too. I pick him up at 2:00, and he always says, "Uncle, are you going to listen to Dillard and Wibbs?"
Can we steal that?
He's got a slight little case of dyslexia that he's working through, and
it's all right.
It's sad. He kind of gets sad on it, but a lot of times I just kind of look at him and I go, "Hang in there, big guy. There'll be bright days ahead."
Oh, this is amazing.
Thank you.
That always cheers him up. So my 8-year-old nephew loves your show too, guys.
Thank you, Jimmy.
8 years old.
Tell
man.
him Wibb says hello.
Exactly.
The Wibber. That was
thanks,
so
Zach. That's
good.
incredible.
So
We're borrowing
good.
that for sure.
No doubt,
Yeah,
dude.
Dillard and Wibbs.
It's pretty funny.
2 to 6 every day right here on 95.7 The Game.
That's pretty good.
Gosh, an 8-year-old who's into the
Yeah.
show. That's not an easy nut to crack.
No.
But
Future
we'll take
P1,
it. That's
yeah,
right.
we absolutely
We'll take
will.
it. Outside the demo, but
Yeah.
you're welcome here. All are welcome here.
It was Cutler who he rat-a-tat-tatted. And shout out Gregory Hines, the Gregory Hines reference, rest in peace. one of the great dancers.
Cutler. Who the hell's Cutler?
Maybe that was the ref who called it.
I was going to say, I'm looking at the box score right now.
No one named Cutler?
They don't have a Cutler.
Must have been Jones then. I'm looking at, maybe it's Cutler who made the call.
Am I wrong? Wasn't it Jones? It was Jones,
one of the various
right?
Joneses?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be.
It was Jones or Smith.
Oh, my fault.
Miller.
They have the referee who made the call in parentheses.
Only Dibs would go to a box score
where they have
and
the
be
ref
like,
names.
"It was Cutler. Who's Cutler? The
Jay
ref."
Cutler?
Yeah, no, it was not the ref.
My fault.
Thank you. Jimmy B in Fremont is next up on Dilly and Wibby. Hey, Jimmy, what are you doing?
All right, guys, how are you?
We're fantastic, man. Can't you tell?
Hey, I'm loving the show. Hey, I'm a 60-year-old that acts like an 8-year-old, if that counts for anything.
Hey, you're cut from our cloth, Jimmy. Welcome.
Hey, there you go. I'm totally a juvenile and immature and all that stuff.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. But anyway, the reason I was calling is, Mark, I don't know if I agree with you about Draymond. I wouldn't compare it so much to a parent. I would look at this like it's a war. And you got certain guys that are good at certain things. You know, you got a sharpshooter, and you got somebody sometimes that has to take that hand grenade and run through everything. That's Draymond. And he's our guy, and he's been like that for 10 years, so we're riding with him.
Yeah, Jimmy, I don't disagree with any of that. I guess my comparison to dealing with a kid is this. Do you feel that Draymond Green, for all of his escapades on the court, you want to use the word dirty, instigate, whatever it is, with all the things that he does, do you believe that he gets positive reinforcement for them?
Oh, totally.
Okay, then he's going to keep doing it. Right?
I love the eye gouge. Come on.
Which one? Which one? Because I'm looking right here in the top 26. There's the James Harden eye gouge. The 2019 playoffs, he had contusions and swelling, but that's not dirty because he didn't miss any games. Well. But he also suffered a lacerated eyelid from one of his fingernails.
Yeah, but hold on.
But that's not
Without
dirty.
even seeing the highlight, you're making it sound like he just walked down the street and went click, 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 and brought 5 nails out and went after the guy's
Wolverine.
eye.
Then there's the 2022 playoffs.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
I mean, he happened to poke Nikola Jokic's eye as well. He's a serial eye poker, and you want to defend it.
But my point is there was nothing that led to that. He's just walking down the street, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's Nikola Jokic. Pow! I'm going to poke you in the eye.
What a coincidence that you happen to be a guy who pokes people in the eye on the regular. I mean, who could have seen that coming?
I'm not here to tell you that Draymond doesn't go over the line, as I've said a number of times.
You just won't say that he's dirty.
No, I won't, because I don't believe that he is, and you're over here giving highlights as if Draymond just does this stuff without anybody poking at him.
Just every season.
I mean,
just every year. That's all.
I think that's a bunch of
I'll send you the link.
No, you know what you're going to do? You're going to tell us who weere presented by. That's what you're going to do.
Fremont Bank, Mark. Full service banking. No compromises. No eye pokes. No gouging. No flagrants.
That's Draymond Green. No compromises. We're streaming live on YouTube. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live. See what's going on inside the studio. Like and subscribe for all the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. More of your phone calls next. Craig Carton is not far away either from New York. He's going to tell us how many times the Giants are going to plunk Aaron Judge right here on Dibby and Willie.
Dillard and Wibbs.
Does your heart long?
Dribbles midcourt, stolen away. Poole gets the steal and a dunk. Peyton and Poole combined for the turnover. It's a 4-point game and Chase is going crazy.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah, that's Dillard and Bibbs to you, buddy. But Jordan Poole, clutch, huh? I mean, my gosh, when I think clutch, I think Jordan Poole. When I say clutch, you say Poole. Clutch.
Poole.
Clutch.
Poole.
That's what I'm talking about, Dibbies.
No, Jordan Poole.
I
Come
don't
on,
know.
Wibbers. Let's
Yeah.
go. Is he good or what, huh?
I am so glad that I have had complete 100% faith in Jordan Poole. And in fact, Mark, during the break, I don't know if you know this, you probably don't because you were in here eating your bagel, but I was in there asking the people, who is the closer of the week?
Huh. Who is it?
I can't tell you who it is because it's part of the bit, but I'll tell you this. This week's closer had 21 off the bench while quieting the slander in a win for his team.
I ain't no fool. His name is Jordan Poole. Okay,
Look at
listen,
you.
I know exactly.
That's pretty cool.
I know exactly what you're doing.
I was in need of a closer. Thank you, Drew Down.
Everybody knows that Jordan Poole is a closer. Festus is Zealy,
Mm-hmm.
NBC Sports Bay Area.
There was a question yesterday I got asked on the radio. If Jordan Poole deserves or needs to be in the game in the fourth quarter, that is the stupidest question I've heard because Jordan Poole is an X factor for this team. When he's hitting shots like he is, or when he's making plays like he is, you need to have him on the court. He's a guy that can get by any defender, and when he's balanced and on 2 feet, he can make shots with the best of them in the NBA.
The stupidest question I've heard. Gee, who asked it? My partner here, Dibbs, has said that basically at the end of close games, if you're going to be a championship-type team, you have to at least hesitate to put Jordan Poole in the game. I'm looking at our YouTube feed right now. One of our listeners, Prince Neymar, said, I thought Kerr would know not to play Poole in the last 3 minutes of a close game. Is that opinion fair with regard? Can Jordan Poole play? Can he be a closer on this team?
I just said before he had 19 points in the fourth quarter against the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yep.
And so he was the reason why we were able to win that game. You know, with them running our guys off the three-point line, he also does things on this team, and there's a role that's specific to him, and the fact that he can get anybody on the court.
So there's two things to say here. First of all,
There's like 5 things to say
I did not
here.
hear Festus Ezeli say in the interview, boy, that's the stupidest question I've heard. I sort of heard him maybe take a little bit more of a roundabout way to it and not go direct to the people, but instead go somewhere else to get mad about it later. You can have your opinion there.
No,
But,
he went straight to it.
no, not with us. He didn't. He answered the question.
With Bonte in the gatehouse, he went straight to it.
But the question,
and I take offense at like 5 different things,
and I know I'm one of them. So
absolutely,
I
my
would,
partner here.
I would love for
God.
the listeners to help us, because as soon as Festus said that last night, you know, even our boss Matt Nahigi is on Twitter going, "Okay, which one of you asked the question?" Well, I actually don't. Who did? Who asked the question? It was my voice, but it was your point.
That's the point of all of this. You asked the question,
who
but
asked the question?
You asked the question, but you asked it in a way as if to say, my partner. You actually led off the question with my partner, which totally divorces you from the idea of the question you're going to ask.
That's correct. Because
so do me a favor, keep my questions out your mouth.
Hell's no. You
ask your own questions.
You need accountability for the crap that comes out of your mouth, which is that Poole can't close.
Okay.
No?
Well,
no.
If you listen to Festus's answer,
no.
Festus tells you everything that I've been telling you for months. And I want you to play the Festus answer again in a moment.
You're not going to do that.
I'm going to do it because what Festus said is when he shoots like that and when he plays like that, of course you need him in there. Well, Festus, Mr. Ezeli, he doesn't always play like that. He doesn't always shoot like that.
But he does
which
sometimes.
is why they don't play him all the time, Festus.
Hold on a second.
No, I will not hold on a second.
I'm not letting you do it.
I just did it.
You can't.
On my own show.
You are not.
Dillard and Wibbs.
Whose show? You
Ours,
are not.
Dilly.
You're not. Listen, Wibby. You are not divorcing.
I prefer Wibbs.
Yourself.
No, I'm not divorcing myself, nor am I getting a trial separation.
From the point that you've been making for weeks.
Well, it's our point because you asked the question.
It's not our point because the reason I asked it is because I categorically disagree with it, and I asked Festus to basically settle a score. You have said a number of times, true or false. Just answer true or false. On my phone,
I'll answer how I want to answer.
My email, true or false.
He's unpoolable.
You've said he can't close.
And he doesn't close all the time.
Oh, see, now that's not what you said.
That's exactly what I said.
That is not what you said.
And if you want to go back to last year in the NBA Finals, when Steve Kerr and I both agreed that he was unplayable,
I'm talking about this
he was
month.
Unpoolable, and is he going to close every single close game from here on out? No, he's not, Mark. He's not.
This is what Tim Roy would call a misrepresentation sensation.
That's a buck, and you can pay that.
You are telling me now that your point all along, because let me make sure I get this right, because this is actually pretty funny. You're going to tell me that your point is Poole can't close, except for the times that he can.
When he's playing great, he can close.
Is that your super dynamic, intriguing point that Poole's good when he's good?
The super dynamic, intriguing point is your four closers are, and Steiny pointed this out, and I don't know if you were here in time to listen to that.
I was here.
Your four closers are Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Wiggins.
You're changing your point.
No, I'm not changing my point. When the chips are down and Jordan Poole is playing well, Jordan Poole can close. Yes, Jordan Poole was on a heater last night.
Then why,
of course he can close.
Then why is your point
always Jordan Poole, when he plays like he did a couple nights ago, when he's taking bad shots late in the game, that's when you don't want him to close.
You're funny.
I'm not funny.
True or false, Lucas?
I'm a fan. This is what you do. This is what you do.
Close, period. True or false?
And you're going to bring Lucas into it.
Those are the words, right?
This is, exactly.
Are those the words?
Lucas.
Are those the words?
Go ahead, Lucas. This is third-party radio because
can't close.
Because Mark is not going to criticize anybody.
No.
So I come out critical when a player makes a late game bad judgment and a bad turnover, and I'm a bad guy, Dilly.
That's fine, but stick to your guns.
And you're going to throw it in my face.
No, you're being
of
a
course
wet
he can
newspaper
close.
right now.
No, you're being a third party instigator by using my question.
It wasn't your question. It was a point you made.
No, it was a question that you asked on behalf of my partner.
Because your point was that Poole can't close, and I disagreed with it. And so I brought it up for a third party to weigh in.
And of course, the guy who is a former Warrior and on the payroll of the flagship TV station, what's he going to say? You know what, Mark? You're right. Jordan Poole can't close.
From two people on the flagship station on the radio.
From Festus Ezeli, a guy who's the first player he's ever criticized. I'll wait.
Dibs.
I'll wait for you to give me one example of Festus Ezeli criticizing anybody on the Golden State Warriors. I'm not defensive at all.
Yes, you are.
I'm pointing out the facts.
You're getting defensive about the wrong thing.
No,
I don't care.
I'm not.
I don't care that that's your opinion, but stick to it.
No, I'm sticking with it.
You're not.
No, when he plays great, yes, of course he can close. And by the way, the reason why he closed that.
All right. Come on, let's move on. You can't give me the point of Poole can't close except for when he can.
The point
that's not a good.
The reason why he closed last night is because they were up by 10 points with 3 minutes to go.
He was amazing on Friday night.
If it's a 1-point game, then it's a different story.
He was amazing on Friday night.
Of course.
He was actually amazing on Sunday, except for one play.
Yeah, boy, two plays.
And he was amazing again last night.
Right.
All I'm saying, listen.
I'm sticking to my guns. I have not backed off of it at all.
I want you to stick to your guns. Your guns are.
I want you to stick to your guns, which is everybody's wonderful.
No, that's not my gun. My gun, this is about one player and one moment.
Right.
I think Poole can close. You don't.
Exactly.
That was the discussion.
And I think if you look at the history of this team, Steve Kerr would agree with both of us because there are times that they don't feel like Jordan Poole can close. And if you look at the NBA Finals last year against Boston, those were games that Jordan Poole didn't close. He was off the floor in the final 6 minutes of the game. So last night, Jordan Poole did close. So I think both things are true.
All right. Here's the deal. We got a lot more to get to Warrior related. In fact, we haven't even gotten to what Draymond Green said last night about Bob Myers. And we absolutely must do this because I actually think that this is a legitimately very important organizational conversation. So that is coming up. So is Craig Carton in New York, WFAN Big Voice, all over the Yankees and much more. And the Giants, some of you may have forgotten, have a baseball game tomorrow morning that actually counts. Aaron Judge is going to be in the lineup, and we wonder, Giants fans, how that is going to resonate with you. So we get into all of those things coming up next. Your phone call's always welcome. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
U.S. Bank is ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power, since California is home to most awards.
on 95.7 The Game.
It's Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Kirby, Driveway Mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. And we got to get to what Draymond said about Bob Myers. We got to get to Brian Windhorst coming to my defense about the adorable Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
We'll get to all of that
Did he
coming
use
up
that
in a
word?
few. You'll find out.
I can't wait to tease. It's a great tease.
Okay?
It's called tease, people.
Yeah, but right now we're also going to hop in with Craig Carton, the esteemed WFAN and FS1 host in New York, hanging out with us here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And the first question, Craig, is Aaron Judge ready for the dot that he's going to get from Logan Webb in this baseball game tomorrow? We've had it up to here in San Francisco.
Well, I love it. Grudge holders ain't not better than that.
Let's go.
Isn't that what we do in New York?
Yeah, listen, no, you're damn right. And I don't blame you one bit the way that played out this past offseason. And it's funny, it's too bad they don't play against each other enough times because that would warrant a little chin music, wouldn't it?
I mean,
no doubt.
It's actually not the way this organization rolls at all.
Or this town, Craig. We want to send him a firmly worded greeting card.
Exactly. You know what we're going to do? We're going to sit him down, and we're going to tell him that we really wish he had joined us, and then we're going to wish him good luck this year. That's what we're going to do, Craig.
Totally.
Yeah, that was New York, but about 30 seconds. Can I ask you guys a question? Before we get into all the sports and stuff, because I've long had a complaint about one of your famous restaurants. Yeah,
Please go ahead. Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, we come out for the Super Bowl that was out there, and everyone says to me, "Yo, you got to go to the steakhouse. It's the best steakhouse in San Francisco. Bring everybody." So at the time, I'm doing a show with Boomer Esiason. We got 25 people. We make reservations. We get in. We're all pumped up. The name of the restaurant was Prime Rib. We go in. We sit down. Can we get menus? No. Well, all right. Not everybody here wants Prime Rib. Some people might want salmon or filet or this or that. And they go, "Hey, dummy, the name of the restaurant is Prime Rib.
Yeah.
That's all we serve."
House of Prime Rib, yeah.
House of Prime Rib, yeah. What's the problem?
An institution.
Don't you remember the Saturday Night Live skit with Belushi? Cheeseburger,
Exactly.
cheeseburger. You're not coming in here and ordering a hot dog.
No
we
Coke,
make
Pepsi.
cheeseburger,
That's
Craig.
it. It's not the House of Filet. It's not the House of Salmon.
So Chris Sims is with us. He gets up to go to the bathroom and never comes back. So we have to call the San Francisco Police Department because we thought we lost Chris Sims or he got kidnapped. He just didn't eat prime ribs, so he just walked out the front door.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like going to the Olive Garden and not getting olives. Am I right?
Craig, did you bring this story up so you could just tell us about all the famous people you eat with?
Seriously.
But I didn't eat with him. He left.
Well, there's that too.
I didn't eat with him. Didn't eat with him. He straight walked out.
Gosh.
Craig, but before we get into the hardcore sports, Mark and I, my partner, have been debating Draymond Green just in a yes or no fashion, or however you want to answer it. Do you find Draymond Green to be a dirty player?
No, I don't think he's dirty. I think he's different. He obviously beats to his own drum for sure, but I watched the game last night. I didn't think it was dirty. I think it was scrappy. And I happen to be a fan of Draymond Green. He's polarizing, but he's that guy that if he was on our team, we'd love him, especially in New York. But when he's on the other team, you hate him and you refer to him as dirty. But I do not think he's a dirty player by a long shot.
Yeah, I'm with you. You made a mistake, Dibbs, by asking a New Yorker if they think he's dirty.
No. I respect Craig Carton deeply, and I respect his opinion.
No, but that's my point. Like, I think in New York, you all think like the bar of dirty is a lot higher. Probably there more than anywhere, right?
Well, there's no doubt, especially if you're a diehard Knicks fan and grew up with Anthony Mason and Charles Oakley and those mid-90 Knicks teams where the average score was like 75 to 68, and there was blood every night. But listen, I like Draymond Green. I just can't figure them out because they're clearly bad enough
to go down by 20 against the Pelicans, but good enough to beat them by 30 in the second half. And I don't trust them right now. I can't figure out what it is.
They can't be trusted right now. We don't trust them, and we watch them night in and night out. What do you think about the association as we know it this year, where that's kind of a microcosm of the whole league, where you could be down by 20 and win by 30 night in and night out, and it doesn't seem to even matter?
Yeah, well, I think the last part of what you're saying is the worst part. You know, when Joel Embiid's going for them to play against Jokic, that's a problem, right? When guys aren't hurt and take big games off, that's a problem. You know, it's the old cliche in basketball that, you know, every team's got to run. No lead is safe, and you do see that every night. But I think a bigger problem are guys not playing in big games because either the franchise thinks it's better for them in the long run, or the guy just doesn't have that dog in him where, you know, he really wants to compete every night. And it's, for me, a much bigger problem.
Craig Carton, WFAN, FS1 in New York with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. All right, the big question, the real big question, is Carlos Rodon a dirty player? What about that, Craig?
I mean, I don't even know if he's going to play for the Yankees this year, is he?
I don't know. You tell us. What's the latest, man?
Well, listen, I don't think he's playing for a couple months, but, you know, what's crazy about the Yankees, obviously, you know, they steal Judge back from you guys, and he's a Yankee for life now. Great, all good. You know, they came into March, I would say, with, on paper, arguably the best, you know, starting five rotation in the sport. And now, you know, they're good. They're dropping like flies. And I think that's, you know, not unique just to them. But I don't know what you get out of the Yankees. You know, I don't know. Aaron Hicks, you know, nobody wants back. Donaldson, nobody wants back. You're obviously going to start the kid at shortstop, Anthony Volpe, who's 21 years old. And as good as I think they're capable of being, you know, you just don't know what you're going to get because they're still a relatively older team, meaning Stan's going to be on the DL a couple times. You know, there's going to be issues with them. They don't have a legitimate closer right now, and I'm not sure what the Yankees are going to be.
How much are you champing at the bit for Aaron Rodgers to become a New York Jet?
Say that again?
How much are you just dying and licking your chops for Aaron Rodgers to come to town?
I'm the one guy that's not. Now, I'm not a fan of his. I respect he's a great quarterback, blah, blah, blah. And yes, I'm not going to, you know, I'll say it. I said it on TV this morning. On paper, I can make the argument that the New York Jets might be the most talented team in football, if you want to put Kansas City aside for a minute. I think that they have that kind of talent, top five defense, depth at wide receiver, and now a star quarterback. My issue with it is that, you know, I've spent my entire lifetime, you know, trying to find a young Aaron Rodgers. I never got him. And now I'm looking at the prospect of I have 1 year, maybe two if I'm lucky, to win it all. And I'm going to be right back where I've been my entire lifetime. And I just don't trust the Jet organization. They have a weird owner who actually, think about this. Woody Johnson's owned the Jets for 23 years. They've been in dead last and or missed the playoffs more than they've done anything good. And he had the balls to come out yesterday and say, we're in the winning business. They've never won anything.
Yeah.
So, most fans are excited for it. Obviously, I'm going to see much better football. So from that standpoint, yeah, it's going to be great. But I'm not an Aaron Rodgers guy. Never have been.
As of tonight, they will have the longest drought in as far as playoffs go in the Big Three. Once the Kings officially make it, the Jets, Jets will have the longest drought.
Yep. Thanks for reminding me about that.
You're welcome,
yeah,
Craig.
I appreciate that.
That's kind of what I do. That's kind of my bit, you know, out here.
Yeah, but you got Aaron Judge, don't you?
Yeah.
So, by the way, Craig, give us an idea of the tone out there with regard to that story. What does it sound like in Yankee Stadium tomorrow when Judge comes to the dish for the first time after this whole free agency experience?
Standing ovation. You know, the fact that, you know, he flirted with you guys and frankly with the Padres also, and then decided to come back, and now he's got the C on his chest. It'll be 50,000 raucous fans, and then he'll probably strike out. I don't get booed as he walks off the field, but it'll be crazy tomorrow for sure. And then you kind of settle in, right? It's like anything else. If he does what he's now being paid handsomely to do, he'll be cheered, and as soon as he goes 0 for 3, he's going to be booed. We don't suffer fools in New York City, and maybe that's to our own detriment, but that's the reality.
Hey, out here, we would probably send him a get well soon card after he goes 0 for his first 28. Hang in there, buddy.
Why are the fans in San Francisco, for lack of a better term, like that soft towards the players?
In a way, but also we're so used to so many championships from so many other teams, we can tolerate it, Craig.
Well, them too.
So it's funny you say that. That hits me right in my soul. I'm a diehard Knicks fan my entire life. I got nothing.
Yeah.
I'm a diehard Jet fan. I got nothing. And you guys have run out of room for your trophies. That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you remember Joe Willie Namath? I know you were probably born when the Jets won it?
I was. Thank you for pointing out my age. I appreciate it. I was born a couple weeks after the New York Jets won that Super Bowl.
Oh man,
yeah, you're the same age, Craig. That's why I'm pointing it out. It's a bad beat.
Okay, it's all good. I feel like I just look like I'm 80.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
Craig, we're sure it's been a long day for you, and we thank you for making us a part of it, man. Thanks for coming on.
Listen, good job. Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you guys soon. Thanks so much.
All right.
Thanks, Craig.
Craig Carton, WFN FS1 in New York. And, we ran the gamut on that one. That was
House of Prime Rib. Yeah. And, I mean, you would figure walking in that you would have an idea, an indication.
Sensation.
That's $1, and I'll pay it.
I'll pay it.
Of what might be offered.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know.
It's almost like he's walking in there like claiming false advertising, and it's like, no, it's the opposite. Like,
literally, this is a house.
Right. Of Prime Rib. Right. Yeah. What do I tell you about expectations, man?
You guys have any chicken fingers? No, Boomer.
You guys got a kids meal up in here? Huh? A kids menu? No. Listen.
I went there as a vegetarian, and I had the baked potato. And there you have it. It was delicious.
Expect nothing else.
Twice baked.
Yeah.
And so was the potato.
Why did you go there as a vegetarian? Why?
Nothing.
No, I got you.
I was with a group. I was with a group of people.
Twice baked my butt. That's about your 5th time that day. Yeah. Why'd you go?
I was with a group.
Right.
And
so drive separate. You were in your 30s, right?
No, we all met there.
Okay.
But no, it was one of those things where the owner said, "Hey, you guys come on out. I got you. It's on the arm."
Oh, I got you.
And so I went.
Oh, gosh. You had free House of Prime Rib and you ordered the baked potato.
I was a vegetarian at the time.
Golly.
I wasn't ready to break the ranks.
Don't be disrespectful.
Totally. I should have. Yeah.
Gosh, listen to all these people. House of Prime Rib, it's amazing they're still open with all the jabronis that keep showing up wanting baked potato and chicken fingers. What on earth is going on?
Do you guys have an eggplant parm?
What are you doing?
Seriously.
What are you doing?
Willard and Dibbs want to know.
What are you doing? By the way, I had some big time what are you doing energy in that last game of that Bay Bridge series with the Giants and A's the other night. Couple of things. First of all, the umpire who called the balls on Sergio Romo before he even started pitching. It's like, are we really going to lack awareness at that level?
So you're blaming an umpire who, and you don't know who the umpire is, right?
No, I get his name.
Because if it's a young umpire, somebody who's trying to make it, then how dare you?
What do you mean trying to make it? He's
trying to establish himself as a real major league umpire. And when you're an umpire and they hand you the rules, you don't get to decide, oh, it's 40-year-old Sergio Romo in his final appearance. I'm going to let him break the pitch clock rule. No, Mark, that's not how officiating works.
It is when you're bringing in an exhibition game somebody who's not even really on the team for an exhibition that is for the fans, and then you start ringing up balls for no reason.
No, there's a reason.
Nick Lentz. Hey, Nick. What are you doing?
How long has Nick been an umpire? I bet you he's a brand new umpire.
I got no idea.
And if Nick Lentz doesn't enforce the rules, Nick Lentz is back in Pawtucket.
Nick Lentz was born
probably 1976.
He was born in 1989.
Dude, and you want Nick Lentz to have the wherewithal?
Wait a minute.
How dare you?
He's in his
is
30s.
a you problem.
He's 34 years old.
He's probably a rook
You're
in
acting
Major League
like
Baseball.
He's 12. He's 30. This is what we did with John Morant. Oh, he's he's 23. He should know not to flash a piece on IG. He's 34 years old.
What did the league do? Did the league say, "Oh, Ja, we're going to give you a pass because it was just an exhibition of a firearm"?
Did you catch? Now I want to see how far your umpire defense goes. Seeing as it's such a big catch-all.
I got you, Lentz.
Did you see the cat throw JT Realmuto out of the game?
He had it coming to him. That whole thing.
Did y'all see this? Now that was Randy Rosenberg. His name was Randy Rosenberg.
By the way, Nick Lentz debuted in 2016.
Okay, so he's not brand new.
No, but his job is to enforce the rules. I give Nick Lentz a pass.
Of course you do, because he's an ump.
No, not true. The Randy Rosenberg controversy is a whole different one because Realmuto, the catcher, basically what happened was the pitcher wanted a new baseball. So the pitcher throws the ball in, and as we've seen many times, the catcher, and for those of you on YouTube, you see what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's a no-look.
Holds the glove
You hold your glove up
behind the left shoulder.
so the umpire can give you the ball so that you can throw the ball to your own pitcher. Realmuto holds his glove, and right as the ump is about to put the ball in his glove, Realmuto moves his glove, thinking the umpire probably threw the ball on his own.
Right.
I don't need to stick my arm out here all day.
And had good reason for doing it because the previous pitch, the umpire
threw it
threw the ball directly to the pitcher.
It was that same pitch, and the pitcher's
Yes.
like, no, I
That's
want
right.
a new ball.
Didn't want the ball.
And so Realmuto moves his glove. Rosenberg spikes the ball in the dirt, and he assumes that the catcher, Realmuto, did it intentionally.
He's playing the okey-doke on him.
You're out of here.
He knocked him out of a spring game.
Yeah. First time he's ever been ejected.
Never been thrown out of a game in his life.
Didn't like it, Mark. That was a bad ejection.
Thank you.
That was a bad ejection.
I just wanted to bring it up just to test you. I'm like, how far
I mean,
is your blanket love for umps and refs?
I got a big blanket.
You're not gonna.
I got a big blanket.
You're not gonna defend Randy Rosenberg for hucking Realmuto out for a misunderstanding.
And Realmuto's like, how am I supposed to know? I can't look. I'm not looking at you.
Even if it was the okey doke, you could throw him out for that. It was funny. Have a sense of humor. This is my whole thing.
In a spring game, especially.
Listen,
I'm with you.
My whole thing about umpires. I've talked about this a ton. And this year, you're really going to want to keep an eye on it with this pitch clock and everything, all the changes. Sebastian Maniscalco's got his digital campaign going where he's talking about all the rule changes in Major League Baseball. All right. Watch the umpires this year because these are new rules, which means they're going to take some getting used to. And the problem with umpires is not that they miss balls and strikes and make wrong calls at first base. Everybody ever does that. Refs and umps miss calls the same way players swing and miss at fastballs. Okay? I'm not coming down the road for that. But my God, this God complex that umpires have, where if in any way you try to poke fun, you try to look at me, it's like you can talk to me, but you have to act like you're not talking to me. Because if anybody sees you talking to me, it's going to make me look bad. And they
don't show me up, Mark.
Right? You watch Buster Posey used to do this. If he didn't like a call when he was at the plate, he'd just keep his head down and act like he's kicking dirt around. Well, guess what? We can't do that anymore now, can we, because we got to get our butt in the box.
True.
Because the clock is ticking. So you better have a little leeway and stop acting like you're everybody's parent and let people talk to you before you throw them out of games. There's no reason to throw this guy out, even if he was messing around with him.
But it's interesting that you're bringing this up, and you're absolutely right about this incident. But you had me thinking about the National Basketball Association.
Okay.
Imagine if NBA refs had the same perspective on give and take as Major League Baseball umpires. You'd have no one.
You'd be playing one-on-one by third quarter.
You stole the joke, but you said it great. No, you can have it. You nailed it. You nailed it. And what about the NFL, where players are like,
you don't even see it.
No.
In the NFL, I had this
But
conversation.
you do see it when the coach takes his headset off and he is screaming at the line judge, and the line judge is like, dude, that's not even my call.
But there's no such thing as a technical foul in the NFL.
There's the rare 15-yard.
Very rare.
But imagine if NFL refs treated the back and forth like MLB umps. There'd be offsetting 15 yards.
Totally.
Every play, we'd have 15 yards going this way.
It's all about
going that way.
It's all about being shown up. And in the NFL, you don't get shown up for two reasons.
Well, the NBA, you get shown up every possession.
Every play.
Right.
And they don't, they walk away or whatever. They handle it. In the NFL, players have helmets on, so you can't even see. You can't hear.
True.
You got no idea who's talking to who. There's too much going on. And so they just handle it. I love that in the most emotional sport out there, we act like the refs never get talked to. They must get undressed on every single play. Ref, he's holding me, right? Like Nick Bosa. He doesn't talk to the refs.
Look at Tom Brady. After anyone dares to put their hands on him following an incomplete pass. Or Aaron Rodgers, where it's, he went low, he went high. He should have gone low when he really went high. He hit me on the helmet. All these guys, the way they cry, Mark, there would be so many ejections. The Niners would run out of quarterbacks.
Gee,
too soon.
I would hate to see that happen.
Yeah, but you're right about MLB umpires.
The baseball thing, man.
It's out of control.
Just bring the ego down. You can mess up all you want. I'll have your back. It's going to happen here and there, right? Like, just be a person in the room. Like, stop trying to
be a man in the arena.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. It's a freebie for you.
That was good.
I mean, you gotta have
that was
one.
good, yeah.
It's every now and again.
Sometimes they're just for us.
And
Anyway,
just,
888-957-9570. I thought of all the things that happened last night in that Warrior game, this may not be the lead story. It may not be what you, the fan, walk out of there with, because you, the fan, you're going to walk out of there with they were down by 20 and they rallied, and my gosh, Draymond is screaming, and these guys are Jekyll and Hyde, but they're also amazing, and yay, we won.
I got to stop leaving at halftime. You know what I mean?
Seriously, if you left at halftime of Warriors games this year, you think they're in the lottery.
Right.
But there was something that was actually really important that happened, and then it was detailed after the game by Draymond Green. It has a lot to do with right now. It has a lot to do with where the Warriors have been. And my God, it has a lot to do with where the Warriors are going. And we'll give that to you coming up next, right after Dan Wibby tells you who we are presented by.
It's full service banking, no compromises by the great people at Fremont Bank.
Yes, it is.
I did it backwards.
Yes, that's okay.
But it works.
Yeah, you can. It's right inverted. It's okay.
Thank God.
It's no problem. But that's coming up next.
Yeah.
And then we're back to your phone calls at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Mom.
Gets to the left corner, guarded by the big guy, Nan. Now wants to drive on him, takes him middle, leaves it for Kuminga, out to Draymond, back to Poole, relocation three, yes! He doubles the Warrior advantage, 104-98. And they're jumping in the aisles here at Chase Center.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, what's your takeaway? What's your takeaway from last night? You know, I guess the only thing that matters is what they do second, right? Because against Minnesota, it's not like they had a great first half there either, but you sort of felt the whole game like they were going to win, and then they found a way to gag it away in the end, and we came away feeling gross about that game. And then last night, that first half was, I can't remember a worse half of basketball by the Warriors all year. And then they win by 11, and we're just like, things are great.
Yeah.
But are they? Like, can you go into the playoffs and do it like this?
Sure.
Can you?
I mean, why not?
I guess it's not against the rules.
Right, and it's not against the run of play in terms of what this Warrior team can do and what they have done. I mean, you need to win 16 games in the postseason to win a championship. They've won 16 games 4 different times. The times that they didn't win 16 games, 2 of those times they didn't win any games. They went 15-50. They lost in the play-in. 2 of those times they won, I think, 15 games. I know that they lost to the Cavaliers in 7, which means they won 15. They lost to Toronto in 6, I believe, so they won 14.
Correct.
So they've won 16, 16, 16, 16, 15, 14, 0-0. So if this team makes the playoffs, when they make the playoffs, they average about 15 and a quarter wins per postseason.
Good
so
point. Yeah.
Can this team do it? Yes. Do I necessarily want them to do it? Yes. Mark, that's damn exciting. And you asked me what the takeaway was from last night. My takeaway was, and there was a lot of head shaking, and, you know, I got a 7-month-old baby. Shout out Mila, turned 7 months today. Big day for Mila.
Oh, 7. Gosh, that flew.
It sure did, kid.
Good Lord.
Sure
been
did.
7 months.
7 months, brother, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And your boy still has 3 weeks of paternity coming. Don't sleep on that. Got to save up. But I digress, or I digest, as Lowe would say. Watching that game on mute, a lot of this, like, oh, my God, they're going to do it. Yeah. First, the head shaking in the first half was, oh, my God, this team is terrible.
Right.
What is this the end? And then by the end of the third quarter, it's like, oh, my God, they're going to win this game going away.
It's nothing but head shakes, but what matters is the facial expression that goes with the head shake. Because in the first half, it was just total shock, awe, and disgust. And in the second half, it's like a wry grin that goes with the head shake.
Right,
like, can you believe these freaking guys?
I mean,
can you believe these guys?
Am I right?
It's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. So this was something that I found within all of the stuff that happened yesterday. I found this to be really interesting. And for those of you who sort of missed this little intricate detail to the game, there was a moment where Draymond Green, actually, was there a moment when he wasn't mad? There weren't many, but at one of his angry moments, he was upset that the bench would not review a play where he felt he had not committed a foul and had been called for a foul. So in the timeout, he comes over to the bench and he is unloading on anyone who will listen. It even gets directed, as you talked about earlier, to the assistant coaches who are just sitting there on their heels like, oh, what am I going to do, stand up and start yelling at Draymond Green in the middle of a game? Once he's done cussing out anybody who will listen, he sort of walks about 4 seats away from the assembled Warriors huddle. And out of the stands, here comes none other than Bob Myers. It's a quick
He was in guru seats.
Yes.
We call them the goose seats, but yeah.
Yes, he was.
I should have had that at the changeover. Right?
There was a text. Yeah. And Bob got
Hey, Guru,
seats.
it's Bob. You mind if I get your seats tonight?
I'd really love to be at this one.
Yeah.
So, quick exchange. He listens to something, does Draymond. Then there's a little high-five dap up, and Draymond immediately re-engages into the huddle and starts clapping his hands and getting the team back going, and we know what happened in the second half of this game. So Draymond talked about it afterward. in terms of what happened?
It was huge. He came down and he was like, listen, all right, you proved your point and you may have been right, but if you stay that way, guys are going to follow you. If you turn it around right now and get back in the huddle, guys will follow that. And it was huge. I got back in the huddle. I challenged our guys, and we went out and boosted the lead even more. So I think y'all don't always get to see Bob's worth other than like putting a team together, but he's so important to everything that we do. Like, I can't imagine, and I know this league, like GMs don't keep a pulse of the team like Bob keeps a pulse of this team. And maybe 2 other GMs in the league right there would come down to the bench and say something. And then that's also someone who I have the utmost respect for. You know, if Bob comes and tells me something, that's Bible to me. You know, I'm going to listen to that. But that's a relationship that has been built the last 11 years, and that is a relationship that'll continue to grow over the next 40 years. So, you know, for him to come down in that moment and say something to me, you got to honor that. And it was huge.
Sorry, Mark. That was 105-98. Warriors up 7. 5 minutes to go. Draymond gets his 5th foul, and the defender had his foot on the line. That's a block.
Correct.
That is a block
Restricted
according
area.
to the rules, and that call is why they have reviewable plays, because the official, and I'm shout out Ed Malloy, and I'm looking at the still right now.
Ed Malloy!
Ed Malloy is dead looking at the play. And Ed Malloy's job is to not only look at the foot, it's hard to look at the foot and look at the contact up top. You're dealing with about 11 feet of space when a guy's jumping and you're looking at his feet. It's impossible to do. And he missed it. And had they reviewed it, it would have been overturned. And Draymond knew that because Draymond
is Draymond. He doesn't miss stuff like that.
He should be an official. He would be the best official in history.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine the short fuse he'd have?
Guy's first referee to ever tee up himself. Exactly. You know what? I think I'm out of line. That was pretty loud.
He would be an amazing official.
He sees things. He sees things,
right? He sees the game.
Yeah, he sees things at an elite level. That's why he's able to sort of do the game the way he does. He's become a Hall of Fame player who can't shoot a basketball. It's bizarre because he's got just an absolute next level visual of not only what's happening, but things before they even happen, his anticipation. So that's Draymond. I get it. You're absolutely right. So for Bob to know that Draymond was right, and to know that this was a moment where Draymond needed me to say something. There were about 8 things that went through my head just in that moment alone. So there's Draymond knowing that it was a restricted area call. There's Bob knowing this is a moment where I'm needed. This man will not listen to anyone. His mama not here. This man is not going to listen to anybody but me right now.
I'm sending in the wolf.
We need this win.
That's all you had to say.
We've got this win. This could derail this win.
Sure.
I need to get out of my seat and get down there, and he does. And then what does Draymond do? In what appeared to be no more than a 6 to 8 second exchange.
Tops.
Draymond morphs right out of as angry as he could be.
Volcano.
Whoop, right back into the huddle.
Incredible.
And he said, when he speaks to me, it's Bible. Okay? Gets back in the huddle, re-engages, the Warriors win by double digits, and Draymond's talking about it after the game. So there's all of that in there, which is really, to me, fascinating. But then take it to the bigger picture. And this is what I'm struggling with. Why are we here?
Where?
Here.
Well, because we work here.
No, not here.
Oh, shoot. I missed
Why
that.
are we here in this situation? What's the date today?
It's March 29th. My baby's 7 months old, and Bob Myers doesn't have a contract for next year. Is that what you mean, Mark?
That's what I mean.
Okay, I got it right this time.
We have 2
nervous
unsolved mysteries going on with the Warriors, and unfortunately, most of the people have spent, and I get why, because one of them's a player and one's not. We've spent most of our time asking why about Andrew Wiggins. And the why, the answer to that why, A, is probably more of an abstract answer, number 1. Number 2, it's not for us to know. Number 3, even if we want to know, we're not going to know. But on this one, this is, to me, this is our space. This is actually a question that's fair for us to ask. And I get that they may not have an answer for us right now.
And it may not be that abstract either.
No, I don't think it is. I think the Wiggins one is probably an abstract answer.
Sure.
Is there a mental health thing? Who knows what's going
who
on?
knows? We may never know.
This is probably much more mathematical. do you want to be here? Yes or no? And if you do, why aren't you?
It could be occupational. It could be that he doesn't want to do it anymore.
Maybe. But outside of that answer, which we will get at some point, outside of that answer, how on earth are we here? How on earth did this organization allow Bob Myers to get to this point? And there are so many fans, whenever his name comes up, oh, he missed that draft pick back in 2021.
Oh, God. And he didn't get us a big man at the deadline.
Holy smokes.
Fire Bob right now.
And then they won a championship anyway.
Oh, never mind that. That was Steve Kerr.
Draymond Green.
Kidding.
Exactly. Draymond Green last night after the game just told you everything you need to know if you have any questions about Bob Myers. This is not just a general manager. He said maybe 2 other GMs in the league would do that. I don't know who the 2 of them are. I know one GM in the league who would, A, do that, and B, be effective with it.
Well, Pat Riley would be one, even though he's a team president.
Right, but so Jimmy Butler's like going to just turn around about face because Pat Riley said so?
Well, even at that, you mentioned it earlier in the changeover, the Spoelstra, Jimmy Butler, confrontation that happened in a huddle. But, I mean, Bob Myers is a special dude. When it comes to, forget everything else that Bob Myers has done, just take the one thing that we saw last night. Draymond Green whisperer. To be able to be a human wet blanket for Draymond Green's inferno, think about that. Because Draymond Green, when he gets in that spot, and I just watched the clip again, Draymond charges, bad call, he knows it, Ed Malloy blew it, and I love Ed Malloy. It's hard for me to say that. Draymond hits the floor and immediately does the twirly finger.
Yep.
And I can see Steve Kerr looking at like, oh, God, here we go again.
Right.
Draymond Green,
he's talked
twirly
about
finger.
It. Yep. He has to review it even if he doesn't agree.
But he didn't review it.
I know.
Because it's 5 minutes to go, and he realizes there's at least 1 more or 2 more Draymond Green twirly fingers to come.
And there was.
And he got it right, yes.
And they were right on the ball out of bounds from New Orleans.
But in that moment, Steve Kerr has to calculate a bunch of things. 1, is Draymond Green right or is he wrong? Draymond Green's not always right. 2, it's only Draymond's 5th. If it was Draymond's 6th, no-brainer, we're going to review it.
Sure.
But it's only his 5th. There's 4:48 still to go. All this has to go through Steve's mind in a heartbeat. He doesn't review it. Draymond is angry, and that's when Bob really shows his worth. Bob Myers knows that he, more than any other human being on earth, in 8 seconds or less, can get to Draymond and bring Draymond back to center. Incredible.
Do you know what's so interesting as we continue to welcome you in? This is Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game, 2 to 6 every afternoon now. And those of you who are still new listeners to our show, we welcome you in. We thank you for hanging with us and hopefully letting us become a habit for you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Just think about someone like Draymond Green, who talks that much, who is that loud. Someone like that, it's like, how do you become that? Maybe it's your DNA, or maybe in some way, shape, or form, Draymond Green does not feel at some point in his life, maybe this was childhood, maybe it's now, maybe I'm making something up. I'm not a psychiatrist.
I like where you're going, though.
Well, I would think that
you're going Roy Firestone on me.
He has a hard time feeling heard. And I think sometimes on a basketball court, Draymond Green is out there barking at anybody who will listen because of the way he is. It's easy for other people just to be like, yeah, blah, 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 Draymond screaming again. And somehow Bob has found this little tunnel where Draymond knows that Bob hears him. And then what that means is what? It means Draymond hears Bob because Draymond knows that Bob hears him. I don't know if Draymond feels that way with everyone. Like if you punch Jordan Poole in the face, maybe you don't feel like Jordan Poole is hearing you when you are trying to explain to him how to run the defense or whatever. Who knows what led to that?
Well, let me play off of that for just a second and I love what you're saying about the Bob-Draymond relationship. So Draymond punches Jordan Poole and 12 hours go by and they all downplay it and then the video gets leaked and then now it's a thing larger than any of us would have ever possibly imagined. And everybody, myself included, I'm beating the drum of, You got to suspend him. You got to suspend him 5 games, 10 games. He's got to go, whatever. And Bob Myers is the one internally. And again, this is hypothetical. And he'll join Steiny and Guru tomorrow, 10-2 from Chase Center. And a lot of questions to ask Bob.
Yeah.
But maybe it's Bob who says, you know what? I got this. Let me talk to Draymond. Let me settle it down with Draymond. Let me get Draymond to do the right thing to make it right with Jordan Poole, with the team leaders, with the young players, and all the rest of it. And I think that's probably the way that went. Not that Steve Kerr didn't play a role, because Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Joe Lake, of course.
Sure.
But Bob Myers, to your point, what we saw last night, Bob has got a unique way to get to Draymond in the heat of the moment. Shout out Asia.
And he has built that.
Give Bob some credit?
Totally.
Thank you. I mean, remember the story, and was it the suspension in the finals against the Cavs where Bob and Draymond just went to an A's game together or something like that?
Yeah.
Draymond.
It was hard for them to get seats that night, Mark.
I bet.
That was a cheap shot. I took it.
I see what you did there with a pun, calling it a cheap shot.
Thank you.
Anyway, listen, that relationship gets built. And therefore, when Bob has gone so far out of his way for so many years to make sure he hears Draymond, Draymond feels heard, and therefore what happens when Bob speaks to Draymond? Draymond hears Bob. When you see Draymond like that, do you think he can hear anyone? It appears to me, and I used to have this actually, when I was a little kid.
No way.
No, I did.
Because I still have it.
You do.
No, you know I do.
I know you do.
You're really good at getting to me and trying to reach me.
I had temper issues as an elementary school kid. And actually,
I'd like to see that.
Well, one of the things
I'll
that got to me.
see your temper issues and raise you a dibber clause.
Maybe they weren't like that. But no, I had throat surgery when I was in elementary school because I had nodules on my vocal cords. And when I could not control my temper, if I went out there on recess and I yelled one time, the voice could go from full voice to gone. I've got no voice. And I would go back into class after lunch and be asked to read in front of the class and literally was just so embarrassed to the point of tears because I couldn't make noise. Like my voice was gone.
You're doing your mock rivers.
Right? And then all of a sudden I'm in
Hickory dickory dock.
I'm in speech therapy in elementary school, not realizing that what it actually was some sort of behavioral therapy. It was probably somewhere in my 20s where the light bulb went on and I went, oh, that wasn't speech therapy at all. They weren't doing anything with my voice. They were telling me how to calm the hell down. Right?
Yikes.
I know what it's like. The world goes red. It's not rational. But the world, right? Don't you all feel that? When you get angry, everything goes red. And you can't see.
Why's it got to be red?
Or because that represents anger.
You're right.
And you can't hear anything. Nobody talking to you is going to matter. When you saw Draymond on the court last night, did it look like anybody could get to him? Did it look like anybody could even get a word in edgewise? You couldn't even trash talk him if you were a Pelican because he doesn't take a breath long enough for you to say something funny to him. You can't get a word in. And then, poof, there's Bob. And all of a sudden,
yeah, he recentered him.
The red goes clear.
And we all have that person. And it'd be great if you were that person for me. Unfortunately, you're not. I have a good friend.
I make it worse.
I know. You really don't.
I'm like,
you can't make it worse.
You can't that ridiculous point yesterday about Jordan Poole.
That was unfortunate. I had to sleep on that one. Didn't sleep great last night. Knowing that my own partner threw me under the bus. And you even put it on Twitter. Hashtag under the bus.
Hashtag under the bus.
What a good teammate. My buddy Kenny down south he's the one who's always been able to do what Bob did for Draymond. But it makes you wonder about what you were saying at the start of that nice long soliloquy that included a childhood story is about the future of Bob and Draymond. Because if Bob is unsigned for next year, Steiny and Guru tomorrow, 10-2, live at Chase Center. I'm sure they will ask Bob.
And he won't answer.
No, but they're going to ask Bob about yesterday.
Sure. Oh, yes.
They're going to ask Bob about, he and Draymond and the special relationship. And I think it's a big way to know what the future holds for both. Because if Bob is not back, I don't feel like Draymond will be back. If Bob does sign a one-year deal or whatever happens with Bob, then I could see Draymond opting in.
It's a really interesting dynamic.
Based on last night, don't you feel like those two are more connected than Bob and Steve even?
Absolutely. And I think we already felt that, but moments like last night really crystallize it for everybody.
Yeah.
To see how important Bob Myers is to this organization.
To Draymond.
And look, Steve Kerr was the one who a few weeks ago said he'd be devastated if Bob Myers was not a part of the team next year. This is not, it bothers me when some fans are like, yeah, this is a guy who does free agents and drafts. Oh, my God.
And then sits in guru seats the whole time.
Right. Like, he's so much more. He is so, as Draymond put it, finger on the pulse of the team, and then contributing. Like, Bob contributes to the actual product of basketball. If you didn't believe it before, you watched it last night. So to have Draymond with an opt-out and Bob have no contract, that is the epicenter to the conversation about the Warriors' future.
Yeah, agreed.
It starts there. And where are we going with those two? And yes, would one of them stay without the other? I don't know. I mean, I feel like Bob is not necessarily as tied to Draymond as Draymond is to Bob, but that's just a perception. I don't know if that's reality or not.
But if Bob is unsigned, and right now he's unsigned, and let's say that this run ends in May. It doesn't end in June. It ends in May with a playoff loss to whomever, and then we get into the offseason mode, and Bob is unsigned, and then Bob decides, well, I'm going to move on, and the word comes out that Bob's going to take a year off or whatever. Does Draymond Green opt in to be a part of one last run without Bob, or are those two more closely tied than any other two players who possibly could leave?
I don't know. I mean, I think that I don't think it's that simple where Draymond's just like, no Bob, no me.
I agree with that.
I doubt that. I mean, he's obviously still tied to a lot of people in the organization itself, and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr and everything, all of the fans. I mean, to me, if Draymond has the opportunity to stay, I think he'd be crazy to go. That's just what I think. I think there's just such value in wearing one uniform for your whole life, especially when it's been as successful as it has. But I don't know what the Warriors are offering, right? If the Warriors are simply offering just that 1 year, like opt in and then that's it, then I think that they're unlikely to be able to keep him. Somebody's going to offer something that goes 3 years.
Right.
I don't know if it's the Lakers or whoever, all the rumors. I hope it's
Lakers
the Warriors.
are over the cap, so they'll have to do some gymnastics to get there.
I hope it's the Warriors. I'm on record and ready to say it. I'm not done with this three. I'm not done with these guys. I don't think they're done. I still think they can be a core, especially because we don't know what's going to be around them. But right now, the way they're playing, as inconsistent as it is, it's still effective a lot of the time, and we're watching it without Andrew Wiggins, who is a key piece to this whole thing as well. Like, on an individual basis, look at all three and tell me they're not still playing good basketball. They are.
And good enough to win games like last night. And, we haven't really talked about Klay Thompson at all, and he has not played great these last couple of games, but he had the dagger last night. Steph Curry gets the ball near the baseline, dribbles it, and throws that left-handed hook pass that goes about 35 feet cross court to Klay, catch and shoot, 3-ball, night. And Steph actually stopped beyond the baseline after the pass, and he wanted to do something other than get back on defense. And he gave that one moment of like, oh my God, did any of you, did all of you just see what happened?
Did you see Steve Kerr's reaction?
Steve Kerr's was like,
Steve was shaking his head, and you mentioned shaking heads.
Yeah.
That should be the name of this team. They're the Golden State Shaking Heads.
Not bad. Not the talking heads.
No, the
That's
shaking
Draymond.
heads, because you're either upset with them or you're just dumbfounded, amazed.
Or both in the course of a minute.
And that's what Steve shook his head, and it was that wry grin like, you got to be kidding me.
Totally.
We're winning tonight, and these two guys can still do that as they're reaching their mid-30s. This is absurd. And so it was almost like Steve had this little moment there amongst himself where he's like, geez, I'm kind of a lucky SOB, aren't I? I win the championship every 3 years.
What he said was, that's all coaching right there.
That is all coaching.
Totally.
We're sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Book your getaway to Bodega Bay at the iconic Inn at the Tides. Their midweek winter special offers the lowest rates of the year, starting at just $199 per night through March 31st. Coming soon. Enjoy stunning views, refresh rooms, and free breakfast. Book now at innatthetides.com. Okay, remember yesterday? The adorable Kings, And the Warriors need the 6th seed so they can play the Kings. And KC came on, said they're going to smack that upside the head and all that he said. And everybody who's ever rooted for the Kings team, they all hate me. Okay, you remember all that? Okay. I got something for you. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. I'm excited.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Don't stress about finding a new job. Let Express Employment Professionals help. Visit expresspros.com for good local jobs in a variety of industries.
Chill.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, no, I'm not going to chill. I'm not doing it, KC. I'm not going to chill. Telling us that the Warriors are going to get smacked upside the head by the Sacramento Kings.
Backhanded.
We'll see.
Not only smacked, backhanded.
We don't even know if the matchup is going to happen.
Something more disrespectful about getting backhanded than getting just straight forehanded, for sure.
Ask Chris Rock. I don't know.
What did Five Fingers say to the face? Slap!
It's Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by, yes, it is, Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. You tell me, have I been disrespectful?
Yes.
To the Sacramento Kings?
You have.
Have I been flippant about their chances?
You've been very flippant.
Don't be disrespectful. Have I been dismissive of their 45-win season so far?
You have, Mark. So far, that's a yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You sure?
Yeah, 3 yeses.
So I'm making stuff up.
No, you're not making anything up.
I'm making stuff up.
Your opinions are much like a catch in pro football, where you only get 1 foot in. It's out of bounds, Mark.
Is it?
Yes.
So my opinion is not shared by most in the NBA?
I'm not saying that it's either shared or not shared. You asked me a question. Were you disrespectful? Yes.
I was.
Were you dismissive? Yes.
But if it is the majority thought in NBA circles, is it actually disrespectful?
Respect to the Kings fans and Kings Nation who are about to have a big game night tonight. The Kings are the mark. The Kings are stuck in the 3 seed. That's where they're going to finish. The Kings are the mark. All of these teams smell weakness on the Kings, not only because they haven't been in the playoffs in 17 years, but because they're not a good defensive team.
16.
And if you're the Warriors, who's planning on a long playoff run, they love the idea of being able to drive in the first round series. That's an advantage. The Warriors want the 6, which is why coming back from 20 down last night was one of the biggest wins of the season to get and stay in that 6th seed.
That is Brian Windhorst on ESPN. And it is
right.
It's cold, it's hard, and it's facts.
But it's not exactly in line with what you've been saying.
Why not?
Because you used words that are dismissive and disrespectful.
Like what?
You know what? I won't even say it because it's your word.
The whole adorable thing.
Did Brian Windhorst call them adorable?
Yes,
no,
actually.
He didn't. He said they are a mark.
Right. So in other words, it to me is just word choice, but you're all saying the exact same thing. So did he use the word adorable?
No, he did not.
No, but emotionally did he?
No.
Yes, he did.
He said that they're a mark, and he's accurate in terms of, and he got the drought wrong. It's 16 years, Brian, not 17 years.
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
Let's be fair.
Okay.
And the fact that any team that has gone 16 years without going to the playoffs, that team is going to be sought after in terms of opponents. This is not breaking news.
No, which is why what I've said for the last 3 weeks is being overstated, and there's an overreaction to it. He didn't just say there's a mark. He said the rest of the NBA smells weakness. They smell weakness. Why? Because the Sacramento Kings are not what their record adds up to be due to inexperience, due to poor defense, and due to the fact that they're the only team that doesn't do load management. That's why they are what they are. These are not criticisms. These are facts.
Well,
they're a poor defensive team. Fact or fiction?
Poor defensive team. That's a fact.
Okay. Are they inexperienced? Fact or fiction?
Relative to other teams in the playoffs?
In the playoffs. Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. And fact or fiction, you went through all of the data just yesterday.
In terms of games played.
Do they play all their stars all the games?
Not all the games, but more often than and I'd have to look at every single team.
Right.
They've been healthy. So I don't think that you can fault them for being healthy.
I don't fault them for
and
any of this.
They have had guys who have sat out games, whether it's load management or minor injuries, but they've been healthy.
I don't fault them for any of this. I don't fault them for being inexperienced. I don't fault them for anything.
But you are what your record says you are.
Yeah.
And at 45 and 30.
Bill Parcells, that's not always true.
It is true in terms of 75 NBA games. They've won 60% of their games, which in a normal year, you might be a 5 seed winning 60%. But in this year, where virtually all the teams have colluded to the point where we don't care about the regular season, that's the new thing in the NBA. So this year, 60% stands out because most teams don't give a crap about the regular season.
They are a very good basketball team. But my point all along has been twofold. A, it's who the Warriors want in the first round. There's no questioning who they're...
It's who everyone wants in the first round.
There's no questioning what the best matchup would be for the Warriors. Obviously, they want to stay out of the play-in tournament, so forget Memphis and Denver. And then after that, between the Kings, the Phoenix Suns, I don't know what's going on with the Clippers. They were able to win their most recent game, but no Paul George the rest of the way. There's no batting around who the Warriors would most like to face. Of course, it's the Sacramento Kings, and I'm not going to apologize because I find their fan base.
Oh God!
I find the story of their fan base and the way they're acting through all of this. I find it to be engaging. Does that help? I find it to be sort of.
Don't backpedal.
I'm not.
You're backpedaling. Use your word.
It's fun to watch.
You've dug your foxhole based on a shovel that is built on one word.
It is cute.
No.
And it is adorable.
There it is.
It is.
Line it up,
so
Kings fans.
I'm not gonna apologize for that, but I'm trying to tell you the way the league sees this.
You and Windhorst.
It doesn't mean no. Windhorst is talking to people around the league. Listen again. He's not saying that this is his opinion. He's saying this is their opinion.
Respect to the Kings fans and Kings Nation who are about to have a big game night tonight. The Kings are the mark. The Kings are stuck in the 3 seed. That's where they're going to finish. The Kings are the mark. All of these teams smell weakness on the Kings, not only because they haven't been in the playoffs in 17 years, but because they're not a good defensive team. And if you're the Warriors, who's planning on a long playoff run, they love the idea of being able to drive in the first round series. That's an advantage. The Warriors want the 6, which is why coming back from 20 down last night was one of the biggest wins of the season to get and stay in that 6th seed.
He's not being Stephen A. or J.J. Redick. He's not saying, I smell weakness. He keeps saying they.
Just play the beginning of that again, because when you start any quote like this, miss me with the rest of what you have to say.
Respect to the Kings fans and Kings.
That's not respect to the Kings fans and the Kings. That is actual.
With all due respect.
That is actual. That's like you saying no shade. And then immediately erecting a shade structure to provide shade on the people that you're trying to shade.
You know,
let's just be a little bit tougher than that.
No, I'm actually going to disagree with you on this one, because what Brian is saying...
In all due respect, no disrespect to Kings fans.
No, but it's not.
You're basically... You are Pookie in prison holding the pocket of the tough guy in cell block B.
But why?
No disrespect.
But why are you not allowed to have the opinion?
Oh, you can have the opinion.
Right. And
just don't hide behind.
It's not disrespectful.
It's totally disrespectful.
It's not.
It is. Because what if they come out and they smash the Warriors? Then what is it?
Then they were wrong. Then we were wrong.
Then it was disrespectful.
No, it was wrong. Not disrespectful.
No, it's disrespectful.
I don't find a team having 45 wins versus the Suns and Warriors who have 40. Yet we all believe the Suns and Warriors are better. That's not disrespectful. It's just an opinion about basketball.
Kings have won 2 of 3 against the Warriors.
Not true.
Oh, no, the Warriors have won 2 of 3?
Correct.
Oh, my mistake.
Correct.
In that case, yeah, no disrespect. I take it all back.
That's right. Because they're plucky.
Yeah.
Right?
They're adorable.
They are.
According to some.
Look. I'm not. We don't need to do this again. We've done it 50 times, but I'm not apologizing.
No, you shouldn't.
For the way that it makes me feel when I watch the Kings story and their fans. I'm not going to apologize for it. I find it to be engaging and fun.
No, you don't.
And it makes me smile to where like dimples come up. I'm not backpedaling.
Use your word.
I've already used it.
Engaging.
No, it is.
Oh, it's engaging. I'm engaged.
It's addicting.
It
is.
You know what it is.
It's like a jolt of caffeine.
Don't backpedal now.
At 2:30 in the afternoon on
You're
a Wednesday.
better than that. You patted them on the head.
Look.
Keep patting them. And you know what? The Warriors would love to face Sacramento
Exactly.
in a 3-6, and then they would love Minnesota to beat Memphis, and they would love to face Minnesota in the semis. And you know what? They dream about the 8-1 going the Pelicans' way, and they face the Pelicans in the Western Conference Finals.
Right.
If the Warriors could pick 3 opponents right now, it would be the Kings, the T-Wolves, and the Pelicans.
Not going to happen.
No, last year it broke pretty nice for them.
It did. It did.
You got Memphis without Ja. You got Denver without Murray. And you got a Dallas team that basically waved the white flag before the series even started.
I just don't find the disrespect. I don't. I find
the disrespecter often doesn't find the disrespect.
But I just find it to be predictive. I mean, we make predictions. Like, have you disrespected Jordan Poole?
Definitely.
You have?
Oh, no doubt.
You have an opinion.
Festus Ezeli took time out of his TV job to come down, well, your road because you stole my bit, but my road, basically.
It needed to be done.
There was a question yesterday I got asked on the radio. If Jordan Poole deserves or needs to be in the game in the fourth quarter, that is the stupidest question I've heard because Jordan Poole is an X factor for this team. When he's hitting shots like he is or when he's making plays like he is, you need to have him on the court. He's a guy that can get by any defender, and when he's balanced and on 2 feet, he can make shots with the best of them in the NBA.
Oh, that's funny. When he's balancing on 2 feet.
So
How often is he on his 2 feet?
So basically, Mr. Ezeli, what you're saying is when an NBA player is scoring at will, and when an NBA player is making plays at will, and when an NBA player is able to stay on his 2 feet, that player is somebody you want to have in the late part of a basketball game?
Yeah.
Thank you, Festus. You're right. Great breakdown.
Well, hold on. But aren't you saying the exact opposite? Because
Chuckles Hill joining in to try to throw dirt on my grave.
Yeah, Grandy, is there a way to spotlight just Bonte's laugh? Everybody, I don't know if everybody knew this was Bonte. Like, one more time.
There was a question yesterday I got asked on the radio. If Jordan Poole deserves or needs to be in the game in the fourth quarter, that is the stupidest question I've heard because...
All right, that right there.
3 chuckles is out of bounds.
Yeah, 3 chuckles. Not 2 chuckles. 3 chuckles from the king of Bay Area sports media.
And Chuckles Hill is going to owe me a box of diapers for our Dallas bet. He bet Dallas would be a top 6 seed. I bet that they would not be a top 6 seed.
Dallas right now struggling to even make the play-in tournament. Struggling to make. They are the 11 seed right now. They're not going to be in the top 6.
I'm going to have to send Chuckles my address to make sure I get that box of Pampers too sweet.
Congratulations.
Well, I'm losing the other bet, the Lumpia bet with the great Liana Pons.
Remind me again what that one was?
She said Warriors top 6. I said Warriors play. They'll be in the play-in.
The Warriors are far from clear of the play-in tournament. They're a half game ahead.
But that game last night
was massive.
And you probably didn't see her tweet because I think she just sent it to me. Well, because the bet is I give her a T-shirt from 957thegameshot.com or she provides Lumpia for those of us here in the afternoon. So she said last night was a T-shirt Lumpia, T-shirt Lumpia, T-shirt Lumpia kind of game.
Yes, it was.
Because that baby went back and forth.
No, we were
pretty funny.
We were closing in on Lumpia at halftime.
Lump, there it is.
And then Lump, there it wasn't.
No.
And the Warriors now back into the 6th seed. And I think, like common thought would be they're going to get another win on Friday night. Spurs coming to town.
I'll be there.
Hard to imagine the Spurs winning that game. And so then, you inch a little closer.
I'm hoping to sit in Guru seats.
Well, good luck to you, man. You're going to have
thanks.
to call Bob and see who texts Guru first. But anyway, I think the scenario for the Warriors, as I said yesterday, win the rest of your home games, get one of the 3 on the road. You got to think you can beat Portland. They are tanking
Dameless
at this point. No Dame Lillard. And that's the last game of the year if you need it. Just that alone. Your home games plus Portland makes you 43-39, and that would allow you to lose at Denver and Sacramento, which I don't know that necessarily they will.
Sacramento is going to rest a bunch of players because Sacramento will be landlocked at the 3. They're going to clinch tonight.
Maybe.
Sacramento plays Portland on the road, and even if they don't beat Portland, I still think that they have a chance to officially clinch, and Sacramento's going to be landlocked at the 3. I think you're going to see a lot of Kings resting in that game.
Maybe. I wonder. I mean, there's going to be 5 games left. You're not going to rest them all, obviously. You want to stay sharp, and you're going to get a week off before the playoffs even start.
Good point.
So we'll see. We'll see. That to me feels like a game where the Kings are going to want to show the Warriors a thing or two. It feels like that.
Interesting, and we'll see how much the Warriors need that game. That's the second to last game, right? For
Second
the
to
Warriors?
last, yes.
The Warriors might already be in a spot where they're the 6th seed, so
could be.
It might be the reverse okie doke where the Warriors just straight lay down, knowing that we want the Kings in that playoff.
It depends. Remember now that while I think Friday is a bit of a foregone conclusion, I don't think anything is after that. Oklahoma City is your last home game. The way the Warriors play in the first half, who knows? Would it shock you if OKC was up by 15 at halftime? It would not. So they've got to get that one, and then they've obviously got to get Friday, and then once they do that, then you see where you sit with a couple games to go. It'll be interesting to see what especially if those two teams are tracking toward playing one another. Do you not show the other team anything?
Exactly.
Or do you try to stomp on them to gain a little bit of an emotional edge?
Yeah. It's an interesting one, and I asked Steve Kerr about that probably too soon because they weren't in a spot that they'll be in next time we talk to him, which will be next week. But to your point,
don't give up so easy.
Well, I mean,
don't give up so easy.
Steve Kerr tomorrow with Steiny and Guru.
I said, don't give up so easy. Look at me in my eye right now.
Yeah.
Don't give up so easily.
Maybe we'll talk to Steve again sometime. I mean, I think I might have crossed him with my hard questioning. I was too tough on him.
I have heard that he's a little
heavy-handed,
a little put off by your aggressive journalistic integrity.
Well, here's one for you, Steve, because there are 4 teams in the association with single-digit road victories this year. There's the 3 worst teams in the league, and then there's you. Steve Kerr with Stein and Guru tomorrow.
Only need one more, though. They're going to get that one in Portland, so that'll take care of that.
There you go.
There's going to be your 10th win right
My
there.
fault.
They can't win at Denver or Sacramento.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway, I don't know. Go back and forth on this whole thing in terms of what is quote unquote disrespectful. I mean, in theory, we're sitting here on sports radio. Every single opinion is going to have one side or the other. So is every single thing that we say disrespectful towards someone?
It's slander. That's what it is.
I don't know. I just think the whole thing is over. It is not in any way, shape, or form some wild, disrespectful opinion that I think the Kings are going to lose their opening playoff series. That's not wild. It's not disrespectful.
It's not.
It's nothing. It's just what I think is going to happen.
But you know
and I will,
what's disrespectful.
And I will stand right here if I'm wrong. I'll stand right here, and my gosh, you can line up and treat me like a damn piñata. That's fine. What do you want me to do? Tell you what I don't think is going to happen and change my name to Matt Steinmetz? I mean, sorry.
See, that's the edgy Willard that we need.
Now that was disrespectful.
That's the edgy Willard. That's the edgy Willard that I like to have, all right? Especially when you turn on your beloved Matt Steinmetz. We did 4 hours together.
Yeah.
I had to get my wiffle ball from the Johnson's yard.
Yeah.
That's my favorite from Guru.
I did.
Apology
It's
not
so great.
accepted.
Yeah, well, I didn't give one. So
it's when you call him adorable. That's what's disrespectful. And I know you know that.
And I know that you think that. And again,
it's not just me. It's all of Sacramento.
Right. And Logan Webb.
Exactly. And
Don't
he's a
forget.
part of Sacramento.
Well,
he's a part of...
he's in New York right
what
now.
is it? It's not King's Nation. It's like King's Royalty
I don't
or...
know. Yeah, the
King's...
monarchy
it's
or
something like that.
something.
I don't know. The Beam Team. I don't know.
It's not bad.
No, I can't remember
It's
because
not bad.
every fan base now has a thing.
I know.
It's like...
Lock in Dub Nation.
Thank you.
Let's go.
And by the way, Raider Nation gets irate that anyone else would use Nation. And I tell Raider Nation that you're not the original nation. It would be the Sioux Nation. The Native American tribe of the Sioux.
Right. But
they were the original nation. Shout out Kerry Nation and the Sioux Nation. So Raider Nation, you don't get to claim the nation. So stop.
That's quite a technicality. Lakers Nation has called themselves that for years.
Right, but not since the Raider Nation.
Whatever.
That's my point about the whole thing.
Yeah.
And the 49er faithful, I love that.
That's fine.
Different.
Yeah.
You're the faithful.
What the hell is the Giants?
And what's their slogan this year?
Nothing like it.
And I'm told that the Spanish translation is actually an inaccurate translation.
What is it? Why? What is it?
I saw something on social media that it doesn't actually translate to.
Well, but what is
there's nothing like it. I don't know, Mark. I took French in high school. We've been over this.
I know, but I'm wanting to know what did they write, and then I'll tell you It's Google says it's nada parecido.
Right.
Nada parecido.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's their official.
Is that what they did?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I figured you would know.
I don't know.
Garlic fries and
know.
Spanish guys.
No.
Is it coming back?
It is. I'm not. A guy can only have 47 jobs. At a certain point, you got to say.
Lubman and Shasky?
Right? Yes. Yeah. Well, sure.
Shasky and Company? I'm sorry. I'm speaking out of turn.
Lubman. And
friends.
Right.
Okay.
Daquan in Oakland. Willard and Dibs. That's on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys Nation, by the way.
Thank you.
Hey, Daquan, what are you doing?
Hey, man, I'm traveling home. Coming from work.
Perfect, man. What do you got?
Hey, so, man, I noticed that there was a comment made earlier, with the Warriors having 40 wins and the Kings having 45. And I mentioned earlier to the guy on the phone, I think we could take the Kings in 6 games. This experience at the end of the day that'll win the game. And we've been there and we've done that. We sent Boston home last year, and they were like top team in the East. So I think we could do it again, especially with our core. We got our core without Wiggs, but we got our core, especially if Steph plays right. Jordan Poole's been coming through. And if Klay Thompson can get some good games going like last month, we'll be straight, man.
Well, first of all, here's one thing. There's 2 things I'll say about this, Daquan, and thank you very much. The one thing I'll say is when people say, hey, I think they can do it this year, they did it last year. I mean, how many different times and ways does Steve Kerr have to keep reiterating that this is such a different team? It's such a different team. There's the obvious stuff on the roster, and then there's the not so obvious stuff, like just each individual having a different experience, different injuries. Andrew Wiggins, and by the way, speaking of Wiggins, that's the second thing that I want to say, under-discussed, and, Steve Kerr can speak to this on 95.7 The Game later this week as well. But he stated yesterday that Andrew Wiggins has been working out on a daily basis. Now, why would Andrew do that? Why would Andrew do that?
He's addicted to fitness, Mark.
Maybe.
He wants to get his swole on.
You've already stated that you think Andrew's going to play again this year.
Yes.
So do I.
Steve Kerr said he was hopeful. And then Steve Kerr yesterday, and it was Kareth Burke who did a great job of a question and then a follow-up and then a follow-up to her follow-up. Mm-hmm. Not to pry, but she wanted to get clarification on Andrew Wiggins, and Steve Kerr said he has been working out. He didn't say for how long, but he made it seem like Andrew Wiggins, when he decides he's able to play basketball again, will be ready to go sooner than we think.
The Draymond Green experience. You come out of last night and you think good, or do you think bad? Do you handle the trade-off that he is as a Warrior basketball player? We can get into that coming up next. Plus, I don't know if anybody's ready to hear this. I don't know if anybody even knows this. Did you know that tomorrow is opening day? Did you know that at 10 in the morning, you've got Giants at Yankees, Logan Webb, and Brandon Crawford's brother-in-law toe-to-toe in an old-school New York grudge match? We got some things to say about that as well. Your phone calls always welcome at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. I'm excited. Tomorrow, we're live from Chase Center. Stoney and Guru 10 to 2.
Hewitt.com/50 for terms.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't want to be a downer. I just want to say this real quick to send out some good thoughts to one of my favorites, one of our favorites, Matt Williams. Matt Williams, who is now the third base coach with the San Diego Padres, as announced by Bob Melvin today, that Matt has colon cancer.
Oh, shoot.
And so he's having surgery on Friday. Williams says he's got no symptoms. He feels as good as he's felt in 20 years, but they're not going to put a time frame on any potential return. Matt Williams, who wore either number 9 or number 10 with the Giants, depending on the era. Like, I remember being a third baseman at San Mateo High School, and I wore his number 4 in his honor. He was one of my favorites. And so we're sending out some good strength and thought to Matt Williams.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's, that's sad to hear.
Yep.
It's good to know that he's not feeling really sick. He's feeling as well as he has in 20 years, and that's a nasty thing, man. Not only colon cancer, but all cancer, as you know. We've talked about, privately in our own lives, cancer. It's affected probably every single person out there listening. So thoughts and prayers to Matt Williams, and hopefully he gets back and gets better.
Yeah, I mean, I have no information on this, but the fact that if it's found and you're feeling as good as you've ever felt, that is sometimes an indication that you found it early. So that's my hope. That's my hope for Matt Williams, Bob Melvin, all the former Giants who are running the San Diego Padres down there, and we'll see if the Giants can hang with that group this year. The Padres, the Dodgers, the Giants. The preseason predictions that are getting thrown out there are always a ton of fun. The Giant optimism is not there. The optimism for the Dodgers and Padres predictably is very high. Although I think the odds, I wonder what you think about this on Baseball Eve. I think the Padres and Dodgers odds have matched one another. The Padres have caught the Dodgers in terms of their preseason odds. After the offseason that the Dodgers have had, I get it. But I'll just reiterate this. There was something I saw earlier this morning with regard to Giants predictions. I'm not here to tell you that the Giants are going to have a fantastic year. I got no idea what they're going to do. But I want to read something to you real quick. This was from ESPN. I'm not going to tell you when. This was from ESPN.
All right.
Power rankings preseason. San Francisco Giants, 23rd. Playoff odds, 1.2%.
Yikes.
Quote, the best case. The Giants continue to engage in a bold rebuilding effort without bottoming out. That leaves their upside as mediocre in a league where mediocre likely leaves you out of wild card contention. The short-term outlook is blah, but there are enough viable veterans on hand that, given good health, San Francisco could push toward 80 wins. But the worst-case scenario, as for bottoming out, when your upside is the middle and you've got a lot of older players, it's possible that player availability issues snowball, and despite being a team in the tank, and despite not being a team in the tank, you do a good imitation of one.
Right.
Worst case for the Giants would be finishing behind Colorado, which would translate to somewhere around 100 losses.
Yeah.
That was the preseason projection for the Giants in 2021 when they won 107 games.
Look at you.
The most in the history of their franchise.
When was that done in 2021? At what point? Was it March? Was it in January?
Right before the season started.
Right. And that just tells you everything you need to know about baseball, which is it can be a crapshoot. I'm going to give you something a little bit more definitive in terms of what the simulations are telling you. And I will lean on PECOTA, which, as you know, is an acronym for Player Empirical Comparison and Optimization Test Algorithm.
I did know that.
And I just wanted to spell it out for those out there who didn't know. The PECOTA standings, based on Baseball Prospectus, they run a bunch of simulations and they give you a range of where a team is likely to finish based on everyone you have on your team and guys in the farm who are expected to come up. They've got the Padres at 94.1 wins, the Dodgers at 94.2 wins, the Giants are at 80.5 wins and 81.5 losses. So that is what the data, the computers are telling you, the simulations are indicating that the Giants season will most likely be, with a playoff percentage of 20.8% and a 1.8% chance to win the division. It's basically San Diego and LA at 94 wins, the Giants right around 500, and plus or minus 4 games, they might be a playoff team. Minus 4 games, they might miss out on the playoffs.
Yeah, listen, I'm not even going to say that any of that is unreasonable at this time. However, it's very easy to find, and it's not just Giants, it's very easy to find all kinds of teams. From that same year, the San Diego Padres preseason outlook, oh my gosh, this team is the most exciting thing since sliced bread. I never understood that.
How many injuries did they withstand that year?
Not that many, to be honest with you.
Tatis got hurt.
That was 2 years. That was last year.
And I'm sure it was 2 years ago.
2 years, that's true. 2 years ago, he missed a little bit.
Already got hurt.
Yeah, and obviously Juan Soto wasn't there yet and all those good things. But the Padres finished under 500. So it's baseball, as you just said, and my whole thing going into tomorrow, is just like, let's see. Giants baseball. Let's see.
Is that their slogan?
It's not.
Because I had asked you about the Spanish translation about their slogan.
I do have something for you on that.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the actual, because the PECOTA simulation, it's not just, boom, this is what we think. It's like a graph where on the low end, the very, very slim possibility is they win 38 to 40% of their games. And then the curve goes up where the most likely, the meaty part of the curve is the Giants win between 47 and 52% of their games. And then at the bottom end of the most optimistic thing that the computer thinks is about 62% of their wins. And for the Dodgers and the Padres, their most optimistic is about 72% wins, and the lowest is about 44% in terms of their curve. So Dodgers and Padres have mediocre or bad years. Giants have a great year. They can win the division.
Yeah, or all of that could be wrong also.
Of course. It's just computer simulations, and these games are actually played on grass or turf, 162 of them.
Yeah,
so
I don't even know what this is worth, but Michael Conforto said something interesting the other day, that his view from afar of the 2021 team that he had to play against, he goes, this team reminds me of that in terms of what my perception of them was. You got a lot of guys who have something to prove. And the Giants caught lightning in that in 2021, and that worked so that a lot of individuals were having really special seasons. And he says this group, it's the same kind of group. And so I don't know. We'll see. But it's all getting started tomorrow. And it is Giants baseball, nothing like it. So you said that
nothing like it.
You've heard that people are saying that the Spanish translation that is being promoted is not accurate. Is that what you've heard?
That's what I had heard, and not being a Spanish speaker and not being able to find the Spanish slogan for this season, I wasn't able to confirm it.
I did find what the Spanish slogan for the season is that the Giants are promoting.
Okay.
Which is Nadie como nosotros. Nadie como nosotros.
How do you spell Nadie?
N-A-D-I-E.
Okay.
N-A-D-I-E. Yeah. Nadie como nosotros. Okay? So that's what the Giants are promoting. Now, if you put, and again, this is not official, if you just use Google Translator and you put nothing like it in the Google Translator and say, give me the Spanish translation, it comes out nada parecido. Nada parecido.
Look at you.
Okay? But
I didn't know you worked like that.
Thank you. If you go to Google and then put in Nadie como nosotros, which is what the Giants are promoting, and you ask for the English translation of that, it comes out nobody like us.
Get out of here.
Nobody like us. Which, of course,
sounds like my high school years.
You could say it two different ways. There's nobody like us. Or you could be like, nobody like us.
Right.
And it get two very different meanings. If they lose all 3 games this weekend, I'm going to be like, yo, Giants, nadie como nosotros. Nobody like you. Nobody like you right now.
The Draymond Green of baseball teams.
No.
Dude, I'm thinking about the Scorpions song. There's nobody like you. Yeah, I mean, wow.
Nobody. It's one letter away from being the worst mistake that anybody has ever had in their entire life. The Giants cannot put flags all over town that in Spanish say nobody likes us. You can't do that after Carlos Correa failed a physical. You can't do that. That is brutal.
It was a consideration.
No.
It might be a consideration in June.
Oh, my God.
They're 20 and 40. They may change it officially.
I mean, seriously, how do you say Giants marketing in Spanish? There's a infinite number of translations.
Totally.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Oh, my God.
It's so perfect.
Oh, my God.
Well,
after the offseason we've just had.
Totally. And you're coming off the lowest attendance in the history of Oracle, SBC, AT&T, Pac Bell Park. Maybe they did it on purpose.
Oh, gosh. Are we going to go out there for opening day and Kruk is going to have voiced this big, presentation on the big board, and it's going to be like, Giants baseball, man. There's nothing like it. Giants baseball in Spanish. There's John Miller. He'll be like, adios pelota, and nobody likes us. Oh my gosh. So look, I took Spanish.
Sure.
413 years of it.
No, you nailed it. And your pronunciation's getting praised on the YouTube.
Well,
bilingual Willard and
by white people, right? Am I getting praised by white people for my Spanish?
People of color on the YouTube.
No, I know there are.
How dare you?
I'm not even seeing what's being
You're
said on YouTube.
Praised. Just take the praise and say gracias.
Yeah. Hey, gracias, YouTube.
I took French.
All right, there you go.
Did I mention I take French? How can I tell you I didn't take Spanish without telling you I didn't take Spanish?
I think I want to steal this marketing slogan for us.
Willard and Dibs.
Dillard and Wibby. Nobody likes us. That's 95.7 The Game. There it is. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And remember, it is a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. Look, nobody is more optimistic than me. That's just the rule. It doesn't even mean I think the Giants are going to win this year. I got no idea.
Right.
I can't get it. Draymond says Bob Myers got a finger on the pulse. I don't know how anybody could have a finger on the pulse yet. There's no pulse. They haven't started. But I can't put a finger on what I even think this team is going to be. The only thing I think is going to be good, for sure, I really think their bullpen is going to be good. And a good bullpen usually means a team that wins more games than it loses. So I do think they're going to go north of 81. How far north of 81? I don't even know what to think about this group right now.
Right.
I don't know about their starters.
Well,
There's
let's
no
go
more
to
Rodon.
what Conforto said, and
Okay.
I think it's an interesting statement that he made about this, reminding him of how he thought about 2021, the team that won 107 games. That team is best known now in terms of their regular season as a team that was number 2 in Major League Baseball in home runs. And if you look up and down the board, Brandon Belt, career high. Yastrzemski, career high. Brandon Crawford, career high. Wilmer Flores, he hit 18. He's hit 19. Damn near his career high. Late night Lamont, 18 homers. I bet you that's his career high. Darren Ruffin, 16. Might be his career high. It's damn near.
Darren Ruff's available.
Buster had 18 home runs. Not his career high, but it was certainly an unbelievable bounce-back year. So offensively, if this year's team can emulate that team, it would be an emulation sensation.
It would.
We know that.
Yeah.
But also, it would go a long way toward them being a real factor in the National League if they have Conforto, Haniger, Jock, Crawford, Joey Bart. If all of them have career years in terms of power, all of a sudden you're onto something.
I think we forget who Conforto and Haniger actually are. They actually don't need to have career years. They're underrated, really good big league hitters.
Do you think has either one of them ever hit 35? I'll look it up, Mark. You pontificate. I'll Google it.
Why do I want to say that Haniger has hit 36? I feel
66?
66 home runs.
Mitch Haniger?
You got to Google it.
I do think he
I'm
had
Googling right now.
Did he have a 36 home run year? No, he had a 39.
Yeah, Hanny, 39.
39, and only 2 years ago.
Only 2 years
What? He got hurt last year. The year before that, he had 39 home runs with 100 RBIs. Now, just think about that for a second. I know
sat out the year.
I know we like to blow it off.
39, got hurt.
Well, he sat out the pandemic year. A lot of people did that.
Wow.
A lot of people did that. Buster Posey did
Slap
that.
a mask on. Let's go.
He's not a catcher.
I know, seriously. But yeah, 39.
Yeah.
And then 11.
39 home runs. He played in 157 games 2 seasons ago.
His 162 game average is 32. So let's just say he gets to 32. Even though I don't think he's going to play all 162 because we believe in the platoon system. But let's say Hanny hits 30.
All right.
And Conforto hits 30.
Let me get what Conforto's dealio bopper is. Here's Michael Conforto. His best home run year is 33.
Okay.
But he had a 3-year run, 17, 18, 19, where he went 27, 28, 33. Okay. And
17, 18, 19. That's 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Brah.
In 2017, he was an all-star.
I'm not hating on the Giants. I have the Giants winning the whole thing this year.
And then in 2020, obviously the numbers are muted because there's only a 60-game season.
Sure.
Right? So forget 2020. And then last year, played in 125 games, had 14 home runs, and then got hurt.
Yeah, right.
And he'll start in right field tomorrow.
Can't wait.
I mean, these are good players.
These are great players,
Stop. They're good players.
I'm all in. Nobody
Haniger's not healthy.
Nobody likes the Giants like I do. It's my official slogan. Something about
the slogan thing is too easy. I hate it's just I feel bad.
Can I just take 30 seconds? Can I take 30 seconds?
Of course, go.
Why do we need a slogan in the first place? Because to me, a slogan is born out of what you are, what you become. Like strength in numbers. They did not go into that year saying, hey, strength in numbers.
No, but
strength in numbers became a thing.
They grabbed it
because they showed that they had strength in numbers.
I'm with you, but then they grabbed it the next year and kept going. And
but it was a thing.
But
the Giants feel the need to go to the whiteboard and sit in a room with 27 people and little Biff in marketing, he's a graduate assistant.
I know some of the people in that room. You be nice to them. There's nobody named Biff.
Okay. So
be nice.
Little.
They're not little. They're regular-sized people.
They're adorable, is what they are.
They kind of are,
adorable
actually.
people coming up with slogans. All right, guys, it's time for our slogan meeting.
They're not all nasally
I've got
either.
an idea.
Some of them
Something
talk
about
regular.
nosotros.
Something about. No, I'm with you.
There's nothing like us.
Right, but here's the. No,
actually, there's 30. There's 32 of these, and yeah.
No, there aren't.
What's the slogan? Nobody like us. No, the English.
Nothing like it.
Nothing like it. Giants baseball.
Nobody
Nothing
likes
like
us.
it. I mean, in fact, there's a lot like it.
You can't grab on to what their thing is because no one knows what their thing is. Like, imagine.
That's my point.
Yeah,
don't come up with a slogan in March because
my dog,
homie, my brother. If you go 81 and 81 again. In fact, there's a lot like
but
you.
But listen to what you're asking. Like, actually,
mediocre.
Be real for a second. These are humans who have marketing jobs. You'd rather have them go to their bosses, go to Larry Bear. Hey, Lair, we actually don't think we should do anything. We really have nothing to do. Well, then you're fired.
You don't need a slogan.
They think they do. It's their job.
Well, that's their problem.
Yes,
What's
it is.
What's the Warriors slogan this year?
Exactly.
I rest. The defense rests.
It's I rest?
What was the Niners slogan?
A great slogan for an NBA team.
Dude, that might be a rare 5. Warriors basketball.
I rest.
The defense rests.
Number 5.
The defense rests.
Oh, my God.
What's your slogan? The defense rests, Your Honor. That's obvious. The defense rests. I think that's pretty accurate.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Honestly,
there have been some really good ideas on YouTube when we said that there was no pulse. They're like, that should actually be the slogan. Giants baseball, there's no pulse.
Giants baseball, 11th in payroll. Thank you, must be trouble. That actually works. Carlos Guido, infinite number of mistakes.
Infinite number of outcomes.
That also works.
We don't know that yet. Don't do that. They haven't played any game. They have no losses yet. They have not lost any of their games. None of them.
Giants baseball. We play everyone.
That's right. They should come out with that tomorrow. Giants baseball. We're in first place. And then see if it lasts until the next day.
Giants baseball. I don't face righties. I mean, it's just all that stuff.
Yeah. I don't know why they do it. They just do.
That was more than 30 seconds, and I apologize.
No, you got to have it, right?
You don't have to have a slogan.
No, you do. You have a little hashtag. You got to do all that stuff. You got to have a hashtag. What's the Dodgers hashtag this year? I bet you the Dodgers have one. And you think, oh, the big bad Dodgers and their payroll. I bet you they got a plucky little slogan.
Yes, I already saw it.
What is it?
100 wins now, 0 wins later. That's their slogan.
No, it's not.
It should be.
Hang on.
I'll come up with slogans for every team. How about
Dodgers 2023 slogan. The Giants slogan should be Slogan Web. That's what it should be.
That's not bad.
Okay, what is it, Lucas? You got it?
They have debuted it on Twitter.
There it is. You're going to love this. I just looked at it. Go ahead, Lucas.
Hashtag here to play.
Ha! The Dodgers, the big,
that's not too obvious.
Muscular Dodgers are like, we're here to play. I mean,
and the other half of that, here to play, gone tomorrow.
Hang on. What's the LA Angels slogan?
Enjoy showing
while he's here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You and I are lockstep today.
LA Angels, all I get is the Dodgers slogan. This is actually a perfect Angels slogan. The Angels slogan is Google us and you'll still get the Dodgers slogan.
That's not
bad. The second you put the LA in there, it's just the Dodgers thing. Here to play. That's the Dodgers slogan.
The Angels slogan is here to play if you couldn't get Dodgers tickets. Only 60 miles east of LA.
Yeah, Lucas, can you look up the Angels? Well, I can't find it. I found the A's slogan, which is it's a really unique one. A's baseball. Why do I start laughing before you even say it?
Wait for the setup. A's baseball. Please don't come. Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
The alternate one is A's baseball Viva Las Vegas, which I didn't quite make it out of the boardroom.
The Kansas City Royals have unveiled their slogan for the 2023 season. They have.
See you next year.
Well, welcome to the city.
Oh my God!
There you go.
This is underscoring my problem.
But
what's the point?
But everyone's going to rip the Giants for this. It's all of them.
It's all of them. They all should be fired.
Welcome to the city.
And I apologize to Biff and Buffy and Megan and Margaret down in marketing.
Pittsburgh Pirates 2023 slogan.
Cruising for wins.
I'm hungry.
Because they got Cruz O'Neal. No money?
No.
Cruising?
No, you can tell which teams
are
really bad. They don't even have one.
Too soon? It's a 2?
Yeah.
Granny, give me a 2. All right.
Pittsburgh Pirates slogan. You know what comes up? We are family. That's 50 years old.
Right. Now.
That's from 1979.
So not quite 50, but 44.
Whatever.
And let's go to that, though, for a minute, Mark. Did they come out of spring training and say, we are family? No. We are family happened organically. Strength in numbers happened organically. The San Jose Earthquakes, a team that I love more than any of the other pro teams in town, their slogan became never say die, the Goonies, because they would win all these games at the very last moment of the 90 minutes. And so that thing happened organically. Goonies never say die, Mark. And that was something that they adopted because of the way they played. Strength in numbers came about organically. We didn't need Biff and Megan in marketing to come up with some cockamamie contrived nothing burger. That's all.
I'm looking for the slogan of the New York Yankees for 2023.
They don't have a slogan.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
You know what their slogan is? 27 titles. That's their slogan.
We're gonna kick you.
Basically, their slogan is "We win." That's their slogan.
Their slogan, unfortunately, is "All rise."
Yeah, boy.
All rise.
Yeah. Live from Linden.
Can I just admit something to you?
Please do, because I'm off my my high horse now.
No, you can stay there.
The high horse is in the barn.
You know.
No, I'm good now. I'm good.
I'm having a hard time hating Aaron Judge. I know everybody wants this to be like enemy number one this year. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it.
I'm kind of with you. If he was a Dodger, it'd be different.
It would be different.
It'd be different.
It would be different. But on my list of I'm rooting against you when you come to the plate, or I hope you get dotted or any of that.
Dot his ass.
He does not even make my top 10. He just doesn't. It's Dodgers. It's Machado. It's people like that where there's actually history there.
Tatis.
I thought you were going to say Boch.
No.
I don't want Boch to get hit. Tatis, whatever.
If they don't dot Judge the first time he
They're
comes
not
up
gonna
tomorrow,
dot Judge.
I'm canceling my season
it.
ticket order.
Stop it. Do you know what? Funny quick story. This was really so the Cubs and Padres got into a thing a few years ago, right? There was like Rizzo came in hot to home plate, spikes up, injured somebody, something like that. And everybody was all hot and bothered, and it was a big overnight thing. And we did shows for the whole day and fans are calling in and going, they need to absolutely plunk Rizzo to start the game tomorrow. It was this huge thing. And the manager at the time came out and he was like, look, it's kind of like Gabe that would have. It's not really the way we play the game. We'll see how things happen. And, of course, he's not going to advertise that we're going to huck one at Rizzo's head. But everyone's waiting for how they throw to Rizzo. And Rizzo the next day was leading off. So he comes up to the plate at Wrigley Field, and San Diego's waiting. They're like, they're going to throw one right between the damn eyes. Guy kicks, deals, hucks it right down Broadway, and Rizzo sticks it out onto the avenue.
Oh, Jesus.
It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. Can you imagine how to trigger your fan base?
Totally.
Don't hit him.
No.
Throw him a meatball.
Groove it.
1-0 Cubs.
Exactly. Out to Waveland Avenue or whatever avenue's down there, right?
Sheffield. I don't know which is which.
Hard to tell these days, but
yeah. Wrigley's a peach, though, man.
This is different. And if a player comes in and does something physical to you, you got to dot him. And I know the Giants aren't going to go at Judge.
Yeah, what did he do? He signed a contract. He did the same thing almost everybody would have done, I would think.
Right. He's stuck with a legacy brand. And, he got a huge contract. Yeah. The only thing he did to Farhan. He made Farhan look foolish. And you and I have a difference of opinion on this because Farhan went flowers in his hand. Farhan did what I did, Mark, back in 1992.
When you went out to the East Coast.
Flew to Baltimore to see my brother Doug, and I drove to Vermont to try to woo a girl.
To see about a girl.
See about a girl.
You got to say it the right way. If you're going to go out to the East Coast and go on a drive, you got to see about a girl.
Your boy was trying to, I was trying to do more than see about a girl. Your boy was trying to, You
were trying to see all the girl.
Your boy was trying to go Rizzo on an opening outing with the first pitch.
Don't talk about that.
I'm trying not to, Grandy, but he's egging me on. Your boy drives from Baltimore all the way to Vermont. Come to find out, the apple of my eye has got a boyfriend. And so I had egg on my face. I was in need of a closer. Mark is down for the count. Mark is out. So that's what Aaron Judge basically did to Farhan. Farhan drove from Baltimore to Vermont with flowers in his hand, trying to scoop and score. And Aaron Judge had a girlfriend already.
I'm not going to be here.
Yeah, thank you. God. Are you going to be all right?
No, that was unbelievable.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
Wow.
Farhan was in need of a closer.
So, okay, first of all, you know my thing on that.
I slept on the couch, Mark.
How'd that go?
Not great. I got up in the morning and drove back to Baltimore.
A little thing in your neck?
A kink in my neck, yeah.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Not the kink I was looking for.
Listen, we make it all about Farhan. No free agency signing is about one. It's not about one person, number one. And number two, I'm gonna anybody who feels that way about the Aaron Judge pursuit, what was it that you would have the Giants do? You would have the Giants, who Aaron wanted to talk to, you would have the Giants look at him and be like, we don't think you're serious. No, we're not going to have a meeting with you. We're not going to send you to the Fairmont or wherever the hell hotel that was where he got cornered.
St. Regis, I think.
St. Regis. Yeah. It was a setup. It was a complete setup.
It was a trap. Yep. I would rather have them not have gotten involved in the negotiation at all. I would rather not have driven from Baltimore to Vermont had I known that when I got there, I would be getting the Heisman and sleep on a couch with some second-rate Afghan for a blanket. And that's what happened to Farhan. I would rather have him read the situation and know he's not coming here.
But you didn't know until you know.
I could have. Well, it was before email. I could have made a call.
You and I drove to Linden. If
Idiots.
We weren't right.
I mean,
whose idea was that anyway? Anyway,
that was my idea. I take credit for it.
The guys just sent me there's this guy, Dan Zimborski, on social media, and he just wrote, for the 4th consecutive season, I had the AI, the artificial intelligence, create a motto for every MLB team.
Really?
Through AI.
Okay.
So this
is
not
a little scary.
This is not nothing like it, and it's not nobody likes us. It's not that.
I wonder how they'll compare to my humorous attempts at slogans.
Give me the team, and I'll give you the AI slogan.
How about the Atlanta Braves?
The Atlanta Braves. My heart goes a little gangsta.
Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Give me another team.
How about the St. Louis Cardinals?
St. Louis Cardinals. This is our team. Make no mistake, Gumshoe.
What? I don't think the robots get the bit. How about the Giants?
San Francisco Giants. This team is highly compatible with booze.
No, that actually works. That actually works.
I like that
How
one.
about the Oakland A's?
The Oakland A's.
AI's got to know what the A's are feeling.
Hitting is for suckers.
Oh, man.
All right. New York Yankees playing the hipster bats.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
weird.
I don't know if I get that one.
Yeah, I don't either.
I wish I could read the Houston Astros.
Is there profanity?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Good luck, suckers, but change the S to a different letter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Hucksters.
Good luck, suckers.
Yeah, jeez. Wow. Okay.
Oh,
Ironic
God.
that the team that used mechanical devices would be turned against by the mechanical devices. Am I right?
I'd like to spotlight the Arizona Diamondbacks because their slogan is the same thing you've said about Jordan Poole and the same thing Festus Ezeli has said about Jordan Poole for the last few days, if not the last few months.
Can't finish.
Arizona Diamondbacks, you got to beat them or you can't.
Okay.
Jordan Poole, he's a closer unless he's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And he is right now. And Festus, he sure showed me. And, he took the TV and the safe haven of Abante Hill to come at your guy.
Well,
came out both of us, actually.
I guess.
Because you asked the question.
I did.
Which was out of bounds.
And then I tried to own that on social media, and you came down my road and tried to take it back from me. You tried to say that you asked the question. You didn't ask the question. I mean, does this sound like your voice to me? My partner here, Dibs, has said that basically at the end of close games, if you're going to be a championship-type team, you have to at least hesitate to put Jordan Poole in the game. I'm looking at our YouTube feed right now. One of our listeners, Prince Neymar, said, I thought Kerr would know not to play Poole in the last 3 minutes of a close game. Is that opinion fair with regard? Can Jordan Poole play? Can he be a closer on this team?
I just said before he had 19 points in the fourth quarter against the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yep.
And so he was the reason why we were able to win that game. With them running our guys off the three-point line, he also does things on this team, and there's a role that's specific to him, and the fact that he can get anybody on the court.
So, I mean, he gave it a real answer. You could tell he passionately had an opinion about it.
So you slandered me and Prince Neymar on the YouTube feed.
Right.
And so it wasn't just me.
Well, listen, so that leads to the question of the day. Who is Festus calling stupid right here?
There was a question yesterday I got asked on the radio. If Jordan Poole deserves or needs to be in the game in the fourth quarter, that is the stupidest question I've heard because Jordan Poole is an X factor for this team. When he's hitting shots like he is or when he's making plays like he is, you need to have him on the court. He's a guy that can get by any defender, and when he's balanced and on 2 feet, he can make shots with the best of them in the NBA.
I mean, I got questions all over the place, right?
Yeah,
Bonte's got the chuckle. Is Festus calling you stupid? Is he calling me stupid? And Lucas, why have you not called Festus? Those are my questions today.
It's kind of stupid to not have called Festus.
or have you called
little
Festus?
re-rack.
Right. I'm sure he won't come on. Chicken.
He'd come on. And
He just came on.
He's calling you stupid?
He is?
Yes, because he was asked a question on radio today, and you asked the question. But the curious part about it is, when you asked the question, you started with my partner Dibs. So you're basically saying what I said as your own question, which is pure radio cowardice is what it is.
Wow. Absolutely could not disagree with you more.
Absolute radio cowardice.
It was a conversation that the two of us were having, and I asked an expert to weigh in on the conversation we were having because the cowardice, my friend, is yours because it's the question that you had and you wouldn't ask it.
I didn't have the chance yet.
That was not the first question.
That was not the last question.
It was pretty close.
No, I don't think so.
It might have been my last
question. We'll go to the tape.
I think it was because then I got called stupid and I didn't want to ask any more questions.
He didn't call you stupid until much later. Much later. And I honestly think his answer that he gave on TV, he's absolutely right. And what he said on TV bolsters what I've said all along. Because what Festus said, and I agree with him, when Jordan Poole scores like that, when Jordan Poole plays like that, when Jordan Poole is able to stay on his own 2 feet like that, then of course he needs to be in the closing lineup.
Yeah, but this is the splitting hairs part where you and I disagree.
I love splitting hairs.
I don't think we can talk about it that way as if we've always got it in the rear view mirror. Like, if he plays well, then he should be in the lineup. And if he doesn't, well, then he shouldn't. Well, you don't know how he's going to play when you put him in there. The question is does Jordan Poole essentially deserve the shot to be in the closing lineup on most nights? There's always going to be nights where a coach says, and we can ask Steve this week, how do you determine who gets the final 5? How does that evolve on a matchup basis or the score or whatever? I would actually be fascinated to know that.
Yeah.
But does Jordan Poole deserve the benefit of the doubt most nights to be in that group? And then if he's going sideways, you yank him out the same way they did in the playoffs last year when it wasn't working and Moses Moody got summoned to go play. I don't know how he goes about making that decision, but this isn't when he plays well, he's in, when he doesn't, he's not. You have to make that decision ahead of time. And to me, much more often than not, Jordan Poole's got to be in that group. I know that Steiny was on earlier, like, who are the people who absolutely have to be in that group? Well, yeah, breaking news. Jordan Poole's not Steph. I didn't need anybody to tell me that. He's
or
not
Draymond
Clay.
Or Clay or Wiggins.
Well, he's a hell of a lot better than Wiggins right now.
That's a good point. That felt personal, but
look,
you're spot on.
Right?
And I think right now
he's won them a lot of games down the stretch.
He's been big down the stretch, and he's also been small in different times, different games. And I think that's a great question for Steve Kerr. Well, that's a great question, Mark. In terms of how,
I'm glad I asked it.
How in the moment do they decide? Like, is it matchups? Is it how are certain players playing? Because one thing we know, if it's 98-98 with 5 minutes to go, it's going to be Steph, Clay, and Draymond. We know that those three, barring foul trouble, even if Clay is having a bad night and if Steph is ice cold and Draymond is one flagrant away from a flagrant 2, those three are mainstays. How do you figure out the other pieces to the puzzle? And when Wiggins comes back, I do think that by and large, he is a 4th guy in that group. Jordan Poole, yes or no? How do you determine when Jordan needs to be or should be a part of that closing 5?
Yeah, listen, I mean, I get that Jordan Poole is something different for all of us to get used to, although maybe not as much as we think. What frustrates you about Jordan Poole? If I ask that, and you know what, be a fun thing to welcome some callers into. If you want to fire away, go right ahead. 888-957-9570. What frustrates you about Jordan Poole? What I think most of the answers are going to be are things that all the guys are guilty of. Now, is Jordan a little bit more reckless than Steph and Clay? Is he visually sometimes awkward with the falling down? And gosh, a lot of times he's dribbling so much it looks like the ball. And there have been a few just dribble it right out of bounds, like the ball just fly out of his hands. He's moving so dang fast that it feels sometimes like he's a turnover waiting to happen. However, we're a fan base that has accepted for a decade that your favorite team is going to lead the league in turnovers.
And your favorite players are going to be reckless in those moments. Well, it's because they've earned it. And I think about...
But he hasn't. He was on the team last year.
I don't think that he's earned it at the same level as Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
Sure, I agree
that's
with that.
where I think that fans get frustrated, because when Jordan Poole makes these late game mistakes, whether it's decision making, recklessness, balance issues, whatever it is, he hasn't earned the same level of gravitas as the OGs. And I think about driving with my son Quest, who's now 21, about to graduate college, but when he was an early driver and I would drive with him, and he had his license, he would drive in an aggressive manner that I was not comfortable with because he was a new driver. Well, now he's been driving for 4 or 5 years. When he drives that same way with me in the car, I am less agitated by it because now I know that he's got that experience.
Right.
And I feel the same way about Jordan Poole at times in late game situations. If he's out there with the other three, I would rather have them make a careless mistake as opposed to Jordan Poole.
Sure. They've got all kinds of passes that no one else is going. I don't mean
and
actual
gravitas.
Right. Like you're going to give them a pass because they're Steph, Clay, and Dre. But I think we are forced to tuck this in to what it is we're hoping Jordan Poole to be. Somewhere in here is a compliment. Okay? If Dante DiVincenzo, we're sitting here calling this guy restaurant quality.
So good.
Okay, well, a couple nights ago when the Warriors had the most frustrating loss of the year, Dante had 2 points.
Oh, he stinks.
But nobody's going to say a word.
I set that meal back.
No one's going to say a word. Why? Because Dante DiVincenzo's not being asked to do what you think Jordan Poole can do. I've heard you a few times say, Jordan thinks he's, and then fill in the blank. Do we know that? I don't know that. I don't know what Jordan thinks. I don't know Jordan Poole. I have no idea what he thinks. I know that he has gotten a big contract. I know that he is capable of averaging 20 a night, but we're mad at him in a way because we're complimentary of him. We are asking him to be a team leader. We're asking him to be someone who makes the right decision with the ball in his hands in an important moment. Most of the guys on the floor, we don't even ask them to do that. So for some reason, he's the one who's getting under people's skin. He's often where the finger goes whenever someone is mad at the way the Warriors are playing.
Because he hasn't earned it. He hasn't earned the pass that these other guys get.
But he's
even
earned
Draymond
something.
Green. Yeah,
he's earned a huge contract.
He sure has. And last night, when he goes Euro step and when he carries you in that fourth quarter, and I saw the graphic, 17 straight points scored by Poole and Kuminga. And that's what ultimately turned that game around. And then Steph came in and Clay came back in. And offensively, they took over from then on out. But it was Kuminga and Poole who really turned the game in the early fourth quarter. He's earned a lot. But when you're in a late game situation and Jordan Poole makes mistakes, you're going to be less tolerant than if Steph makes a mistake or Clay or Draymond. That's just the way that goes.
Right, but I mean, for instance, how would you compare the frustration of Jordan Poole turns it over twice in a row versus what you watched Draymond do last night in the first half? I mean, and Draymond is going to, we know him better. We're used to it a lot more. However, we always talk about physical mistakes versus mental mistakes. I mean, isn't Jordan Poole, aren't his mistakes a heck of a lot more understandable than he who can't even keep his head screwed on straight because he's overly emotional?
At times, but some of the Jordan Poole's mistakes are mental. Whether it's not having the mental wherewithal to understand that Steph Curry should probably get the ball in this situation or shooting a step back 30-footer when there's 9 seconds on the shot clock and you don't need to rush the 2-for-1. That is a mental mistake. And I heard Steve Kerr on with Tim Roy yesterday talking about the ideal situation where you want to get a 2-for-1 in games. And so those are mental mistakes. Now, the Draymond Green thing, you know, Mark, I've been very critical of Draymond Green and his loss of composure. And last night was one of those times where what Draymond did actually worked because as angry as he got and as motivated as he got, his team responded. And he didn't get kicked out of the game, even though I felt like he probably should have for rat-a-tat-tatting on the face of the New Orleans Pelicans defender after he ran him over. And for all of you who talk about Anthony Lamb getting run over, that's what getting run over looks like. When Draymond Green ran over that poor Jones on New Orleans, that's what getting run over looks like. Okay? You're welcome.
They're both fouls.
Stop.
They're both fouls.
But one of them's not being run over. He got run over.
So what?
He got nudged.
That's the way fans talk.
I won't allow it on this program.
By the way, it's a hell of a scoreboard watching night. I don't know if you're checking this out.
I'm all over it.
There's NBA games all over the place.
The Thunder have no answer for James Wiseman right now.
I was just going to say.
No answer.
Quick 6 and 4 for James Wiseman. There's
This
3
is
for
James Wiseman.
Thanks, James. He's 3 for 4 from
Appreciate
the field,
it.
and they've got a commanding 1-point lead.
Come on.
At Oklahoma City with 59 seconds left to go in the dramatic first quarter.
Okay.
Dramatic first quarter there. So, the Pistons are doing their darn thing. Oh, they fell behind. OKC got a bucket. Who else are we caring about tonight?
Let me just throw this at you.
The Grizzlies are
because
hosting the Clippers.
It's time for your alarm clock to go off because I told you about 8 weeks ago to not sleep on the Los Angeles Lakers, and they are dominating the Bulls in Chicago, and with a win, they're back to 500. They might leapfrog the Golden State Warriors here before too long.
They're not going to leapfrog Golden State Warriors.
They're hot.
They're not.
The Lakers are hot right now.
They got back to 500 and had the Bulls in their building over the weekend and got crushed by double digits with LeBron James back on the floor.
He was getting healthy. He was coming off a visit from the LeBron James of doctors.
Did he go back to the starting lineup tonight? He did.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Mavericks and Sixers, another interesting one to watch, and a bounce back for Dallas.
Go Philly in that one.
Big
for
time.
Sure. Yep. And then what else we got? Anything else that matters? That Grizzlies Clippers game. See, now that's the fascinating one. Do you want the Warriors to pass the Clippers or not? I mean, the biggest one for me tonight is Phoenix is hosting Minnesota.
Coming up at 7, yeah.
You want the Suns to win that basketball game. But this Clippers thing, if the Clippers lose tonight in Memphis, the Clippers and Warriors have the same record. You want the 5 seed?
Not really.
I don't want the 5 seed.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't want the 5 seed. I think I want the Clippers to win that basketball game.
Did they split their 4 games, Clippers and Warriors, in the regular year?
Ooh, good question. Something tells me the Clippers have the tiebreaker on the Warriors.
Well, because they have a better... Actually, the Warriors have a better conference record.
I think it goes to division record, though, doesn't
because
it?
they're in the same division.
Yeah,
You're right.
I think it does.
You are correct, and they have a better division record.
Let me scroll on their games against the Clippers this year. Let's see. They lost in L.A. on Valentine's Day.
No love.
They beat the Clippers here on Thursday, March 2nd. They lost at the Clippers on March 15th. And I must be missing one. Where's the other one?
That's 2-2. They had a game March 2nd.
Yeah, they're 2-2.
They beat the Clip joint.
2-2.
So, yeah, division record. Clippers are better right now. Warriors still with Portland. And although Portland might be in the other division now, they screwed up the division
I don't even
so
know what
bad.
the divisions are.
Can we do away with the divisions? Yeah, Portland's in the Northwest.
Can I get game show music? Oh, it's too bad. Never mind. I was going to ask you if you could name the 5 teams in the Pacific Division.
Well, I would have guessed the 2 LAs, Sacramento, and I probably would have gotten Phoenix wrong. I thought Portland should have been in there.
Yep, it is Phoenix.
Oklahoma City's in the Northwest. Hello.
So do they? Yeah.
I know it used to be Seattle, but just divisions. Can we do away with divisions?
Remember when the New Orleans Saints and the Atlanta Falcons were in the NFC West?
Yeah, growing up.
Fun.
Growing up,
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Fun. Exactly.
I mean, for football, divisions, they make sense because you play.
They do now.
Well, you play 6 of your 17 against your division.
Yeah,
so that at least means something. But it means something in terms of you win your division, you go to the playoffs. In the NBA, it's meaningless. And I know that the Beam is looking forward to hanging that banner as soon as possible with a 5-game lead on Phoenix.
Can't wait.
With 6 to go.
888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, it should be tonight. The Kings should win tonight. They should go ahead and clinch it. It's Clinchmas, I believe is what they were calling it in Sacramento. It'll be their 46th win. And congratulations to the Sacramento Kings. But yeah.
The Warriors are 4th in the division. Steve Kerr's got to go. I mean, did you know that they were 4th in the division?
I mean, based on the teams you just mentioned, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even
Kings,
matter.
Suns, and Clippers.
The
No,
whole
it
thing
doesn't
is so
matter.
stupid.
No, it's very stupid. Yeah, but no. This is something to watch, and then it underscores what happened last night. I actually think this has been undersold a little bit. Like, have you sat with for a second what happens if the Warriors don't rally back and win that game? I sat there in the second quarter. They fall down by 20. And there is something emotional about falling down by 20 as a fan. You fall down by 20 and you're like, oh, they're going to lose. They're going to lose this basketball game. You should know better than that if the Warriors are at Chase Center.
30's the new 20.
They always come back.
You're right. 20 now is like, you're down 12.
Dude, they were up a creek if they didn't come back last night.
It wasn't pretty.
They were up a real creek.
Pelicans would be 39-38. The Warriors would be 39-38.
The Warriors would be the 8 seed.
Right.
And the Lakers, if the Lakers were to win this game tonight, would be a half game behind them. And the Warriors would be like, if things didn't go well in Denver and Sacramento and whatnot, like literally there's an Oklahoma City coming in. Like they could have gotten knocked out of even in the play-in tournament.
And Dallas would be, if they won, they'd be a game back. And Oklahoma City would be a game back. And you'd be up a creek, as you mentioned it. So that was a huge comeback. And that's partly why Draymond Green acted the way he did, because he knew how big that game was.
It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. It's funny. We do this, though, with Draymond, right? He's a savant. So are we to believe that everything he did last night, that was all sort of like premeditated? I mean, we can't give him credit for that, can we? A lot of this is an emotional response. Yeah, maybe he leans into it a little bit more if he feels like he's getting a response from his team, but that was not premeditated that Draymond Green go out there and act like that.
It wasn't premeditated, but when they got down 16 and 18 points, Draymond Green reacted the way Draymond Green reacts in those moments. He knew it was a big game, and he knew that the way to react was to get his team fired up. And so he went at Brandon Ingram, he flagrant fouled him, got in his face, pushed his arm away, and a couple trips later ran over a guy and rat-a-tat-tatted him with his feet, screamed at his coach, yelled at 3 assistants. That part was premeditated.
After all that, what did he say about his teammates? What did he say about what some of the Pelicans said to him on the floor? We'll play some of that for you next, and we're open for your calls at 888-957-9570 as well. Every single weekday, 2 to 6 here on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibs.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. I'm excited. Tomorrow, we're live from Chase Center. Stoney and Guru, 10 to 2 p.m. Talking to the Golden State Warriors. We have Bob Myers.
I shouldn't be talking about the playoffs as if that's
sometimes you wish that the everyman, the people who don't have a voice in the room, had a voice in the room.
That's what our show's about, Mark. That's why we give out the number 888-957-9570. We want to be that conduit for the people to give the every man or every woman or every pronoun that you want to choose a voice here on 95.7 The Game.
I think that marketing in 2023 is different. I think social media, TikTok, all of this, it's different.
It's got to be a hashtag.
Well, when you're an entertainment entity, I think it's good to go ahead and lean into the fun. Even if it comes off like you're making fun of yourself a little bit, I think that's okay. I think people really respond to that. And so my buddy Matt texted me something when we were having the conversation about the Giants slogan.
It's a pretty fun conversation.
Dude, Giants, fire up. That sounds so simple, but in the wake of Arson Judge, would that not have been a better way to go into this season, which is almost to say, like, we need to fire up to rally against what just happened to us in the offseason. In some sort of a way, lean into what has happened to you. Don't run from it. Lean into it. Have some fun with it. I think people will respond to that.
Little too nuanced, I think, for me.
Maybe.
The Arson Judge part of it. I do like the simplicity of just fire up, because when you go to a baseball game and you got runners at second and third and you want the crowd to be on their feet, you want the crowd fired up, and you can just flash fire up, fire up.
Orange is one of your colors. You did Game Up last year.
Is that what it was?
That was your marketing slogan last year.
Oh, boy.
SF Game Up.
I thought it was Gave Up.
No.
I might have had that wrong.
That was you after about 70 games.
And I had it right last year.
You did.
2 years ago, I might have had it wrong.
Yeah.
I thought it was Gave Up. Giants baseball. Gave up.
Yeah.
Or Gabe Up. We
Gabe Up.
I thought that it would be better.
It was a consideration.
Totally.
That's right. We Gabe Up.
Gabe Up actually works.
I tried to do an egg over easy, and I cooked it too long, so I gave up. SF. Gave up. Yeah. I mean,
fire up works.
Maybe it's too intricate.
It's simple.
People wouldn't get the bit, but if there's I don't know. Arson Judge, failed physicals. There's so many iconic, unfortunate things that happen the offseason. If I were the Giants, I might have tried to have some fun with that.
Giants baseball, cleared to play.
Right.
Keep it simple. In light of your, shout out UCSF.
Did we trademark that? I don't think they're allowed to do that, but actually that's pretty good.
But in terms of hey, all 25 or 26 guys on our active roster, they all pass their physicals.
That's right.
Giants baseball.
No HIPAA laws here.
Totally.
Something. I don't know.
Healthy and ready.
Did you guys hear the Padres slogan for 2023?
No.
Bring the gold.
Bring the gold.
Bring the gold?
Gold.
Bring the gold.
Bring the gold.
Bring the gold.
Isn't gold one of their team colors, or is it yellow?
Not really. I mean, they went back to the brown.
Yellow. Right.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if their secondary.
Brown and yellow, brown and yellow.
I didn't know if their secondary was gold or if it was just classically yellow.
Yeah, there's some yellow-ish kind of in there, but no, they're mainly, they're brown.
They do call it brown and gold.
Do they? I mean, they have a trim. It's a little bit of a trim.
Look
and
at
then the Padre, the guy, the little logo.
The Friar.
I feel like, the Friar, he got some, I think there's a little yellow in there. But anyway, what is it? Bring the gold?
Bring the gold.
Correct.
Bring the gold. Yeah. I like it better than Nobody Likes Us.
I mean, if you're the Padres, to your point, do I need a hashtag? San Diego Padres, we have Soto. Like, that's
hitting
all you
seventh.
Right. That's all you need to say.
There's your slogan.
Oh, right.
Soto hits seventh. ...
And Machado. And Bogarts. And Tatis.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need a slogan. You got Murderers Row.
Bring the gold is better than bring the brown.
I'll say.
You want to bring what can Brown do for you?
Thank you.
That's already being used. Yeah. I don't know.
This time we mean it. I mean, bring the gold at least. Bring the gold. Yeah. It's our team color. Nobody Likes Us.
But it's not.
I mean, dude. Dan Dibley, senior prom. Nobody likes us. That was my senior prom slogan when I went stag.
Who's got it better than us? Everybody. Yeah, there you go. I don't
the
know.
Niners had Quest for 6, and I don't know if they still use that every single year, but Quest for 6 at least was like, okay, we've got 5 Super Bowl titles.
Well,
we're looking for number 6.
You just like that because it's named after your son.
And shout out Questy, about to graduate from Cal Berkeley. And speaking of Cal, Mark Madsen, your new Cal men's basketball coach. How about that?
How about it?
I was yesterday years old when I realized that Mark Madsen was a D1 coach.
I was today years old when I realized
Utah Valley State.
I mean,
and I had Utah Valley State +5 in the NIT yesterday.
Oh, congrats.
Shout out Madsen for a gutsy loss. They lost by 2.
Mm-hmm.
Good teams win. Great teams cover in the NIT.
This is a good point.
And the rumor was Mark Madsen was going to be hired by Cal. And then today we find out that the former Stanford Cardinal has been hired by Cal, following in the footsteps of former Stanford legends, Mike Montgomery.
Yeah. It's like Oral Hershiser coming to the Giants or Ken Norton coming to the 49ers or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Stanford is like the AAA school in the Bay Area, and Cal is the big leagues. Congrats, Mark. You got called up.
James Wiseman has 12-7, and the Pistons remain down by 1 in Oklahoma City.
Hopefully Steiny and Goo ask Bob Myers tomorrow about Wiseman regret.
Yeah.
On the heels of this breakout performance.
Before we go today,
will
you tell me again, do the part about how good the Lakers are? Go ahead.
Mark, don't sleep on the Lakers, because L.A. right now, they've won 6 of 10, and you left them for dead. And you know what, Mark?
What?
This Laker team is knocking on the playoffs door.
They've been outscored 19-5 in the second quarter and are now down by 3 in Chicago. Threatening to lose both ends of the Chicago back-to-back.
First of all, it's midway through the second. They're not threatening to lose anything.
Long
way to go.
Peacocking 4 minutes ago because they were up by 11 in the first quarter.
Is that game on Peacock? Is that game on the cock? Yeah. Nice.
Exactly.
I love the Google part of that.
Exactly.
Nice.
This has been a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. I really do. Like, if you went out on the street right now and said, hey, let's see, when's opening day for the Giants? I think we could get everybody. I honestly, doesn't it feel like that? Does everybody even know that at 10 in the morning tomorrow the Giants are playing the Yankees?
I actually didn't know
until counts in the standings.
Well, and I'll put myself out there, and I'll be vulnerable for a moment here, Mark, because we had our show thread going this morning, and I think Lucas, our great producer, said, "Do we still want Craig Carton?" And I was like, "Why the hell do I want to talk to Craig Carton?" And before I could respond, you were like, "Hell yeah!"
Yeah.
And I was like,
"Give me that guy."
Craig Carton, New York voice. Warriors aren't playing the Knicks.
Right.
Sharks, I don't think, are playing the Islanders.
Sharks and Islanders.
But, the Giants are... That's right. Is that tomorrow? Boom! So in answer to your question, it actually kind of caught me off guard this morning.
If we had called Craig Carton because the Sharks were playing the Islanders, we should do that just to be just to see what he would say. Hey, Craig, you available tomorrow? Sharks are playing the Islanders. See if maybe come on, hash it out with the guys a little bit. What do you think? I mean, what the hell would he have said? I don't even know what to do with that.
You know, the Sharks have a slogan, right?
What is it?
We pick first. It's a lottery, but they're the worst team in hockey.
Not their slogan.
It's just cheap shot. One more cheapie for the road.
Yeah, that's good.
You always say, shoot your shot, it's all I got.
Yeah.
So that's what I had.
And you did.
Thanks.
All right, so we're back at it tomorrow, and it'll be after the Giants play the Yankees, and we'll be furthering the conversation toward the weekend with the Golden State Warriors. We'll have all of these results coming from the NBA tonight. Clippers lead by 9
Let's
in
go.
Memphis. Just letting you know. All right, what's coming up next on the game? That would be Warriors Roundtable with Kevin Dana.
Gucci.
And the saintly one, right, Gary St. Jean. That is coming up next as well. For Dan Dibley, I'm Mark Willard, and he's right. I'd like to encourage you to shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Cash me out one time.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. I'm excited. Tomorrow, we're live from Chase Center. Steiny and Guru, 10 to 2 p.m. Talking to the Golden State Warriors. We have Bob Myers.
I shouldn't be talking about the playoffs as if that's preordained. We got to get to the playoffs.
Coach Steve Kerr.
That's the biggest thing with JK right now. He's starting to figure out when to make his move and when to move the ball on.
Player interviews is going to be lit. Don't miss it right here on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
At Pennzoil, we have one job. Pioneering a motor oil so advanced, you don't have to think about your motor oil. Instead, you can think about how your engine sounds, how your stomach feels as the RPMs build, how your wheels hug the curves, and how, with the Pennzoil Platinum up to 15-year, 500,000-mile protection guarantee, your adventures will be many. Pennzoil, long may we drive. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes. Quick and easy. And soon, you turn and realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
My friend from Italy said my accent and pronunciation is perfect. It's because Babbel's lessons are designed by language teachers and voiced by real native speakers. Each lesson is like living in another country for 15 minutes.
I love that there's all kinds of ways to learn. Babbel's podcast or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
You learn words and phrases you actually use in real conversations.
In 3 weeks, I was starting to speak in another language. So easy.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than Babbel.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about. Until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
In 2023, Major League Baseball is getting some fan-powered updates. You spoke, MLB listened. And this season, you'll be getting a faster pace of play with the pitch timer, more balls in play from shift restrictions, and more action on the base paths from some of your favorite athletes due to bigger bases. Tried and tested in the minors, these new rules are bringing extra excitement to the game you love. Unbelievable! Learn more at MLB.com/rules.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Ah, starting trouble. No one likes that. We can get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we can take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dub Nation.
You're invited to take your